A game trial set by an advanced civilization descended, with races across the universe competing for the ultimate civilization. Blue Planet, due to its wretched Earth Coalition's preference for aliens over its own, ultimately saw its entire civilization reduced to servants of higher civilizations, and its home planet was eventually destroyed by myriad races. Asterisk asterisk. As a member of the human coalition, Xiao Fan, in his grief and indignation, activated the highest technological achievement of the advanced civilizations, the device Singularity, forcibly resetting the entire game and the universe, sending everything back to the game's launch. As the price for activating this device, he was forever left in this world, becoming one of its native inhabitants, relying on the golden finger granted by his rebirth and his precognitive abilities. In this life, Xiao Fan vows to suppress any betrayer of his race with an iron fist, to cleanse alien races daring to block humanity's rise with neutron cleansing, and to punish those once despicable races that looked down on humanity with planetary cataclysm. Chapter 1. Singularity Rewind, Rebirth at the start. Xiao Fan, calm down. We agree to all your demands, just don't activate the Singularity device. In space, an Earth-like planet had been reduced to ruins, countless human corpses drifting like space junk in the silent vacuum. The fear and unwillingness lingering on their faces were the final marks they left on this world. A young man in battle armor floated in the void, holding a faintly glowing device in his hand, his gaze icy as he stared at the devastation before him. He slowly raised his head, looking at the myriad alien warships and races filling the sky. The voice he transmitted via brainwaves carried a bone-deep chill. All my people are dead. Do you think I can still be calm? How could that be? Many of your Blue Planet compatriots have become vassal races of our civilization. How could they all be dead? The alien leader hurriedly explained. As long as you don't activate Singularity, we can give you a star system suitable for reproduction, move all your people there, and let you live freely. The young man looked at the alien warships and suddenly threw his head back and laughed. My people. His laughter ceased abruptly, his voice turning icy cold. Based on what they are, they don't deserve that title. Click, click. He slowly lifted the device, gripping the handles on both ends with his hands. The moment his arms exerted force, violent energy overflowed from the device, terrifying the enemies on the surrounding warships. Their faces contorted in horror as they roared, "Fire! Kill him! Kill him before he fully activates the device." Thousands of warships simultaneously fired dazzling lasers, all converging on the young man. But the young man's lips curled upwards in a high arc amidst the erupting light. Too late. Boom! The light exploded completely, covering the entire universe in an instant, even breaching the barriers between dimensions, radiating towards other universes. In that moment, the universe seemed to hit pause. The next second, time began to rewind. The light reversed, and everything regressed at an inconceivable speed. The young man stood in this receding flow of time, his body gradually disintegrating and dissipating. Real world, Blue Planet, 2050 AD. Blue Planet had long broken free from planetary constraints. Breakthroughs in artificial intelligence and fusion technology had spawned a multitude of advanced technologies, with virtual reality games being one of them. When a market was flooded with low simulation, unsatisfying VR games, a game claiming 99 sensory immersion, called Epoch, abruptly appeared out of nowhere. After a long, 3-year wait, today was finally its launch day. Although countries worldwide issued warnings, advising people not to enter this game of unknown risk that stubbornly remained on major platforms, defying deletion attempts, the allure of 99 immersion was too great. The moment the launch countdown hit 0, countless players donned their Link headsets and chose to log in. Fuck, what the hell? I just landed and wilderness NPCs are already chasing me. Player Watch Me Brag wiped his cheek. A wound from a grazing bullet bled warm blood, quickly covering his right palm. His adrenaline spiked instantly. He marveled at the game's realism while being utterly bewildered. He wasn't alone in his confusion. Not far away, a group of biker NPCs, riding rusted motorcycles and covered in disgusting tumors, roared closer. Kill these guys. Strip their skin, dry the meat for winter supplies. Look at that tender skin, bet they taste good. Gaga, don't let a single one escape. Bang bang whoosh whoosh. Some players couldn't take it anymore, picked up stones on the spot, and charged at the bikers, ready to fight to the death. Watch Me Brag wanted to charge too, but remembering the login prompt, he glared at the bikers, gritted his teeth, and turned to run. To get revenge, he first needed a decent weapon. Otherwise, getting butchered like this would ruin his whole day. Many players thought the same. While the bikers were busy slaughtering others, over 200 reasonably clear-headed individuals followed him, sprinting in the same direction. 10 minutes later, the roar of motorcycle engines and the bikers' arrogant laughter still closed in from behind. Some players, unable to run further, cursed loudly. "Damn it, I'm done running. Let's fight these bastards. We're players. Who gives a damn? Yeah, fight them." Shiba. Bagayaru. Watch Me Brag leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Though he didn't feel tired mentally, his character control was starting to lag. He also picked up a stone, ready to turn back and fight the NPCs. Bang! Just as the situation was about to boil over, the head of the leading biker suddenly exploded. After a long moment, a thunderous boom echoed from afar. This scene stunned all the players, who turned to look towards the source of the sound. Finally, they spotted a black figure standing on a high slope in the distance. Damn, a snipe from that far. It's Sand Scorpion. Seeing the figure, the biker members' faces changed drastically. They realized they had trespassed where they shouldn't have. Without hesitation, they gunned their throttles and fled. Boom, boom. More thunderous booms sounded from afar. Of the fleeing biker underlings, all but one, deliberately allowed to escape, were killed. Xiao Fan, draped in a leather duster, holding an anti-material heavy sniper rifle, wearing a hood, slowly walked into the midst of the players. He glanced at these both familiar and unfamiliar faces, then looked away and began looting gear from the bikers' corpses. Since activating the Singularity device, the entire universe had rebooted to 3 years before Epoch launched, and he, inexplicably, had become an NPC in the game with a Lord template. NPCs with this template could conscript players as subordinates and share the Lord's unique talents. As for obtaining the template, basically any native with some reputation in this world could get one. He didn't know whether to be grateful or resigned. As an NPC, he had lost the player's immortality. From now on, every action had to be taken with extreme caution. Arya Shima, a player from the island country, bowed gratefully behind Xiao Fan. But before he could finish, he was hit by a pistol bullet and fell flat on his back. The players who had just started to warm up to Xiao Fan immediately tensed up. Xiao Fan slung several rifles over his back and walked up to Watch Me Brag. He spoke coldly. "Speak. Bro, let's talk nicely." Watch Me Brag stepped back, clenching a stone in his right hand behind his back. If Xiao Fan raised his gun, he was ready to smash it into his head. He quickly calculated the success rate at this distance in his mind, found it not great, and secretly shuffled forward a bit. But Xiao Fan ignored him completely, turned, and walked to another player, asking the same question. As soon as the player opened his mouth with Suda, he was forcibly fed a bullet. This was a player from the Kimchi country. After successively killing several bastards players from the island country, jerks players from the Kimchi country, and monkeys players from Jiaoji, the remaining crowd finally understood. He only intended to keep Tianqiao players. He wasn't planning to spare anyone else. Some clever players dropped their stones and ran, only to be caught by a cold bullet. Once the people who deserved to die were all dead, Xiao Fan holstered his pistol, picked up a motorcycle, and started it. Performing a cool drift about to leave, he turned his head to the stunned Tianqiao players and said, "If you want to live, follow me." They exchanged glances, licked their lips, picked up the bikers' motorcycles, crammed 3 or 5 onto each one, and followed Xiao Fan, quickly disappearing into the wilderness. Chapter 2. Getting things started with the players. Deep in the wasteland, on a radiation scar plane, Xiao Fan stopped his motorcycle. He kicked aside a stone, revealing a mechanical panel beneath. After entering the password, the ground trembled and slowly collapsed, forming a ramp. He then remounted and rode down the ramp. The group of Tianqiao players, still chattering about Xiao Fan's identity, quickly followed him into the base. The base wasn't large, but it was entirely sturdy, reinforced concrete, clearly the fruit of Xiao Fan's 3 years of labor in the wasteland world. Once everyone was inside, the ramp door slowly closed and lights along the corridor flickered on. Xiao Fan parked in the garage and casually put down his guns. A clumsy tracked robot immediately rolled over, picked up the weapons, and disappeared into the depths of the garage. He walked to the central hall, sat down on a cracked leather chair, pulled out a cigarette, and took a deep drag. For a moment, the atmosphere in the base was somewhat awkward. Seeing everyone silent, Watch Me Brag bravely stepped forward. "Excuse me, are you?" Xiao Fan looked him up and down. No impression. Understandable. Since this game was taken seriously by real-world nations, players had mostly been consolidated. Aside from Western individualists, it was inherently difficult for Tianqiao players to stand out. Xiao Fan, wasteland nickname Sand Scorpion. He began to explain. As early as 3 years ago, The wasteland world had a legend that people from another world will descend to save us. Judging by your appearance, you should be those people. The players were momentarily stunned. So this was their character setting. Xiao Fan continued, "Lead a wasteland isn't easy to survive in." He didn't elaborate, but the players guessed the implication. He was trying to recruit them. With no other options at hand, a chorus of noisy agreement rose from the crowd, voices declaring their willingness to pledge allegiance to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled faintly, knowing that most of these people likely saw him as a stepping stone, ready to bolt as soon as they found a better NPC. But he didn't mind. He just had them formally declare their allegiance. Ding! You have pledged allegiance to NPC Xiao Fan and obtained the Lord's unique talent, Death Resistance. Death Resistance. You no longer have a resurrection cooldown time. You can log in immediately after death. However, your character's pain threshold lower limit will be permanently locked at 20. Warning: once allegiance is declared, you will be bound to the current Lord. If the bond is broken, you will lose all attribute bonuses and must start over from scratch. Warning: the Lord's safety must be ensured. If the Lord dies, all subordinates will lose their attribute bonuses as well. The players gasped, then erupted in joy. They seemed to have found an amazing Lord. The Lord's talent was no cooldown resurrection, vastly superior to the system default 24-hour cooldown. Even with the lowest starting point, this talent would allow them to develop far faster than others. "Hail the Lord!" they shouted in unison. Xiao Fan stubbed out his cigarette, slowly rose, nodded slightly, and began assigning tasks. The players immediately dispersed in small groups to explore the base. Greenhouse zone, energy room, dormitories, cafeteria, simple assembly factory. Though small, the base was well equipped. After treating everyone to a high-class meal, Xiao Fan led them to the warehouse to choose weapons. "Commander, where are we going? Are we settling scores with those bikers?" Watch me brag, holding a wasteland-style iron pipe rifle, sidled up to Xiao Fan to make his presence felt. "Call me Commander. I don't like the title Lord." Xiao Fan dismissed him without further explanation, leading the 200-plus people out in full force to the place where players had been chased by the bikers earlier. He took out binoculars, surveyed the scene from a slope for a moment, then turned to Watch Me brag and handed him a blueprint. "Take the people and dig trenches according to this blueprint. The bikers are one of the top wandering gangs in the wasteland. They won't swallow this humiliation." Watch Me brag's eyes lit up. So it was indeed a fight with the bikers. He immediately puffed out his chest and saluted. "Reporting to Commander, mission guaranteed." Seeing this, Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Watch Me brag, clutching the blueprint, ran to the crowd and noisily directed the players to work. "Damn, what a suck-up. Fuck. We know you've got the blueprint, but you'd think it was an imperial edict. Hurry up and work." Watch Me brag gripped the blueprint, wiped his nose. "The commander said this battle depends on our performance. If we don't impress him, we're out." Hearing this, the players swung their entrenching tools furiously. On the wasteland, a hot, dusty wind blew, dust flying everywhere. The men worked with vigor, shovelfuls of dirt constantly flung from the trenches. The ground here was mostly sandy soil mixed with pebbles. Players with pickaxes loosened the compacted soil, while those with shovels piled the pebble-filled dirt outside the trenches. Xiao Fan wasn't idle either. He patrolled the positions, occasionally pointing out flaws in their digging. "Make way, make way." 3 players pushed a cart through the crowd, jumped into the trench, and reverently opened a box on the cart. Inside was a heavy machine gun assembled from scrap metal parts. They licked their lips and gathered around to study the machine. "Say, can you even use this thing?" "How not? Isn't that how it works in games? Besides, I'm a veteran." "Okay, so I've been out for 5 or 6 years, but I've still got the skills." The lead player directed his companions to set up scaffolding, firmly positioned at the forward position. Then he took the 40-plus pound heavy machine gun from another, mounted it on the scaffolding. As he fumbled with it, he muttered, "This structure kind of reminds me of the antique Maxim gun." He then brought over a machine gun magazine, fed the belt into the gun, pulled the bolt, and looked through the iron sights at the open plain ahead, testing the feel. Unnoticed, Xiao Fan had crouched down behind them at the edge of the trench, and had someone place a signboard over 150 meters away. He chuckled, "Know how to use it?" Hearing the voice behind them, the 3 players immediately turned and saluted. The lead player patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Commander, I've got this." Xiao Fan pointed to the target ahead. "I'll give you a 10-round burst. Knock down that target within 3 seconds. If you can't, I'll find someone else to man this heavy machine gun." The other 2 players looked at their bragging companion, thinking, "Serves you right for showing off. Now you're caught. You're the one who made the boast. Now you deal with it." 150 meters wasn't close. Through the iron sights, the target looked tiny as an ant. And this crudely made machine gun had questionable accuracy anyway. Plus, the lead player hadn't touched a gun in years. He was secretly uncertain. More and more players gathered to watch, some itching for a chance to take his place. The lead player took a deep breath, sat on a makeshift stool of ammo boxes, stretched his legs out bracing against the trench wall, gripped the machine gun tightly with both hands, and pressed the firing button. Da-da! Holy shit! The ammunition belt shook violently, the whole gun raved like crazy, jumping wildly. The firing player was stunned. The recoil was immense. "What are you staring at? Help me steady it," he yelled. The nearby player quickly reacted, wrapping his arms around the water-cooling jacket on the gun barrel, practically hanging on it, try to dampen the vertical jump during firing. Da-da! Sand and earth around the distant target flew. 5 rounds were fired in an instant. Only with the last 2 did one finally hit the target, knocking it down. The 3 of them breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Xiao Fan nodded appreciatively, patted the lead player's shoulder, and then had the other aspiring machine gunners come forward one by one to try their hand. If anyone couldn't hit the target with 10 rounds, they'd be replaced. Chapter 3. Artillery fire and bomb installation. Having elucidated the precautions for the machine gunners, Xiao Fan turned to seek out players who were still grappling with the intricacies of the mortar. Within the trench, a few individuals were embroiled in a fervent debate surrounding the mortar. No. Before loading, we must first disengage the safety on the projectile. But how do we aim? Surely, we cannot just fire blindly? Look, there's a sighting interface here. But how do we attach it? One of them sighed in exasperation. None of us know how to operate this mortar. What are we even doing here? You have no idea. Firing the shell is far more exhilarating than merely exchanging gunfire with the enemy. The group caught sight of Xiao Fan behind them, and they quickly nudged the player who was still fiddling with the mortar. That player, irked, swatted away his companion's hand, exclaiming, "Don't disturb me. I'm on the verge of mastering this." He licked his lips, closed one eye, and leaned closer to the aiming mechanism, adjusting the mortar's elevation with feigned expertise. Xiao Fan stood silently, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed the charade, his gaze sweeping over the nearby boulder, recognizing it as the target. "Pass me a mortar shell." The young player gestured without lifting his head, signaling for someone behind him to hand over the ammunition. Is this wise? The shells are limited. What if the commander discovers we are wasting them? The player hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Xiao Fan. What is there to fear? Once I hit my mark, the commander might even come to congratulate me. The group collectively turned their attention to Xiao Fan, who then leaped from the edge of the trench and personally retrieved a handmade mortar shell from the ammunition box. After removing the safety fuse, he handed it to the young player. The player accepted the shell, double-checking the aiming angle, and with both hands, he steadied the shell towards the barrel, releasing it with a sudden thrust. Clang! Whoosh! Boom! The mortar shell arced through the air with a chilling shriek, striking precisely above the boulder 100 meters away. The towering stone was obliterated in an instant. Ha ha ha! I'm indeed a genius. The young player leaped with clenched fists, his face aglow with pride. Xiao Fan, taken aback, mused on the fact that these mortars were all handcrafted by him. Despite his efforts to calibrate them uniformly, the variances in precision and the subtle differences in the explosives made hitting a target exceedingly challenging. They were usually employed only for covering fire. After all, targeting a moving enemy with a mortar was akin to climbing a steep mountain. Yet, this player, on his very first attempt, struck a stationary target. Such fortune was fit for a lottery ticket. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, took a puff, and offered it to the young player. Reflexively, the player accepted it and placed it in his mouth, only to realize moments later, abruptly turning to Xiao Fan, causing the cigarette to fall to the ground. He glanced at his recently acquainted companions, who stood nearby with arms crossed, wearing mischievous smiles. "Commander, allow me to explain. I was merely trying to..." Xiao Fan smiled faintly, patting the young player's shoulder and slipping an entire box of handmade cigarettes and a lighter into his pocket. The ammunition box marked with a green line contains training shells. "You are responsible for teaching all the gunners." The young player, feeling the weight of the cigarettes and lighter in his pocket, broke into a goofy grin. As soon as Xiao Fan departed, the others immediately gathered around. "Brother, can I have a cigarette?" "Get lost. You didn't even tell me the commander was coming." The novice player clutched his pockets and exclaimed, "Fortunately, I hit the mark. Otherwise, I would have been utterly humiliated." He chuckled. Isn't this just a chance to show off before the commander? Not bad, brother. Have you played before? No, but I've indulged in many war-themed games. I'm a true cyber cannon master. Bro, if you're that impressive, we'll stick with you from now on. Look, one for each of us, no more. The novice player produced cigarettes to share with the group, speaking in a seemingly stingy manner, yet keeping only 2 for himself and distributing the rest generously. Such is the romance of man. While one might hesitate to ask a friend for a Red Bull, when it comes to sharing cigarettes, no matter the price, there is no hesitation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kinwen was digging a pit in the trench, a cigarette but dangling from his lips, the remnants of countless hands before him. Upon hearing Xiao Fan call him, he hurried over. "Commander, you called for me." Xiao Fan stood atop an earthen slope. Gesturing towards the desolate expanse ahead, "Go to the ammunition depot and move the boxes marked with skulls in that direction. All the explosives are buried there." "Do you need me to teach you how to set them up?" Kinwen flicked away the cigarette and confidently patted his chest. "No problem." After 2 hours, over 200 players had already become familiar with one another. Among them were many hidden talents, veterans, seasoned factory workers, recent university graduates, an assortment of skilled individuals. For them, setting explosives was merely a trivial task. However, when Kinwen led his team to the ammunition depot, they discovered a group of players already gathered around the explosives, examining them. "The circuitry is rather simplistic," one remarked. "Well, in this wasteland, if we can manage to create a circuit board, that's already impressive." The leader of the group picked up 3 iron pipes bound together, intertwined with red, green, and yellow wires. Carefully, he disassembled a bomb, unscrewing the cap on the iron pipe and peering inside, revealing it stuffed with a light yellow substance. "Oh, it's the genuine trinitro-toluene." Suddenly, a voice startled the young man, causing him to nearly drop the bomb. He steadied it, turning to Kinwen and retorted, "Could you keep it down? You scared me. Do you even know what you're doing, just tearing it apart like that?" Kinwen scoffed. The young man immediately shot back. "With the right materials, I could create something even better than this. Do you believe it?" The players accompanying Kinwen, finding the digging monotonous, grinned upon seeing more knowledgeable individuals and exclaimed, "Nyobai bro, there are professionals here. Let us head back and familiarize ourselves with our iron pipe guns." "Damn it." Kinwen barely had time to call them back as the followers scattered, leaving him and a young man staring at each other in disbelief. Minutes later, a group of players squatted on the sunlit rocky terrain, carefully using their entrenching tools to dig pits for burying explosives. "Brothers, this is my first time doing this, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm like a terrorist. The news shows those Middle Eastern sandal wearers, and we seem quite similar, don't we? Can you even speak? Are we comparable to those sandal wearers?" "Exactly. Their skills are far too crude. Should I assume the role of a technical officer, rest assured that within a month, it would be a trifling matter. I could even conjure up makeshift artillery that rivals the might of a gas canister." Observing the chatter among the crowd, I was rendered utterly speechless. It seemed that each of you harbored the potential to become a terrorist. Chapter 4. The Defensive Battle as the Sun Set. The sweltering heat of the barren land dissipated with the dying rays. In the vast, desolate expanse, the howling winds echoed like the wails of tormented souls, while the stark temperature fluctuations made the players in the trenches shudder involuntarily. "Damn it. After waiting all day, where are the members of the motorcycle gang? Surely they aren't too frightened to show up? If so, have we labored in vain today? Labor in vain, my foot. We are under the command of the officer. And with our innate ability to respawn without cooldowns, we already hold a distinct advantage over others." "Exactly. Just moments ago, I logged off to call up some old comrades from previous games. He mentioned having died once, and is still waiting for his respawn cooldown." Standing in the trench command center, Xiao Fan listened to the hushed discussions of the players flanking him, but paid them little mind. He understood that with the temperament of fury, his subordinates would not let any incident on their turf go unaddressed. At that moment, a glimmer ignited in Xiao Fan's eyes. "They have arrived." The voice was soft, yet it silenced the players in the trenches instantaneously, each of them tensing with anticipation. "How many are there?" "They say over 1,000. "What? Over 1,000 vehicles? That must mean tens of thousands of people. Is that even plausible?" As the rumors grew more extravagant, some even claimed the enemy numbered in the tens of thousands, prompting several players to murmur anxiously about how to confront such a multitude. A vein throbbed on Xiao Fan's forehead as he seized the radio at his side to issue orders. All machine gun positions, heed my command. Do not fire without my explicit orders. The machine gun positions acknowledged. Mortar team, zero in on target coordinates 1. Prepare 5 rounds of high explosives and await my command for immediate fire coverage. The mortar team acknowledged. Everyone else, conceal yourselves. Do not allow any part of your bodies to be exposed. Understood. 10-man temporary combat squads responded in unison, with the squad leaders gripping their radios tightly. The players at the machine gun emplacements, fueled by adrenaline, pulled back their bolts, their cold barrels hidden beneath the underbrush, exuding an eerie chill. Boom! Before long, the roar of engines echoed from a distance. In the stillness of the barren land, the sound was unmistakable. The motorcycle gang had arrived. In the distance, a man wearing a mechanical mask, with his left eye glowing a fierce crimson, sat in the passenger seat of a modified four-wheel drive vehicle. He was Fury. Recalling the reports from his subordinates ignited a fire of rage within him, generally uninterested in squabbles with the lone wolf, the Sand Scorpion. Did he truly believe he could intimidate him? Killing a dozen of his men was an act that could not go unpunished. If he did not avenge this wrong, how could the people surrounding Daklyre City perceive him? How could he continue to survive in this desolate expanse? Click, click. Fury's cybernetic left eye rapidly adjusted its focus, scanning the barren land ahead. After detecting no anomalies, he switched to thermal imaging mode, furrowing his brow slightly. In thermal imaging, there were remnants of heat on the opposing slope. However, upon reflection, he considered the Sand Scorpion merely a lone wolf. Those heat sources were likely remnants left by mutated creatures of the wasteland, so he paid it little heed. As the motorcycle gang members beheld the incline ahead, a wave of exhilaration surged through them, prompting them to twist the throttle to its limit, eager to showcase a daring stunt. A smirk played at the corner of Xiao Fan's lips. You wish to soar? Allow me to elevate your flight. Without hesitation, he pressed the remote control in his hand. A resounding explosion erupted, a colossal shockwave instantly toppling the 5 motorcycles encircling the bomb. The sudden detonation startled the gang members. Drive carefully. Others clear the path ahead. Kwang Nu grasped the steering wheel firmly, noticing the driver had remained motionless. Turning his head, he discovered a shard of metal embedded in the driver's neck, rendering him silent. Consumed by rage, he kicked the driver, vehicle and all, out of the way, taking the driver's seat himself. Suddenly, his heart raced, a chill coursing through him, as he instinctively turned his face away. In the next instant, a bullet whizzed past his cheek, shattering the seat behind him. Alarmed, Kwang Nu quickly adjusted his cybernetic eye to zoom in, revealing the familiar visage atop the distant slope. It was Xia. Everyone, open fire on that small hill ahead. The machine gunner atop the trike received the command and immediately unleashed a torrent of fire towards Xiao Fan's position. A barrage of tracer rounds wove a menacing net of gunfire under the setting sun, sweeping across the battlefield. Players huddled in the trench, both thrilled and terrified, as the sound of bullets whistled overhead. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. Exposing themselves now would surely lead to a grim fate. Xiao Fan hastily retreated into the trench with his anti-material rifle, pressing the remote for the bombs once more. A series of explosions erupted across the desolate landscape, sending fireballs soaring and decimating a third of the enemy's strength. Additionally, the anti-tank trenches, skillfully dug beforehand, caught many unsuspecting motorcycle gang members off guard, sending them tumbling in chaotic disarray. Damn it! Everyone dismount, suppress their fire, and eliminate Xia. Kwang Nu emerged from the off-road vehicle, covered in dirt, his face grim. Having navigated the wasteland for so long, he had never faced such a significant setback. In a furious frenzy, he seized the heavy machine gun from the overturned trike, one hand raising the gun while the other steadied the ammunition belt, unleashing a relentless barrage towards Xiao Fan's position. The motorcycle gang members, mistakenly believing Xia to be their only adversary, rushed forward with their makeshift submachine guns, charging toward the player's stronghold. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes as a camera camouflaged as a rock on another hill began to rotate, focusing on the entire battlefield. As the enemy closed in on their position, he once again picked up the radio. All machine gun nests, open fire immediately. The players erupted in enthusiasm. Ha! It's my turn to unleash fury. The camouflage concealing the machine gun positions was withdrawn, and the players crouched behind cover, their expressions fierce as they pulled the triggers. A symphony of gunfire erupted as 4 heavy machine guns created a crossfire, mercilessly targeting the charging foes below. The web of tracer rounds swiftly subdued the enemy's firepower. The motorcycle gang members, caught off guard by the sudden barrage, were paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, too terrified to even lift their heads. The target has been suppressed. The mortar team, with a rapid fire of 5 rounds, unleashed a barrage to suppress the beleaguered enemies. "Open fire!" roared the squad leader of the mortar unit. In a mere 5 seconds, 20 mortar shells were launched in quick succession, raining down upon the enemies trapped beneath the onslaught. The ground quaked violently as flames surged skyward, and debris propelled by the explosions scattered like bullets. Members of the motorcycle gang, unfortunate enough to be near the impact zone, were instantly transformed into a grotesque display of blood. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries echoing across the desolate plain. "Damn those sand scorpions! They dared to ambush me!" Furious and disheveled, he pressed down on his earpiece, barking orders. "Fire the rocket artillery behind us. Target the enemy positions and obliterate them." At the rear of the formation, a makeshift multiple rocket launcher, crafted from iron pipes, began to elevate its launch tubes. With a violent tremor, the pickup truck shuddered, and the rockets, trailing fiery tails, streaked towards the players' positions. The shock waves erupted, sending mud and debris flying, and some unfortunate players were directly blasted into oblivion by the rockets that fell into the trenches. The player known as Look at My Brilliance was left dazed by the bombardment, his character's vision spinning uncontrollably. Despite his companion's frantic attempts to rouse him, he remained momentarily unresponsive. A resounding slap jolted him back to reality. "What happened?" he asked, bewildered. His comrade, covered in dirt and sweat, shouted, "The commander has ordered all brothers to fire at will. Do not let them advance." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's annihilate this rabble." Look at My Brilliance snapped back to focus, seizing his makeshift rifle and firing frantically towards the enemy lines. Chapter 5. Bloodied hillside. The initial volley of rockets from their side had temporarily disrupted the motorcycle gang's suppressive fire. Seizing the opportunity, gang members rolled into the craters created by the mortar explosions, engaging in a fierce exchange of gunfire with the players from less than 100 meters apart. Both sides, driven by fury, refused to yield, taking cover behind makeshift barriers and firing their crude, iron pipe rifles at one another. In terms of firepower, it was clear that the motorcycle gang held the advantage. Xiao Fan swiftly adjusted tactics over the radio. "Mortar team, fire at will," prioritizing the enemy's heavy fire points and densely populated areas. The machine gun positions need not secure kills, but should focus on suppressing the enemy to buy time for the mortar team. After a brief pause, he declared, "Look at my brilliance." Instantly, the player, entrenched in the trenches, put down his weapon to respond. "Received. Commander, please advise. You take squads 1 through 5 and head to position 3 immediately. Squads 6 through 10 will accompany me to position 2. Understood." Xiao Fan continued. Squads 1 and 4. Machine gun teams. Received. You are to proceed to positions 3 and 4 and set up your weapons to suppress the enemy. Report, Commander. Only I remain alive at the first machine gun position. A breathless voice crackled through the radio, clearly indicating that the player had sustained serious injuries during the recent rocket bombardment. Xiao Fan, in the midst of repositioning, halted and solemnly inquired, "Can you maintain fire suppression?" "Yes." "Then hold your ground. Reinforcements from the base will arrive shortly." Xiao Fan immediately issued orders for the 3rd machine gun team to take over the tasks of the 1st team, ensuring the mission's completion. He put away the walkie-talkie and watched as Nayubi stealthily sprinted across the trench, swiftly notifying the squad leaders of teams 1 through 5 to follow his lead. 2 groups of 50 men each quickly maneuvered along the hillside behind the stronghold. The sudden withdrawal of nearly half the personnel from the front line significantly weakened their firepower. The motorcycle gang mistakenly believed that the players had run out of ammunition, and several frenzied individuals immediately climbed out of the trenches, preparing to charge. Suppress their advance from a machine gun position. Xiao Fan's voice echoed once more through the walkie-talkie. In a machine gun position that had long since fallen silent, a hand, caked in black grime, struggled to grip the edge of the trench. A player fought to sit on a makeshift bench made of stacked ammunition boxes. "Damn, that hurts." He glanced at his two companions, now reduced to mere fragments, and with only one arm remaining, pressed his chest against the machine gun, pulling the trigger with his remaining right hand. Tot. Damn it, die. The excruciating pain from his wound did not deter him. Instead, it ignited his adrenaline amidst the fervent atmosphere of the battlefield. His wounds gaped open, his teeth ground together in fury, and he was utterly consumed by bloodlust. Despite the enemy's bullets whistling past, he steadfastly controlled the machine gun, gritting his teeth as he awaited the return of his comrades to relieve him. The motorcycle gang members, who had just surged forward, were instantly shredded by the heavy-caliber machine gun fire. The remaining members, terrified and panic-stricken, pressed themselves flat against the ground, too afraid to raise their heads. What are the mortar team doing? Open fire. Annihilate this rabble. I watched in fury from the trench. The players in the mortar team were drenched in sweat, tirelessly adjusting the cannon's angle to provide continuous fire support to the front line. Below, in the crater, the enraged player trembled with fury. He never anticipated that, beyond his motorcycle gang, there would be others in the desolate outskirts of Declare City wielding such formidable firepower. He repeatedly inquired about the loading progress of the rocket launcher, determined to crush the opposition with the wealth he had amassed over decades. The piercing shriek of incoming artillery once again shattered the air. Players who had suffered from rocket fire immediately ceased shooting, huddling tightly in the trenches. Boom! The stronghold was engulfed in flames once more. Seeing the player's firepower diminish, the enraged player suddenly leaped to his feet, leading the charge with a shout. Rush forward. Take their position. Kill the sand scorpions. With their leader at the forefront, the previously suppressed motorcycle gang members found their courage, rising to charge towards the front line. In this critical moment, both Xiao Fan and I watched as our respective teams reached the second and third positions. The sloped terrain formed a crescent shape, with the first position at the base of the crescent, while the second and third positions extended from either side, creating a crossfire that could envelop the enemy. Unfortunately, with limited personnel, if only there were more men at the flanking positions, we could decisively annihilate the motorcycle gang. Suddenly, the sharp, rhythmic gunfire erupted. The players, employing a circuitous strategy, quickly took cover in the trench, mounting their weapons to unleash a torrent of fire upon the advancing motorcycle gang. Meanwhile, two players sprinted with a machine gun, closely followed by another bearing a heavy ammunition box weighing dozens of pounds. Upon reaching their position, the trio adeptly assembled their weapons, loaded the ammunition, chambered rounds, and pulled the triggers in a seamless motion. Two streams of lethal bullets intertwined as they swept fiercely towards the charging foes. By this point, the players had claimed the lives of no fewer than 500 motorcycle gang members. Yet the enemy still boasted half their strength and was poised to breach the first line of defense. Should the first line fall, the adversaries could easily flank to the sides, leading to a complete reversal of the situation. The enemy was upon them. Mortar team, bombard 50 meters back. Unleash hell. Barked the squad leader from the first trench, retracting his head. 50 meters back is our position. Hesitated one of the gunners. The position is about to fall. We cannot afford to worry about that. Fire. The squad leader discarded the radio, planted a foot on the trench's edge, and wielded his engineer's shovel. Brothers, the time for vengeance has arrived. Even if we perish, we must hold these scoundrels at bay until our resurrected comrades arrive. Charge! Slay them! The players secured explosives around their waists, brandishing their shovels as they leapt from the trench, charging directly towards the enemy. One player swung his shovel with both hands, delivering a brutal blow to the neck of a motorcycle gang member. He stepped upon the corpse to retrieve his shovel, blood splattering across him, resembling a malevolent specter clawing out from the abyss. Even as bullets pierced his chest, he continued to howl as he lunged towards the nearest foe. Another player was stabbed in the chest by a rusty dagger, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With eyes ablaze, he turned and embraced the enemy, yanking the pin from a grenade lodged against the foe's chest, rolling into the throng of advancing adversaries amidst their terrified gazes. Boom! A violent explosion sent nearby enemies soaring through the air. 70 to 80 players were now entangled with over 500 members of the motorcycle gang, who hesitated to fire for fear of hitting their own, while also fearing the bombs strapped to the players. They found themselves utterly immobilized and in a precarious position. Observing this from their artillery position, the 4 mortar operators immediately ordered an indiscriminate barrage. Boom! 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 Shells rained down into the chaotic melee, catching the motorcycle gang members off guard. Madmen! They are all madmen! They exclaimed in a mix of anger and fear. The motorcycle gang, accustomed to wielding power across the wasteland, had never encountered such brutal tactics. Coupled with the relentless machine gun fire from the hillsides, which indiscriminately harvested both enemies and allies alike, the motorcycle gang crumbled entirely. They hastily discarded their weapons and fled for their lives towards the foot of the mountain. "Boss, we must retreat," shouted a bald henchman, tumbling beside the furious leader, pointing at the figures continuously emerging from the mountaintops in terror. "If we don't leave now, we will be surrounded." The furious leader was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed in his rage. He had roamed the wasteland for decades without suffering such a grievous loss, not only losing hundreds of his men, but also being defeated by the Xiao. Yet, faced with the dire circumstances, he had no choice but to reluctantly roar orders to retreat, desperately fleeing amidst a hail of gunfire. Just then, the sixth sense of Kuang Nu detected imminent peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his bald subordinate and shielded himself. Boom! In an instant, the subordinate's body exploded. A bullet, undeterred, severed his left arm. Kuang Nu, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, rolled into a crater and roared into his earpiece, commanding the rocket launcher at the rear to unleash a barrage upon the mountaintop where Xiao Fan was located. Whoosh, 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 the rocket screamed through the air. "Commander, be careful." Observing the chaos, the surrounding players dropped their weapons and rushed forward, forming a human barricade to pin Xiao Fan down. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions reverberated across the wasteland, enveloping the entire mountaintop in a cloud of smoke and dust. Chapter 6. In the real world, Xiao Fan, the little fire, the last rays of the setting sun faded away. Under the bright moonlight, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke, mingled with the nauseating scent of charred flesh. Seeing their position bombarded, the second and third positions were far less fortified than the first. The players, terrified that Xiao Fan might perish, abandoned the fleeing foes and surged toward his stronghold. "Commander, are you all right?" Layer upon layer of severed limbs were pushed aside as players dragged the bloodied Xiao Fan from the heap of corpses. "Commander, water!" A player, eager to assist, quickly offered his canteen. Xiao Fan took several deep gulps, his chest heaving violently as he reflected on his hubris, underestimating Kuang Nu's mechanical enhancements. In such a fierce battlefield, the enemy could even perceive his sniper attacks. "I'm fine. Have the brothers clean up the battlefield. The enemy is severely weakened and won't trouble us again for a while." Coughing, he added, "I can't move. If you're a brother, grant me a swift end. Let me reincarnate quickly." The agonizing pain, at 20%, was truly tormenting. It wasn't merely the physical pain. The horror of his body being torn apart by stray bullets inflicted a psychological torment far worse than any corporeal suffering. The players tidying up the battlefield showed no mercy, wielding their shovels to send the enemy to reincarnation. "Look out for each other. Help the brothers who can't move. Some can no longer speak, but are not yet dead." Understood. As players scavenged for supplies, upon seeing their comrades' bodies, they prioritized reviving them regardless of their chances of survival. Riding on intact, wasteland-style motorcycles, 5 squeezed onto each, one hand gripping the seat while the other brandished makeshift firearms, they returned triumphantly, basking in the glory of victory. "Damn it, I blew it up all right. Our Lord is simply phenomenal." They laughed. "You should have seen that sand currency NPC. It was so scared it practically filled its pants when I unleashed a bomb. Heh, do you know how many I killed with my machine gun today? Over 100. And I was counting. Just moments ago, I checked the official forum and discovered that most players were eliminated by the indigenous people of the game world upon arrival, with some meeting even grimmer fates, captured for experiments, forced to delete their accounts and log back in. Compared to us, they are utterly pathetic. It's far better to follow the commander. It has come to my attention that those beleaguered players are still engrossed in learning some trivial magic, a task that I could easily resolve with a single shot. Indeed, it is all offline, in a group aptly named Sha Xie Jihuiguan. The participants of this battle are fervently joining in discussions about today's campaign. As the group leader, what can we know by tag everyone? Brothers? In order to bolster our ranks, swiftly reach out to those around you. Anyone near to Kolai, Air, Chang should be summoned. Absolutely. Von you be. Did you even need to say that? We've already contacted people, exclaimed one member. Those indigenous folks treat us like mere pawns. Yet how does the commander refer to us? Brothers. Do you comprehend the significance of that? Indeed, following the commander is far superior to trailing behind those NPC lords in the Kolai Erchon. What era are we in? Yet they cling to their feudalistic ways, which is utterly revolting. Evidently, upon hearing such grievances, the members of the group were immediately repulsed by the authoritative indigenous NPCs. Players who had initially considered using Xiao Fan as a stepping stone were now entirely disillusioned, observing the enthusiastic discussions among his comrades, praising the merit of following the commander over those servile NPCs. Wikinwenyo by open another group and tag the group leader Ga and Ilonzi. Make a sound if you're alive. Ganilan Ziai responded. I'm quite troubled at the moment. I do not have time to argue with you. Wikinwenyo by replied. Have you been duped by the indigenous NPCs? Noticing the lack of response, Wikinwenyo by chuckled and continued typing. Are you in the vicinity of the Kolai Erchon? The other party sent a shocked question mark. You're here too? It is worth noting that players can freely choose their arrival city upon entering the game, but their specific location within that city is entirely contingent upon luck. Those unfortunate enough, like Wikinwenyo Bai, might inadvertently collide with a gang of bikers. Conversely, those with slightly better luck may find themselves within the city, only to be swiftly apprehended for their peculiar behavior and lack of identification, facing immediate execution if they dare to flee. The other party expressed their frustration, recounting an encounter with a band of robust bandits, whose leader, wielding a heavy sword, unleashed a strike that instantly felled them, a classic case of logging and only to be defeated. Wikinwenyo Bai remarked, next time, upon respawning, head south towards the city. I encountered an exceptional lord possessing death resistance who can grant instant resurrection. Ga and Ilonzi was taken aback. Is that true? I have no reason to deceive you. Moreover, I've noticed that this NPC seems to show a preference for players from our Tian Chao, displaying disdain towards individuals from other nations. Very well, once my resurrection cooldown concludes, I shall make my way to you. Join my group. It is filled with brothers following the commander. Whether I am lying or not, you can verify for yourself upon joining. Wikinwenyo Bai, brimming with pride, continued. Let me tell you, while you meet your untimely ends, I am reveling in camaraderie with my brothers. In the morning, I was being relentlessly pursued by a group of NPC natives. Yet by the afternoon, the commander had rallied the brothers to dig trenches, distribute weapons, and engage in a thrilling skirmish, leaving me exhilarated. The more he spoke, the more invigorated he became, causing me to be entirely captivated. I immediately joined the group he had established. It was evident that I was not the first to be drawn into this gathering, as the system notifications indicated that dozens of individuals were joining every second. In a mere 30 minutes, through the concerted efforts of all players, the Wikinwenyo Bai group was inundated with new members. Reluctantly, he swiftly acquired a decade-long super membership, barely allowing those who could not join the group to continue entering. However, this was merely a stopgap measure. The number of participants in the Penguin group was ultimately finite, and it was not inconceivable that Wikinwenyo Bai would need to establish a second or third group in the future. Newcomers listened intently as players who had participated in the skirmish boasted, their faces alight with excitement, continually inquiring about Xiao Fan. The veteran players patiently informed everyone of the core principles. First, he holds a favorable disposition solely towards players from Tianchao. Second, he does not regard these outsiders as mere subordinates, but rather treats them as brothers. Third, this lord possesses the talent of death resistance, enabling 0 cooldown on resurrection. These 3 points struck a chord with the players, who eagerly promised that as soon as the resurrection cooldown concluded, they would promptly head to Xiao Fan's base. Chapter 7. You are as laughable as your shelter unbeknownst to Xiao Fan. His base was on the cusp of a population explosion. The sunlight of the following day pierced through the morning mist and bathed the land anew, as those players diligently assisting Xiao Fan in recruiting allies also logged back into the game. Wikinwenyo Bai approached the door of Xiao Fan's office, gently rapping on the door. Gumin. Upon receiving the response, he pushed the door open and initially directed his gaze at Xiao Fan, only to be inexorably drawn to the power armor standing majestically on the workbench in the corner, his eyes unable to tear away. The metallic shell gleamed with a chilling luster, and the intricate mechanical structure exuded a palpable sense of strength, igniting a fervor within him. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Fan sipped from his teacup, his cool voice pulling him back from his reverie. Qin Bai, regaining his composure, stepped forward and stated, "Commander, I have received word that a substantial number of brothers wish to join us. Do you think this is feasible?" Xiao Fan's response was decisive and straightforward, devoid of any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Qin Bai exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. It was only upon logging in that he belatedly realized he had been so consumed with fervently recruiting that he had not inquired whether the commander was willing to accept new members. As he knocked on the door earlier, he had felt a wave of anxiety, fearing rejection. Now, that weight had finally been lifted. He lingered awkwardly in place, his expression somewhat sheepish. Noticing this, Xiao Fan gestured for him to speak freely. Qin Bai scratched his head, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. "Commander, could you lend me a batch of motorcycles? I intend to bring them to meet their new comrades. The wasteland is treacherous, and should we encounter those motorcycle gangs along the way, my brothers may very well meet their demise." 7,410. That is the activation code for the heavy truck in the base garage. Xiao Fan raised his gaze towards him, instructing, "Take your team and bring them back safely." With a resounding clap, Qin Bai stood at attention, his voice booming enough to send vibrations throughout the room. "I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Watching him stride away with purpose, the door to the studio slowly closed on its own. Xiao Fan's attention returned to the power armor before him. This was a rudimentary power suit he had assembled himself, yet remained immobile, thwarted at the stage of integrating the energy source. He turned to the computer screen, displaying a map of the wasteland, his fingertip gently tapping a marked point. He mused to himself. It seemed the time had come to venture to that location. There lay something he must acquire, a crucial element for establishing his foothold in this perilous wasteland. According to his memories from his previous life, that item was not meant to appear for another 3 months. By setting out early, he would seize the opportunity and firmly grasp this fortune. Boom! The 10-wheeled heavy truck roared to life like a colossal beast, emitting a thunderous growl. The driver, Qin Bai, pressed down with fervor on the accelerator, nearly pushing it into the fuel tank. This heavy truck, modified by Xiao Fan, boasted an exceptionally formidable power system, and coupled with durable solid tires, it could fetch over 10,000 Bice coins if sold in Declar City. A player manning the mounted machine gun glanced down at the motorcycle squad following closely behind, raising his arm in excitement and shouting, "Let us go, charge." In days past, it was the motorcycle gang that raced freely across the wasteland, but today they finally experienced the thrill of such a swift ride. Responding to his call, the players in the motorcycle squad echoed his enthusiasm. Those riding with 6 explosive spears on their backs raised their arms in unison, their cheers resonating across the expanse of the wasteland. Scavengers sporadically dotted the route, catching sight of this formidable convoy from afar, their souls nearly fleeing in terror as they dove into nearby ditches or ruins, abandoning even the scraps they had gathered. Above, an observer, treated as a kite by the players, scanned the surroundings with binoculars. Suddenly, he spotted several dark figures on the horizon a kilometer away, quickly grabbing his radio and urgently reporting, "Boss, there's something ahead." Received. Qin Bai acknowledged, casually hanging up the radio on the hook atop the truck, and then abruptly sounded the truck's horn. The sharp, piercing horn echoed across the sky, reverberating in the vast wasteland. The surrounding players riding motorcycles instinctively dispersed, forming a protective encirclement around the heavy truck. Some players swiftly deployed their gliding wings, soaring into the air with explosive spears, circling above the convoy for vigilance. Meanwhile, in several commandeered 3-wheeled vehicles, players were pulling back their gun bolts, the clattering sounds echoing in succession. They tilted their heads to aim, their gun muzzles steadily trained on the dark figures ahead, their gazes sharp as eagles. Should the adversaries make any move, they would fire immediately. With their current level of equipment, they could nearly dominate in this wasteland. While other players are still struggling for survival, they have already gained the confidence to initiate combat. Damn, is that the motorcycle gang? In the distance, the leading bounty hunter furrows his brow as he observes the approaching convoy. They hail from Declar City, where the Alchemy Guild has recently placed a hefty bounty on the Descenders. Capturing one of these Descenders is worth more than hunting a 2-headed Red Bull in the wasteland. For the allure of this reward, they willingly risk attacks from the various factions inhabiting the wasteland, delving deep into this region in search of their targets. Upon seeing the leather-clad attire and audacious demeanor of the player convoy, they instinctively mistake them for members of the motorcycle gang and immediately order their subordinates to prepare for battle. The kilometer distance vanishes in an instant at high speed. The player's motorcycle squad swiftly approaches, circling around the bounty hunter's convoy, poised at the command of "Look at me." No, they're not the motorcycle gang. The leading bounty hunter's brow tightens further, his mechanical prosthetic hand gripping his pistol tightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Though these individuals are dressed like members of the motorcycle gang, their faces are clean and unblemished, lacking the grotesque appearance of tumors that long-term radiation bestows upon true gang members. They are descenders. A sudden thought flashes through his mind, igniting a wave of intense unease. The equipment worn by these descenders seems oddly familiar. Could it be that they have acquired the Fury? Otherwise, how could they possess such high-quality gear? This speculation sends a chill down his spine. At that moment, a violent shaking emanates from the iron cage behind the bounty hunter's convoy. "I am GA&I Lonzi. Brothers, help us take down this rabble." The players within the cage, upon seeing reinforcements, excitedly grasp the iron bars and shout, "Be quiet!" One of the nearby guards, a native, promptly raises his electric spear and thrusts it forcefully. The current courses through the iron bars, shocking GA&I Lonzi, who convulses and falls within the cage. Yet his gaze towards the native becomes increasingly sinister, filled with a consuming rage. "Kill them." Recognizing the caged individuals as allies, "Look at me," without hesitation, issues the attack order. The players circling above immediately seize the opportunity, launching explosive spears at the clustered bounty hunters below. Go! Boom! The sound of explosions reverberates as the spears are filled with specially crafted high-flame adhesive from Xiao Fan. In an instant, the adhesive splatters, engulfing any bounty hunter it touches in a raging inferno. They emit heart-wrenching wails, frantically rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. However, this proves futile. Their rolling only spreads the high-flame adhesive more evenly, intensifying the fire. Before long, these individuals become fiery torches, struggling for a brief moment before falling silent. "Well done. Brothers, keep going. Let's finish off these bastards." The players in the iron cage shake the bars vigorously, their faces alight with the joy of revenge. Amidst the chaos on the battlefield, several motorcycle-riding players swiftly charge forward. They draw their heavy steel pincers and forcefully cut through the chains securing the cage door, severing them with ease. "Quick, get on the bikes!" A player shouted towards the cage while simultaneously patting the back of the motorcycle. GA&I Lon Z and his companions promptly emerged, leaping onto the motorcycle. The riders twisted the throttle fiercely, and the motorcycle surged towards the heavy truck. Witnessing their anticipated cargo fleeing, the bounty hunters' eyes turned crimson with rage. Just as they were about to raise their firearms, they were fiercely suppressed by the heavy firepower from the truck and the three-wheeled vehicle, leaving them no choice but to awkwardly hide behind the front of their vehicles, helplessly watching as the players made their escape. As GA&I Lonzi slipped into the driver's seat of the truck, the sound of bullets striking the bulletproof glass echoed around him. "How rare it is to see you in such a predicament," remarked Kinwenyo Bai, unable to resist the taunt. GA&I Lonzi cast him a sidelong glance, too preoccupied to engage in banter, and simply replied, "Thank you. No need for pleasantries." Kinwenyo Bai waved his hand. "Let's make haste. Many brothers are waiting for rescue." "Wait," GA&I Lonzi suddenly interjected, his gaze fiercely fixed on the bounty hunter convoy ahead. "Is this vehicle sturdy?" "Of course. This is the commander's vehicle. It's built like a tank." Kinwenyo Bai patted the steering wheel with pride. "Then let me drive." GA&I Lonzi's voice was cold. "I intend to crush these fools." Noting the fury simmering in his eyes, Kinwenyo Bai glanced at the stubborn bounty hunters ahead and silently vacated the driver's seat. Once seated, GA&I Lonzi moved with decisive efficiency. He pressed the clutch, shifted gears, released the clutch, and immediately slammed the accelerator to the floor. The truck roared like an enraged rhinoceros, charging directly towards the bounty hunter convoy. Observing this, Kinwenyo Bai swiftly pressed a button on the control panel. The obstacles before the truck were forcefully lowered, kicking up a cloud of dust in a terrifying display. "Get out of the way!" As the truck barreled forward, the bounty hunters were paralyzed with fear, scrambling from behind their cover. However, just as they emerged, they were targeted by the heavy machine guns mounted on the truck's roof, with several of the slower runners collapsing on the spot. For those who remained, facing the truck's impending collision was inevitable. In their moment of desperation, Kinwen activated the nitrous oxide acceleration system. Instantly, the exhaust ports on either side of the truck erupted with searing flames, propelling the vehicle forward like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing its full force. No! The bounty hunters' pupils dilated in horror as they raised their arms in a futile attempt to shield themselves. The deafening crash reverberated through the air. The struck truck soared like a toy, spinning several times before crashing down, shattered into pieces upon impact. The bounty hunters behind the truck were violently tossed aside by the tremendous force, tracing an arc in the air before crashing onto the distant sand, lifeless. Lon Z surveyed the grim scene before him, spat with disdain, and felt the pent-up frustration within him finally dissipate. Your cover is as laughable as you are. Chapter 8. The ruins of an ancient civilization. The rescue operation continued until dusk. Kinwen returned with over 1,000 individuals. Initially, there was the potential to bring back a greater number of individuals. However, upon arriving at the location, it was revealed that most of the brothers had perished during their arduous journey due to various circumstances. Although this was disheartening, it did not induce thoughts of abandoning the game among the players. Rather, it ignited a sense of determination within them. Once they had solidified their footing, they were resolute in their intention to show the indigenous inhabitants a thing or two. Commander, I have only managed to bring back 1052 individuals today, but I assure you that I will return with more tomorrow. Xiao Fan glanced at the other party and shook his head. There are other tasks scheduled for tomorrow. You will accompany me for a while. Though over 1,000 individuals felt somewhat crowded for the base, it was still manageable. Players surged once more onto the official website, gathering intelligence from various locales within the game world. One particular piece of information captured the attention of players from Tianqiao. Little Chrysanthemum's wolf, those despicable Zongguo individuals. Not only do they refuse to assist us, but they also dare to openly attack us. Very moist. Mind your language, or you might find the east wind blowing right to your doorstep. Li Xian, those detestable Tianqiao people dare to act without accountability. It is truly nauseating. Joyful cockroach, yes. It was I who killed you. What will you do about it? Bite me? Gozi is a bit itchy. Who do you think you are? You think we owe you our rescue? Granting you revival is already a mercy. As the players from Huaqiao and Hangyu engaged in a heated dispute with those from Tianqiao, players from various nations, including some bewildered Tianqiao players, gathered to observe. After a while, the underlying cause of the altercation became clear. It turned out that near the city of Declare, there existed an NPC who held a favorable disposition solely towards Tianqiao players. This NPC not only actively rescued Tianqiao players, but also led them into skirmishes against local factions, thereby gaining the admiration of those who followed him. Earlier that day, Tianqiao players who rallied behind this NPC drove heavy trucks, rode motorcycles, and wielded an array of formidable weaponry to rescue other Tianqiao players wishing to join him. However, during this endeavor, they inevitably encountered some players from Hangyu and Huaqiao. With old grievances compounded by new animosities, the Tianqiao players did not hesitate to engage, swiftly sending their adversaries into a state of revival cooldown. This provoked a fierce backlash from players of both nations. Other players from different countries merely watched the spectacle unfold, while the Tianqiao players wore contemplative expressions. This NPC, who welcomed only Tianqiao players, not only treated them as comrades, but also stood against the local factions that had previously bullied them, appearing to be a promising lord. Many Tianqiao players began to ponder whether they should delete their accounts and choose to descend into a city to ally with him. However, upon further reflection, they ultimately decided against it. After all, not every city could provide a suitable environment for survival, as Declarer did. In the game world, 2 days had passed, and as various factions grasped the existence and characteristics of the players, they began to extend olive branches to recruit them. The powerful talents possessed by these lords were immensely appealing to the players, such as gaining potent abilities like elemental affinity, the bloodline of the Holy Light Angel, or the undying traits of vampires. These enticing prospects stirred the hearts of many players. On the following day, having heard that Xiao Fan would lead them on a mission, The players promptly logged into the game after finishing their dinner. Upon logging in, the newly arrived players eagerly inquired with the veterans about the locations to acquire weapons. Meanwhile, those seasoned players who had already familiarized themselves with the armory hastily logged into the game with the notion of first come, first served, swiftly securing decent weapons for themselves. The later arrivals were left to sift through the remnants. Goodness, this weapon is rather rudimentary, one player lamented, brandishing a rusted iron pipe shotgun, which required brute force to pry open for loading a shell, and after firing, it necessitated a violent reopening for reloading. The condition of other pipe weapons was similarly dismal, with one player exclaiming, "Damn it, this rifle's bolt won't even budge. It's worse than the weapons my grandfather used during the anti-Japanese war." Yet, one could take solace in having any weapon at all, as many were still weaponless. Players clutching their iron pipe weapons noticed others gazing intensely at their arms. They quickly embraced their own shabby weapons, cradling them like precious treasures, fearful of them being snatched away. A group of players without weapons made their way to a corner where Xiao Fan was diligently polishing his anti-material sniper rifle. "Commander, are there any other firearms available?" they inquired. "None," Xiao Fan replied, not bothering to turn his head, a cigarette dangling from his lips. A wave of disappointment washed over the unarmed players. "Do not fret. Even without guns or artillery, the enemy will provide for us," he stated. But before he could finish, an eerie silence enveloped the entire base. All players' gazes fixed upon Xiao Fan. His hand paused mid-polish as he recognized his misstep, promptly diverting the conversation by instructing the weaponless players to gather some tools from the warehouse, claiming they would be needed for future actions. Once he had spoken, he fell silent, returning his attention to his weapon. "What gives? How does the commander know our folk sayings?" One player mused. "I have no idea. Perhaps there is someone from our homeland in that mysterious gaming company who incorporated such elements while designing the commander character," another speculated. "You're right. Given the presence of Western elements in this game world, it stands to reason ours would be included as well." I was startled. "I nearly thought the commander was one of us," another remarked. "What nonsense. The commander is indeed one of us." Thankfully, the players' imaginative faculties provided a plausible explanation for Xiao Fan's inadvertent revelation, and they refrained from further questioning. With over 1,000 members, the troop's departure was nothing short of grand. Xiao Fan sat in the driver's seat of a heavy truck, while a veteran player, equipped with elite weaponry, stood in the truck bed. Those who could not find space opted for hanging tickets, one hand clutching a gun while the other grasped the truck bed or a handhold by the door. Others squeezed together on motorcycles, with groups of 3 or 4 sharing a single vehicle. Yet, despite these arrangements, over 700 players failed to secure even a hanging ticket, resorting to jogging behind the convoy, treating it as a training exercise. In Xiao Fan's words, "In the wasteland, any machine might break down, but your legs will never fail you. To survive in this perilous wasteland, the first lesson you must learn is to run. Everyone's initial physical condition is the same, and no one is inherently stronger than the others. Moreover, the team comprises only males. If someone were to lag behind and be mocked as weak, how could they possibly maintain their standing within the player community?" Thus, despite the exhausting run, the players resolutely persevered, keeping pace with the convoy through the rugged terrain. Seasoned players did not merely remain in the vehicle throughout the journey. They often disembarked to allow their struggling companions to take their place. To provide an excuse for their departure, they would claim their feet were numb and that they needed to run for a while. Typically, each individual would run for 40 minutes before resting for 20, avoiding any state of utter exhaustion. Under such rigorous training conditions, many players transitioned from an initial state of fatigue to merely feeling weary, their breathing stabilizing as they continued. Even when their legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, it did not deter their resolve to keep running. They ran tirelessly throughout the day, achieving a remarkable distance of over 200 miles with 1,000 participants. Such an accomplishment is almost unimaginable in modern society. "Commander, where are we headed?" The atmosphere in the heavy truck's cabin was somewhat oppressive. As the sun began to set, I couldn't contain my curiosity any longer and inquired. Xiao Fan opened his eyes, which had been feigning sleep, and gazed through the bulletproof glass towards the distant ruins, speaking softly. "We have arrived at the remains of an ancient civilization." Chapter 9. The Terror of Nuclear Weapons. The cold wind howled. Xiao Fan commanded the team to halt, setting up a campfire to warm themselves. He instructed the players to rest well tonight, while remaining vigilant and ready to respond at a moment's notice. Subsequently, he summoned Lao Tan Suinke, the young player who had previously mentioned having sufficient materials to craft a tank. Xiao Fan directed him to take a few companions and ride their motorcycles to set up motion sensors a kilometer away. The young player readily agreed and quickly departed with 4 friends. Camping alone in the wilderness at night is perilous. One might be snatched away in their dreams by some lurking danger. However, with over 1,000 individuals camping in the wild, they became the most formidable presence in the night. Even the most ferocious mutated creatures in the wilderness would refrain from openly attacking them. Xiao Fan deployed the motion sensors to prevent any unforeseen encounters with bounty hunter teams during the night. If the adversaries were to covertly launch an assault on the players at the camp, the loss of life would be inconsequential. Yet, non-combat casualties would hinder the mission scheduled for the following morning. "Commander, I have stationed those who are not too tired on guard duty. Look at me being awesome," reported as he jogged over. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He opened a tactical backpack from the rest area behind the driver's cabin, glanced inside, and tossed it to the young man. "Distribute this among the brothers. If anyone feels drowsy tonight, a smoke might help perk them up." "Look at me being awesome," received the backpack, and opened it to find 2 handmade cigarettes from the commander, along with several unknown cans, which greatly lifted his spirits. Indeed, the commander would not neglect their needs. He saluted once more, and then called over the brothers who were on night watch. Amidst the envious gazes of the others, he opened the cigarettes, distributing 2 packs to each person. In the chilling, desolate wind, other players huddled together for warmth by the flickering campfire. Draped in leather jackets stripped from their enemies, as well as those issued by Xiao Fan, they sought comfort in one another before logging off. The players on duty, however, stood 100 meters away from the encampment, lounging on the sandy ground with cigarettes in their mouths, gazing up at the stars. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan nestled in the warmth of the small bed behind the driver's seat, lowering several screens that hung from the vehicle ceiling. He briefly scanned the images relayed back by the motion sensor camera, confirming that all was well, before cradling his long rifle and allowing himself to rest. Time passed quietly. The next day, the players logged on punctually. They retrieved the motion sensors and regrouped for another expedition. This time, however, Xiao Fan took the wheel, while several duty players, including Qinwen Youbai and Gani Lanzi, squeezed into the passenger seat and the small bed in the back to rest. Although their spirits were high, their bodies were clearly fatigued, necessitating enforced rest to regain their energy. Upon logging off, their corporeal forms, devoid of mental control, would plunge into a deep slumber, requiring merely 2 hours to fully recuperate. In this state of profound sleep, one could not be roused, and the quality of rest was exceptionally restorative. With a cigarette clasped in his left hand and his arm casually draped over the open window, Xiao Fan steered the vehicle at a leisurely pace of 25 kilometers per hour. Inside the swaying cabin, he silently observed the increasingly clear remnants of a once great city. This city was not a true ancient civilization's ruin, but rather the devastated capital annihilated decades ago by the Pei-Sai Federation's nuclear weapons, which had sought to establish dominance. Consequently, the already fragile ecosystem of the Lida Plateau descended into utter collapse, the plain suffused with hazardous radioactive dust. The catalyst for this devastation was the Alchemy Guild's discovery of an ancient civilization's relic beneath the city, which housed a technological black box, an incomprehensible artifact of a bygone era. This black box, a marvel of ancient science, possessed extraordinary capabilities. Simply by inputting materials and energy, it could fabricate virtually anything desired, akin to a wishing well. However, the specifics of what could be produced were bound by its inherent limitations. Xiao Fan's quest was to locate this technological black box. Although the Alchemy Guild had already appropriated the primary treasures from the ruins and bounty hunters had scavenged the remains for decades, a particular corner still held a black box that Xiao Fan desperately needed. With that object, he could establish the foundational framework for the growth of his faction. As they drew nearer to the ruins, the Geiger counter within the vehicle began to emit ominous, clicking sounds, indicating radiation. Xiao Fan urged everyone to remain alert while he retrieved a syringe and administered a dose to his wrist. He was unperturbed by ordinary radiation, but when his Geiger counter began to sound its alarm, he knew he must prepare himself. Otherwise, the radiation levels within the ruins could surpass his metabolic capacity, posing a dire threat to his life. Perhaps the consequences may not be immediately evident, yet within a week, he would inevitably succumb to a pool of blood. Only the valiant warriors or sorcerers of Dakely City could traverse the ruins with their extraordinary physiques. The players who had been discreetly logged off were awakened by Kinwanaibi. Upon hearing that they were soon to enter the city, they all hastily steeled themselves. What incessant noise is that? In response to the urgent clattering by his ear, Kinwanaibi inquired with curiosity. Listening to the familiar sound and glancing at the ashen ruins, Lao Tan Suin-Ke uncertainly suggested, could it be due to excessive radiation levels? Indeed, this city was obliterated decades ago by an intercontinental nuclear missile from the Bice Federation, and the extraordinarily high radiation still lingers, rendering the entire Lido wasteland a desolate expanse. Xiao Fan explained with a calm demeanor. What on earth? Radiation? Kinwanaibi was taken aback. Casting a glance at him, Lao Tan Suin-Ke retorted dismissively. There's nothing to fuss about. It's merely a bit of radiation. As long as it isn't lethal in an instant. One can survive the radiation exposure after dying once, so what is there to fear? Beside them, Jay and I Lanzi jestingly remarked, usually, you ought to read more. It seems your mind is lacking now. Indeed, you are impressive. Kinwanaibi was well aware of the other's character and chose not to engage further. The heavy truck's wheels rolled over the road, cloaked in radioactive dust, with a convoy trailing behind, while players glanced around. Observing the blackened bones reduced to powder in the tire tracks, they exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared apprehension. As far as the eye could see, there were shattered buildings, cracked roads, remnants of various vehicles, and countless skeletons. These remains lay in grotesque postures, some standing and others lying down, exuding an inexplicable sense of horror in the wasteland. Good heavens, how many must have perished here? Kinwanaibi could not suppress his astonishment. With an impassive expression, Xiao Fan stated, according to incomplete statistics, approximately 15 million people perished. Among them, 5 million died directly from the nuclear blast thermal radiation, while the remaining 10 million succumbed to lethal radiation over the course of 1,000 weeks. The players fell into silence. Is this the true power of a nuclear bomb? Indeed, it is terrifying. Lao Tan Suin-Ke stroked his chin, beginning to calculate in his mind. Given the intensity and lethality of this radiation, even if the population density of the city at that time was comparable to the impoverished districts of Asan, it would require at least half the yield of a Tsar Bomba to inflict such devastation. Moreover, it must be a genuine fission bomb, not a hydrogen bomb, to cause this level of destruction. Chapter 10. The technological black box of a super ancient civilization. With a resounding thud, Xiao Fan leapt from the vehicle and forcefully closed the door behind him. Surveying the ravaged landscape, he turned to Kinwanaibi and commanded, assemble our elite to follow me. The rest shall gather usable supplies and load them onto the vehicle. Kinwanaibi immediately grinned, casting a triumphant glance at Lanzi. However, Jie and I Lanzi scoffed at the display. What is there to be proud of? It is merely a battle fought alongside the commander. When the next opportunity arises, he will surely showcase his prowess, believing that he will not go unnoticed by the commander. Xiao Fan, accompanied by over 200 elite warriors, slowly approached an underground passage. This passage served as the entrance to the remnants of an ancient civilization, excavated by the Alchemy Guild in years gone by. The eerie silence within the passage was punctuated only by the rhythmic dripping of water from the ceiling, each droplet crashing into the puddles below, producing a crisp yet unsettling sound. The group held their breath, illuminating their chests and weapons with flashlights, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Xiao Fan wielded a knife in his left hand while firmly gripping a .50 caliber handgun in his right, standing in the center of the formation in a standard tactical posture, steadily advancing forward. Suddenly, a sharp, eerie cry shattered the silence. Xiao Fan felt a shadow dart past him from the left, something lunging aggressively in his direction. In a split second, the muzzle of his gun flared with fire. A bullet whizzed through the air, shattering the shadow mid-leap. The group quickly turned their gaze to the remnants on the ground, revealing a mutated rat with a head larger than that of an adult orange tabby. Even in death, its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, sending chills down the spines of those who beheld it. Many players discreetly swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs. Stay alert. Xiao Fan commanded in a low voice. He had traversed this underground ruin countless times in his previous life, since the Alchemy Guild's departure. The valuable artifacts within had been plundered, and for over 20 years, no one had set foot here again. It was not until the players arrived, with awakened magical talents, seeking to elevate their powers swiftly, that this place was rediscovered. The aberrant creatures within the ruins had long been subjected to nuclear radiation, further catalyzed by the elemental energy of this world, causing a substance known as suhi to coalesce within their minds. This suhi contained pure elemental energy, serving as a core material for mages' cultivation, and through special technology, it could also function as a high-energy battery. A single ordinary suhi could sustain an average household's electricity consumption for an entire year, rendering it an exceedingly precious resource for the entire Malaka star. Consequently, the remnants of this ancient civilization had transformed into a lair for these aberrant beings. They had to maintain the utmost vigilance, for even a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. However, the gunshot had roused the hordes of rats deep within the passage. In an instant, countless pairs of crimson eyes ignited under the beams of the flashlights, a dense array of glowing points sending shivers down their spines. The next moment, hundreds, if not thousands, of mutated rats surged forward, rushing towards the group. Flamethrowers. Xiao Fan quickly retreated a step, taking cover behind the players, commanding those bearing flamethrowers, such as Lao Tensu and K, to step forward. Behold my unparalleled fiery barbecue. Lao Tan Suen K and his companions shrieked with excitement, pulling the triggers with fervor. Two jets of searing flames erupted instantaneously, engulfing the entire passage and sweeping toward the tide of rats. The air was filled with a cacophony of their anguished cries. Beneath the searing flames of over 1,000 degrees, the blood-red hairless mice had no chance to struggle, instantly turning to ashes. Halt! Upon hearing Xiao Fan's command, the two players operating the flamethrowers immediately ceased their actions. As everyone gazed around, the ground of the passage was already carpeted with a thick layer of mouse carcasses. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingling with a fishy odor permeated the air. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Had they not prepared the flamethrowers in advance, with their mere 200 members, they would have been devoured to the bone by the horde of mutated mice. However, Xiao Fan understood that these were merely appetizers. Deeper within the ruins, the truly terrifying entities had yet to reveal themselves, and he had no intention of provoking those monsters at present. Skillfully navigating the intricacies of the ruins, he led his team through a labyrinth of twists and turns. Along the way, they encountered several waves of wolf-like aberrations. But thanks to the players' overwhelming firepower, those monsters were reduced to mere sieves before they could cause any disturbance. The underground ruins were vast beyond imagination, having long established a complete biological chain within. Various aberrant creatures occupied their designated territories, rarely crossing boundaries. Thus, Xiao Fan was not concerned that the commotion would attract aberrations from other regions. An hour later, the team roughly estimated they had traversed over 10 kilometers. The players could not help but voice their incredulity regarding the sheer scale of this dungeon relic. Suddenly, Xiao Fan spotted a familiar sign, his body jolting with recognition. He hurried forward, vigorously wiping away the dust to reveal a line of text that the players could not comprehend. Fifth Warehouse. Indeed, this was the location. In his previous life, the Japanese officials had discovered the technological black box of an ultra-ancient civilization right here. Everyone, be on alert. The players swiftly turned, aiming their weapons towards the dark passageways on either side, the atmosphere growing tense. Xiao Fan sheathed his tactical dagger, slowly raising his right hand to press against the warehouse door. In the dim light, look at my brilliance, faintly observed the peculiar gleam flickering in Xiao Fan's eyes. In the next moment, accompanied by a violent tremor, the warehouse door creaked open, slowly revealing its interior. Instantly, the vacuum pressure within the warehouse began to draw air from the crevice, stirring the airflow in the passage and creating a fierce wind that struck the players' faces. As the door swung fully open, Xiao Fan was the first to rush inside. He disregarded the various equipment piled within the warehouse, his gaze fixated on the black cube suspended atop a central platform. Tactical Nano 3D printer. According to his memories from the previous life, this technological black box was an individual soldier's equipment from an ultra-ancient civilization. It was specifically designed to assist soldiers in rapidly constructing basic weapons and survival supplies in harsh environments with scarce resources, reserved only for those soldiers executing special missions. And now, it was about to become his prized possession. This black cube was not large, precisely measuring 1 cubic decimeter. The moment Xiao Fan's fingers made contact, the cube suddenly disintegrated into countless minuscule fragments, swiftly adhering to his right wrist and ultimately transforming into a matte black wrist guard. Gather the supplies from the warehouse. We must retreat. This storied warehouse housed a plethora of equipment from an ancient civilization, each piece wielding formidable power. Should he manage to arm a special forces unit with such gear, Xiao Fan would confidently traverse the Dali wilds. In his previous life, the small notebook had relied upon this very equipment to ruthlessly suppress players from the Tianqiao, leaving them seething with frustration. It was only when the official forces dispatched a substantial army, equipped with their own advanced weaponry, that the ruffians were finally subdued. Xiao Fan tossed aside his aged weapon to a nearby player and strode directly to a weapons rack, lifting a sleek, jet-black rifle. The weight of the gun felt solid in his grasp, and the 2 elongated magnetic rails gleamed strikingly under the light. This was none other than the renowned magnetic rail sniper rifle that had gained infamy in the Dali wilds, reputed to annihilate any heavy armor from 1,000 miles away with a single bullet. Now, this potent armament had become his spoils of war. By heavens, I've struck gold. With these in hand, I wouldn't hesitate to assault the Kulayar city. The players around him erupted in excited chatter, abandoning their rudimentary iron pipe weapons and cradling the ancient equipment with more tenderness than they would show a beloved. Rifles, machine guns, handguns, bombs, an array of weaponry was at their disposal, leaving the veteran players in awe. When Xiao Fan announced that each person could select 1 item to take with them, the crowd trembled with exhilaration. Within less than a week of the server opening, they had access to such high-caliber equipment, propelling their starting point far ahead of other players. In truth, Xiao Fan was not being intentionally generous. He understood that these seemingly formidable ancient weapons were, in fact, not even on par with civilian-grade standards. According to his recollections, a rebellion had erupted within the ancient civilization, and this underground relic was merely a forward base constructed by the insurgents. These weapons were simply rudimentary self-defense tools produced with limited resources. When the regular forces of the ancient civilization arrived and quelled the rebellion, they dismissed these items entirely. If they had held any true value, they would have been taken long ago, rather than left to languish for millions of years until they fell into his hands. These weapons would serve merely as a means of intimidation in the early stages of the game. By the mid to late game, only novices would find them desirable. Chapter 11. Ambushed Boss. They are indeed heading towards Ruined City. Within a relatively intact courtyard of Ruined City, hundreds of individuals were densely gathered. A subordinate hurried to report to the imposing figure at the forefront, lowering his voice. Upon hearing the news, the burly man violently flung his crude homemade cigarette to the ground. The serpentine scar on his face twitched in tandem with his rising fury, as if it had come to life. Damn it, which audacious bounty hunter group is this? He growled through clenched teeth. It would be one thing to sneak around and scavenge some scraps, but to invade my territory with such a large entourage without so much as a greeting is truly intolerable. The leader, upon observing the scene, remarked, "It doesn't seem like a bounty hunter group." After a brief hesitation, his subordinate added, "From the way they speak and their peculiar attire, they appear to be the recent arrivals known as Jianglins. Players can effortlessly comprehend the native language of this world. Yet the natives lack the advantages of a gaming system and often struggle to understand the players' words. Moreover, players hail from various nations, and their diverse languages make communication with the natives exceedingly challenging." Upon hearing this, the burly man, Lichi, was momentarily taken aback. Then a sinister smile crept across his lips, revealing a glint of malice in his eyes. He was well aware of the Jianglins, an influx of individuals who had recently emerged in the wasteland. This group was as feeble as weaned infants, unable to even defeat the red-eyed rabbits of the wasteland. Just the other day, he had captured a batch of Jianglins and sold them to Declare City, reaping substantial profits. Now, with so many appearing at once, it was as if the divine providence had paved a path to fortune for him. "Excellent, excellent," Lichi exclaimed, slapping his thigh thrice. "I have been searching high and low for these plump sheep, since they have come to me willingly I shall not hold back. Meanwhile, several young players ventured into a ruin resembling a shop. Dust had settled thickly on the shelves, obscuring the labels of the cans displayed. One player casually picked up a can, shook it, and then forcefully pulled the tab. In an instant, a stench akin to that of a biological weapon surged forth. Cough! Cough! Who the hell couldn't he hold it in and took a dump here? Goodness, what a smell! Could you at least step away? The player who opened the can doubled over, dry heaving against the weathered wall, unable to stand upright. Only one thought lingered in his mind. The authenticity of this game sometimes proves to be quite a curse. A group fled the shop ruin as if escaping a disaster, glancing back at the broken door with expressions of lingering dread. Esco, one of the older players, suggested, most of the items here are unusable, and the radiation levels are surely exceeding safe limits. If there were anything of value, it would have been scavenged long ago. The others nodded in agreement, promptly following him as they departed, turning toward other ruined rooms in search of supplies. At that moment, the streets were bustling with players. Some were firing upon mutated creatures, while others wielded large wrenches, working in groups to frantically dismantle abandoned vehicles along the roadside. Hey brothers, look, I found an intact motorcycle engine. I can build my own bike when I return. Who found a battery? I'll pay top dollar. These car batteries are long dead and worthless, but I can fix them. How about you? Absolutely, why not? Wow, this 4-cylinder engine looks quite intact. Whether it can be repaired is another matter. Let us just haul it back for now. This brass radiator is a valuable find. I'll melt it down to make bullets to sell to the others. Guaranteed to rake in a fortune. With the aid of heavy trucks for transport, the players moved through the ruins like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they went, everything of any utility had been thoroughly scavenged. Even the metal streetlights by the roadside had their bulbs removed and wires stripped, with the lampposts themselves hoisted onto trucks. Not to mention the wreckage of vehicles. One of our brothers is missing. The individual known as Xiao Fan, who was fiddling with an old radio, immediately put down his device and turned around upon hearing this. Did he wander off to scavenge for supplies? The messenger shook his head. I searched the entire building and didn't see him at all. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Xiao Fan replied gravely, "You need to log off right now and try to contact him." A few minutes later, the messenger's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "Boss, he has been captured by a group of unknown natives. He logged off immediately out of fear and has been waiting for us to reach him." The atmosphere grew somber as the group absorbed the news. "Where is he?" Xiao Fan pressed. "In the adjacent Unit 3, casting a glance at his companions." Xiao Fan did not wait for a response. The group instinctively nodded, swiftly forming a battle formation as they charged towards the neighboring unit. In this era, virtual reality technology had become widespread, and numerous players had honed their skills in various military-themed games over the years, developing a solid grasp of military tactics. Xiao Fan was, in fact, a top-tier expert in such games. Upon reaching the base of the unit, he crouched slowly, his fingers brushing over the dragging marks on the ground, measuring the disordered footprints. He signaled to the others. There were 4 adversaries, approximately 9 meters tall, with unknown weaponry. The group understood immediately, raising their weapons and splitting into 2 teams, continuing to track the drag marks. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a residence, where the drag marks abruptly ceased, indicating that the enemy was most likely inside. Xiao Fan signaled once more. Throughout the entire operation, not a single word was exchanged, yet the 9 players coordinated with remarkable harmony. Team A positioned themselves closely against either side of the door, while Team B prepared for a breach. As Xiao Fan lowered his hand to commence the countdown, he clenched his fist tightly. In the next moment, he delivered a powerful kick to the door, swiftly sidestepping as it burst open. A player, who had already disengaged the safety on a makeshift stun grenade, seized the opportunity to hurl it into the room. Bang! Buzzing. In the instant of blinding light, an enraged voice erupted from within. "Damn it!" Team B seized the moment, charging in with guns drawn, firing alternately at the various corners of the room to suppress any threats. Once their magazines were emptied, Team A promptly took their place, maintaining the barrage, while Team B quickly retreated to reload, subsequently turning back to inspect every corner of the room. They meticulously checked the living room, kitchen, and secondary bedroom, leaving only the master bedroom unsearched. It was obvious that the remaining enemies were hiding inside. Just as the players prepared to initiate another assault, the master bedroom door, along with its frame, was suddenly slammed open from the inside. One player from Team A, who was poised to kick the door down, was taken by surprise and was violently propelled backward by the door frame, crashing heavily to the floor. Xiao was taken aback, immediately raising his weapon and blindly firing at the entrance of the bedroom. "Boss, be careful." A player who had been knocked aside struggled to rise and quickly spotted a burly man clad in medieval full-plate armor charging out of the bedroom, wielding a great sword aimed at Xiao's arm. He hastily issued a warning. Xiao reacted swiftly, retracting his arm just as the sword descended, simultaneously shouting for everyone to seek cover and counterattack. He then rolled away and took refuge behind the sofa, peeking out to assess the situation. To his astonishment, he discovered that their adversaries were a group armed with cold weapons and staffs. A chill ran down Xiao's spine. These must be the warriors and mages from the world mentioned in the forum. How'd they end up here? You bastards. A player who had managed to seize a heavy machine gun frantically unleashed a barrage towards the bedroom. While small-caliber weapons might not harm these foes, the firepower of a heavy machine gun was something they would not dare to withstand. The leading armored giant promptly raised his shield, forming an iron wall at the entrance of the bedroom. The bullets struck the shield with a clanging sound, but failed to inflict any damage. Xiao exchanged a glance with a subordinate crouched by the door. The subordinate nodded, quickly retrieving a curved great sword mine from his backpack, inserting it into the ground before rolling back behind the sofa. Soon, the magazine of the heavy machine gun was exhausted. Observing this, the enemies in the bedroom let out a derisive laugh. The leading giant lowered his shield and charged out of the bedroom with his comrades. Boom! The great sword mine exploded at the entrance, releasing thousands of steel balls in a fan-shaped spray, striking the oncoming foes with ferocity. Nevertheless, the explosion failed to deliver fatal injuries, merely momentarily stunning a few of them. Once the armored giant regained his composure, he charged toward the nearest player, swinging his great sword. The player did not even have time to scream before being killed instantly, transforming into a beam of white light back to the base. The others were taken aback, intending to open fire in support, but the mages in the bedroom had already raised their staffs. Several fiery fireballs hurtled toward them, prompting the players to scatter in haste. Boom! A fireball crashed into a nearby cabinet, erupting in a massive blaze, its power rivaling that of a high-explosive grenade. The searing wave of heat rushed toward them, singeing their hair. Chapter 12. Sometimes IDs should not be too outrageous. What's all this commotion? Hearing the intense gunfire from the neighboring district, several players transporting supplies looked up. Don't worry, it's probably the brothers encountering formidable mutated creatures. They are armed and will surely handle it. The group nodded, dismissing further thought, and returned to their tasks. It was not until a series of calls for help and warnings echoed through the public channel that the squad leader, clutching the radio, realized the situation was dire. Without unified command, the players instantly descended into chaos. Some attempted to rush out for urban combat, while others huddled in place, defending haphazardly, resulting in utter pandemonium. I have engaged in combat with the enemy. They are a formidable group of magic wielders, possessing exceptional power. Xiao, accompanied by two injured subordinates, clambered onto the front of the heavy truck and shouted, "If my brothers trust me, follow my commands now." All eyes turned toward him, and although no one spoke, the chaotic movements ceased, each person fixated upon him, awaiting orders. Seeing no dissent, Xiao immediately issued a low, commanding order. All squad leaders, take your brothers and push the surrounding wrecked cars next to the heavy truck to quickly build a defensive barrier. The brothers, armed with heavy weaponry, promptly readied their equipment, poised for suppressive fire. Others occupied the nearby buildings and rooftops, forming crossfire positions. Each individual carried an explosive device. Should they be ambushed, they would detonate it, ensuring mutual destruction with the enemy. With a decisive leader, the players swiftly fell into an orderly formation. Together, they pushed the abandoned cars into the center of the road, constructing a makeshift defensive position around the heavy truck. A multitude of players surged into the roadside shops, toppling shelves to block the windows. The dark muzzles of their guns aimed through the gaps of the street. Just as they fortified their defenses, a group led by the fierce leader arrived in haste. His expression was grim, evidently displeased with the incompetence of his subordinate who had gone to deliver news, resulting in a stinging reprimand. "Oomph. Do they think they can stop me with these pathetic firearms?" The fierce leader sneered, waving his hand. "Charge. Capture them alive, but do not kill them." No sooner had he finished speaking than a dozen sorcerers in the ranks raised their staffs, chanting incantations in unison. The next moment, several flaming fireballs materialized, trailing long tails of flame as they hurtled toward the player's position. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out consecutively, and many players, having never encountered the sorcerers of this world, were caught off guard and instantly transformed into white light, respawning back at the base. Stay composed. Heavy fire. Suppress immediately. Urban Warfare Squad. Prioritize eliminating those sorcerers. Xiao Fan roared into the radio, then smirked as he detonated the explosives, annihilating that group of turtles. The TNT bombs, pre-placed beneath the manhole covers, detonated simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated the entire stretch of asphalt. The immense shockwave violently hurled a group of heavily armored warriors from the road, those closest to the explosion suffering internal injuries and dying instantly. Those farther away were also thrown, bones shattered and cries of anguish filling the air. The fierce leader's pupils constricted in shock. The entire wasteland was capturing these intruders. They had no chance of entering Dekulai Air City. Where on earth did they procure such powerful explosives? While he was still in a daze, gunfire erupted from the abandoned shops surrounding him. The sorcerers behind him screamed in agony, falling one after another as the urban warfare squad of players accurately pinpointed their locations. Damn it! The fierce leader finally realized he had underestimated this group of intruders, and the cost of his arrogance weighed heavily on his conscience. Fueled by rage, he lifted his great sword, an aura of battle energy enveloping him, and charged fiercely toward the player's machine gun position. He leapt high into the air, the colossal sword slicing down with a fierce wind, cleaving both the heavy machine gun and its operator in half. Such terrifying prowess left the surviving players in sheer disbelief. Yet this spectacle ignited the ferocity within them. A few players hastily retrieved explosives, roaring as they charged towards Lichy, only to be met by a swift stroke of sword energy that severed them in two, blood splattering across the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All squad leaders, push the vehicles to construct barricades. Heavy weapons, prepare for fire suppression. In the subterranean ruins, Xiao Fan, laden with the spoils of victory, suddenly heard urgent cries emanating from the intercom, his expression shifting dramatically. The group immediately discarded their supplies, seizing their weapons and sprinting towards the surface. In a mere 5 minutes, the battlefield outside had descended into utter carnage. The disparity in equipment and individual combat prowess resulted in catastrophic casualties among the players. Ammunition quickly ran dry, and the surviving players surged from every corner, clutching explosives as they hurled themselves at the enemy, resorting to self-detonation to buy precious time. Meanwhile, Lichy's side, fortified by robust armor and empowered by fighting spirit, dispatched the charging players with effortless ease. As the enemy approached the heavy truck, Xiao Fan quietly retrieved the last glorious grenade, prepared to perish alongside the foe, knowing that every second counted. The air crackled with tension as a deafening sound echoed. Crouching on the ground, Xiao Fan was propelled several meters back by the tremendous recoil of his weapon. Simultaneously, a bullet as thick as a thumb was propelled towards the rampaging Lichy. The moment Xiao Fan took aim, Lichy sensed the imminent threat. As the bullet closed in, he swiftly raised his sword to shield himself. The impact was thunderous as the bullet struck the blade, shattering the rune-etched sword into fragments. The residual force of the bullet collided with his armor, sending him flying into a nearby abandoned shop, raising a cloud of dust. After a moment, as the dust began to settle, Lichy emerged from the rubble, gripping the broken hilt. He saw Xiao Fan reloading ammunition and caught sight of Kimonayubi and others wielding exquisite weapons he had never encountered before, mercilessly claiming the lives of his subordinates, inciting a burning rage within him. "You, Shaxi, I will remember you. Just wait." With a venomous declaration, he dared not linger, fleeing in haste with the remnants of his forces. As the enemy retreated, the surviving players emerged from their cover, exhilaration from their narrow escape compelling them to cheer. Yet, when they counted their numbers, silence enveloped them. From an original company of over 1,000, along with an additional 200 emerging from the underground ruins, fewer than 400 remained alive. The wasteland proved perilously treacherous. "Commander, why didn't you just shoot that guy down earlier?" Nayubi, shouldering the ancient weapon, inquired with a perplexed expression. Xiao Fan slowly rose from the ground, dragging the magnetic rail heavy sniper with his left hand, while shaking his right fist vigorously, the joints cracking audibly. The crowd suddenly realized the truth. The tremendous recoil from the recent shot had dislocated the commander's shoulder. Should he fire another round, it was likely that his right arm would be rendered completely useless. Everyone silently gasped in astonishment. The recoil of this heavy sniper rifle was indeed fearsome. Xiao Fan instructed his companions to swiftly clear the battlefield, and then led the surviving players away from the desolate city. On their way back, the players who had just revived at the base surrounded Bai, each extending their hands to curiously touch the ancient weapon he held. Upon learning that the commander had promised to distribute one piece of equipment to each participant in the ruins, jealousy tinted their eyes red. They all silently resolved to log in early for future missions to stay close to the commander, for following him assured a share of the spoils. Xiao Fan sat atop the weapon box in the truck and turned to the player, Gani Lanzi, standing beside him, inquiring, "What is your name?" Called upon by the commander, Gani Lanzi hurriedly returned the borrowed weapon to Bai. He stood at attention, saluted sharply, and responded loudly. Reporting to the commander, Gani Lanzi. The truck fell into an immediate silence. The next moment, it erupted into uproarious laughter. Some players laughed so hard they doubled over, rolling on the ground holding their stomachs. Xiao Fan's expression darkened slightly, realizing his blunder. Gani Lanzi's face flushed a deep shade of embarrassment. His name, already laden with ambiguity, combined with such a serious reply, created an awkwardness that could fill an entire apartment. He regretted his impulsive choice of such a ridiculous name. Xiao Fan took a breath, quickly composed himself, and chose not to dwell on the name. He remarked nonchalantly, "Your on-the-spot command was quite commendable. In my presence, there are penalties for mistakes and rewards for merit." He gestured toward the assorted weapons piled in the truck, saying, "You may choose any one of these." Gani Lanzi was taken aback. Not only had he avoided incurring the commander's wrath due to his name, but he was also eligible for a reward. His heart raced with excitement, and he vowed to follow the commander unwaveringly from that moment on. He scanned the weapons in the truck and hesitantly asked, "Commander, may I choose any weapon?" Xiao Fan glanced at him and mused that he surely wouldn't dare to covet the magnetic rail sniper rifle in his possession. However, the next moment, he heard Gani Lanzi point at the weapon Xiao Fan had long cherished and say earnestly, "Commander, I want that anti-material sniper rifle of yours." In the underground base, numerous players bustled about. Without Xiao Fan's directives and with dangers lurking outside, the players refrained from venturing out. Instead, they seized the opportunity of Xiao Fan's return to explore the various facilities of the underground base. In the steam-filled underground greenhouse and the three-dimensional farm, a group of life-loving logistical players actively assisted in tending to the crops, harvesting ripe fruits, or trimming overgrown vines. In the energy chamber, a player, equipped with a wrench hanging from their waist, stands beside a steam turbine, studying the blueprints acquired from a nearby room. They proceed to conduct maintenance on some minor malfunctions of the turbine while subtly adjusting the electrical consumption of the entire base, making it more energy efficient. In the factory, another player, with a pencil tucked behind their ear, leans over a drafting table, exchanging ideas as they prepare to craft equipment from the collected scrap parts. The unique initiative of the players is fully manifested at this moment. No fool dares to challenge the control of the base, nor does anyone reckless use its resources for mischief. Moreover, being players from the Tianshao, they exhibit remarkable solidarity. The only perplexing aspect is the absence of female players. Yet, those in the know understand the reason. Once players log off, their characters require 3 days to perish. The wasteland is not particularly welcoming to female players, so they will only increase in number once the male players establish a firm foothold. Under the setting sun, a convoy slowly emerges at the horizon. Players around the base, upon recognizing the convoy as that of Xiao Fan and his companions, emerge from their underground haven like groundhogs, standing at the entrance and waving at the approaching vehicles. Players, armed and with cigarettes dangling from their lips, thoroughly relish this moment, resembling triumphant warriors basking in glory, graciously accepting the accolades of their comrades. As they disembark, the players swiftly open their backpacks to share the spoils of their expedition with their brothers. Various alcoholic beverages, vacuum-sealed food, and faded yet wearable clothing are displayed. Xiao Fan returns to the base amidst the salutes of the crowd. He first powers up the base computer and retrieves the base log, smiling with satisfaction at the accomplishments of the players during his absence. Pushing aside the display screen, Xiao Fan lights a cigarette and takes a deep puff. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed since the game launched. The time for the game update approaches, when the power from Mysterious System will officially descend. Each player with subordinate NPCs will soon realize that a significant transformation is imminent in this world. Indeed, at 11 o'clock that night, all players are forcibly logged off. Those who have yet to pledge allegiance to any Lord witness their bodies dissolve into golden light at that moment. In the minds of every native of Malachar Star with a subordinate, a voice resonates. Epoch 101 update begins. Lords with subordinates may now announce their plans for subordinate development. And this system will declare your update plans to all arrivals. The natives with player subordinates are momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the voice echoing in their minds. They humbly kneel, uttering meaningless prayers for the mechanical god to bless their lord. However, Xiao Fan knows that time waits for no one. In his previous life, the lord he followed missed a precious update announcement due to fervent prayers, resulting in players seeking better options and a significant loss of subordinates. The initial stages of development are of paramount importance, as players have invested little and face minimal pressure when opting to delete their accounts and start anew. Therefore, captivating players during this early phase is crucial for numerous lords. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan promptly uploaded his development plan for the base. In the real world, offline players flocked to the Jiuan official website. Various voices filled the air, those expressing grievances, seeking purchases, and forming teams. Among them, one comment section became particularly lively, dominated by female players' complaints about the game. I have preserved my virtue for 20 years, only to have it cheapened by virtual NPCs. This game harbors deep malice towards us female players. Goodness, this is a blatant discrimination against our female community by the gaming company. I demand that they accept oversight from the LGBT community. Oh God, you have no idea what we have endured. I feel that this game has inflicted serious trauma on my mind and body. I intend to sue the Jiuan Game Company. While there are those who wish to exploit the Jiuan Game Company for profit, some genuinely interested female players express their dissatisfaction, leaving other players astounded. Can this broken game really function this way? They haven't even invested in soft-hearted girls, yet those worthless NPCs benefit from it. Previously, they had wondered why they encountered so few female players, only to realize that once captured, these players logged off immediately, returning only 3 days later once their in-game characters had perished. The reasons for this are well understood. Otherwise, if one succumbs to loneliness mid-game, they would truly not be lonely at all. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the official website. Players quickly clicked to view it. Dear players, greetings! The Jiuan 101 update has been completed. In this update, we have fixed several bugs, optimized key elements, and introduced new systems. World Lord rankings. Players are ranked based on the total influence of their pledged lords, providing a reference for selecting new factions in the early, mid, and late game stages. First place, Shengmina Onluo, Saint of the Church of Light, possessing a powerful angelic lineage. Effect unknown. Second place, Defei Erding Nan, Prince of the Bice Federation, possessing a powerful dragon lineage. Effect unknown. Third place, Lu Feng, President of the Mage Alliance, possessing an elemental spirit lineage. Effect unknown. 10th place, Xiao Fan, codename Sand Scorpion, inherited lineage. Death resistance. Effect unknown. Wow, our commander has made the list. The commander is incredible. Ha ha ha. I knew I had chosen the right person. The commander is truly formidable. Although Xiao Fan's influence pales in comparison to the renowned figures of Malachar Star, his achievements cannot be overlooked. To secure a place among the top 10 amidst a sea of illustrious personalities, without any background or resources, is indeed a remarkable feat. Countless players from Tianshao and abroad were left bewildered, collectively pondering. How did Xiao Fan, who lagged behind in ninth place by a cosmic distance, manage to make the list? However, players can glean significant intelligence from the rankings. The top 9 represent well-known figures within the realm of the game. From the 10th position downward, one typically encounters lesser-known wild lords. Players may visit the official website to view their own lord and observe the lords to whom they have pledged fealty, thereby strategizing their future development within the game. Upon perusing this information, players promptly navigate to the lord interface, entering their lord's name. To their dismay, the screen displays praying. What absurdity is this? My lord is experiencing the same predicament. Is this truly necessary? Frustrated, I have long harbored disdain for this foolish individual and am now contemplating deleting my account to join one of the top 9, just as I did in my previous life. The player's mindset crumbles under the superstitions of their lord. What prospects could a ruler possess, so devoid of ambition and solely devoted to beseeching deities? In stark contrast, players aligned with Xiao Fan revel in the misfortunes of those whose lords have failed them, some even cursing their lineage, eliciting laughter from all around. Subsequently, they lean closer to the projection, meticulously examining their lord's plans for the future. Lord, Xiao Fan affiliated power, fourth calamity. Perhaps we are weak, yet we are boundless. I couldn't help but laugh, nearly spitting out my drink at the amusingly grounded name of this faction. By the way, how did the commander come to know the term fourth calamity? Is such a culture prevalent in the game world? Regardless, I continue to read. Base planning, military merit system, ranks, military reform, task levels, medal achievements, official launch. Military merit system. Lord Xiao Fan has announced the implementation of a military merit system for the future development of his subordinates. There are no distinctions based on background or gender. All rewards and resource allocations will be aligned with military merit. Completing tasks assigned by Lord Xiao Fan will yield corresponding military merit rewards. Ranks from lowest to highest new recruit. Veteran, elite soldier, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, general, marshal, temporarily held by Lord Xiao Fan. New recruit. Upon formally joining the fourth calamity, one will directly receive this rank. Veteran requires the 10 kills medal. Elite soldier requires the 100 kills medal. Corporal must participate in at least one squad-level command operation and complete the mission excellently. Military reform. The structure will consist of squads, platoons, companies, battalions, regiments, brigades, divisions, and armies. A squad consists of 10 individuals, with each higher-level unit capable of commanding 5 subordinate units. Task levels. Based on the varying difficulties of tasks. Future assignment from Lord Xiao Fan will be categorized as follows: easy, normal, difficult, brutal, hellish. Medals. Medals can be consumed to gain military merit bonuses in the next battle, and consumed medals will not be returned. However, they cannot activate the bonus state for the subsequent battle. 10 men slaughter. Requires a cumulative kill count of 10 enemies, granting an additional 10 military merit. 100 men slaughter. Requires a cumulative kill count of 100 enemies, granting an additional 50 military merit. Cold-blooded. In a single battle, an individual or combat unit must achieve an average kill count exceeding 100 missions of difficult level or higher, granting an additional 70 military merit. One man holds the pass. In a single battle, an individual or combat unit must kill 20 of the total enemy forces in that engagement in missions of difficult level or higher, granting an additional 100 military merit. Human butcher. In a single battle, an individual or combat unit must kill 50 of the total enemy forces in that engagement in missions of difficult level or higher, granting an additional 300 military merit. Divine armament descends. In a single battle, an individual or combat unit must annihilate the enemy forces in missions of difficult level or higher, granting an additional 1,000 military merit. The atmosphere in the Special Reconnaissance Group office, established directly by higher authorities for the fourth catastrophe, was thick with smoke. Chief, you must see this. A subordinate burst through the door, hastily approaching and handing a document to the elder seated at the head of the table. The elder extinguished his cigarette with a flick of his finger and swiftly perused the document. Upon reaching the crucial details, his previously solemn expression relaxed, even revealing a hint of a smile. I thought this epic was riddled with elements of Western angels and dragons, yet it conceals such authentic paths of the Tianqiao. His finger tapped on the name within the document, Lord Xiao Fan. The combination of fourth catastrophe and death resistance is quite intriguing. After speaking, he passed the document to a nearby staff member for circulation. Each person in the office read through the information, their faces reflecting astonishment as they exchanged glances in silence. Were it not for the clear understanding that this was merely a game, they might have firmly believed that this Lord Xiao Fan was indeed a genuine representative of the Tianqiao. He comprehended the desires of Tianqiao players remarkably well, whether it was the military merit system, rank structure, or military reform. The ability to charge in a battle based on achievements and ascend to the rank of general was far more exhilarating than receiving superficial rewards. Moreover, based on feedback from the Tianqiao players who followed him, the reviews were overwhelmingly positive. Xiao Fan never treated the players as mere pawns. Instead, he frequently fought alongside them, forging brotherly bonds with no airs of superiority. "Chief, shall we?" Someone ventured to inquire about the next course of action. The elder lightly tapped his fingers on the table and replied gravely, "Let us observe further and see what developments he will bring forth next." On the following day, as the game server was launched, the series of reforms championed by Xiao Fan ignited the fervor of the players. At the very moment the server opened, players surged like a tidal wave towards Xiao Fan's chamber, the door reverberating with the force of their knocks, almost collapsing under the pressure. The door creaked open slowly, revealing Xiao Fan, his muscular torso exposed, his chest and arms adorned with a multitude of scars that told a harrowing tale. There were grotesque bullet wounds, deep gashes that exposed bone, and marks resembling those inflicted by wild beasts. The once boisterous players fell silent, their eyes widening in astonishment as they fixated on those scars, their hearts filled with a profound sense of shock. It was difficult to fathom the brutal battles he had endured. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Fan inquired, a toothbrush clenched between his teeth and a porcelain teacup in hand, feigning ignorance. The leader among them, Ga Lanzi, exchanged a glance with Kinyo Bai, both managing an awkward smile. "Commander, we have come to collect our rank insignias." "Xiaoling, take them to receive their rank badges," Xiao Fan instructed casually. "Understood, master." A round, spherical robot suddenly emerged from the room, its half-exposed LCD panel displaying a crooked, comical smiley face that exuded an endearing sense of contrast. It turned out that after acquiring the black box the previous night, Xiao Fan had spent the night dismantling the outdated artificial intelligence, creating a brand new intelligent core. He had finally replaced the antiquated system in the base that had often provoked frustration. Now, the entire operation of the base was managed by this intelligent core, known as Ling Shu, and the spherical robot served as its mobile terminal. The players promptly followed the leisurely flying Xiaoling, flocking towards the central distribution machine in the hall. The initial ranks were uniformly new recruits, and although the metal insignias for the new soldiers were simple, the players clutched them tightly, their faces brimming with excitement. What a pity! Last time I wielded a machine gun, I must have killed over 100 enemies. If this merit system had been introduced earlier, I would have been promoted to elite soldier by now, lamented an experienced player, fondling his badge with a look of regret. "Whoa, what is this?" exclaimed Kinyo Bai, who had just received his insignia, as he inhaled sharply, a sensation akin to a mosquito bite prickling at the back of his neck. Xiaoling immediately fluttered to his side, the smiley face on its LCD panel wobbling slightly. "Master, last night, a large number of combat devices were hastily produced. The device you are wearing on your wrist is connected to the neural feedback device just implanted in your neck. In the future, you will be able to exchange merit points for desired combat chips. These chips are consumables. Once inserted into the combat device, they will instantly provide you with corresponding tactical skills and professional knowledge, enhancing your combat prowess." Wow, is it really that impressive? The players erupted in excitement, eagerly examining the black combat devices on their wrists. The most formidable aspect of technology lies in its replicability, which is the foundation of Xiao Fan's confidence in the face of sorcerers and high-ranking warriors. Are you physically weak? Then reinforce yourself through genetic modification or mechanical prosthetics. Is acquiring skills too time-consuming? Simply upload them to your brain as if downloading files to a computer. In summary, his technological path is no less formidable than those who rely on innate abilities of spiritual energy or magic. Wait, this is all in Chinese characters, a player suddenly exclaimed. As the crowd gathered closer, They were indeed met with the sight of the combat instrument's interface, which was exclusively adorned with Chinese characters, devoid of any foreign language. This revelation warmed the hearts of the players, making the controls feel significantly more intuitive. Wait, could one replicate their combat skills? The player who had previously achieved the 100-people slaughter accolade as a machine gunner paused, his finger gliding over the interface, his tone brimming with delight. Xiao Ling swiftly flew to his side, confirming with a scan and explaining. Indeed, you can transform your combat experiences into skill cards, which you can retain for personal use or sell to other warriors. There are no restrictions on downloading skill cards. All you need is to purchase nano storage chips from the military supplies depot using your merit points. However, when uploading combat experiences, the learner's brain will undergo slight damage. A minimal amount of uploaded damage is generally negligible, but a substantial upload in a short period can lead to brain overload, resulting in irreversible harm. After a brief pause, she added, one more thing to note. If the learner perishes before fully mastering the skill upon resurrection, the corresponding combat memories will be lost entirely due to the incomplete assimilation of knowledge, necessitating a fresh learning process. The players hardly paid heed to this risk, immediately surrounding the machine gunner and eagerly inquiring whether he would sell his combat experience. The machine gunner, invigorated by the interest, quickly pressed Xiao Ling for the price of the nano storage chips. Upon learning they could be acquired for just 10 merit points, he began to strategize how to compile his machine gun tactical skill card. By the way, are there any tasks available at the base? Has the commander issued any new orders? Someone eagerly pressed. At that moment, all participants were penniless, their minds solely focused on swiftly earning merit points to exchange for supplies and skills. Xiao Ling responded affirmatively and promptly connected to the central hall's projector. The enormous screen illuminated instantly, revealing a plethora of tasks, assisting factories in manufacturing and assembling weapons, overseeing greenhouse crops, hunting in the wasteland for resource collection, and maintaining the base's energy equipment, encompassing logistics, combat, technology, and various other fields. The players immediately selected tasks suited to their specialties and soon departed, tools in hand. As the sun ascended over the horizon of the wasteland, the fourth Cataclysm base operated like a finely tuned machine, humming efficiently with each individual diligently performing their role, leaving no room for idle chatter or laziness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Fan, freshened up, was seated in his workshop, munching on an unknown sweet and sour fruit. As players passed by, they glimpsed through the gaps of the drawn blinds, observing him rapidly tapping on the keyboard, occasionally glancing at the three monitors side by side before him, leaving them unaware of what he was engrossed in. In the wasteland, the motorcycle tires screeched against the ground, leaving behind a long, dark skid mark. Lao Tan, with a submachine gun slung over his shoulder and a bulging engineer's bag at his back, gazed at the endless expanse of desolate yellow wasteland. He lifted his hand to activate the combat instrument's sunshade, and data signals instantly connected to his visual nerves, projecting a series of orange markers across the wasteland. Beep, beep, beep. Iris projection task coordinates completed. He turned back and nodded to the 9 followers behind him. According to the new military structure of the base, these 9 individuals would henceforth be his team members. The group immediately dispersed, retrieving homemade landmines from the motorcycle's trunk and heading towards the designated yellow mark spot. Having previously provoked the motorcycle gang and the hyena clan, Xiao Fan was acutely aware that these two factions would not easily let go of the matter and would inevitably seek revenge. Given the current shortage of construction materials at the base, erecting a defensive wall was not feasible. Thus, laying landmines to create a blockade became the most practical and effective solution. Xiao Fan's plan involved leaving 2 passageways for daily travel while sealing off all other directions with landmines. With a swift motion, La Tan Sun Ke plunged his engineer's shovel into the earth, squatting down to excavate rapidly and decisively. Once the pit reached an appropriate depth, he retrieved a landmine crafted by Xiao Fan from his backpack. Following the tutorial from the iris projection, he carefully activated the safety mechanism and gently placed the landmine into the pit. He then quickly backfilled the earth, deliberately laying a layer of yellowed grass and pressing a few stones on top to camouflage it. This type of landmine, though not extraordinarily powerful, belonged to the category of bullet mines, measuring merely the size of a 3-centimeter thick iron pipe. Should someone step on it, the pressure would force the internal bullet downward, triggering the firing pin to ignite the primer. The 50 caliber bullet was sufficient to penetrate heavy boots and directly pierce through the lower leg, causing debilitating injuries. Fortunately, this type of bullet mine was easy to manufacture, and the base's warehouse had stockpiled a substantial quantity. It was more than adequate to secure a radius of 3 square kilometers, and it was unnecessary to scatter them everywhere. Constructing a few sections of minefields several hundred meters wide would suffice to create an effective defensive barrier. Chapter 15. Wasteland Fury. The scorching sun beat down upon the Lita wasteland. The radiation-laden heat waves swept across the hillside players. With Look at Me being awesome, S. Brown trench coat flapping vigorously in the wind. He held a telescope made from 2 iron pipes and 2 glass lenses, scanning the desolate expanse for any signs of activity. Since aligning himself with the commander, the player from the 4th Calamity had completed his transformation from prey to predator. Look at Me being awesome had accepted 2 missions: rescue the descendants and exterminate the locusts. The former involved seeking out players from Tianqiao willing to join the 4th Calamity, while the latter required eliminating members of the motorcycle gang and hyena clan within a 25-kilometer radius centered around the base. Each completed objective, whether recruiting Tianqiao players or taking down enemies, would earn him 2 merit points. Without any further ado, Look at Me being awesome, spoke up Lon Z. There's a group of people at your 3 o'clock. I can't see clearly. Could you go take a look? Damn. Next time you can pretend to be the scavenger. All right. Enough complaining. Next time it's my turn. With the advent of the combat device, the embedded communication system rivaled the in-game channels expected in such a setting. Communication was effortless, as one could transmit thoughts via the base's radar antenna, directly conveying their voice into the minds of players in the channel. Incredibly convenient. Through the telescope, upon seeing the opposing party's raised middle finger, Look at Me being awesome chuckled slyly. Leader, after an entire 3 months, we can finally indulge in a sumptuous meal. However, do not rejoice too soon. We must swiftly disassemble this 6-legged antelope and depart from this place immediately. The rugged man, his face cracked by the parching heat, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, urging his companions to hasten their processing of the prey. In this desolate wasteland, a single life may not even be worth 10 pounds of mutated creature meat. The dissection of a 6-legged antelope yields approximately 50 pounds of meat, which can be traded in Declare City for at least 5 by silver coins. These coins could procure hundreds of pounds of mutated horned tubers, sufficient to sustain the tribe for an entire month. Thus, for all scavengers across the wasteland, this 6-legged antelope is truly invaluable. Suddenly, a lookout in the distance blew a whistle, signaling a warning. Everyone immediately halted their actions and raised their weapons, readying themselves for any eventuality. Apart from a robust leader and a few other relatively sturdy individuals armed with makeshift firearms, the rest wielded simple spears. They formed a circle around the prey. Shortly after, Xiao Lon Z and his companions approached, observing from several dozen meters away. The leader and his group anxiously regarded Xiao Lon Z and his party. Noticing their fair skin, reminiscent of the noble lords within Declare City, the scavengers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the lords would abandon the safety of the city to wander the perilous wasteland, dressed like scavengers themselves. Yet, the well-traveled leader, after a brief moment of hesitation, quickly realized that these individuals were all descenders. The thought of the considerable bounty on descenders within the city made his mouth water. Others seemed to have caught on as well, glancing expectantly at the leader for orders. Ultimately, however, rationality quelled their greed. Typically, the few descenders they had encountered before fled at the mere sight of them. There was no reason for them to approach. Moreover, the expressions of these newcomers were far from panic. Instead, they scrutinized the scavengers with curiosity. What a pitiful bunch of destitute scavengers, Xiao and Lon Z thought, utterly speechless. Just then a support call from Kinwenyo Bai echoed in his mind. Lon Z, hurry back. I've spotted a group of players being pursued by the motorcycle gang, and their numbers are considerable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lon Z disregarded the indigenous scavengers before him and sprinted toward the distant hill. The fierce wind whipped around him, revealing the long spear strapped to his back. The leader's pupils dilated, and cold sweat broke out across his back. Thankfully, they had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, engaging with the newcomers would have led to their certain demise. watching the departing players. The leader hastily ordered his men to expedite the disassembly of the six-legged antelope and to vacate this perilous ground. Meanwhile, after sharing visual neural imagery, Bai discerned that the scavengers were not the target of their mission. He decisively abandoned his surveillance and turned his gaze elsewhere. Indeed, from a distance atop a small mound, he spotted a billowing cloud of dust, an unmistakable sign of a caravan passing through, raising the sand in its wake. A group of unfortunate souls found themselves bound and forcibly shoved into the vehicles of a caravan. It was evident that these were players being pursued by the indigenous inhabitants of this world. With a roar of engine, Bai mounted his off-road motorcycle and twisted the throttle to its maximum. He executed a drift to turn around and charge towards the caravan, accompanied by his loyal followers. The caravan soon realized the threat, and after a brief observation, they attempted to flee upon recognizing that the approaching figures were not allies. However, it was too late to escape. The gunner on a three-wheeled vehicle squeezed the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the foes riding rugged motorcycles ahead. "D!" shouted Bai as he accelerated alongside an enemy, planting his left foot firmly on the foot peg, rising to deliver a powerful kick that sent the adversary sprawling. The enemy's motorcycle twisted wildly, resembling a dance gone awry, before crashing to the ground, the sheer force propelling the rider across the sand, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Dazed, the enemy struggled to his feet, brandishing a makeshift pistol in preparation for a counterattack. In a swift motion, a steel pipe struck him in the back of the head, rendering him motionless on the ground. "Ah, the youth is indeed fortunate, falling asleep at once," chuckled the player as he stowed the pipe and revved his engine to follow Bai. In a matter of moments, the riders of the enemy caravan had been entirely dispatched. The remaining trucks, sensing the dire situation, blared their horns in alarm. Heads suddenly popped up from various corners of the trucks, including one adorned in a leather coat, festooned with an array of metal chains, who crawled to the rear. He chambered around and unleashed a torrent of fire from a heavy machine gun towards the approaching players. Damn it! 2 players fell victim to the onslaught, respawning back at their base. Bai glanced at his blood-soaked left arm, his mouth twitching in response to the pain. Typically, when pain reaches a certain threshold, the brain commands the body to release adrenaline, automatically severing sensory connections to block out the sensation. In severe cases, it can even induce shock to safeguard bodily functions. However, his skill, Si Wong Kongju, enforced a minimum pain threshold of 20, rendering him acutely aware of the discomfort without triggering the brain's protective mechanisms, which was indeed excruciating. Injured? Jay and I Lonzi, riding up beside him, noticed the crimson stain on Bai, his arm, and jest. "Why not bandage that up while I take care of the remaining foes?" "Get lost," Bai retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. "You take the left. I'll take the right." "No problem." They both notified their followers in the public channel to keep pace. Accelerating to either side of the truck, they positioned themselves in the blind spots of the enemy gunners. With a clatter, both players drew their shotguns, swiftly dispatching the enemies atop the iron railings. They then retrieved 2 hooks and secured them to the truck's rear bumper before activating a switch on their motorcycles. 2 plow blades descended from the rear of their seats. As the iron chains used for cushioning were pulled taut, the blades carved deep furrows into the ground. The speed of the enemy truck visibly diminished. Eliminate them. On the narrow walkways flanking the truck bed, the enemies brandished their weapons, launching attacks towards the players on both sides. The players were equally resolute, hurling explosive spears that wreaked havoc on their adversaries. The sound of gunfire echoed as 2 tricycles finally caught up, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the enemies flanking the truck bed. The truck bed was exceptionally sturdy, and the homemade machine guns lacked sufficient penetrating power, leaving only dents upon impact, failing to breach the surface. However, when the bullets struck the human targets, the outcome was drastically different. The enemies hit were either left maimed or severely injured, with entrails spilling onto the ground. The scene was gruesomely bloody. Suddenly, the truck driver heard a knock on the window. Focused on driving, he caught a glimpse of an unfamiliar face in his peripheral vision. Damn it! In a panic, he slammed the accelerator, while his co-pilot, armed with a shotgun, opened the door and aimed at Look at My Brilliance, ready to pull the trigger. However, on the opposite side, Smash Your Basket seized the opportunity, grasping the top of the window with both hands and delivering a powerful kick that sent both men tumbling out. What a kick! What mockery! The duo swiftly closed the door and exchanged triumphant smiles. They then maneuvered the truck, turning it around towards the base. Chapter 16. The inhabitants of the wasteland are no better than dogs. The two continued their relentless drive towards the base, accompanied by their respective subordinates on motorcycles. As they approached the outpost leading to the base, one of them spoke over the public channel. Instantly, several players emerged from within, carrying barricades made of angle iron, and opened the blocked road. The truck roared past. Look at my brilliance. Received 2 packages of native-made cigarettes from his arms, prompting the guarding player to exclaim, "Impressive, boss." Another bountiful haul. These 2 packages of cigarettes were undoubtedly different from those found in the base, clearly looted from the enemies. Not only had they annihilated the foes, but they had also conveniently seized a truck, marking a considerable profit. The convoy sped along. By evening, they finally returned to the base. "Brothers, come out. We are home," exclaimed, "Look at my brilliance," as he opened the rear cover of the truck bed, only to freeze in place the next moment. To his astonishment, the truck bed was filled with a mass of terrified natives, huddled together. They were ragged and gaunt, and upon seeing the players, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. "Look at my brilliance," and "Smash your basket," exchanged bewildered glances. "Wait, where are the rescued player brothers we were promised? Why are there only natives?" This situation was utterly absurd. After all their efforts, they had inadvertently brought back a group of local tribesmen instead of their comrades. One had to wonder, could this even count as merit? The news quickly reached Xiao Fan. He donned his windbreaker and hastened outside the base. Observing the disheveled, beggar-like inhabitants of the wasteland, he swiftly deduced the reason. Likely, the motorcycle gang had suffered significant losses at his hands, leading them to forcibly recruit members from the indigenous tribes as laborers. As fate would have it, Kinwanayubi and his companions inadvertently stumbled upon the motorcycle gang, mistaking their recruitment of members as an attempt to apprehend players, and thus they brought them back in a rather bewildered manner. Without further elaboration, Xiao Fan instructed Shaoling to pay the merit points, with each individual receiving 1 point recorded. Although the reward was half from what was initially anticipated, any gain is preferable to none, and both Kinwanayubi and Jani Lanzi refrained from voicing any discontent. Furthermore, a directive was issued. Henceforth, without my command, no one is permitted to capture the indigenous inhabitants of the wasteland. Xiao Fan did not look back, but could sense the calculations swirling in the minds of the surrounding players. While the number of indigenous people brought back this time was scant, they were as ubiquitous on the wasteland as rabbits in Australia. Rather than relying on chance to rescue players outside, directly acquiring indigenous individuals was evidently far more efficient. Thus, he must preemptively cut off this avenue. Upon hearing the command from their leader, the players around cleared their throats, quietly suppressing their intentions. They nearly found themselves in the same predicament as the British and American forces of Europe. The trade of slaves is unacceptable. We are civilized beings. Xiao Fan surveyed the crowd gathered by the vehicle and inquired, "Who among you is the leader?" From a throng, a robust man, trembling and shielded by others, stood up, defending a few elderly and frail women and children in front of him. "My lord, you may command us to do anything. I beseech you to release the children and women." The large man bowed repeatedly before Xiao Fan. After a brief silence, Xiao Fan raised his hand and pointed towards the path they had come from. "Follow this road straight ahead. After passing the outpost, you will exit my territory." With that, he turned and departed. His base resources were already limited, and some players, finding the food supplies exorbitantly priced, would rather perish outside the wasteland than purchase provisions, opting instead to have their teammates retrieve their equipment. If you were to take in these indigenous people, the supplies at the base would be insufficient to sustain everyone, ultimately leading to collective ruin. In the wasteland, one could maintain a conscience, but one ought not to be a saint, for such a path would only bring harm to oneself and others, a precious lesson he had learned through trials in his previous life. The indigenous people gazed at Xiao Fan's retreating figure, then glanced at the players who had willingly made way for them, hardly believing their eyes. Were they truly being let go? Although filled with confusion, no one dared to linger, hastily scrambling down from the vehicle, assisting one another as they hurried along the path marked by tire tracks. "Where is Sauerkraut brother?" "Lao Dan Sun Ga Si." Kinwanayubi, was too preoccupied to concern himself with the indigenous people's whereabouts, clutching over 100 military merit points. He began to shout exuberantly within the base. Upon hearing Kamwanayubi calling for him, Lao Tan Suin-Ke emerged from the maintenance shed, a half-wrench still in hand. "What is it? Summoning spirits?" Kamwanayubi immediately stepped forward, throwing an arm around his shoulder, a cigarette clamped between his lips, his gaze drifting towards the captured heavy truck not far away. "I heard you are quite skilled. Could you assist me in modifying this vehicle?" Lao Tan Suin-Ke shrugged off his arm, circled around the heavy truck, occasionally kicking the wheels and tapping the cargo bed before asking, "What modifications are you seeking?" "Make the power more robust for me. The protection on the cargo bed does not need to be so sturdy, but it should be lengthened and widened to accommodate more items," Kamwanayubi stated candidly. The rewards for the recycling missions at the base are indeed quite commendable. However, the previous inefficiency of the trailer was a significant drawback. Now that we possess this heavy-duty truck, it is imperative to modify it for recycling tasks, as it promises to yield far greater returns than venturing out in search of luck. Lao Tan Suan-Kai pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "No problem. 100 military merit points. Let's make it a little cheaper. If necessary, I can settle with soft sister currency as well." "Look at my brilliance," immediately began to haggle. Yet, Lao Tan Suan-Kai shook his head. "It cannot be cheaper. First, enhancing the engine's power necessitates either replacing it with a more powerful engine or modifying the turbocharger, both of which require costly materials that I must source from others. Furthermore, to extend and widen the truck bed, I can dismantle the current bed to reinforce the chassis, but the cutting, acetylene, and welding rods must be purchased from the base's supply department. 100 military merit points is already a friendly price." "Look at my brilliance," turned to A.N.I. Lonzi, who nodded in agreement, and promptly concluded, "All right, it's a deal." After the transfer of military merit points was completed, the two divided their tasks. J.N.I. Lonzi went to return the previously rented motorcycle. The rental fee was not cheap, and an extra day would incur additional costs. While Look at My Brilliance drove the heavy-duty truck to a nearby vacant lot. Lao Tan Suan-Kai was not one to delay. He quickly arrived with two subordinates, setting up a well-ventilated temporary tent beside the lot, and brought various tools in a small cart to commence the vehicle modifications. Meanwhile, deep within the wasteland, Zach, burdened with prey, stood atop a hill, gazing at the billowing smoke rising in the distance. A sudden chill gripped his heart as he realized something was amiss. He immediately called to his kin. "Quick, hurry back." When the group, panting and exhausted, returned to the tribe, they were met with empty makeshift shelters and a chaotic campsite. Pots and pans lay shattered across the ground, and the stored provisions had vanished without a trace. Zach collapsed to the ground, his hands pressed against the earth, his voice trembling. "It's over. It's all over. The tribe has been plundered, and our kin taken by the enemy, leaving only those few who went hunting. Chief, look at the tire tracks on the ground. They belong to either the bounty hunters from Daklayer City or the motorcycle gang. What shall we do?" A subordinate circled Zach, nearly in tears, his wife's fate unknown, desperation evident. Others echoed his sentiments, their faces etched with despair. Zach, overwhelmed by helplessness and resignation, realized that neither the bounty hunters nor the motorcycle gang were adversaries that his band of scavengers could confront. Furthermore, his son had also been taken. He had originally intended to return with prey to share with the tribe, only to find it in ruins. He sat there, dazed and slumped on the ground. The voices of his kin surrounding him felt muffled, as though separated by a barrier, leaving him utterly lost. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a sudden noise emerged from a nearby, small hillock. The group immediately stood up and turned towards the sound, and in the next moment, they erupted in joyous cries. It was their kin. They rushed forward, encircling their returning members, bombarding them with questions. What happened? How could the tribe be raided? How did you return? As they listened to the recounting from their kin, Zach and his companions stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief. Could such benevolent souls truly exist in this world? In the past, they would have been deemed no more than slaves, forced to toil until they could labor no longer, only to be buried in the earth as fertilizer, which would have been far more valuable than simply allowing them to go free. The tribe leader noted the considerable number of individuals present, and the tone of their speech unmistakably suggested that they were comprised of descendants. One tribesman edged closer to Zach, whispering a meaning that was all too clear. In the harsh wilderness, aligning oneself with a faction was the most prudent choice, of course, with the exception of the motorcycle gang and the hyena gang. Those two factions would relentlessly exploit them for labor without offering any benefits. Dying of starvation in the wild was preferable to being enslaved and worked to death at their hands. Zack found himself engulfed in uncertainty. The kindness shown in releasing their kin might stem from the belief that they held no significant value. If they proactively approached, they might well be rejected. However, with the emergence of the descendants, the already treacherous living conditions of the wilderness had become even more perilous. Especially with the recent alarming news of the motorcycle gang and the hyena gang having inexplicably lost many of their subordinates, now scouring the wilderness for fresh recruits. For the safety of his tribe, even in the face of possible rejection, he resolved to make the attempt. Chapter 17. The Scavengers Alliance. A group of laid-back players lounged in the lookout tower, their legs crossed, indulging in the nondescript fruits sourced from the base while puffing on cigarettes, their demeanor exuding absolute relaxation. This fruit, however, tasted akin to a soggy radish, bland and dry. Well, at least there was something to eat. Receiving merit points for 3 meals a day was a boon, and this task was highly sought after. Yet some still found cause for complaint. Meanwhile, another player in the lookout tower swung his legs and exhaled a plume of smoke, casting a sidelong glance at his companion. He had heard whispers of life, players planning to cultivate the land, though he remained skeptical. However, considering the intense radiation, it was uncertain what could possibly thrive. Yet, I have heard whispers of a plant known as Jiao Shu, which, despite its low yield, is unaffected by radiation and serves as the primary food source for the indigenous people of the wasteland. Someone discarded their cigarette, but, turning to their companion, "So, you aspire to be a farmer? Why not? It's an open game. Everyone has their own play style." The other chuckled, gazing ahead. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly seized the binoculars, peering into the distance to discover a throng of hundreds approaching, among them children. "Everyone below, stop the card game. We have a situation." He shook the bell. The players gathered around the wooden table immediately abandoned their cards and armed themselves. "Damn, who are they? I had a winning hand. Give it a rest. I had a royal flush, soaring like a springtime breeze. Can you even compare your hand to mine? Enough of the chatter. Let us go take a look." The two mounted their motorcycles and swiftly sped away from the outpost. Meanwhile, the lookout players rubbed their hands together, readying their triggers for the machine guns. Should there be any hint of hostility from the approaching group, they would be met with a barrage of fire. Before long, the players arrived at the front of the crowd, circling the group on their motorcycles. Jacques promptly raised his hands, signaling the crowd to kneel on the ground to indicate their lack of hostility. Only then did the players disembark from their vehicle, weapons in hand. Advancing towards the group, "What do you intend by approaching our territory?" Jacques and his companions were bewildered, merely watching as the other party's lips moved, unable to comprehend their words. "What are you doing?" one of the leading player's companions inquired. This remark immediately elicited disdainful glances from the others. They were the indigenous inhabitants of this game world. How could one treat them as if they were invaders? "Esteemed lords, we have come to seek refuge with you." Although Jacques could not understand the player's language, he hastily articulated his plea. The players may not have spoken the same tongue, yet they could comprehend the sentiments conveyed. The indigenous faction sought to join their base? How would that unfold? One player shrugged. "You ask me, but I am not the commander." Within the base, Xiao Fan was equally surprised. This group of indigenous people, who had been released just the previous day, had returned today with their families seeking to ally with him. He found himself deep in contemplation. After a moment, he recalled that the number of logistical players within the base was scarce. If he could recruit some indigenous individuals to work for free, it would indeed be quite advantageous. Their numbers were limited, and the base could support them in its early stages. He thus instructed the players at the outpost to escort them to the base, opting not to meet them in person. Instead, he directed them to the greenhouse farm, requesting their assistance in its maintenance. The additional individuals were given brooms to help clear the base's refuse. With Xiao Ling present, communication between both parties faced no barriers. Upon returning, the players were taken aback to find a group of indigenous people within the base, which struck them as peculiar. Jacques, overwhelmed with gratitude, sought out Xiao Fan, repeatedly expressing his thanks and pledging allegiance. To have a place that offered shelter from the sun and rain, along with guaranteed meals without the burden of strenuous labor, felt nothing short of a dream. He felt immensely relieved for making that bold decision. Days passed in tranquil monotony. One day, Jacques suddenly emerged from the greenhouse, clutching a small boy with a leaking backside and brandished a whip made of coiled wire, preparing to administer punishment. "Hey, why are you hitting him?" a player interjected, rushing to intervene. "This is none of your concern. Mind your own business." Xiao Fan dismissed the player, pushing aside the monitor displaying the greenhouse's surveillance footage. He stepped outside, instructing the meddlesome players to ignore the situation. "My lord, this boy was sneaking fruit from the greenhouse. I must teach him a lesson," Jacques declared, raising the whip once more. Xiao Fan seized his arm, uttering, "Let this be the last time. You should thank the Lord." Jacques kicked the boy's backside. The child promptly fell to his knees in tears, vowing never to steal again. The observing players glanced between the boy and the greenhouse, conjecturing the circumstances. To be so harshly punished for merely pilfering a small morsel seemed excessively futile. Yet, little did they realize that in a place where resources were scarce, such petty theft could cost another's life. If one were to endanger another's existence, any retribution would not be deemed excessive. Zach pounded his chest in assurance, promising that such incidents would never recur, imploring Xiao Fan for yet another opportunity. Xiao Fan silently nodded, disregarding him, and merely informed, "The base does not accommodate the ineffectual. You shall select 40 laborers to accompany the descender as convoy in search of supplies." Zach quickly acquiesced, seizing the child by the ear and dragging him to the tent in the camp. "Guard your child well from now on. The Lord is benevolent. Yet his generosity cannot be relied upon at all times. Should there be a next time, no one can guarantee the safety of your child." He took a piece of wood and seated himself, speaking in a low voice. "Each family must send forth a man to assist the Lord's subordinates in the search for resources." The crowd stood in stunned silence. Upon hearing this, the previously sympathetic mother seized her child's ear once more, unleashing a flurry of lashes that rendered the child wailing in despair. In truth, Xiao Fan did not genuinely wish to punish them. The logistics of the base could only sustain a limited number, and 50 individuals were sufficient for management. The remaining individuals could not simply be allowed to consume without contributing. Rather than keeping them at the base, it was more prudent to have them accompany the players in their quest for supplies. This would serve to enlighten them that the base is not a charitable institution, as well as enhance the players' efficiency, allowing them to focus on unexpected threats. He also pondered whether it was possible to shift the financial burden of these natives onto the players. Minimal wages, merely sustenance, would suffice. To sustain these laborers, players would have to purchase food from the base or venture out to hunt, thus promoting the circulation of a market within the base. Initially, players were reluctant to accept these natives, perceiving them as a burden that would escalate costs with the need to provide meals. However, once they learned that Xiao Fan offered 3 days of free labor, they immediately clamored for the opportunity. Free labor was an irresistible prospect. The more hands to assist in transporting supplies, the greater the efficiency. In an instant, the 40 natives were claimed. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiao Fan, while the base thrived in its development, a conspiracy against him was quietly unfolding. Chapter 18. Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? Bang! A player executed a precise 100-meter shot, bringing down a 2-headed ox instantly. Rising, he wiped his nose with a smirk of triumph. "Haha, my previous experience in shooting games has certainly paid off. My aim is impeccable." He whistled towards the distance. Zach and 3 companions swiftly darted from their cover, hastily advancing towards the prey. Without the player's instruction, they efficiently dissected the carcass, loading the prime cuts onto their motorcycle. For several consecutive days, the players observed that this group of natives appeared quite competent. Given their skill in butchering, the speed at which they processed game was worth the cost of 3 meals a day. Moreover, players discovered that by allocating the easily perishable offal to these individuals, they could determine the compensation owed. Thus, from initial skepticism to burgeoning demand, Zach and his associates found their clientele extending a month into the future. The players gathering supplies experienced a similar situation. Though the scavengers lacked formal education, they exhibited remarkable expertise in valuable components and materials. Organize the materials you have collected according to their varying values, neatly arranged, rather than carelessly tossing them into the vehicle as many players do. Often, after a haul, Only a few items proved to be valuable, while the majority must be discarded as scrap metal. Perched atop a hill, a player leisurely smoked a cigarette when he suddenly spotted a group of silhouettes on the horizon. He inquired in the chat, only to realize he was alone. Instantly, he raised his weapon and fired 3 warning shots, signaling to Jaku and the others to hastily conceal their quarry, while also warning the approaching group that they had trespassed on his territory. Upon hearing the gunfire, the strangers scattered in panic, prompting the player to surmise they were merely a band of feeble scavengers. "What is wrong, my lord?" "Just a bunch of scavengers." The player scoffed, observing the fleeing figures who were now returning towards him, a frown creasing his brow. He replaced the magazine while still holding the cigarette, ready to fire without hesitation should they attempt to rob him. In recent days, the player had grasped the survival rules of the wasteland. Trust no one but your brethren. Just days prior, a team of comrades had fallen victim to a group of bandits masquerading as scavengers, losing all their equipment and returning to square one. Equipped with a combat device that had an integrated language system, Jaku could comprehend the player's words. He silently observed the seemingly panicked scavengers. Suddenly, the rumble of engines filled the air, and the player's expression shifted. A cloud of dust emerged behind the fleeing scavengers. It became clear to him. It was undoubtedly a motorcycle gang or other factions pursuing the scavengers. What a stroke of luck! Free military merit and experience points were at hand. Is anyone nearby? A group of unidentified indigenous vehicles is chasing scavengers, and there are trucks involved. Brothers eager to make a fortune. Hurry over. Coordinates have been uploaded. Wow. Encountering such an opportunity. Wait for me. I'm right beside you, bringing my crew over. I've been searching for these people for days, and you stumbled upon them first. Wait for me. Laughter erupted across the public channel, and all nearby players abandoned their current tasks, racing towards the scene. Within 10 minutes, hundreds congregated at the slope, with squad leaders peering through binoculars from behind the mounds, quietly observing. The scavengers, having crossed the hill, caught sight of the approaching crowd and, frightened, turned to flee once more. However, they were quickly apprehended by the players, who shouted at them to calm down and run to the right along the slope. The player glanced at Jaku, who nodded and seized one of the individuals. Just as he was about to speak, he was astonished to discover it was a familiar face. "A man, is that you?" "The capture man replied, equally surprised. "Was your camp overrun by the motorcycle gang? How did you end up here?" The player impatiently observed the exchange between the two. "Enough of this nonsense. Let them leave at once." Zack nodded eagerly, indicating his understanding. "Under the protection of a Shaxi Lingzu, we are living quite well." After saying this, he pointed to a path, urging them to depart swiftly. Eamon glanced at the players, then at Zack. Ultimately, he led his tribe along the line indicated by Zack in their hasty escape. The pursuers of Ammon soon arrived at the base of the earthen mound. The players collectively raised their heads, taking aim with their firearms from the ground. In a single volley, they annihilated the unprepared riders. As the battle commenced, players lying in ambush behind 2 other slopes burst forth on their motorcycles. "Charge forth, brothers! Ha ha ha! I'm coming from military ranks and merit points. Let us annihilate them." The motorcycles landed heavily, stirring up clouds of dust. The players, brimming with excitement, exhibited no signs of fear regarding the war, their faces alight with a thirst for merit points and military accolades. Their greatest enemy was not the opposing force, but rather their own teammates. With resources scarce, those who hesitated would be left to fend for themselves. "Damn, let's follow suit." The players lying on the slope, seeing the enemy realize their precarious situation and attempt to flee, immediately mounted their motorcycles and charged out, leaving Zack and the others bewildered in the wind. It was their first encounter with such madness from the players. Damn it! Once again, these Shaxi adherents. The small leader, who had come to conscript, felt utterly cursed. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, he had stumbled upon this group. Yet he also understood that the Shaxi was expanding its territorial influence, as these adherents were now operating over an increasingly wide area. It would not be long before they encountered each other again. "Watch out!" The co-pilot of the off-road vehicle suddenly warned. The small leader, reacting just in time, witnessed an adversary leap directly from a speeding motorcycle onto his vehicle. "Bastard, kill him. Quickly. Your retribution has come." "How infuriating." "Just relax. It will only hurt for a moment." The player mounted the opponent, wielding a spade with force against his head. The blood-splattered face suddenly turned towards the small leader, revealing a grotesque grin. The small leader was horrified, frantically fumbling for his pistol. Before long, one person was thrown from the off-road vehicle, directly run over by the player's vehicle behind. Indeed, robbery is the swiftest means. How long must I wait to save for a car? Drawing a dagger from his waist, he tossed it aside, nonchalantly lit a cigarette, and remarked in the channel before turning to drive away from the group. Chapter 19. A wealth of talent, the enemy's capture convoy was no match for the hundreds of ravenous players and was swiftly obliterated. The players who commandeered the vehicles, understanding the camaraderie, left the bountiful spoils for their brothers who gained nothing. With a sharp brake, an off-road vehicle swung elegantly to a stop beside Zach. The player raised an eyebrow, boasting, "Isn't it impressive?" Zach gazed at the blood-soaked chest of the other, scratching his head, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, the player noticed Ammon beside him, his gaze sharpening with intensity. His right hand instinctively reached for the firearm at his waist. "My lord, listen to me. It is not as you think," Zach exclaimed, startled, as he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, otherwise. According to the regulations of the base, I have the authority to terminate you." The player replied coldly. Zach swallowed hard and pulled Ammon closer, stating, "He was once a chieftain of a tribe, just like me, but he has now fallen victim to the motorcycle gang and narrowly escaped their clutches." "Spare me your trivialities," the player interrupted, his finger tightening on the trigger. Zach hastily continued, "My lord, it is true that Ammon's son has escaped from the motorcycle gang and possesses critical intelligence concerning you. He wishes to share this information with you, pleading for your protection for himself and his kin." The player cast a skeptical glance at Ammon. Although unsure of what was being discussed, Ammon, sensing the scrutiny, quickly affirmed the veracity of his claims and emphasized the significance of the intelligence for the player. "You should have mentioned this sooner. Look at the trouble this has caused." The player exited the vehicle, patting Zach, who was still shaken. He instructed Zach to load their quarry into the vehicle and to accompany him to the base. As for his kin, they could wait outside the bridge outpost. Should the commander approve, they would be informed of their release. After Zach conveyed this, Ammon bowed in gratitude. The player merely scoffed, allowing him to take the passenger seat as he started the vehicle, heading toward the base. Xiao Fan tapped his fingers on the table, his demeanor grave. Ammon stood trembling at the doorway, unable to resist glancing furtively at Xiao Fan. The wilds are fraught with peril, shrouded in treachery. Is this truly the legendary wasteland, Shaxi? They are preparing to unite the motorcycle gang and the hyena faction for an assault on each other's encampments. One could not help but wonder whether the other side could withstand the onslaught from the two most formidable factions surrounding Dakla City. Was his decision too rash? With a slight gesture of his fingers, the player immediately understood, leading the two out of the office. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan gathered all squad leaders for a tactical briefing. Players scattered across the outer realms received the news and hastened to the base. In the canteen, over 200 players congregated, all seasoned veterans who had fought alongside him in formal battles. Noble lords and ministers, do they not have the same grit? Each one with newfound confidence rallied their own teams. This arrangement was fortuitous. Unscrewing his self-made thermos, he sipped a brew made from unknown leaves. Xiao Fan leaned casually against a dining table, exuding an air of relaxed authority, akin to a startup boss mingling with his employees. He reattached the cap of the thermos and set it aside, raising his gaze toward the players, some smoking while others groomed their nails. Their demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a disciplined army. They appeared more like a gang of street lords. The latest intelligence from my informants reveals that the motorcycle gang and the hyena faction have allied with other arrivals to mount an attack on our base. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony erupted within the canteen. What is this? The Jiche Dang and the Ligo Bang have joined forces. And now there are other invaders preparing to assault us? Who could it be? If I find out, I'll take matters into my own hands. From what I've gleaned from my informant, I surmise it is the Xiao Z and the Bang Z. Clearly, they have observed our commendable progress under the commander's leadership. Unable to defeat us in person, they now wish to reclaim their honor online. What more is there to discuss? My great-grandfather once subdued them, and now it is our turn to engage. If it were merely the Jiche Dang and the Ligo Bang, players might relish the excitement and remain unperturbed. However, with the Xiao Z entering this fray, the stakes have dramatically escalated. Should we lose this battle, both online and offline, They will be branded with a mark of disgrace. They are not some trivial faction. They possess a sense of pride. Xiao Fan smiled slightly. It is one thing for the Jiche Dang and the Lai Go Bang to unite. But to involve the Xiao Gui Z is akin to granting a buff to these players from the Middle Kingdom. If we do not thoroughly vanquish them, we shall be deemed defeated. He clapped his hands to silence the crowd. Gan Wao Nu Bi, Gan Ni Lan Zi, Lao Dan Suan Kai. At once, 3 individuals stepped forward from the ranks and stood at attention, saluting. Xiao Fan announced, I hereby appoint you as temporary captain lieutenants, each commanding 5 companies of 250 men. Your team members will serve as first lieutenants for their respective companies, overseeing 5 platoon leaders who will be second lieutenants. Lighting a cigarette, he took a puff, resting his right hand on the table while snapping his left fingers. Xiaoling promptly projected a map, revealing a 3D topographical view of the area within a 30-kilometer radius of the base. He circled a specific area on the projected map, indicating a semi-arc. Lao Tan Swan Kai, your battalion is the engineering battalion. It is imperative that you deploy anti-tank mines within the designated area I have outlined. I am not concerned about the enemy's invaders. We can use our bodies to lay mines for the Jiche Dang and the Lai Go Bang. When the enemy approaches the base, we will have ample time to launch a counterattack. My concern lies with the potential incursion of their armored personnel carriers. Should that occur, we would have no chance to withdraw reinforcements. Pausing for emphasis, he continued, furthermore, once hostilities commence, you will be responsible for troop transport, ammunition supply, and mechanical maintenance. Lao Tan Swan Kai, we guarantee the completion of the mission. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Qinwen Bai. You have participated in a formal battle alongside me before. This time you will serve as the primary force on the front lines. The outer minefield will act as an invisible wall. We only need to secure the access point from the base to the outside world. The enemy, unwilling to expend troops on mines, will have no choice but to launch a frontal assault. They will inevitably collide head-on with the 1st Battalion, led by Qinwen Bai. Before the other could finish speaking, Xiao Fan interrupted, asking, if you were to deploy the positions, how would you arrange them? Qinwen Bai promptly approached the projection, gazing at the defensive positions outlined by Xiao Fan. He quickly envisioned a crescent-shaped fortification in his mind, with trenches interwoven in a manner that would easily confuse any intruder. However, for players equipped with combat instruments, such a predicament is utterly non-existent. Upon discovering that the adversary had indeed excavated anti-artillery trenches, a satisfied smile graced his face. At the very least, after being struck by rocket artillery previously, the enemy had learned to be wary of our bombardments. Yet, certain deficiencies remained. The machine gun positions were adjusted to the flanks, creating a crossfire. What if the frontal machine gun fire proves insufficient and the enemy charges directly? The commander, Xiao Fan, chuckled lightly. Firstly, by positioning the machine gun emplacements on either side of the front line, we significantly reduce the probability of suffering a devastating volley from the enemy's rocket artillery, which could annihilate us in one fell swoop. Even if they prioritize neutralizing the flanking machine gun positions, they will waste 2 rounds of rocket artillery fire. By the time they have reloaded, our artillery will have established fire superiority, allowing others to replace the fallen machine gun teams. Secondly, if the frontal firepower is excessively fierce, the enemy will be compelled to veer towards the flanks, with a battalion of 50 soldiers. Attempting to cover every corner will drastically weaken the overall defensive strength of the line. By situating the machine gun positions on the sides, the enemy, seeking to evade our heavy fire, will charge directly at the frontal emplacements, thereby enabling us to divert more forces to engage them in close combat. We are conducting a defensive battle. Our base is significantly closer to the front line than theirs, thus we have no fear of engaging them in a meat grinder scenario. Do you understand? The player, Qinwen scratched the back of his head, realizing how he had overlooked this strategy. Indeed, he felt rather inexperienced compared to the commander. He called the troops back to formation and summoned Gani Lan Zi. How will you deploy your positions? Asked Xiao Fan, with a serious expression. Gani Lan Zi scanned the map before swiftly arranging it on the 3D model. He completely abandoned the deployment directly behind the central section of Position 1, instead opting to establish 2 separate defensive lines 300 meters behind the protruding flanks of Position 1. Share your thoughts? Xiao Fan inquired with a smile. Gani Lan Zi explained. Firstly, The base is only 25 kilometers from the front line. I have calculated that the journey from the base to the front line would take no more than half an hour on foot. With vehicles, we could arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Given this, the second line at the front requires minimal defenses, even with a strategic oil tactic. We can halt the enemy beyond the first line. Xiao Fan smiled gently and asked, what if the enemy deploys extraordinary combatants to charge through under heavy fire? Lanzi lightly touched his flanking positions and replied coldly, then I will instruct the brethren at the flanks to actively engage in a pincer movement, severing their reinforcements. The engineer battalion will support the front line, coordinating with the 2nd Battalion to encircle and concentrate fire upon the enemy, sacrificing the entire 2nd Battalion if necessary, to allow the 1st Battalion to consolidate the position. The engineer battalion will then continue to monitor the enemy. This strategy will also serve as a deterrent, compelling the enemy to remain cautious of our flanking positions during their assault, lest they commit all their forces to the frontal engagement. Otherwise, if we manage to encircle them, their defeat is inevitable. The players listened intently to Lanzi's explanation, casting sidelong glances at one another. Such ruthlessness. Indeed, Xiao Fan turned his gaze towards Lao Tan Suankei. Lao Tan Suankei did not establish a defensive line, but rather focused on meticulous planning of the two sides' positions. I will erect anti-tank stakes at this location, here and over there, to thwart any armored units that may attempt to launch a crushing offensive against our positions in conjunction with infantry. Additionally, I propose to augment these areas with anti-armor units. If the commander could provide me with some TNT and permission to utilize the base's machinery, I could lead our comrades in the rapid production of a batch of makeshift anti-armor rocket launchers. Furthermore, I wish to position a battery of artillery in ambush here, on standby. In our last encounter, I calculated the approximate range of the enemy's rocket launchers, which is around 800 to 1,000 meters. However, material constraints remain an issue. The fabrication of rockets is not overly complicated. Should the commander consent, I can mobilize a team to construct a multiple launch rocket system that can be transported by motorcycle. The moment the enemy's rocket launchers become exposed, we can initiate a counter barrage to obliterate their long-range firepower. The player inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "What a talent!" It was surprising to discover that each of the brothers in the base possessed remarkable skills, creating a veritable pool of talent. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. The meeting was adjourned, and today's operational plans were deemed confidential. Those present were strictly forbidden from disclosing any information. The player acknowledged this understanding. If the deployment details were shared with all players, it could lead to an opportunistic player boasting on the official website, which would be detrimental. Chapter 20. Luring the enemy, the player was diligently preparing, striving to finalize the deployment of positions before the enemy launched their assault. Meanwhile, the script was already harboring sinister ambitions, quietly activating its betrayal skills. It not only withheld the information regarding the player's deployment from the motorcycle gang and hyena gang, but also intended to collude with the Tianqiao players, using them as pawns to annihilate the indigenous alliance forces. In due time, the resources from both the enemy and friendly camps, combined with Xiao Fan's base, could be seized, allowing them to firmly establish their foothold in the wasteland. This scheme was indeed treacherous. How to respond? The enemy intended to send individuals to verify and even requested our personnel to guide them to the base. Simple. You can just reply that players have already warned the commander that, to prevent information leaks, no subordinate forces will be recruited at this time. We can blend them in, but each position must establish checkpoints, requiring identification badges for entry, ensuring they cannot exploit the opportunity to scout our positions. They also proposed a cooperative plan to feign a retreat in the first wave of battle, relinquishing the first position to entice the motorcycle gang and hyena gang to advance. Once they enter, we will charge to reclaim the position and capture the enemy in one fell swoop. The next day, we will assist them in disrupting the enemy's command decisions, ultimately seizing the base. The enemy would not turn out to be like Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou, taking without returning, would they? Lao Tan Suankei remarked. Kenwan I share the same concern. Thus, we can concede the frontal defense of the first position to them. We will preemptively fill the trenches with explosives. Should they dare to play act for real, we shall tear off the facade without hesitation. Regardless of the final outcome, we shall not suffer any losses. Agreed. The next day. Oh, is it that time already? Are you really going out to gather supplies, esteemed leader? With a grin, I handed 2 cigarettes to the brothers at the outpost. I ventured out for a stroll, keeping an eye out for those little devils attempting a sneak attack. Thank you. I waved to the people below. Release the horse. As the refusal horse was moved aside, I drove the truck away with my subordinates. The heat was oppressive, and the scorching air shimmered and warped. In a secluded corner, I sat in the driver's seat, pushed the door open for ventilation, and quietly awaited. Leader, they have arrived. I glanced at a few dark figures in the distance, but remained silent. The players in the vehicle swiftly disengaged their firearm safeties, chambered their rounds, and stood at the ready in the truck bed. Is it you, esteemed one? Are you Xiao Fan? Hello. The newcomer immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle and then smilingly inquired, May I ask if you have brought the items? I snapped my fingers, and a subordinate immediately handed over a rolled-up blueprint. Upon seeing this, Xiao Fan became agitated, reaching out to snatch it for inspection. However, I placed my feet on the car door, raised my right hand sharply, and reclaimed the blueprint. The smile on Xiao Fan's face instantly froze. What is your intention, esteemed one? I smirked slightly. Payment upon delivery. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and signaled to a subordinate beside him. That subordinate promptly logged off and soon logged back in, nodding at him. I urged my subordinates to keep a close watch on the surroundings, while I also logged off to check my account, quickly receiving a notification that the final payment had been credited. I logged back in and handed the position deployment map to Xiao Fan. There is only one route into the base. All other areas are laden with anti-infantry and anti-tank mines. It is utterly impossible for you to attempt a flanking maneuver. I have been appointed by the commander as the captain of the frontline position, responsible for the defense of this sector. This map clearly outlines our deployment and firepower configuration. Xiao Fan did not readily trust my words, memorizing the general markings on the map, and immediately handed it over to a nearby subordinate for safekeeping. Esteemed one, could you take me into the base to observe the position firsthand? I nodded. No problem, but to avoid exposure, I can only take you in alone. Previously, someone had warned the commander that the base is on high alert, and bringing in too many people could easily leak information. Xiao Fan waved dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. After all, this is just a game. Even in the event of an accident, it is not true death. As long as I can verify the situation at the position, subsequent plans will be secure. Oh, how did you return so quickly, esteemed leader? There was not a soul in sight outside. I recalled that there were still details to refine in the operational deployment. So I returned to convene a meeting with Lan Zi and the others to finalize it. The refusal horse was moved aside once more, and I personally drove, taking Xiao Fan, who was seated in the passenger seat, into the base. As the vehicle passed through the encampment, Xiao Fan hastily pressed his face against the window, his gaze intently scrutinizing every corner of the base, meticulously comparing the unfolding scenes with the strategic layout in his mind. Suddenly, with a jolt, Bai halted the vehicle, disembarking along with Xiao Fan and several subordinates. Just as they were about to enter the encampment, 2 guards obstructed their path, demanding to see their rank insignia and combat instruments. You all return to the base and inform Lan Zi. I will take a stroll around the encampment myself. Understood, boss. One of the younger members responded, leading the perplexed Xiao Fan back into the vehicle. A wave of doubt washed over Xiao Fan. They had clearly agreed to investigate the encampment together, so why the sudden change of plans? However, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the guards, he became uneasy and quickly lowered his head as he climbed back into the vehicle. What was truly happening? The driver, wearing a serious expression, replied, I mentioned before that the base is currently under full alert. We did not anticipate that the commander would enforce such stringent checks here. You lack both rank insignia and a combat instrument. Had we not intervened, you would have been exposed. The level of vigilance was indeed alarming. Xiao Fan felt a flicker of anxiety in his eyes, his heart racing. 2 hours later, upon returning to the base, Bai swiftly pulled Xiao Fan aside and hurriedly shoved him into a truck, leaving only the words, We must leave immediately. What has happened? Bai Jun? Bai abruptly turned, his tone fierce as he questioned, Have you sent others to infiltrate the base for intelligence? Xiao Fan froze momentarily. How could that be? Do not waste time with such trivialities. My subordinates have reported that the commander has detected infiltrators within the base and is now conducting a thorough investigation. The image of players from the Bangzi kingdom flashed through his mind, and he inwardly cursed. Surely they had not sent someone in behind his back? He could not help but lament that this group of Bangzi was more adept at sabotaging than accomplishing anything. What was supposed to be a day of clarity regarding the enemy's encampment had now been thrown into disarray by their meddling. At that moment, the disadvantages of lacking unified communication became glaringly evident. Although the players from the Bangzi kingdom were ostensibly allies, they harbored their own ulterior motives, secretly sending individuals to infiltrate the base for reconnaissance. This inadvertently provided the Tianqiao players with an opportunity to set a trap. Upon returning, the two sides would inevitably bicker heatedly over this matter. When they were compelled to lay their cards on the table, comparing the strategic maps they had each acquired from the Tianqiao players, they would discover that the contents were identical, leading them to fully trust in the authenticity of the schematics. After all, it was merely a game. No one would be foolish enough to neglect readily available benefits, instead expending great effort to orchestrate such a deception involving numerous players. The events unfolded precisely as the Tianqiao players had anticipated. Upon returning to the camp, Xiao Zhilang immediately engaged in a fierce argument with the Bangzi player Li Ziyan. To ease the tension, both parties retrieved their respective strategic maps to exchange trust. As they examined the documents closely, they found that the content of both maps was impeccably aligned. At this moment, they were convinced that the encampment layout provided by the Tianqiao players was indeed genuine. Chapter 21. The Hidden Blade in the chat group. Players were fervently discussing the recent infiltration for intelligence gathering, their words laced with disdain. Damn it, I really let a whole Pacific Ocean of opportunity slip away this time. Those bastards can't even act, and yet they expect Li to perform. Indeed, and what about those little devils? They think they're being discreet. I could spot them jotting down notes with just a glance while walking by. They were practically shoving their hidden notebooks in my face. Sometimes acting can be exhausting, but this time they were generous, handing us over 3 million in total. Once the battle concludes, each brother will surely pocket at least 1,000. How delightful! Laughter erupted among the prominent figures in the conference room as they imagined the fury on the faces of the little devils and the bastards once they realized they had been duped by players from Tianqiao. Have our people infiltrated successfully? Report, sir. Over 30 individuals have joined the Xiao Fan faction, one of whom has even risen to the position of second lieutenant, responsible for frontline combat at position 1. I believe his rank will surely elevate after this battle. The commander nodded silently. He understood that this second lieutenant's position was merely temporary. Post-battle, he would revert to being a new recruit. If it weren't for his exceptional combat skills that earned him the selection by Look at My Brilliance, he would have likely remained an ordinary player, serving as a mere foot soldier. On the battlefield, players were still reinforcing their defenses when a piercing alarm suddenly echoed overhead. Everyone swiftly dove into the trenches, bracing for action, while some logged off in haste, urgently calling friends for support. Damn, what a timing. I was halfway through my business when I had to rush online. Seriously, I just unwrapped my takeout. You all are lucky. I was in the midst of a poker game with my girlfriend, clinging to my flimsy title. 666. My dude is truly impressive. Players lay in the trenches, gazing into the distance. They spotted a sea of heads on the hillside beyond the blockade, roughly estimating over 30,000, more than 10 times their own numbers. These little devils certainly didn't tell us the truth. In the command post, Look at My Brilliance raised his binoculars, sneering. A moment later, a voice echoed in his mind. Got you, basket. Wasn't this anticipated all along? Although the enemy outnumbers us 10 to 1, their greatest reliance lies in the cooldown for resurrection. More importantly, players from Tianqiao are known for their modesty and restraint, never boasting about Xiao Fan's innate abilities as Western players do. Treasures must be concealed until the time comes to share with brothers when recruiting. This has led to an insatiable curiosity from the outside regarding Xiao Fan's talents. Yet not a whisper of information can be unearthed. After all, this is a secret among our own. Players not of the same faction cannot hope to extract anything from them. Otherwise, how would we prevent foreign elements from infiltrating our ranks? Is this the intelligence you gathered? The expressions of Liao Qi and Kuang Nu darkened as they surveyed the organized enemy positions in the distance. their faces so grim they could practically drip with water. Previously, it was clearly stated that the adversary was pitiably weak, yet behold this fortified position. One might doubt their lack of preparation exceeding 3 days, even if 2 were to perish. My lord, indeed, they appear feeble in our eyes. However, the reason they were forewarned of our impending assault lies solely with you. For earlier, you allowed your subordinates to escape. They likely leaked information intentionally to seek retribution. With a furious glare directed at Xiao Fan, he was incensed that this individual dared to publicly expose his own vulnerabilities. Had it been in the past, such a character would have been long relegated to the reserves. Yet, given the necessity for the adversary to serve as cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy, he suppressed his indignation and refrained from further remarks. Coldly, he declared, "In that case, let us witness your prowess." A glint of cold amusement flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes as he respectfully replied in his somewhat unrefined native tongue. "Rest assured, my lord, merely enjoy our performance." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Ziyan beside him. Li Ziyan, arms crossed, bore a handsome visage that betrayed indifference, yet excitement lurked beneath his gaze as he observed the encampment. Although this was merely a game, it served as a genuine simulation of warfare. Should he manage to breach the defenses of the Tianqiao players on the front lines, Li Ziyan would become a hero of the Bucane nation, garnering admiration from across the globe. This was his objective, starkly contrasting with Xiao Fan's far-reaching and ambitious aspirations. "Kill the chicken to scare the monkey," shouted the commander of the Little Devils, raising his dagger. In the next moment, a tidal wave of Bucane and Little Devils players surged down the slope, charging fiercely towards the Tianqiao players' position. As they entered the attack range, fueled by a desire for vengeance for their homeland, the Tianqiao players opened fire immediately, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the Little Devils and Bucane players. "Hot tot tot. Oh, damn it, that hurts. Curse my leg. My leg." In mere moments, the Little Devils and Bucane players fell like cut wheat, collapsing in droves. Even with their pain thresholds set to maximum, their pampered existence had left them unprepared for such a relentless barrage. Fear etched upon their faces, they clutched their wounds, wailing in despair. "Come on, don't disgrace the Bucane nation. Get up and charge again if you aren't dead." Bagayara, was it not said that the enemy would cooperate and relinquish their position? Why is their firepower still so fierce? The expressions of both commanders turned grim. However, it was not only they who wore troubled looks. Bai could not help but let a grimace escape his lips, cursing in the channel. Damn. What instructions were given to the company leaders? "All of you, rein it in." The company leaders found themselves equally exasperated. They had clearly stated to ease off the fire. Why, once the battle commenced, did the brothers become so bloodthirsty? Brothers, annihilate these Little Devils. Ha ha ha, merits. So many merits, we're going to strike it rich. So exhilarating. Little Devils, come on. Hot tot tot. For heaven's sake, take it easy. Were we not told to ease off? Orders cascaded down to the squad leaders at various positions. After receiving a reprimand, the squad leaders promptly stowed their weapons, patrolling their squads. Upon seeing their comrades' frenzied state, they delivered a sharp kick to the rear, compelling them to regain their composure. 5 minutes later, the firepower on the front lines had barely diminished. Yet, some individuals, driven by a desire for merit, stealthily fired a few extra rounds into the crowd. Fortunately, Bai had already taken precautions with the Japanese and Korean players, asserting that not all participants could be swayed, and encountering a minor offensive was to be expected. Thus, the opposition should remain unaware for now. Gradually, the intensity of the firepower dwindled to half of its initial strength, with even the machine guns on both sides only sporadically firing a few rounds. The Japanese and Korean players finally managed to breach the first front line. Damn it, The players from Tianqiao and the Japanese and Korean factions instantly became entangled, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat within the trenches. Despite the fervor of the players on the front lines, the disparity in numbers was too great, leading to the swift loss of the first position. "My lord, did you see that? This is our strength. Now, we can let your forces advance behind us." Lichi and Kwangru exchanged glances and immediately commanded their subordinates to join the fray. Give them a beating. However, as the members of the Hyena Gang and the Motorcycle Club charged forward, the machine gun nests on both sides of the first line opened fire with full force, sending them scrambling for cover. The two leaders were taken aback and quickly ordered their troops to charge behind the descenders. Meanwhile, the Tianchao players on the flanks paid no mind to the Japanese and Korean players in the trenches, focusing their firepower on the indigenous forces. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Qin Wenyo realized that the Japanese had not followed through on their agreement to turn against their allies, but instead were collaborating to eliminate the Hyena Gang and Motorcycle Club. They emerged from the trenches and headed straight for the rear base. I knew it would come to this. Qin Wenyo fumed, casting aside all hesitation and ordering the detonation of the bombs in the trenches. Amidst the thunderous explosions, both groups of enemies were buried in the battleground. Suin-Kei, immediately send your engineering reserve to seal the breach. Lao Tan Suin-Kei replied with a stern expression. Understood. Baka, the enemy has deceived us. The treacherous Tianchao, Xiao Zhilang, and Li Ziyin seethed with rage at the sight of their subordinates being obliterated. The decision to place so many explosives not on the front lines, but rather in the narrow trench, clearly indicated a trap laid for them. They had initially hoped that the Hyena Gang and Motorcycle Club would hold off the Tianchao players, allowing them to rush towards the enemy base and secure victory. Yet now, it was evident that this was merely a scheme devised by the opposition. At this juncture, both sides had completely revealed their cards, leaving no room for pretense. The reserve forces of the Japanese and Korean players immediately joined the battle, aiming to rush through the gap in the front-line defenses before it could be repaired. Chapter 22. The flames of war ignite completely. What is the situation on Xiao Fan's side? In the conference room, the commander took a sip of tea, setting the thermos aside, and inquired. Report, Commander. According to the intelligence relayed by our personnel, our forces have officially engaged in battle with the Japanese and Korean players. Our position was initially intended to be relinquished in accordance with prior communication with the opposing side, allowing us to encircle the indigenous forces from both flanks. However, the Japanese and the players from Bacane Nation acted treacherously, planning to have the Hyena Gang and the Motorcycle Club stall us while they themselves rushed toward the headquarters. Oh! A wave of surprise washed over the crowd, and anxiety gripped their hearts. Was the headquarters on the verge of being breached? Observing the situation, the secretary smiled and reassured. Rest assured, Commander, the enemy's vanguard has been completely annihilated, and the engineering battalion led by Lao Tan Suan-Kai has already stepped in to reinforce the defensive line. He paused, his expression becoming somber. Nevertheless, I still believe the situation remains precarious. The enemy has grossly misrepresented their numbers. The forces they have deployed are a staggering 10 times ours, launching a frenzied assault on the front lines. I fear that, the commander interrupted him. Do not worry. Let us not forget that there is still one individual who has been observing without intervening. The crowd looked on with puzzled expressions, only to suddenly grasp the implication moments later. Indeed, they had been so focused on the players and the battlefield that they had overlooked the presence of Xiao Fan. This lord, during his initial encounter with the players, he had adeptly led them in a small-scale positional battle, showcasing remarkable leadership and command abilities on the battlefield. His current silence indicated that the situation had yet to escalate to a level of concern for him, suggesting he had reserved a strategic advantage. The official forum for Duan had suddenly become extraordinarily vibrant after days of dormancy, even surpassing the popularity of the top 9 sections. The blazing flame icon next to Xiao Fan's avatar was a testament to the immense activity in the comment section. Players from various nations noticed this anomaly and flocked to the forum to witness the unfolding drama. Bakayara, how dare you act treacherously? Ziba, the people of Tianchao truly are hypocritical, presenting one facade in public while concealing another. Oh, do you not understand the meaning of cunning in warfare? You cannot endure, even at this early stage. Indeed, if you are unconvinced, come to the front lines and contest us. To be outmaneuvered and then to bark here is utterly disgraceful. With 5,000 years of civilization, what kind of battleground and stratagem have we not encountered? Your paltry tactics are laughable. You think to incite rebellion among us. Have you been watching too much television? In both reality and the game, do you truly consider yourselves our equals? The forum's comments featured an automatic translation function, allowing players from various countries to instantly grasp the situation. It turned out that players from Tianchao and the Japanese and Bacane nations had clashed within the game. By the looks of it, tens of thousands were involved on both sides, qualifying it as a significant battle in reality. The Japanese and Beikei players initially aimed to incite rebellion among Tianqiao players, only to find themselves duped after pouring over 3 million into the conflict. Truly an embarrassment on a global scale. As the forum's activity surged, more participants joined the discussion. Players from numerous countries, whether out of fear of Tianqiao's might or due to their allegiance to the Western Bloc and geopolitical tensions, voluntarily entered the fray to support the Japanese and Beikei nations. A rough tally indicated that players from countries such as Jiaizhai, Yaoqiao, and Asan prepared to join the battle, totaling a staggering 100,000, an overwhelming force indeed. Upon witnessing the situation, individuals such as Kinwan Nayubi inevitably felt a surge of anxiety, for the disparity in numbers between the two sides was indeed staggering. The leaders within the conference room furrowed their brows, while other prominent figures glared with fury, striking the table in frustration. A band of brutes. They truly feared not reason, but force. In hindsight, they should never have been afforded an opportunity during the reckoning. Although this was merely a game, it reflected numerous real-world issues. These factions, whenever given a chance, sought ways to undermine Tianqiao. With a snap, the leader lit a cigarette, inhaling leisurely as he remarked, "It seems our Xiao Fan lord is under considerable pressure this time. With so many nations uniting against Tianqiao players, even without a concentrated assault, the mere act of daily harassment of bases could effectively disrupt Xiao Fan and the Tianqiao players, ultimately dragging them down." The situation was indeed grim. Perhaps we should consider. One could not help but propose. The leader waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's merely a game. There's no need to escalate matters." The crowd instantly comprehended. One must not allow a game to impact international relations in reality. However, refraining from escalation did not imply a lack of countermeasures. Soon, several large conglomerates and corporations within Tianqiao began to voice their concerns. They expressed that the aggression exhibited by players from nations attacking Xiao Fan's base was troubling, thus deciding to retract investments in those countries and suspend relevant expansion plans. If you have the leisure to stir trouble in the game, very well. We shall sever your collaborations, leaving you without salaries, forcing you to face the cold winds of the Northwest. In a certain corporation's office, a robust and imposing middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, these ruffians dare to bully my son. Go tell them that if they wish to continue collaborating, they should swiftly remove their players from the game." Chairman, they claim this is merely a voluntary act by their nation's players and that it's just a game. "There's no need to take it so seriously," the secretary reported softly. "It is necessary." The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the secretary, stating solemnly, "This is not merely about the game. It is a test. If we yield in the game, the repercussions will swiftly permeate into reality. They will undoubtedly propagate the notion that Tianqiao is not invincible, thereby gaining the upper hand in future negotiations, inching closer to their demands." The secretary, observing the grave expression of his superior, shuddered slightly and promptly assured him that he would handle the matter immediately. Meanwhile, the dynamics within the game began to subtly shift. Players from nations such as they actively sent requests to form teams. They expressed their inability to provide direct support on the front lines, but offered to assist Tianqiao players by engaging in guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines, specifically targeting the opponent's supply lines. The enemy's greatest vulnerability lay precisely in their logistical support. Even if players could quickly return to the battlefield after respawning, ammunition and supplies still needed to be transported to the front lines. For players from numerous countries, such abundant resources were akin to a gift delivered to their doorstep. Assisting Tianqiao players not only allowed them to repay a favor, but also provided a legitimate pretext to seize resources under the banner of justice, achieving a dual benefit. Hastened to report this situation to Xiao Fan. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan instructed him to send a coordinate to the Dai players, explaining that a cache of weapons and ammunition he had reserved lay hidden there. Although primarily rudimentary in nature, these weapons were more than sufficient for guerrilla warfare. This had been a contingency plan in case the base fell, allowing him to retain the means for resurgence. Now, it would benefit the Dai players. Upon receiving the coordinates, the Dai players erupted with excitement, secretly relieved. They had indeed chosen the right ally. At this moment, what the players lacked most was capital for initiation. With this batch of weapons and ammunition, their power could expand exponentially. Moreover, their adversaries were merely the small devils. and the Dai and the little Benzi had long-standing enmity. The mere mention of confronting the small devils sent the D players into a frenzy, eager to charge forth immediately. The situation had spiraled into chaos. While players in other regions of the game were still navigating their paths to survival, the Lida Huanjian area was set ablaze with conflict, igniting a fierce battle. Even the previously unnoticed indigenous forces could not help but cast glances in their direction. All eyes were fixated on Xiao Fan, the man stirring fervor in this land forsaken by the gods. Chapter 23. Bloodstained Battlefield. Rat-tat-tat. Clack clack. Out of ammunition. Quick, bring me more rounds. A player rushed to the machine gun position, carrying an ammunition box. With a swift motion, he tore open the box, extracting a clip to hand over. Clack. The gunner seized the clip, loading it and pulling back the bolt-to-chamber around. His assistant firmly gripped the violently shaking belt, and the machine gun roared to life once more, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets that rained down upon the rushing small devils. Suddenly, a few stray rounds whizzed through the air, striking the main shooter directly in the eye socket. He fell backward, and a logistics engineer player in the trench rushed forward, stripping him of his equipment without a second thought, retreating to safety. Lives may be lost, but equipment must not be abandoned. Human lives are far less valuable than gear. The assistant, witnessing this, felt no sorrow for his fallen comrade. Instead, he was exhilarated to finally take control of the machine gun himself. One hand steadied the belt while the other squeezed the trigger, and amidst the violent tremors of the gun, a frenzied expression spread across his face. With each small devil that fell, he imagined the notifications of accomplishments ringing in his ears. A rocket. Take cover. Upon hearing the familiar whistling sound, the players dove into the bomb shelters. Those who could not find cover pressed themselves into the trench, covering their ears with their hands and opening their mouths wide to mitigate the blast's negative effects. Boom! 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 After the artillery bombardment, the company commander wiped the scorched earth from his face and peered from behind cover, observing the small devils so near. He fired to suppress them while shouting to the artillery observer beside him. The flanking heavy fire cannot hold back the enemy. They're launching a massive frontal assault. Their momentum is overwhelming. Immediately call for support from the artillery platoon. The artillery observer pressed his head down, intently focusing on the battlefield through the combat instrument to relay information to the rear artillery position. Artillery platoon, attention. Confirming coordinate 1. On the reverse slope of the mortar position, a smoking artilleryman abruptly discarded his cigarette, but rising with his muscular torso exposed. All personnel prepare. Target 1 coordinates. The gunners swiftly crouched beside their mortars, adjusting the barrels. At that moment, the squad leader received the frontline observer's command in his mind. Azimuth 1720, range 0450. Calibration complete. Fire. The 5 mortars erupted in unison, their shells shrieking as they descended upon the ground 200 meters before the first company's position, forming 5 plumes of black smoke. The violent explosions instantly overturned dozens of enemy soldiers. Yet the more they were bombarded, the fiercer the remaining ones charged forward, quickly surging through the blast zone towards the position. The artillery observer crouched behind cover, mortar fragments whistling past his ears. He raised his binoculars, intently scanning the battlefield, shouting, "Range correction, 0400. Reduced distance by 50 meters." Having shouted, he lowered the binoculars and picked up his weapon to join the counterattack. Meanwhile, at another artillery position, the messenger reiterated the command. Range correction 0400. Distance reduced by 50 meters. Ready. Fire. The mortar shells slipped from the player's hands into the barrels, instantly whistling out, accurately striking within the designated coordinates. Bakayara. No retreat. Charge forward with all your might. Victory belongs to our Bacane nation. All companies' mortar positions unleashed their firepower, the relentless bombardment causing the opposing players to wail in despair. Even with the pain threshold adjusted to 10, the agony of shrapnel embedding into their bodies was excruciating. Not to mention the horrifying scenes of dismembered corpses, far more terrifying than any horror film. Even though they knew it was a game, the players from Bacane Nation began to panic, with some fleeing. One person's flight could incite 10, and 10 could incite 100. They discarded their weapons and fled, forgetting even to log off. Death was not the terrifying aspect. Rather, it was the dread of being half alive amidst a pile of corpses. feeling the warmth of a comrade's disemboweled remains with no one to rescue them. Damn those bastards. Xiao Zhilang watched his fleeing comrades, shaking with anger. Yet soon felt a sense of relief. These deserters were immediately gunned down by the rear motorcycle gang and hyena brigade enforcers. This was the frontline battalion command post. All artillery units, pay attention. Target 1 coordinates, azimuth 1253, range 0250. Implement continuous fire coverage. Kinwen Bai lowered his binoculars, his voice steady as he commanded, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies, launch an all-out assault. Charge out of the trenches and engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Sauerkraut, send your engineers up front. 4th and 5th companies. Maintain fire, indiscriminate attacks. Understood. Understood. The 5 artillery units, with 25 mortars, aimed at the target point and unleashed a barrage, instantly creating a personnel vacuum that completely severed the enemy's reinforcements from their frontline assault teams. With the sound of the charge trumpet blaring, players from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies felt a surge of adrenaline, brandishing their weapons as they charged out of cover. You bastards! Shouted a player as he executed a flying kick to knock down an enemy. Trash! Take this! He exclaimed while mounting his opponent, swinging his engineer's shovel towards their head. As the small notebook rushed to provide support, several rusted long knives plunged into the player's back, emerging from his chest. The player coughed up blood, searing pain electrifying his nerves. With bloodshot eyes, he turned to glare at his assailant, sneering, "Little devils, let us die together." With a resounding clash, the players from Tianchao, though only 1/10 the number of their adversaries, managed to disrupt the enemy's offensive formation. The Little Devils attempted to charge, but were fiercely repelled by 3 squads of players. In the barren expanse, while engaged in a brutal melee, they were met with crossfire from the 4th and 5th squads. Any attempt to retreat was met with a thunderous bombardment from artillery positions. Caught in a dilemma, the commanding officer of the Little Devils felt his teeth nearly shatter in frustration. In a corner of the battlefield, a specialized unit operated with impeccable coordination, remaining unfazed even when surrounded by dozens of Little Devils. The squad leader wielded a dagger with precision, each strike severely injuring or eliminating an enemy. Suddenly, the squad leader was pierced in the abdomen by a Little Devil from behind. He retaliated swiftly, dispatching the foe and staggering back to his defensive perimeter. "Can you hold on?" a teammate inquired. The man wiped the blood from his face, gasping yet unable to mask his exhilaration. "Damn it. It took 200 Hwaza to get me here, and it's worth it." He glared at the enemy. "Don't mind me. Focus on annihilating them. Whether we can rise above that group of overlords depends on this moment." The team members erupted in laughter. "Fear not. We are professionals. Can we possibly lag behind the militia? If that were the case, we'd pack our bags and go home." Chapter 24. Armored Vanguard enters the fray. The fury of the rear command and the cunning of the hyena each had their own calculations. They allowed the Little Devils and players from the Bacane Nation to engage in a frontal clash, while seizing the opportunity to charge towards the flanks amidst the chaos of rocket bombardments, taking advantage of the gap before defenses could be re-established. Among them, the hyena's subordinates charged with the most ferocity. Clad in heavy armor, warriors acted as shields, covering the advance of their comrades clad in wasteland-style armor. "Look at me shine," shouted a player. "The 4th and 5th squads of the 1st Battalion are barely holding on." Understood. The players from the 2nd Battalion, having watched for a long while, could no longer contain their excitement upon hearing the news. As the charge sounded, over 1,000 players surged from their positions to reinforce the 4th and 5th squads at the 1st position. They crossed the trenches without pausing, utilizing the momentum of the downhill charge to launch a counteroffensive against the enemy like a torrent. However, the defense of the enemy's heavy armored soldiers was astonishing, with the players' standard weapons failing to penetrate. Fortunately, the players had prepared in advance, swiftly producing conical magnetic adhesive bombs and forcefully attaching them to the enemy's plate armor. Beep, 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 boom. The specialized conical cavity of the bomb allowed the explosive to melt the internal copper layer, forming a high-temperature metal jet that instantly pierced the enemy's heavy plate armor. It is worth noting that these anti-armor magnetic grenades, crafted by the Engineer Battalion, could even penetrate homogeneous armor steel of 40 millimeters. Even though the enemy's plate armor had undergone special processing, its equivalent thickness barely reached 20 millimeters, making it exceedingly easy to breach. In just one round of assault, the heavy armored soldiers, once a source of pride for the hyena, perished entirely on the battlefield. Fury, seething with rage, bellowed orders. Deploy the rocket launchers to strike the enemy forces charging from both flanks. In that moment, Fang Zhang turned sharply, his face a mask of horror. It was imperative to realize that their troops were currently entangled with the enemy. Launching rockets now would inevitably spell doom for their own soldiers. Fury cast a cold glance at him, stating, "Your heavily armored warriors are all dead. If we do not seize this opportunity to take the position, we shall never have another chance." Fang Zhang pondered briefly. Aside from his elite troops, the rest of the charge consisted of mere cannon fodder, and he silently acquiesced to the decision. The piercing wail of the rockets once again rent the sky. Lao Tan Suinkei lowered his binoculars, a scornful smile adorning his face. A bunch of amateurs, lacking even the basic knowledge to reposition after a single shelling. In truth, he had discerned the launch vehicles concealed behind the earthen embankment during the initial barrage. He refrained from an immediate counterattack, wishing to observe whether the adversary would shift their position. A hasty strike that missed could easily alert the enemy and make countermeasures exceedingly difficult. Evidently, he had overestimated his opponent. After firing once, they remained stationary, demonstrating a complete lack of tactical adaptability. They were pathetically weak. He raised his hand, pointing forward, and commanded the players behind him, "Maintain the coordinates and retaliate immediately." The whistling of their rockets echoed as they were launched. Though their projectiles were only 10 centimeters in diameter, resembling festive firecrackers, the 30-centimeter-long propellant enabled a range exceeding 1 kilometer. Despite the relatively low explosive yield, comparable to that of a hand grenade, their strength lay in sheer numbers. 2 rocket launchers, each measuring merely 1 meter in width and length, could unleash 200 rockets in a single volley, covering an area of 200 meters. "Watch out! It's an enemy barrage. Quickly relocate the rockets." Fury screamed in terror, but it was far too late. A deluge of rockets descended like a rain of arrows, instantly engulfing their artillery position. The air was filled with anguished cries as countless iron pellets pierced through flesh, inflicting unbearable pain upon the wounded, while the relentless barrage of additional iron projectiles swiftly ended their suffering. The ammunition stored beside the launch vehicles detonated, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. A towering inferno, enveloped in thick black smoke, ascended into the sky, visible even from several kilometers away. In this devastating moment, Fury's stronghold was utterly obliterated. Consumed by fury, he squeezed the trigger of his pistol with his remaining hand, roaring for all members of the motorcycle gang to engage in battle. Witnessing this, Fang Zhang had no choice but to press forward. Should they fail to annihilate the Scorpion, there would be no opportunity for redemption. Scorpion would undoubtedly reign as the undisputed ruler of the wasteland beyond Daklyre's city, an outcome they could not bear to witness. "Die for me." Fang Zhang, a top-tier warrior clad in heavy armor, charged forth like a formidable tank, unstoppable in his path. He led his subordinates, swiftly closing in on the position. The players were taken aback, and Lao Tan Suinkei hastily dispatched the engineering battalion's rocket launcher operators to intercept. Yet, despite Fang Zhang's imposing stature, his reflexes were astonishingly quick. He adeptly evaded danger, or, should escape be impossible, seized nearby players or allied soldiers to shield himself. He forged ahead through the thorns and thickets, leaping directly into the trench. "By the heavens, the enemy has breached our defenses. Eliminate him. Scum, meet your demise." Lichy gripped his new greatsword tightly, unleashing a wave of sword energy that swept across the trench. Players in its path were instantaneously cleaved in two. Even those wielding anti-armor grenades found themselves unable to approach. As the defense line crumbled, "Look at my brilliance," and others were in a frenzy, anxiously pacing. Energy system online. System self-check in progress. Weapon system operational. Hydraulic power system operational. Propulsion engine system operational. The tactical helmet automatically closed around his head as Xiao Fan, clad in powered armor, descended slowly from the assembly platform. He flexed his wrist, attuning to the snug fit of the armor. After acquiring the black box, he utilized its capabilities to create the energy core for this powered armor with the assistance of the sea. Although this core paled in comparison to advanced energy technologies such as microfusion batteries or antimatter energy rods, it was sufficient to support the armor through this crisis. He slung the magnetic rail heavy sniper rifle on his back and wielded the twin-blade greatsword, Tyrant's Blade, as he hastened towards the front lines to provide aid. Ha ha ha, Shaxi. Today you are undoubtedly doomed. Lichi stood on the battleground, laughing maniacally at the sea of fallen players. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from above. Oh, you possess quite the confidence. Boom! A streak of light plummeted, sending dirt flying as a vivid scarlet glow emerged amidst the smoke and dust. Accompanied by the grinding sound of mechanical gears, Xiao Fan, clad in powered armor and wielding the Tyrant's Blade, emerged slowly from the haze, standing before Lichi. It is the commander. The commander has arrived. Fear not, brothers. This is our moment of stability. Charge. Annihilate these wretches. Xiao Fan's arrival breathed renewed vigor into the dispirited players of Tianshao. With fervent cries, they surged past him, fervently launching themselves at the enemy. With Lichi, their formidable foe, out of the way, the players found themselves evenly matched against the enemy, especially given their ability to respawn instantaneously, their reserves seemingly endless. Powered armor. Who would have thought you possessed such equipment? Lichi's face was a portrait of shock, the arrogance that had once adorned it swiftly evaporating as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Fan with gravity. In the next moment, he suddenly lunged, executing a jump slash with a fierce gust of wind, his greatsword aimed directly at Xiao Fan's head. Xiao Fan deftly sidestepped, gripping the central hilt of the Tyrant's Blade with both hands and retaliating with a powerful downward strike. Clang! In a critical moment, Lichi drew his sword to block. The tremendous force surged along the blade, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, an intense sense of danger washed over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled swiftly on the ground to evade. Boom! The spot where he had just fallen was blasted, dirt flying in all directions. Xiao Fan drew the half-buried Tyrant's Blade from the earth, wordlessly launching another fierce assault on Lichi. Each movement was crisp and decisive, every strike aimed to kill, devoid of any superfluous words. Curse it! Lichi was thoroughly terrified. Witnessing the formidable prowess of Xiao Fan, thoughts of retreat began to surface within him. He seized a nearby minion and hurled him violently towards Xiao Fan, then turned to flee for his life. Xiao Fan sneered contemptuously as he grasped the magnetic railgun slung behind him. With a swift motion, he chambered around, aimed, and pulled the trigger in a seamless flow. A resounding roar erupted as a brilliant spark of high-energy electric current flashed past, the sharp bullet piercing through all obstacles ahead like a string of candied hawthorns, striking the target squarely in the back. In an instant, his upper and lower body were severed, rolling several times under the force of inertia before crashing heavily to the ground. The target, Lichi, gazed in disbelief at his dismembered lower half nearby, myriad memories flickering through his mind. He had once aspired to be a noble knight, yet the oppression of life and the injustices of the world had gradually transformed him into the very person he once despised. At last, everything had come to an end. A look of relief graced his face as his eyes gradually lost their luster. The fury from the opposing forces had been fixated on Xiao Fan since his arrival. Upon witnessing Lichi's demise, they panicked and hastily melted into the crowd to flee. By the time Xiao Fan scanned the battlefield, the chaotic throng had already obscured his trace. He slowly advanced to the center of the battlefield, and wherever he passed, enemies instinctively recoiled, none daring to confront him. Raising the Tyrant's Blade with deliberate grace, his authoritative voice resonated throughout the battlefield. Leave none alive. The morale-boosting buff surged instantly, igniting the players' fervor as they cast aside their defensive concerns and charged forth, roaring into the fray. With their commander present on the battlefield, the notion of retreat was rendered obsolete. It was time to act decisively. The players from the Little Devils and Pickled Cabbage nations recognized the tide had turned. Bereft of Lichi and the supplies from the motorcycle gang, continuing the fight would only result in needless casualties. Those foreign players who had previously vowed to support them were nowhere to be seen throughout the battle, though they had calculated their advantage. In this grand conflict, the sole beneficiaries were undoubtedly the players from the Great Goose faction. They had scavenged a plethora of weapons and equipment, albeit rudimentary, sufficient to secure a foothold in the wasteland far more swiftly than players from other nations. Chapter 25. Post-war honors. A flock of scavenging vultures, with wingspans of 2 meters, circled overhead, as the acrid stench of smoke and decay permeated the silent battlefield. The earth was saturated with blood, countless corpses thickly carpeting the expanse. Players from the engineering battalion operated heavy trucks, buses, and modified forklifts to collect the bodies, loading them into the vehicle beds, transporting them in batches to an open area 10 kilometers from the base for unloading. Subsequently, they drove makeshift tractors assembled from spare parts, deploying tillers to shred the remains, ensuring they melded with the barren soil. Before long, this land would transform into the most fertile expanse in the wasteland, destined to yield bountiful harvests from crops planted here in the future. Gather. Assemble. Xiao Fan stood resolutely in the center of the plaza, his voice steady and commanding. Over 3,000 players promptly formed an orderly line in combat formation, their movements swift and synchronized. Xiao Fan surveyed the group before him, their eyes bright and their bodies still radiating the ferocity of battle, and nodded in satisfaction. The players, tense with anticipation, fixated their gazes upon him. The great battle had concluded, and it was time to discuss merits and rewards. Previously consumed by their fervor, they had long lost count of the enemies they had vanquished and the accolades they had earned. However, this was of little consequence, as the operational system of the base had meticulously documented the achievements of all personnel and reported them to Xiao Fan. The distinction between cowardice and heroism would soon be revealed. At this command, stepped forth from the ranks with a commanding presence. Xiao Fan proclaimed with clarity, "In this battle, your command of the 1st Battalion achieved a remarkable 38 enemy annihilation rate. At the outset of the campaign, you faced an enemy force 10 times your own and ultimately killed 3 times the number of your own troops. You personally eliminated over 100 adversaries and skillfully directed units of squad level and above to complete their missions. Therefore, I bestow upon all soldiers of the 1st Battalion the medals of Yifu Dangwan and Xianzhen Shueshi, and to you personally the medal of Lung Ku Wu Qing, along with the rank of corporal. Step forward to receive your honors." Stood tall and saluted Xiao Fan with utmost respect. Xiao Fan personally adorned him with 3 distinguished medals and replaced the Xian Bing insignia on his chest with the bronze Xiaoshi emblem. As for the other soldiers of the 1st Battalion, they would collect their accolades after the ceremony concluded. "Return to ranks," he commanded. Yes, retreated back into formation, buoyed by the envious gazes of his peers, his heart swelling with pride. "Ga-ni Lanzi." At this command, Ga-ni Lanzi stepped forward. "In this battle, your command of the 2nd Battalion achieved a 32 enemy annihilation rate. You proactively led your troops against an enemy 10 times your strength, successfully eliminating over 20 adversaries. You personally killed over 100 and effectively commanded units of squad level and above to fulfill their combat objectives. Therefore, I confer upon all soldiers of the 2nd Battalion the medals of Yifu Dangwan and Pajun Hushi, and to you personally the medal of Lung Ku Wu Qing, along with the rank of corporal. Step forward to receive your honors." Yes, Ga-ni Lanzi stood proud, accepting his commendation under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd before returning to his unit. Lao Dan Sun Kai. With a submachine gun slung across his chest and an engineer's gear pack on his back, Lao Tan Swan Kai strode forward. "In this battle, your command of the 3rd Engineer Battalion achieved a 30 enemy annihilation rate. During 2 rounds of enemy artillery fire, your unit inflicted severe damage and completely annihilated their long-range fire units, utilizing landmines, explosive devices, anti-armor weapons, and flamethrowers. Your battalion eliminated over 100 enemies in a single engagement. Therefore, I bestow upon all soldiers of the Engineer Battalion the medals of Yifu Dangwan and Tianjiang Baoing, and to you personally the medals of Tai Shui Gongbing and Lung Ku Wu Qing, along with the rank of corporal." Lao Tan Swan Kai raised his hand in salute. "Thank you, Commander." Xiao Fan smiled. "There is no need for thanks. This glory is rightfully yours." As soon as the commendation ceremony concluded, the players surged into the underground base's garage plaza to collect their medals and military merit from Shaoling, proudly pinning their accolades to their chests. While lost medals could be replaced, the wearing of medals by unauthorized individuals was strictly forbidden. Those adorned with medals intended to flaunt their honors before those who had not yet received theirs, only to discover that it seemed as if everyone had indeed received their medals. There was no alternative but to compete over who possessed the more formidable medals. The most fervently discussed topic among the masses was the commander of the 1st Battalion and his 10 subordinate squad leaders, who had astonishingly earned the Yangshi Medal. The criteria for obtaining the Yangshi Medal are exceedingly stringent. One must achieve a kill count in a single engagement during a battle involving over 10,000 participants, reaching at least 10% of the total team kills. Do not underestimate this figure. If the battalion collectively slays 10,000 foes, then these 10 individuals must account for 1,000 kills collectively, and each kill must be a singular life. Even a machine gunner would find this feat nearly unattainable. It is simply beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Brother, did you join later? Kemonayubi offered a cigarette. Within the base, cigarettes are considered a form of hard currency. Apart from gathering them during missions or through looting, they can only be procured with military merit points at a considerable cost. Kemonayubi felt somewhat puzzled. During the initial engagement with Xiao Fan, there were only a couple of 100 participants. Even if he did not recognize them all, he should have some recollection. Yet the 10 individuals before him appeared strikingly unfamiliar, evidently having joined later. Taihu accepted the cigarette and lit it using the flame offered by Kemonayubi, smiling as he said, "Indeed, I joined later. I lack your illustrious credentials, Nayubi. Would you care to join me? With me, you shall not be treated poorly, be it online or offline." Kemonayubi extended an olive branch. However, Taihu politely declined, expressing his desire to carve out his own path. Kemonayubi was not offended. Instead, he smiled and suggested that they might collaborate in the future. After bidding farewell to Kemonayubi, Gani Lanzi approached with a similar offer, only to be met with the same polite rejection. As for Lao Tan Swan Kai, he acknowledged that Taihu and his comrades were indeed remarkable, but their areas of expertise did not align with his own needs. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before parting ways. In the office, Kemonayubi inquired Commander, "Now that the battle is concluded, can the recruitment restrictions be lifted?" His gaze remained fixated on the power armor, standing silently in the corner, salivating at the prospect. Xiao Fan closed his computer and replied, "Yes, the restrictions can be lifted. However, you still have a mission." Upon hearing that there was still a task at hand, Kemonayubi immediately redirected his focus to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan instructed, "You are to have the 1st Battalion continue to hold the position. Once we have recruited enough new soldiers to form another battalion, they will rotate in during their tenure at the outpost. Each soldier would be entitled to 10 military merit points daily and enjoy complimentary meals. Ensure the mission is accomplished." Kemonayubi responded with a salute. He understood that the petty grievances and narrow-mindedness of those with grudges could lead them to secretly dispatch individuals to surveil or attempt to ambush the base, making the defense imperative. Furthermore, the rotation would not be long in coming. After this battle, their DC Tianzai base would undoubtedly gain significant notoriety, potentially enticing players from Tianchao to delete their accounts and rush from other regions to join. The goal of recruiting a new battalion of soldiers would likely be achieved within a day at the quickest, and no longer than 3 days at the latest. Chapter 26. Surge in Personnel and Base Construction in the Real World. An animated image bearing a red flag alongside the phrase, Huang Yuan Ling Zhu, Tai Shui Sha Xie, has gone viral. In the comments section related to Xiao Fan, players from Tianchao incessantly copy and paste an image, swiftly inundating the entire forum with this crimson emblem of victory. It becomes apparent to all that the players from Tianchao have triumphed in this grand battle. It is utterly amusing. Those individuals from the peninsula still aspire to ascend by stepping on us. I have driven them to the brink of despair. They cannot even withstand the pain threshold of 10. It is truly laughable. And as for the little devils, have they not learned their lesson this time? If they possess the courage, we await their return. Baka. This time, our defeat was solely due to our inept teammates. This was an assault battle, and it is not a reflection of our warriors being inferior to yours. You are the ones who are hopelessly inept. What do you mean by us being weak? Clearly, it was you who fell into the trap, dragging us down with you. You are akin to the hopeless Ado. It is merely a game, not a matter of life and death. Yet you still have deserters, inferior even to the indigenous soldiers of the Middle East. Oh, that wretched individual. What do you mean the Middle East is filled with indigenous soldiers? If you dare, name a place for a duel. The Foot Basin, as expected, cannot change its nature. Given the slightest opportunity, it seeks to bite. Is there no one to manage this in Vachang? I propose we establish a new United Nations within the game. I, by Xiong, as the third largest nation in the world, am willing to assume the role of a permanent member, bearing the responsibility of maintaining peace in the gaming world. Haha, unable to achieve in reality, now dreaming within the game. Truly the hallmark of Asan. To express it in the idioms of Tiancheo, you are merely dreaming in broad daylight. The thread has veered off course, leaving newcomers perplexed and unaware of what is being discussed. Nevertheless, the players from Tiancheo have demonstrated through their actions that even when faced with foes tenfold their number, they can still send the enemy fleeing in terror. This victory has catapulted Xiao Fan into the limelight. While players elsewhere scramble for equipment, those under Xiao Fan's banner have already formed cohesive units, executing 2 splendid defensive battles in succession. The various battle reports shared by participating players have instantly captivated a multitude of Tiancheo players who have yet to pledge allegiance to any lord. Other international players expressed a desire to join, only to be informed by the Tiancheo players that their commander exclusively recruits Tiancheo players. For those who doubt, they may inquire with the Little Devils and the Peninsula Dwellers. Aware of each other's exclusionary practices, the Little Devils and the Peninsula Dwellers, fearing Xiao Fan's burgeoning power, can only begrudgingly accept this reality. Indeed, in times of war, military ranks ascend swiftly. Having arrived just a few days ago, one has risen from a mere soldier to a corporal. Tisk Tisk, a captain of the Special Forces, a lieutenant colonel in reality, now reduced to a corporal here. I wonder what he feels inside. Enough with the trivialities. How many have arrived this time? On a mound in the wasteland, a group of players armed with makeshift weapons is convening with Taihu. Each one of them is spirited, their gazes sharp as eagles, resembling a pack of tigers poised to pounce. In total, there are 240 individuals, all selected from various military districts as candidates for special forces. The higher-ups instructed me to bring them in for training assessments, perfectly aiding you in holding the fort. In the vicinity of another mound, several other groups are discreetly meeting with Taihu as well. These are veteran players like Kinwen Bai, Ga and Ilons, who have actively severed ties with their previous lords and have been reborn in this wasteland. A steady influx of Tiancheo players is converging upon the base, with numbers poised to surpass 10,000. The ability to swiftly gather such a multitude of individuals can ultimately be attributed to the widespread attention garnered by this great conflict from players across various nations, as well as those from Tiancheo. Initially, the base was already operating beyond its capacity with a contingent of 3,000. And with the number of participants now having surged more than threefold, the facility was suddenly overwhelmed. Some players even found it challenging to log off for meals, struggling to locate a suitable place to lie down and exit the game. The urgent need for base expansion loomed large. Xiao Fan promptly increased the merit points awarded for various construction materials, particularly for the task of collecting ordinary metal scraps, in order to motivate the scavenger players. Simultaneously, he issued orders to technical players like Lao Tan Suen K to ensure that the machinery in the underground base operated at full capacity, hastening the production of basic weaponry to bolster the equipment reserves of the base. Although they had just emerged victorious from the great battle, the makeshift iron pipe weapons left behind by the motorcycle gang could only barely arm the newly joined players. However, given the current resources of the base, it was utterly insufficient to support another large-scale war. He needed to stockpile military supplies before the players from other nations could develop further, and before various factions turned their full attention upon him. The current battlefield was merely child's play. Once those lords recognized the true strength of the players, the entire Bai's Federation would inevitably devolve into a chaotic battleground, where each day would be spent either in combat or en route to the front lines. The prowess of Tiancheo players stood out prominently on the international stage, and in the future, they would undoubtedly face joint suppression from the so-called mouthy kings of smaller nations. Aside from guilds that were not restricted by nationality, all factions composed solely of Tiancheo players would likely become targets. Furthermore, due to the peculiar nature of the game had already transformed into an underground market for transactions in the real world. At that time, the high-ranking officials from various countries would inevitably be compelled to intervene in the game to personally supervise their domestic players. Within the office, Xiao Fan summoned the busy Lao Tan Suen K. You have full access to the materials and personnel of the base. and I will allocate an additional 1 million contribution points to you. I require you to construct this within a month." As he spoke, he handed over a blueprint. Upon glancing at the blueprint, Lao Tan Sun-Ke furrowed his brow momentarily, but nonetheless solemnly assured that he would complete the task. The blueprint depicted a power station. Given the current conditions of the base, the construction of this power station would indeed pose a significant challenge. Yet, upon seeing the generous rewards, he hesitated no longer. Even if he declined, the commander would simply turn to someone else, and he would still end up assisting with the work. Lao Tan Sun-Ke nodded in agreement and immediately called upon all the players from the engineering battalion. Following the recent great battle, Lao Tan Sun-Ke had gained immense prestige among the technical players, coupled with the summons granted to him by Xiao Fan. It wasn't long before all the players from the engineering battalion had gathered. "Boss Sun-Ke, what did you summon us for?" Someone couldn't help but inquire. "To engage in construction," Lao Tan Sun-Ke replied succinctly, then unfolded the blueprint. "The commander has tasked us with building a power station within a month, and he has allocated 1 million contribution points." He paused, gazing at the crowd as he added, "If you are confident in accomplishing this, I will not mobilize other brothers from the base. I have calculated that if we can complete it within a month, each of us could earn 30 military merit points daily, which is more lucrative than hunting or scavenging." Upon hearing of such a remarkable opportunity, the crowd immediately rallied in response, urging Lao Tan Sun-Ke to issue commands, promising to undertake the task at hand. Excellent. Lao Tan Sun-Ke closed the blueprints and began to allocate responsibilities, adhering to the previous organizational structure. The first company commander was tasked with overseeing logistics, ensuring a steady supply of construction materials, and to directly request anything lacking from the commander. The second company commander was responsible for the technical division, coordinating the distribution of technical tasks. The third, fourth, and fifth companies were assigned to foundational construction, dedicating their full efforts to the development of the power station. Chapter 27. The Scoundrel of the Wasteland, Puel's Commander. Does the base have cement and concrete? Find a way on your own. Commander, do you know where to procure clay? Seek it out yourself. Commander, if you cannot manage this task, I can appoint someone else. Heeding Xiao Fan's final warning, the first company commander hastily exited the office, his anxiety manifesting in frantic gestures. The commander urged him to get to work, yet the base lacked the necessary materials. How could progress be made? As he observed his comrades completing the foundation, he found himself without even the concrete required for the piling, driving him to the brink of despair. Moreover, after several inquiries, he distinctly sensed the commander's diminishing regard for him, leaving him devoid of the courage to face Xiao Fan directly. What did the commander say? The 5 platoon leaders of the first company approached, their expressions filled with urgency. The first company commander shot them an exasperated glance and curtly replied, "Figure out yourselves." The 5 platoon leaders were momentarily taken aback. However, having been warned by Xiao Fan, the first company commander experienced an epiphany. The commander had granted him the authority to mobilize base resources, personnel, and equipment. If he were to consult on every minor issue, what purpose would his position serve? He needed to inspire initiative among his team, fostering self-sufficiency. Consequently, he issued clear directives to the 5 platoon leaders. The first platoon leader swiftly began constructing a kiln to prepare lime. The second platoon leader set out with heavy trucks and ample explosives to blast the mountains in the wasteland, transporting the resulting stones back to the base for crushing into gravel to mix with concrete. The third platoon leader was tasked with adjusting the furnace to melt down recycled scrap metal, repurposing base equipment to roll out rebar. The fourth and fifth platoon leaders were assigned to locate clay and coordinate transportation, respectively. In summary, tasks had been delegated, and how to execute them was left to their ingenuity. Now, it was the 5 platoon leaders who found themselves in a quandary, while the first company commander paid them no mind, turning his attention to his own organizational duties. In the office, Xiao Fan observed the bustling players outside through the Venetian blinds, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He sought individuals capable of independent thought and action, not merely obedient followers. Such opportunities for growth were rare. "Commander, you summon me?" Jie Lan Zi arrived promptly at the office upon receiving the notification. Xiao Fan, cigarette in mouth, tossed a map towards him, clearly marking the location of the locomotive gang's stronghold. With the main force of the locomotive gang already annihilated, capturing their camp would be a simple endeavor. Beneath the headquarters of a locomotive gang lay a small coal mine. Take one regiment with you to secure it. In recent years, the motorcycle gang has managed to acquire numerous firearms, all thanks to a small coal seam that stretches for dozens of kilometers and is less than half a meter thick. Despite its poor quality, low calorific value, and high sulfur content, this coal seam is an essential strategic resource for the current base. Furthermore, by controlling this coal mine, Xiao Fan can resume the coal supply business previously established with Declare City, thus garnering substantial foreign exchange. Consequently, he plans to station a regiment of players at the mining area and recruit scavengers who are eager to delve into the mines. Days later, a furnace and a coking oven fashioned from abandoned oil tanks were erected beside the base, emitting thick black smoke. The launch of the rusted machinery workshop within the underground base signified that Xiao Fan's base had taken its initial steps towards industrialization. Zack and Amin often encountered scavengers in the wilderness while hunting and gathering supplies. Rumors of the generous treatment and amiable nature of Xiao Fan's base had spread throughout the wasteland. Moreover, having triumphed over both the motorcycle gang and the hyena gang, Xiao Fan had earned the title of Wasteland Lord, attracting numerous scavengers seeking to align themselves with him. As the newly minted coal magnate, Xiao Fan naturally welcomed the influx of labor, which would expedite the construction of the base. Within merely a week, countless scavenger tribes had gathered around the periphery of the base. These individuals frequently teamed up with players to hunt and collect resources. Their demands simple, to ensure their families were well fed. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. The rapid expansion of Xiao Fan's influence inevitably drew the attention of various factions. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the base, an old acquaintance, no less. It was a merchant. An armored vehicle had rolled in, no less. How exhilarating it would be to drive such a vehicle. The players gathered nearby, whispering in excitement. "Commander, the guest has arrived," one of his subordinates reported. Xiao Fan nodded and rose, stepping out of the underground base to the surface. The scene before him felt somewhat incongruous. A merchant dressed in rather shabby attire, flanked by well-equipped attendants and several armored vehicles. It has been a long time. My dear Shaxi, should I now address you as my lord?" The merchant greeted warmly. Xiao Fan smiled slightly, embraced him, and jested. "It seems you finally connected with the Ropu family. I am curious about how you managed that." The man before him was Press, once the most prominent trader in the wasteland, who had enjoyed a meteoric rise thanks to the backing of the Ropu family. This family was indeed an anomaly, holding a hereditary duke title, yet its members were not enamored with power or beauty. Instead, they were all mercilessly driven by a love for wealth. Despite their immense riches, they were notoriously stingy. However, one had to acknowledge that the Ropu family not only possessed formidable strength, but also had an unwavering reputation for integrity. As long as the price was right, there was nothing they could not procure or would hesitate to sell. After the game launched, this region had served as a vital channel for many players seeking high-level equipment. Even though various powerful factions later recognized the threat posed by players and issued repeated prohibitions against selling weapons to them, the channels of the Luapu family remained unbroken. The acquaintance between Xiao Fan and Pules was purely coincidental. At that time, Pules was not yet a vassal of the Luapu family. He was merely a somewhat capable wandering merchant, frequently traversing between several cities in the wasteland. On one occasion, Xiao Fan fortuitously stumbled upon him being robbed and, recognizing his identity, promptly intervened to rescue him, thus forging a bond of friendship between them. In retrospect, the good deed sown back then has finally begun to bear fruit. Pules leaned closer to Xiao Fan and whispered, "The reason is quite simple. The young Duke of the Dayer family confessed his feelings to the Luapu family's heiress, only to be publicly rejected in front of numerous dignitaries. Harboring resentment, the young Duke deliberately suppressed the commercial caravans belonging to the Luapu family within his jurisdiction. The Luapu caravans in the Lido wasteland were ruthlessly annihilated, causing the Duke of Luapu to retaliate by placing a bullet in the young Duke's plate during a meal. Although both parties later negotiated a truce, the caravans here were left without personnel. It was more prudent to recruit a local merchant familiar with the terrain than to send outsiders, which is why I became the prime candidate." Xiao Fan had long been aware of the underlying circumstances, yet feigned a sudden realization. Pules chuckled and teased, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" In truth, he had not intended to seek out Xiao Fan, as he still owed a debt of gratitude. which made direct encounters somewhat awkward. However, unlike the lower-class scavengers, he possessed some understanding of the Descenders. Furthermore, he had been specifically instructed to keep an eye on this prominent figure, who ranked among the top 10 in the Descender Lord's reputation list, which compelled him to make this special visit. Chapter 28. The Foundation takes shape in the dining hall of the underground base. Pules proudly pulled a bottle of red wine from his pocket. He raised the bottle and proclaimed, "This fine vintage was procured from the federal capital. Consider yourself fortunate today." Xiao Fan smiled faintly, feeling somewhat resigned. Did Pules genuinely believe he was an unsophisticated rustic? A glance at the label on the bottle revealed that, although the wine originated from the federal capital of Aelorian, it was the cheapest and lowest quality available, easily found on the streets of the capital. The harsh conditions of the wasteland rendered grape cultivation impossible, making even this inexpensive red wine a rarity. Consequently, any wine sold here became a prized luxury. Xiao Fan was certain that Pules' accompanying trucks contained at least hundreds of cases of such wine. Pules produced 2 exquisite goblets, pouring a modest amount for Xiao Fan while affecting a gentlemanly demeanor, savoring the wine with closed eyes. Xiao Fan shook his head in resignation and downed his glass in one gulp. The wine was insipid, with pronounced tannins that rendered it exceedingly bitter. If allowed to breathe, the tannins would likely dissipate, erasing even the faintest hint of flavor. He offered Pules a cigarette, which the latter accepted without hesitation, igniting it for a puff. "Now, speak plainly. My base is barren and devoid of resources. What business does a shrewd merchant like you seek here?" Xiao Fan cut straight to the chase. Upon the mention of business, Pules immediately discarded his previous nonchalance. Adopting a serious demeanor, "I indeed wish to discuss a transaction with you. But before we delve into commerce, I can offer you a piece of intelligence free of charge. It concerns Baron Koluoda, does it not?" Xiao Fan remarked with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Pules was momentarily taken aback, expressing surprise. "You guessed it?" Xiao Fan shrugged. "Was that difficult to surmise? The most formidable figure in this desolate expanse is Baron Koluoda. Though he has never sought to expand outward, he certainly will not tolerate instability from individuals such as myself." Pules scrutinized Xiao Fan anew. Previously, he had perceived Xiao Fan merely as a fortunate scavenger with some skill, but it was now evident that his ability to defeat the motorcycle gang and the hyena gang was no mere stroke of luck. The Frenzy and the alchemical guild of Dekulai Air City maintained a close-knit relationship, frequently assisting the guild in gathering ancient technological artifacts. Pules continued, his gaze drifting over the black bracer adorning Xiao Fan's right arm, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Moreover, the coal mine controlled by the motorcycle gang is also a stake of Baron Koluoda. With the motorcycle gang's collapse and the mine now under your control, you have effectively courted 2 formidable troubles. The higher-ups have stated that if you are willing to align yourself with the Ropu family, we can help you resolve these issues. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the emergence of players had thoroughly disrupted the dynamics of this world, prompting even trade-based powers like the Ropu family to initiate preemptive strategies. Without strength, wealth cannot be safeguarded, and as an unbacked wild lord, he naturally became a target for their recruitment. Yet, he was acutely aware that relying on external support was precarious. Only one's own strength could be deemed reliable, while aligning with the Ropu family might offer initial stability. In time, this family would undoubtedly become an impediment to his development. Xiao Fan politely declined. "There is no need. I can manage these matters myself." Pules furrowed his brow, unable to refrain from cautioning, "Shasia, you must contemplate who you are up against. The regular army of Dekulai Air City cannot be compared to the ragtag motorcycle gang. Even if Dekulai Air City is small and remote, it is a legitimate city. The army within is well-trained and equipped with rumors of a few armored vehicles, main battle tanks, and long-range artillery. Should Baron Koluoda resolve to take action, with your current capabilities, you may have little room to resist." Xiao Fan was well aware of the inherent risks, yet he had his own plans, thus shifting the topic. "All right, let's not dwell on this. Tell me, what valuable items have you brought this time?" Time slipped by quietly, and over half a month had passed since the game's launch. Despite a challenging start, players from various nations had firmly established themselves on the territories of different factions through various means. The players at Xiao Fan's base had increasingly frequent clashes with players from other countries across the wasteland, even encountering instances where entire squads were ambushed and annihilated. As for the culprits, everyone was well aware. However, Xiao Fan had no intention of intervening for the time being, as such minor skirmishes could be resolved among the players themselves. What he urgently required was a powerful weapon for self-defense, which he had to await Pules to provide. Fortunately, the base managed to exchange a considerable amount of food for coal with Pules, ensuring that the supplies remained sufficient for the time being. Xiao Fan strolled through the bustling base with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing him, players around paused and saluted. He smiled and nodded in response while meticulously inspecting the state of the base. He has always held a deep respect for the players' initiative. The accommodation space within the base is limited, and food supplies are not particularly inexpensive. Many players have gathered materials from the wasteland to construct their own small abodes on the surface. Some players have ingeniously devised ways to harness wind turbines and photovoltaic panels, utilizing batteries to illuminate small lights, which proves adequate. As night falls, the base sparkles with lights, resembling a scene of myriad households, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. More capable players have erected two-story structures using discarded iron plates, with the first floor serving as a workshop and garage, while the second floor not only hosts a small vegetable garden, but also features vertical windmills that generate power and collect water vapor. The cold winds of the wasteland sweep through at night, and as the windmills spin to generate electricity, the water vapor, influenced by gravity and centrifugal force, gathers in the plastic containers below. Although this water is unsuitable for drinking, it is perfect for irrigating the sweet potatoes in the small garden, as well as various vegetable seeds collected during scavenging. However, it remains uncertain whether these seeds can germinate under high levels of radiation and what they might grow into afterward. A sudden blaring of a horn pierced the air, followed by players' complaints. "You are being unreasonable. Can you not haul so much? The roads in the base are becoming unrecognizable due to your cargo." Hearing the commotion, Xiao Fan turned to look behind him. Amidst the terrified gaze of a truck driver, he slowly stepped aside to the roadside. Shortly after, a heavy truck, pulling no less than 10 trailers, thundered past, kicking up a cloud of dust. The vehicle jolted violently over the uneven road, causing several players to be thrown off the trailers. "Commander, are you all right?" "Look at me being awesome," quickly jumped down from the driver's seat and ran over to Xiao Fan, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Ever since acquiring the heavy truck, he has been driving it to Ruin City, hauling each trailer he encounters back to the base. To cut costs, he ingeniously devised a method to maximize the truck's performance. However, the price of this ingenuity was evident. The roads of the base have been repeatedly crushed, with the smallest potholes reaching a depth of 20 centimeters. Repairing the roads has become an urgent matter. The smelting factory within the base has accumulated a significant amount of slag. Xiao Fan instructed that all teams possessing heavy trucks should allocate half of their personnel to repair the roads, constructing a 10-meter-wide gravel path that extends from the base entrance directly to the checkpoint. Ensure the task is completed. "Look at me being awesome," immediately stood at attention and saluted. Xiao Fan nodded, took a sip from his thermos, and silently departed. Chapter 29. Promotion and advancement upon returning to Los Lulun. Pules reveled in the service of the maids, clutching a piece of paper inscribed with a string of numbers. Filled with confusion, he could hardly believe that with just this string of numbers, Xia could persuade the Luo Pu family to collaborate with him, even to the extent of willingly offering a nuclear bomb with a yield of 100,000 tons. To him, this notion seemed utterly preposterous. He gestured with his chin towards the maid, who immediately bowed and retreated from the opulently adorned bedroom with utmost care. Putting on his robe, Pules hastily set up the antenna and retrieved a satellite phone. "Contacting me at such a late hour, you had better have news that will please me." A commanding voice came through the phone, accompanied by the faint sound of a woman's soft breaths in the background, prompting a flurry of thoughts. Pules felt an urge to slap himself, knowing his master's routine. Reporting at this hour was sheer folly. "Master, there's a situation with Xia," he said in a low voice. Oh, he did not agree to align with the Luo Pu family? Pules was momentarily at a loss for words. Resorting to flattery. "Your wisdom and insight are always spot on, master. Enough with the pleasantries. Why did you contact me at this hour? What is so urgent?" The other party's tone grew increasingly impatient. Pules dared not delay and quickly relayed the string of numbers given to him by Xiao Fan, word for word. On the other end, a woman's scream pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of chaotic sounds, culminating in the heavy slam of a door. "Repeat that." I did not catch it. His master's voice was tinged with unmistakable urgency. Although he could not fathom why this string of numbers had so unsettled his master, Pules patiently repeated it verbatim. The line fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, in the Luo Pu castle within the inner city of the Elo Lien Empire, Duke Luo Pu rushed into the castle's basement, heedless of his disheveled appearance. In the center of the basement stood a peculiar device, solitary in its presence. He glanced at the note in his hand and ran his fingers over the device's serial number, confirming their complete consistency before tremblingly opening the device's panel. He entered the first digit. When the panel did not flash red to indicate an error, he pressed on with the next. By the time he reached the penultimate digit, the device continued to show no signs of malfunction. Duke Luo Pu's heart raced wildly, nearly bursting from his chest. He truly knew the password to the Divine Punishment Rainbow Light. This device was the controller of the Divine Punishment Rainbow Light, unearthed from the remnants of an ancient civilization. It could command the space-based weaponry hidden in the deep orbital reaches of the planet following the demise of the previous civilization. With the complete password, this weapon could be unleashed to strike any corner of the planet Maluka. Across the entire Maluka planet, no more than 5 factions possessed such controllers. Yet, even those fortunate enough to acquire a controller often found themselves unable to activate it due to ignorance of the password. More critically, the controller permitted only 3 incorrect entries. Exceeding this limit would result in immediate self-destruction. The password provided by Xiao Fan corresponded precisely to a Divine Punishment Rainbow Light satellite concealed in orbit. With this weapon in hand, and backed by the formidable financial resources of the Luo Pu family, no one would dare to provoke them lightly. At worst, they could activate the weapon and perish together. At present, the first 98 digits are flawless. Only the final digit remains, which will allow full connection to the orbital satellite. Duke Luopu fixated on the last key, yet his outstretched hand instinctively clenched into a fist. He cannot afford to gamble, even with 2 attempts remaining. The odds of guessing correctly among 10 digits were exceedingly low. He could not risk the future of his family. After a prolonged silence, Duke Luopu returned to his study and seized the satellite phone, dialing Press S number once more. What did he desire? Press promptly replied. He sought a low-yield nuclear weapon. Return immediately and deliver the bomb to him. Duke Luopu's voice brooked no dissent and added that he should inform Xia Xie that from this day forth, the Luopu family would be his staunchest ally. Press was utterly taken aback. Xia Xie had indeed guessed correctly. What monumental secret lay hidden within this sequence of digits? It was imperative that a 4th person never learn of this matter. Duke Luopu's tone turned frigid. Should the information leak, you know the consequences. Rest assured, master. The note Xia Xie provided has been incinerated. Apart from you and him, no third party shall ever be aware. Press hastily assured him. After ending the call, Duke Luopu sat in his chair, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table, his mind brimming with curiosity regarding Xiao Fan's identity. How could Xiao Fan possibly know the password to Divine Punishment Rainbow Light? Since he was aware that the controller was in his possession, he surely understood the weight of this weapon. It is worth noting that if this password were handed over to the Alchemical Guild or the royal family of the Bice Federation, it could easily secure an elder position or even a noble title. Yet, Xiao Fan merely requested a low-yield nuclear weapon, which, lacking satellite guidance, would merely function as a large rocket projectile, no matter its potency. He simply could not fathom Xiao Fan's intentions. However, none of that mattered now. The immediate priority was to obtain the final digit of the password. With this thought, Duke Luopu couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Fan's offering was indeed a monumental surprise. He stroked his chin, a calculating smile appearing on his face. The Leda Wasteland had always been a lawless zone, riddled with radiation and barren land, where a scion of the Dower family had been dispatched. If the Dower family could claim that territory, there was no reason he could not. Previously, he had looked down upon that wasteland, but now, gifting that land to Xia Xie as a favor seemed most fitting. With a formal grant of land and the backing of the Luopu family, the Dower scion would undoubtedly think twice before troubling Xia Xie again. This would also indirectly render him a favor in return. The following day, Duke Luopu collaborated with several allies to compose a letter, which he presented before Vice 18. Vice 18 glanced at the letter and then at Duke Dower standing nearby, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. An emperor is rarely concerned about discord among his ministers. Rather, he fears their unification. Now that Duke had proactively set a snare for Duke Dower, he welcomed it with open arms and immediately removed the ring symbolizing the throne, dipped it in red clay, and pressed it onto the letter with great emphasis. What? Our commander has been bestowed the title of Baron by Vice 18 of the Vice Federation. Within a 300-kilometer radius centered on the base, all of it belongs to us? Is this for real? Aeolian is a long distance away from us, yet the commander's reputation has reached the ears of the royal family? Ha ha ha! Now we can justifiably expel all those little devils and players from the territory. Do not underestimate the baronial rank. This is an official establishment. I was previously concerned that the Lord of Declas City might cause trouble, but now we are all on the same side. Internal strife is out of the question. Once this news spread, the players in the base were completely stirred up, and other factions envied them greatly. Both are wild lords. Yet the treatment of Xiao Fan is simply worlds apart. Upon learning of the news from the players, Xiao Fan merely smiled faintly, not overly concerned. He understood well that this was the response from the Luopu family following the transmission of his code. This cooperation has only just commenced. Chapter 30. The power station commences operation. A month has swiftly passed. Due to the backing of the Luopu family, and with Declas City being formidable, players dared not provoke them lightly. However, the remaining minor bosses, such as Liezi and Kwangnu, faced dire consequences. They had once arrogantly bullied the players, and now they were suffering severe backlash. Players, relying on their immortal bodies, painstakingly gathered firearms and weapons, their power expanding like a rolling snowball. While players could instantly resurrect upon death, the indigenous beings were irretrievably lost. In this near, carpet-like counterattack, the minor bosses of the wasteland were beaten back relentlessly, their resources nearly depleted. Players had become even more detestable to them than the mutated hyenas. Although a few minor bosses had managed to deceive some players into becoming their subordinates with sweet words, they were quickly betrayed. This group of players is not easily controlled. Once they feel there is no benefit to gain, dissatisfaction accumulates relentlessly, and when it reaches a critical point, they will directly rebel, eliminating their lord and seeking new allies, or simply establishing their own faction. Such occurrences transpired countless times over the month. Just by observing the significant turnover of new faces in the positions below the top 10 of the Lord reputation rankings, Xiao Fan could surmise the situation. He also discovered something rather dramatic. The Lord ranked 9th, as in his previous life, fell victim to lust. Originally a powerful marquis warlord, he was ultimately eliminated by a female player from the Dai faction who endured humiliation. This incident might prompt the world to reassess the player community. They are akin to a double-edged sword. When wielded correctly, they are unstoppable, but when mishandled, they can bring calamity upon themselves, leading to total defeat. Thanks to the downfall of this lord, Xiao Fan's reputation ranking successfully ascended from 10th to 9th. Commander, I report that the construction of the power station has been completed within the stipulated time frame as per your orders. Lao Tan Suinkei strode over, his excitement evident. Xiao Fan nodded to him, took a sip from his thermos, tightened the lid, and followed Lao Tan Suinkei out of the base. From a distance, the iconic cooling tower of the steam power station came into view. Though the tower appeared rudimentary and rough, replete with a wasteland aesthetic, it stood solidly like a power plant. However, its actual operational efficacy would require further verification. The two individuals swiftly arrived at the power station, which spanned an impressive area of 10,000 square meters. Commander, over there is the steam chamber, Lao Tan Suinkei gestured towards a particular structure. Lacking heavy industrial production equipment, we have repurposed the fuel tanks from the abandoned gas station in the ruined city into steam storage tanks. These tanks are buried 5 meters underground and are insulated with heat-retaining materials and reinforced concrete, significantly enhancing their pressure resistance. Subsequently, they entered the control center, which was also imbued with the aura of desolation. In the spacious room, one wall was adorned with a myriad of signal lights crafted from rudimentary bulbs, with accompanying explanations in Chinese characters beneath them. The opposite wall was densely populated with electrical switches, and despite having been organized, the tangled wires still induced a sense of unease. Should the concealed cables within the wall be exposed, the control room would likely resemble a spider's lair. These switches not only controlled the power generation room and steam chamber, but also managed the entire power dispatch for the base in the future. Give it a try, Xiao Fan instructed in a calm tone. Lao Tan Swan Kai rubbed his hands together, unable to conceal his nervousness, and shouted into the intercom. Boiler room. Commence boiler activation immediately. Understood. The player in the boiler room put away the intercom, spat into his palm, and forcefully pushed the lever before him. Boom! A roaring inferno ignited within the boiler, and the player promptly closed all the electrical switches one by one, activating the backup power source. The massive blower emitted a deafening roar as the pulverized coal dust was blown into the combustion chamber with the saturated air. Once the coal dust could sustain combustion, the ignition source was extinguished, and the intense flames enveloped the rows of copper heating pipes. The distilled water injected subsequently began to boil rapidly, and the thermometer in the adjacent steam chamber soared, soon reaching 184 degrees. At this point, the pressure within the steam chamber approached dynamic equilibrium, and the water inside had completely transformed into saturated steam. As the boiler pressure reached 1 megapascal, the alarm light on the ceiling of the factory began to flash, and the passive pressure relief valve opened automatically, releasing high-pressure steam into the atmosphere, alerting the players that the pressure had reached a critical level. The player in the boiler room pressed the switch, and the central control room immediately received the signal. Lao Tan Swan Kai promptly commanded, "Power generation room. Activate generator unit 1. Understood." The saturated steam was transported to the power generation room, and, as the gate opened, rows of steam engines covering thousands of square meters emitted a series of hissing sounds and began to operate. The connecting rods possessed immense torque, driving two energy storage flywheels weighing hundreds of tons into motion. The flywheels gradually accelerated from a slow rotation, ultimately producing a sharp, whirring sound. Once the rotational speed reached the predetermined standard, the flywheels automatically connected with the generator meticulously crafted by the players. Lao Tan Swan Kai turned and saluted Xiao Fan solemnly. "Report to the commander. The voltage is stable, and all systems in the power station are functioning normally." Xiao Fan nodded, his gaze fixed on the stable voltmeter, and he briefly glanced at the scattered blueprints on the table, which had been modified according to actual conditions. It was not uncommon for changes to be made to blueprints during the course of a project. Even national projects often adjusted designs due to unexpected circumstances on site, which had caused many designers significant distress. Despite the power station appearing somewhat impressive, its actual generating capacity falls short of 1 megawatt, 1,000 kilowatts, sufficient only to meet the electricity needs of a medium-sized residential community, far from fulfilling the future development demands of the base. Nevertheless, given the current limitations, the establishment of such a power station is indeed a significant breakthrough. Initially, he had envisioned supplying power to the player-constructed cottages and collecting a modest fee in return for merit points. However, it seems that merely facilitating the operation of various factories for future expansion is a commendable achievement. Fortunately, the players had reserved space for upgrades during the design phase, allowing for potential enhancements to the power station in the future when conditions improve, albeit for now, they must make do with what they have. Upon passing the inspection, Xiao Fan snapped his fingers. Instantly, the little spirit beside him transferred 800,000 military merit points to the account of Lao Tan Swan Kai. As for the remaining 200,000 balance, Xiao Fan proposed to settle it once the indigenous people of the base were taught the skills necessary for maintaining the power station. Witnessing the substantial sum of 800,000 in his account, Lao Tan Swan Kai was overwhelmed with excitement, confidently assuring that he could teach the indigenous people the basics of maintenance within a week. However, he candidly admitted that, due to the cultural limitations of the indigenous people, they would only be able to perform basic maintenance tasks that do not require complex reasoning, leaving critical positions reliant on player oversight. Nonetheless, this was hardly a concern. There were plenty of players inhabiting the base who, after attending to their own affairs, would be willing to take shifts at the power station. They could earn military merit points without charge while engaging in camaraderie with their companions, which most found agreeable. Chapter 31. The relentless ambitions of the Little Devils. As Xiao Fan exited the power station, the structure, primarily composed of concrete pillars and brickwork, appeared rather rudimentary. Without the conspicuous cooling tower, one might easily mistake it for an abandoned workshop. The timely completion of this construction was indeed somewhat rushed and haphazard. Had they utilized reinforced concrete throughout and included installation and debugging, it would have been impossible to finish within a month. Furthermore, recent disturbances from players from other nations had compelled them to dispatch troops for purging, resulting in significant delays in labor hours. Fortunately, the scavengers, through word of mouth from the indigenous people outside the base, learned of the favorable conditions here and flocked in droves to seek refuge. It was this continuous influx of labor that enabled Lao, Tan, Su, and K to narrowly meet the construction deadlines. Just as Xiao Fan was preparing to return to his office, a player returning from reconnaissance brought back disheartening news, instantly dampening his spirits. They are planning to make a comeback, and they have set their sights on our coal mine? Xiao Fan inquired in a calm tone. Jie and I, Lanzi, nodded solemnly, explaining, "Our informant has indicated that this coal mine is the only one in the nearby wasteland. The Little Devils and the Koreans wish to develop their industry and cannot bypass coal, the cornerstone of industrialization. Thus, they have secretly allied with other nations' rivals, intending to seize our coal mine to gain control over the core resources of industrialization." Leaning back in his chair, Xiao Fan crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes in contemplation. He had initially believed that the disruption of coal supply from Dakalir City would provoke an immediate response, perhaps even prompting them to approach him directly. However, the royal edict swiftly extinguished any intentions from the opposing side. Moreover, the small nuclear power station constructed by the Alchemy Guild's engineers in Dakalir City held little regard for such rudimentary facilities as thermal power plants. Thus, they would not brazenly challenge the authority of the Bai's Federation royal family merely for a modest coal mine. Even if there were inclinations to act, they would have to proceed with utmost stealth. Unexpectedly, while Dakalir City remained silent, the small nation and the Korean faction could hardly contain their eagerness to instigate trouble. More critically, informants revealed that the combined military force from various nations exceeded a staggering 100,000, an unprecedented figure. This number far surpassed the current base's mere 10,000 players, who were nearly all the Celestial Empire players that had descended upon this desolate land. Faced with such a multitude of adversaries, even if players could respawn, merely relying on numbers to exhaust ammunition could deplete the base's resources. As the saying goes, the highest strategy is to attack the enemy's plans, followed by undermining alliances, and lastly engaging in direct combat. A confrontation was inevitable. Yet it must not be a head-on clash. First, one must devise a method to dismantle the opposing coalition. Otherwise, being targeted by all foreign players on the wasteland would indeed pose a grave threat. Fortunately, not all news brought by the players was bleak. The Dage players, leveraging their own prestige, had formed the Red Alliance, currently embroiled in fierce conflict over territory with the Blue Alliance, led by the small nation and the Koreans. Although the Blue Alliance boasted a larger number of members, they lacked the capacity for simultaneous warfare. After all, within the Red Alliance, the Dage players possessed formidable charisma, ensuring that the players from various smaller nations remained relatively obedient. The situation within the Blue Alliance was far more comical. While the small nation and the Koreans took the lead, the various countries in this region were usually suppressed by the Celestial Empire and had not experienced much warfare in recent years, rendering their true military capabilities uncertain. Yet, any one of these nations could boast a remarkable record on the global stage. Thus, while they appeared united, in reality, none truly respected the others. Particularly, the Asan faction was akin to a foul-smelling troublemaker, more adept at causing failures than achieving success. Nevertheless, their numbers were substantial, forming the backbone of the Blue Alliance, compelling the small nation and the Koreans to endure and placate them with kind words. Who are the lords backing them? Xiao Fan inquired. Jie and I, Lanzi replied. They are prominent figures from Dakalir City, including members of the Alchemy Guild, followers of the Church of Light, and subordinates of Baron Dalkarode. However, it seems they have reached an agreement. The descendants must not trouble Dakalir City, and in return, they will not overly interfere in the affairs of the descendants. Yet, should Dakalir City come under attack, the descendants must provide unconditional support. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was reminiscent of the previous life. Western players were accustomed to freedom and could scarcely tolerate any form of oversight, let alone regard the NPCs in their eyes. This was in stark contrast to the Celestial Empire players who banded together for mutual support, even disregarding their lords to develop vigorously. He picked up a long rifle from the nearby weapon rack and tossed it to Xiao Fan. What do you think of this gun? Xiao Fan caught it steadily, feeling an inexplicable familiarity upon grasping it. After examining it closely for a moment, a storm surged within him. Was this not the M1 Garand rifle? Was it handcrafted by some technological virtuoso at the base? He raised his firearm, aiming out the window, and after a swift pull of the bolt, he cycled it 7 times in quick succession. As the final bullet was discharged, the magazine ejected with a satisfying sound. Indeed, it was an M1 Garand. He could not help but exclaim. Although this weapon is somewhat outdated in the present day, during the Second World War, when automatic rifles were not yet widespread, such semi-automatic rifles, when fired in unison by a squad, possessed sufficient firepower to suppress the enemy effectively. Moreover, its precision and lethality were on par with that of bolt-action rifles. The commander, without elaborating on the weapon's origins, merely stated, "The underground machinery factory at the base is capable of small-scale production now, and we have a considerable stockpile." He then instructed, "Notify all players with veteran ranks to return to the base immediately for new equipment." With a slight smile, he added, "From now on, each time new weapons are issued, veterans will receive one for free. However, if they lose it, they will need to purchase a replacement with merit points." Xiao Fan was overjoyed. Most of his comrades were still using rudimentary pipe weapons, which not only frequently jammed, but also had abysmal accuracy, making it difficult to hit a target even at 50 meters. With the standard rifles, their combat capabilities would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. "Commander, what is the name of this rifle?" Xiao Fan sat down again, picked up the copy of Sunzi Bingfa gifted by a player, and took a sip from his thermos as he replied, "Scorpion 1 Precision Rifle, abbreviated as DX1. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had previously wondered how Xiao Fan understood the conversations among the players, attributing it to the advanced technology of the combat device. However, Xiao Fan had just spoken flawless Mandarin without any accent, leading him to almost believe that Xiao Fan was from the same hometown. Regaining his composure, Xiao Fan hurriedly dashed outside, calling for the veterans who had participated in 2 positional battles to return for equipment exchange. Xiao Fan watched his energetic figure with a smile. This was not merely an equipment change. It was a transformation towards a regularized army, aiming to form an elite unit. During this period, he had been diligently working alongside the indigenous people of the wasteland in the machining workshop, amassing resources sufficient to provide the players with a grand surprise. He also intended to donate the outdated equipment replaced by the players to the Great Goose players, adhering to the ancient strategy of distant relatives and close attacks, which would be useful at any time. The Great Goose's Red Alliance was situated far around another wasteland city, while the Blue Alliance of the Little Notebook and the Stick was conveniently sandwiched in between. Since the opposing side wished to create trouble, he decided to entangle the Red Alliance with them, giving them a headache for a while. Once his players had fully adapted to the new weapons and the rhythm of warfare, they would decisively drive out the Little Devils and the Stick from this wasteland, ensuring they would not wreak havoc under their noses. Chapter 32. New equipment exchange, bro. What's going on? Why are so many people rushing to the base? A novice player scavenging in the wasteland stopped a motorcyclist as he noticed a throng of companions heading towards the base. The motorcyclist halted, glanced at the insignia on his chest, and casually remarked, "Newbie, that's none of your concern." The novice player was instantly rendered speechless. Was it not promised that the base would be free of outsiders, a brotherhood? Has favoritism begun to rear its head? The veteran player proudly dusted off the insignia of private engraved upon his chest, not jesting with the other. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "The commander is about to issue us new equipment, though there is nothing for the recruits. Are you heading back to the base? Give me a ride." The novice exclaimed eagerly. Regardless of whether there was a share for the newcomers, they were keen to see. "Hop on," the veteran replied readily. The novice swiftly mounted the rear of the motorcycle, gripping the handlebars tightly. The motorcycle roared to life, surging forth and kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured vision. At the entrance of the base, Xiao Fan was directing Zack and Ammon, along with their kin, to transport the recently produced weapons and equipment from the underground storage. Heavy iron crates were being neatly arranged at the exit with the assistance of hydraulic carts. Leaning against one of the crates, Xiao Fan smoked a cigarette, observing the eager players with a faint smile. Once all the veteran players had gathered, he raised an eyebrow at Zach and Ammon. They exchanged knowing glances and promptly severed the steel straps binding the crates. As the lids were lifted, the pungent scent of gun oil wafted through the air, revealing a collection of pristine firearms. Among them were precision rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, machine guns, and handguns, an impressive array of legitimate military gear, far superior to the makeshift contraptions of scrap metal previously used. Form ranks. Xiao Fan flicked away his cigarette, and issued the command in a grave tone. The veteran players straightened, their spirits lifted as they quickly fell into formation, organizing themselves into 3 precise squads based on their prior combat structure. The novice players stood by, unsure of how to proceed, hesitantly lining up at the rear of the formation. Attention! With a sharp command, all veterans stood at attention, chests out and heads held high, exuding a commanding presence. Xiao Fan took a sip from his thermos, nodding in satisfaction before stating, at ease. He placed his cup atop a nearby wooden crate and adopted a serious demeanor. The reason for your return today is to provide the veterans with a unified rearmament. Ignoring the timid murmurs from the novices behind him, he continued, you are all aware of the new regulations at the base. Players holding the rank of private may form 10-man teams. Depending on your chosen specialization, I will distribute the corresponding equipment free of charge. However, there is a rule I must emphasize. Once you have selected your specialization, you will no longer be eligible for supplies of other weapon types. Furthermore, each individual is entitled to only 1 free allocation of equipment, barring exceptional circumstances. Xiao Fan paused, adding a note of gravity to his tone. Do not entertain thoughts of acquiring expensive equipment merely to resell it. Should I discover such actions, it will reflect poorly on us all. After imparting this warning, he commenced the formal distribution of gear, calling forth the respective teams by their specializations. Those bearing the Death Barrage medal and willing to continue serving in the machine gun squad stepped forward. The criteria for obtaining this medal is no trifling matter, requiring sustained firearm usage to achieve over 100 enemy kills in a single battle. As the next battle commences, it can actively consume the medal to activate a 100 merit value bonus. No sooner had he finished speaking than a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed in the air. Over 100 players from various teams stepped forward in unison, advancing to the front of the line. The leaders of these teams prominently displayed the Death Barrage medal on their chests. With a snap of his fingers, Xiao Fan signaled Zach and to retrieve gleaming silver machine guns from the iron crates. This is the Lei Xiao General Purpose Machine Gun, abbreviated as LS-1T, Xiao Fan announced. This machine gun is a replica of Hansa's MG-42. It employs a stamped forging process, characterized by its simple structure, low cost, and remarkable reliability. And its manufacturing cost is even less than that of the previous Du Xiao precision rifle. Although limited by materials, its theoretical rate of fire can reach a terrifying 1,000 rounds per minute. However, while the weapon itself is affordable, the ammunition is not. Such a high rate of fire would not only strain the base's logistics, but also weigh heavily on the players, as every round expended translates directly into valuable merit points. Each machine gun team is allocated 1 LS-1T general purpose machine gun, 5 Du Xiao precision rifles, and 1 Ling Xiao semi-automatic pistol, a replica of the Soviet Makarov pistol. In terms of ammunition, they are equipped with 500 rounds of 7.62 by 54 mm standard ammunition, along with 3 magazines of 9 mm pistol rounds. The ammunition for both the Du Xie and Lei Xie is interchangeable, with distribution entirely at the discretion of the team leader. The pistol is standard issue for the team leader, ensuring they can quickly retaliate if enemies close in. Members of the team, without main weapons, are tasked with transporting ammunition, setting up the machine guns, and standing ready to replace any fallen primary gunners. Next came the engineering team. In Lao Tan Sauerkraut, S Engineering Battalion, more than half of the players stepped forward in unison. They were equipped with the Xiao submachine gun, abbreviated as SX-1, a replica of the Sten gun. This weapon is considered the budget king among submachine guns, with performance slightly superior to makeshift iron pipe submachine guns, yet it is prone to misfires and jams. Nevertheless, its fierce close-quarters firepower and ease of mass production make it well-suited for the battlefield needs of engineers. Following the engineers was the artillery team. armed with an 80mm mortar and accompanying sighting equipment, in addition to 5 Xiao Fan precision rifles and 3 sets of ammunition. Finally, it was the turn of the Special Reconnaissance Team. The leader, Tai Hu, caught Xiao Fan's attention. He recalled that in his previous life, this figure did not exist. It was clear from Tai Hu's skills that he was no ordinary individual. The reconnaissance team was issued 2 Tion Xiao Fan sniper rifles, abbreviated as TX-1, modeled after the Soviet SVD sniper rifle. Additionally, they received 2 range-finding observation scopes, 2 SX-1 submachine guns, and 4 Xiao Fan precision rifles. Veteran players, having received their new equipment, eagerly discarded their old weapons. They held the fresh gear, imbued with the scent of gun oil, caressing it with an almost reverent touch. The cold metallic feel and the rich aroma of gun oil were more intoxicating to them than anything else. The thought of unleashing these weapons upon the enemy was exhilarating. Some players could not suppress a low cheer, their eyes glimmering with a fervent desire for battle. The detailed transfer regulations for each squad have long been publicly disclosed to all veterans, clear and unambiguous. For the machine gun squad, the transfer requirements include holding the Death Barrage medal and achieving a minimum of 100 enemy eliminations in a single battle. In the 1-star squad, a total of 1,000 enemy eliminations grants access to a 20 discount on corresponding ammunition and weapon supplies. The 2-star squad requires 10,000 enemy eliminations, unlocking the armor-piercing incendiary shell, obtainable through merit points at logistics. The 3-star squad is awarded the Warrior Medal in a single battle, thereby becoming an elite machine gun squad, with the privilege of receiving 3 basic armor-piercing incendiary shells free of charge for each battle. For the artillery squad, the transfer prerequisites include holding the Precision Strike medal and incapacitating or destroying an enemy heavy firepower unit with a single mortar shot in 1 battle. The 1-star squad, with 1,000 enemy eliminations or destruction of 10 enemy fortifications, enjoys a 20 discount on ammunition and weapon supplies. The 2-star squad, requiring 10,000 enemy eliminations or the destruction of 100 fortifications, unlocks illumination shells, smoke shells, and white phosphorus shells, which can be allocated through merit points. The 3-star squad, upon receiving the Warrior Medal in a single battle, is entitled to receive 3 basic supplies of 1 special ammunition type free of charge. For the Engineer Squad, the transfer requirements include holding the Iron Blood Engineer medal and achieving 100 enemy kills using equipment such as landmines, TNT, or flamethrowers in a single battle. The 1-star squad, having eliminated 1,000 enemies, may receive a free engineer equipment supply pack for mine clearance, laying mines, resource recovery, and fortification construction. The 2-star squad, with 10,000 enemy eliminations, obtains the individual anti-armor weapon pack, effective against heavily armored targets. The 3-star squad, upon receiving the Warrior Medal in a single battle, may claim free engineering equipment supplies upon promotion. For the Special Reconnaissance Squad, the transfer requirements necessitate holding the Nightingale Medal and assisting allies in eliminating 100 enemies through intelligence in a single battle. The 1-star squad, having assisted in the elimination of 1,000 enemies, receives a reconnaissance outfit and unlocks remote artillery fire coordination privileges. Achieving 100 kills in a single life allows for 1 free call for remote artillery support, with ammunition costs borne by the base. The 2-star squad, with 10,000 enemy assists, acquires advanced stealth equipment and reconnaissance drones, enhancing battlefield survival and reconnaissance efficiency. The 3-star squad, receiving the Warrior Medal in a single battle and assisting in 10,000 enemy eliminations, may summon precision-guided missiles from the base to conduct pinpoint strikes on laser-marked targets. Chapter 33. The Goose Camp. The newly issued equipment has not yet been fully distributed, as Xiao Fan securely locks it away in the warehouse. Indifferent to the eager gazes of the newcomers, his stance is unequivocal. As long as you exhibit exceptional prowess, there is no shortage of fine equipment. The newcomers gaze enviously at the pristine firearms in the hands of the veterans, then look down at their own rudimentary weapons, filled with longing. They do not perceive Xiao Fan's actions as unkind, but instead harbor resentment for not being able to partake in the previous grand battle. This fervent desire transforms into a burning passion, as they yearned to immediately engage in combat with players representing the Xiao Qo and Bangsa factions. On the boundless expanse of the Gobi Desert, 3 heavy transport trucks and a dozen armored vehicles were making their way toward the base of the A player. Flanking them were motorcycle escorts, providing additional security. Kinwen Bai was leisurely perched at the driver's window, smoking a cigarette and humming a tune. The players in the open cargo area were also smoking, leaning on the railings, and engaging in casual conversation. When encountering foreign player groups or minor factions along the way, the sight of their exquisite equipment sent them scurrying to avoid any confrontation, not daring to steal even a glance. Nowadays, the banner of the DC Tianzai base was known to all across the wasteland, and the standardized gear worn by this group of players was unmistakably formidable. While some may have contemplated an ambush along the way, they were acutely aware of the risks involved in confronting players under the command of Xiao Fan. The stakes were simply too high. Should they fall in battle, a full 24 hours would pass before they could respawn. Rather than tempt fate, it was far wiser to focus on their own endeavors. The convoy traveled tirelessly for a day and a night, finally arriving at the A player base on the following morning. Here, a considerable number of players from the Red faction had gathered, with makeshift tents densely arranged in an orderly fashion along the narrow dirt pathways. Numerous players had laid out scraps of fabric and displayed scavenged equipment or homemade food for sale, effectively creating a bustling temporary market. The appearance of the convoy immediately drew the attention of those on the streets, their eyes fixated on the equipment worn by the players from Tianchao, envy evident on their faces. Compared to the gear they possessed, their own seemed utterly inadequate, almost laughably so. Da do piavu elishi. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. A burly man approached with his entourage. The appearance of players in the game mirrored that of reality, with no disparity in their fundamental attributes. This imposing figure was none other than the leader of the Red Alliance, Lin Dong Nu Xiong. Kinwen Bai tightened the leather coat he had scavenged from the ruins, leaped from the vehicle, and shook hands vigorously with a cigarette in his mouth, exclaiming heartily, "As promised, we arrived today without delay. This is not a place for idle chatter. Come with me to the camp." Lin Dong Nu Xiong warmly invited. Kinwen Bai nodded, allowing him to board the vehicle. The convoy navigated the intricate pathways of the camp for some time before arriving at an open area, the heart of the A player base. Thanks to Xiao Fan's early support, the influence of the A players had expanded exponentially. Kinwen Bai even spotted several players busy handcrafting firearms within a few makeshift structures. Their level of equipment appeared comparable to that of the Tianchao players during their nascent stages. It was likely that they had taken down some unfortunate minor BOSS from the wasteland. Kinwen Bai dismissed his subordinates, allowing them to roam freely. Yet he specifically instructed them to operate in squads. He may not fully comprehend these foreign players, but he was well aware of the nature of players. The equipment worn by his contingent was akin to walking wealth in the eyes of these foreign players, and acting alone could very well lead to robbery. If this were to sour relations and jeopardize cooperation, it would spell trouble. Upon entering the tent, Lin Dong Nuing poured a bowl of self-brewed Jiao Shu wine for Kinwen Bai. Without much thought, Kinwen Bai lifted it to his lips and took a hearty gulp. The potency of a liquor, distilled an unknown number of times, was astonishing. He nearly choked and was on the verge of regurgitating it. In a hurry, he adjusted the sensitivity of his taste system, which alleviated the burning sensation somewhat. However, the fiery drink still caused his cheeks to flush crimson in an instant. Internally, he lamented, in these times of scarce food supplies, this group of geese is still brewing wine from Jiaoshu. Truly, they're a battle-hungry people with an insatiable thirst for alcohol. Dave Rishi, have you begun producing standard firearms on your own? Lin Dong Nuing gazed enviously at the long gun behind him. After regaining his composure, Kinwen Bai chuckled and tossed his sharpshooter rifle to Lin Dong Nuing. Take a look for yourself. Lin Dong Nuing picked up the firearm, inhaling the rich scent of gun oil wafting from it. The weapon gleamed with a newness that indicated it had just rolled off the production line. A wave of jealousy surged within him. Succubuli, why is there no lord favoring the geese in this game? While we laboriously craft subpar weapons, players from Tianchao have already upgraded to standard gear. Reluctantly, he returned the rifle, raised his glass, and took a deep swig to mask his discontent. Dave Rishi, these weapons, did you acquire them through your replacements? Lin Dong Nuing glanced at the trash weapons littering the alley outside, testing the waters with his inquiry. Ken Bai did not hide the truth and nodded candidly. He then shifted the conversation. Brother, do not lose heart. Our commander has stated that as long as you continue to target the little devils, for every enemy you dispatch, you will earn 1 point of merit. Accumulate enough merit, and you can exchange it for weapons at our base. He paused, presenting a greater temptation. If you can muster the effort to seize that copper mine controlled by the little devils, we could engage in trade afterward. And the commander might even grant access to purchase heavy weaponry. The game system boasts a built-in universal communication feature, ensuring seamless dialogue between the two. Lindong Nguyen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long set his sights on that small copper mine. Gaining control over it would ensure industrial production and ammunition supplies. Even if it were not immediately useful, it would undoubtedly become a strategic resource as vital as coal in the future. Yet, he harbored some doubts. How would they account for the number of kills? Would they simply believe whatever he claimed? Ken Bai perceived his concerns and promptly summoned several large boxes which, upon opening, revealed an array of combat devices. These were manufactured by our base. Once implanted with the accompanying neural chip, they will connect to our internal network, automatically recording kill counts with absolute accuracy. As he spoke, he produced a syringe and carefully implanted a capsule-sized neural chip into the spinal nerve at Lindong Nguyen's nape. At that moment, a cacophony of disjointed voices suddenly surged into Lindong Nguyen's mind. Boss, look, there's even this kind of trade here. Brothers, shall we experience some exotic flair? I never imagined the game could be played this way. Forget it. It's not to my taste, too absurd. Keep it down. Such matters are best handled discreetly. Engaging in frivolous chatter on public channels displays a lack of decorum. Initially, he was taken aback by the capabilities of the battle device. But upon overhearing the conversation, his expression darkened as if tarnished by soot. He had clearly forbidden such conduct, yet this group dared to defy the order, bringing shame upon themselves as if they had embarrassed their nation abroad. Sukabuli, Lindong Nguyen bellowed in fury, promptly summoning his subordinates to investigate and expel the troublemakers from camp. Ken Bai, observing the commotion with amusement, casually grabbed an unidentified piece of jerky and popped it into his mouth. Regrettably, the jerky tasted akin to chewing wax, accompanied by an odd flavor that contorted his face. Yet he reasoned that it was free meat and thus not a loss. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Players of the due to a 24-hour resurrection cooldown, have an insatiable demand for sustenance. The negative buff from hunger severely hinders movement. Should one starve, they would have to wait a day to log back in. Thus, upon respawning, they spend the majority of their time searching for food. In contrast, players from Tian Chao can resurrect instantly upon death and currently have little need for provisions, as they are not engaged in expeditions. If he could trade food for other resources from them and subsequently sell those to the base, it could yield substantial profit. Moreover, the risk associated with this trade is minimal, virtually guaranteeing a profit. The more he pondered, the more Ken Bai believed in the viability of this venture, his eyes gradually glimmering with shrewdness. Chapter 34. Virtual Invasion. At this stage, the battle device can undoubtedly be considered a piece of exceptional equipment, even without a relay antenna. As long as there are friendly personnel within a 5-kilometer radius, it can automatically establish a hive network for real-time communication. This is immensely beneficial for players of the who frequently engage in combat across vast expanses. Ken Bai specifically advised Lindong Nguyen that the battle devices provided this time were entirely complementary. But should they be lost, acquiring replacements would require a significant expenditure of merit points. Furthermore, these devices are linked to personal identities, rendering them unusable if transferred to others. Lindong Nguyen patted his chest and assured, "Dear Dewary, I would never stoop to the level of a petty traitor." He then leaned closer to Ken Bai, lowering his voice and raising an eyebrow. "Dewary, would you care to experience the exotic allure? Unlike those outside, this is based on mutual consent without compensation, just a game. Care to give it a try?" Ken Bai regarded him with a perplexed expression. He had not anticipated that this brawny man, seemingly honest and straightforward, would indulge in such peculiarities. He waved his hand in refusal. "No, thank you. I'm not interested." As a genuine scion of wealth, he had witnessed myriad spectacles and thus found little appeal in such trivialities. Half an hour later, watching the convoy of Tian Chao players depart, Lindong Nu Xiong returned to his modest shelter, gazing at the battle device on his wrist, a smile involuntarily curling at his lips. Although he had not allied with the Xiao Fan Lord, establishing this connection would enable him to acquire superior equipment, far more advantageous than dealing with the unscrupulous merchants of Declare City. Moreover, the condition for obtaining equipment was merely to eliminate the little ghost player, an effortless task for them. Gather your weapons, and let us seek out those ghost players for some practice. At his command, the camp erupted in a chorus of cheers. The players of the red faction and the blue faction were already accustomed to scavenging for food and seizing resources in the wasteland, in their quest for greater gains. They frequently crossed boundaries, leading to persistent friction. This time, he seized the opportunity to teach the opposing side a lesson under the pretext of crossing borders. Before long, the wasteland section of the Jin official website was ablaze with activity. Players from other regions were diligently pursuing Lord missions and farming equipment. The well-known lords, having established mutual camaraderie, cautioned their subordinates against provoking conflicts, resulting in a notable restraint and the absence of large-scale cross-border skirmishes. After all, resources were scarce, and acquiring equipment was challenging. Engaging in conflict would yield more losses than gains. However, the wasteland area was an entirely different spectacle. Players from the red and blue factions were fiercely battling online, while offline they took to the forums to hurl insults at one another, with posts refreshing at a speed rivaling live comments, attracting countless onlookers. Ziba, you were the ones who crossed the line and chased us down. Yet you have the audacity to turn the tables. Suckabuli, your rhetoric is absurd. We caught you red-handed, and yet you still attempt to argue. Bacchiero, don't get too arrogant, big goose. Not only have we claimed the territory of an indigenous BOSS, but we've also seized the resources of the motorcycle gang. With the pitiful firearms you possess, how dare you challenge us? Little devils, are you thinking of digging potatoes in Siberia again? The wasteland environment is hardly different from Siberia. Soon, we'll have you all harvesting taro. As the two sides engaged in a heated exchange, a player from Tianchao suddenly fanned the flames in the comments. Big Goose brother, the little devils may not be very strong, but I've heard their female players are quite appealing. Upon hearing this, the forum fell silent for a few moments. Then, the players from Xiaobenzi completely lost their composure, flooding the comments section with vulgarities. Observing this, the Tianchao players erupted into laughter in the comments. Meanwhile, in a conference room in reality, several executives withdrew their gazes from the screens, unable to suppress their laughter. These youngsters certainly had their clever tricks. When dealing with the little devils, there was no need for courtesy. Nevertheless, as a great nation, one must still exhibit some grace. One leader rapped his knuckles on the table, suddenly adopting a serious tone. Let us discuss the situation at the Research Institute. The room immediately fell silent, and everyone held their breath. The secretary promptly activated the projector and began the report. After listening to the briefing, the brows of all present furrowed. The intelligence gathered from the nation's Special Research Institute regarding the AI capabilities of the game NPCs was somewhat alarming. If these NPCs were indeed capable of independent thought, it would be terrifying. Yet, if they were not, the current situation might prove even more troublesome. Researchers had attempted to disclose their true identities to the game NPCs. The responses were unexpectedly disheartening. The ordinary NPCs at the lower levels showed no interest, lamenting that merely surviving was challenging enough, leaving no room for such contemplations. Moreover, communicating with players was already arduous. The upper-tier NPCs, on the other hand, possessed numerous means of communication but were entirely dismissive of cooperating with the tests. Even turning the question back on the researchers, on what grounds do you assert that the world you inhabit is not an illusion? If you can provide proof, then do elaborate. They have launched a decisive strike. Every instance that players can utilize to substantiate the authenticity of reality finds its counterpart within the gaming realm. This left the researchers utterly flabbergasted. Furthermore, some were almost led astray by the game as charlatans, teetering on the brink of self-doubt, and upon exiting the game, they plunged into the laboratory, determined to uncover evidence that the game is a virtual construct. Yet, the questions that eluded explanation were all attributed by the game as characters to the creation of a deity. After all, a world imbued with magic cannot be measured by ordinary logic. The conference room was enveloped in silence, save for the intermittent crackling of burning tobacco. Moreover, there was a more grave discovery. Certain foreign investors, in their quest to seize power within the game, clandestinely forged agreements with NPC lords, even employing real-world capital to control numerous players. Signs of the game's reverse incursion into reality had quietly emerged. Even within the realm of Tianchao, a few audacious individuals were stirring restlessly. Neither these traitors nor the NPCs attempting to manipulate reality will be tolerated by Tianchao. What is the situation on Xiao Fan's side? The chief suddenly inquired. The projection shifted, presenting the current state of the Xiao Fan base. Thus far, the Lord of Xiao Fan had not encountered such issues. He often referred to us players as brothers during our exchanges. The reporter continued. Our embedded personnel discovered that he possesses a keen interest in Tianchao culture and remarkable learning abilities. Within a month, he had grasped the basics of the Chinese language and was delving into the military strategy book gifted by the players. The last time he faced a threat from the Blue faction, he employed the strategy of forging distant alliances while attacking nearby foes, successfully diverting the attention of the Goose players from the Little Devils and the Koreans, thereby granting the base a reprieve for stable development. Upon hearing this, the faces of the assembly broke into expressions of relief and satisfaction. The chief, too, rarely expressed delight. This Xiao Fan indeed exhibits the potential of a hidden dragon. He then shifted the topic. What do you believe are the odds of our successful assimilation of him? The true strength of Huaxia civilization lies not in martial prowess, but in its formidable cultural assimilation. Given enough time, many outsiders will unwittingly integrate. Of course, this is contingent upon our own strength and prosperity. Weak tribes cannot even broach the subject of cultural conquest. The secretary turned off the projection, smiling as he added, Our Xiao Fan Lord has recently developed a fondness for tea. He heard from players that tea aids in detoxification and prolongs life. And now he carries a thermos cup with him everywhere. Ha ha ha. The conference room erupted in hearty laughter, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. Chapter 35. The surprise attack. The efficacy of Xiao Fan's strategy of forging distant alliances while attacking nearby foes was evident, especially after establishing a trade route with the Goose players. Lindong Nuxing and his Red faction allies zealously hunted the Blue faction's Little Devils and Korean players. The beleaguered Little Devils and Koreans, overwhelmed by the relentless pursuit, could no longer tolerate the situation and secretly mobilized nearly 80,000 troops to ambush Lindong Nuxing's team in a concealed valley on the wasteland, intending to decimate them in one fell swoop. Thus, a fierce and bloody melee erupted. Initially, Lindong Nuxing received intelligence and contemplated withdrawing troops to avoid a devastating blow. Upon learning that the commander and the main force behind this ambush were all players from Asan, he immediately resolved to fight with all his might. Ultimately, both sides suffered grievous casualties, with corpses strewn across the battlefield. Yet victory still belonged to the Dai player. As dusk fell over the desolate plain, a chilling wind swept through, carrying the acrid scent of gunpowder. Lin Dong Nu Xiong, clad in heavy armor fashioned from scrap metal, sat atop a mound, tilting his head back to drink deeply from his flask. In the sky above, a vulture circled greedily, fixating on the bodies below, waiting for the opportune moment to descend. The players under his command busily loaded the fallen onto trucks, destined for Xiao Fan's base to exchange for merit points. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the plain, a cloud of dust billowed into the air. Kimonyo by Lao Tan Swan Kai, Ga and Ilonza and Taihu, accompanied by their loyal comrades and a group of eager newcomers, raced toward the stronghold of the Blue faction. A long procession of trucks, each hauling multiple trailers, formed a lengthy convoy, carrying an entire regiment of 250 individuals, churning up dust across the wilderness. According to the strategy previously discussed with Lindong Nu Xiong, the DE players were tasked with directly engaging the main force of the Blue faction, while they would take the opportunity to strike at the enemy's base, catching them off guard. Brother, I got it sorted here. The Little Devils and the Sticks have nearly perished with us, came the slightly hoarse voice of Lindong Nu Xiong through the communicator. Understood, responded Kinwenyo Bai, his gaze shifting to the distant horizon outside the window, his expression growing serious in an instant. This time, he intended to make those who dared to covet the base's coal mine pay a steep price. Relay the message. Ensure the brothers are well fed and hydrated on the trucks. We must eliminate the enemy's base within 24 hours. Rest assured, boss. His players replied loudly. The deafening sound of a horn echoed across the barren land. For this assault, Xiao Fan had nearly requisitioned all of the base's heavy trucks. Had it not been for the limitations of transport capacity and a long-distance journey, he would have even considered deploying more personnel to ensure absolute certainty. After all, while players could respawn without cooldowns, the distance to the enemy's base was too far for immediate reinforcement. This time, they were committed to executing a lightning strike without any backup support. Enemy sentinels spotted on the left hillside. The urgent report from the scout player suddenly crackled over the communication channel. The brows of the group furrowed instantly. A surprise attack relied on the element of surprise. If the enemy detected them prematurely, the subsequent assault would become exceedingly difficult. Motorcycle squad, move out and eliminate them. Everyone else, accelerate. Qin Wenyo Bai decisively commanded. The motorcycle squad swiftly broke away from the main force, racing toward the hillside. Yet, all understood that the plan for this ambush had likely been compromised. Regardless of whether they could eliminate the sentinels, the enemy could immediately go offline to alert their base, preparing for defense. They did not believe that the little devils and sticks had constructed no fortifications after all this time. Nevertheless, with the mission assigned, all embraced the determination to fight to the death. Even if they fell here, they would ensure the enemy's base was toppled, returning the situation to a state of liberation. On the following dawn, after a grueling 12-hour march, the Legion finally arrived within 3 kilometers of the enemy's main camp. The 4 companions stood resolutely atop a mound, binoculars in hand, scrutinizing the enemy positions. Moments later, they lowered their binoculars, their gazes converging on Qin Wenyo Bai. In this operation, Xiao Fan had temporarily appointed him as the major commander, and all participating players were elevated by 1 rank, subject to his command. Even if some harbored dissent in their hearts, none dared to challenge Xiao Fan's orders. Upon gaining a clear view of the enemy's fortifications, the others felt an unspoken relief for not having taken on the mantle of command. Before them lay an arid expanse, crisscrossed with an intricate network of trenches, while the alerted enemy stood on high alert. Modern assaults were as arduous as ancient sieges, without heavy artillery support. Seizing the position required overwhelming numbers to engage in a war of attrition, with no guarantee of success. Moreover, even though the blue faction had suffered a depletion of half their forces at the hands of the Goose players, their remaining numbers still outstripped the enemy by more than tenfold. In such a scenario, a headlong charge was utterly impractical. Victory would necessitate a strategic approach. Qin Wenyo Bai solemnly set down the binoculars and beckoned to the guards behind him. The guard player promptly produced a map. This was a defensive layout pilfered by an informant embedded within the enemy ranks. And the newly promoted rookie commander, Woody Xiaozhuai, they gathered to examine the indicated points of firepower. Upon observing the annotations on the map, a collective gasp escaped their lips. They were already aware that the enemy had absconded with all the resources of the motorcycle gang during their retreat. But it was only now that they comprehended the magnitude of the enemy's firepower. The enemy's defensive positions extended outward for 4 kilometers, with 8 forward outposts, each fortified with hundreds of heavy weapon points. To withstand artillery bombardments and stray bullets, they had constructed robust machine gun nests using sandbags and scrap metal. To breach this intricate web of crossfire constituted a daunting and costly endeavor in terms of casualties. The group turned once more to Qin Wenyo Bai, awaiting his directive. The enemy was cognizant of their impending assault, but could scarcely fathom the scale of their numbers. Qin Wenyo Bai spoke with gravitas, detailing his plan. The 1st and 2nd battalions will serve as the main forces, launching a direct assault. The 5th battalion, comprised of new recruits, will be held in reserve to replenish the casualties of the first 2 battalions. He then turned to Taihu, Brother Hu. Your 4th battalion will remain concealed for the time being. The moment the enemy reallocates forces to bolster the front lines and a gap in their defenses emerges, you shall initiate an ambush. Taihu, wielding a TX-1 sniper rifle and casually smoking a cigarette, chuckled in agreement. Although his battalion was ostensibly a rookie unit, its core was composed of his comrades from reality. Appointing these seasoned individuals as temporary officers would ensure their combat effectiveness was on par with any other unit. Qin Wenyo Bai was well aware of his capabilities, which was why he entrusted him with this pivotal task. Subsequently, He turned his attention to Lao Tan Swan Kai. Swan Kai, your battalion primarily consists of artillery and engineers. You lead the troops to the designated coordinates, swiftly establishing a mortar position while simultaneously safeguarding our rear to prevent the enemy from resorting to desperate measures and launching a surprise attack from behind. The players exhibit a fearless demeanor, yet losing their equipment would result in significant losses. While the gear of novices may hold little value, the standard equipment of seasoned veterans comes at a considerable cost. Should we fail to capture the base, not only would we forfeit the rewards of discounted supplies, but we would also incur losses in ammunition and equipment, leaving us with no recourse for lamentation. However, high risk often accompanies high reward. Capturing the enemy position would grant the entire legion a staggering 24 million merit points, translating to nearly 400 points for each individual. This is equivalent to the rewards of more than a week's worth of daily tasks. Even after accounting for ammunition losses, each person would still net at least 200 points. The promise of substantial rewards inevitably draws brave souls. Many novices, fully aware of the immense risks and the possibility of complete loss, eagerly volunteer for battle. For them, warfare is a perilous gamble akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Slowly grinding through daily tasks offers no viable path. Only by risking everything can they seize their chance for advancement. Chapter 36, Attack. Kirstasan. They boast loudly while encircling the enemy's 50,000 troops with their own 80,000, yet they not only fail to secure victory, but are instead caught in a pincer movement, leaving their legion nearly annihilated. Xiao Ju's anger is palpable as he pounds the table, his chest heaving, his eyes ablaze with fury. How dare they still request our support? Li Xin grits his teeth in agreement. However, he quickly shifts his gaze toward the serpentine black line advancing over the distant hillside, cold sweat trickling down his back. Fortunately, they had not foolishly rushed to provide assistance. Otherwise, their headquarters would have been left vulnerable, easily overrun by players from Tianqiao, leaving them with no hope of survival in the wasteland. Yet the current situation remains perilous. Through their informants embedded within the De faction, they had already learned that the players from Tianqiao have completed a comprehensive rearmament, their firepower now nothing short of terrifying. Although they may be outnumbered, the intensity of their firepower is beyond comparison. Given Tianqiao players' penchant for waging well-prepared battles, their current show of force clearly indicates an intent to decisively dismantle their encampment. Adding to their woes, the Asan players, the largest faction, are currently waiting for their respawn cooldowns, a truly infuriating predicament. Nevertheless, they are not without a fighting chance. If they can hold out for another 12 hours until the Asan players gradually revive and arrive, they can execute a pincer attack alongside the defending forces. At that point, not only could they overwhelm this contingent of Tianqiao players, but they might also seize a considerable cache of standard equipment, potentially turning the tide in their favor. Meanwhile, the temporary command center of the Tianqiao players is established atop the hillside. A folded metal table displays a map of the enemy position. Look at my prowess is intently studying the map, diligently marking various points with charcoal. While he trusts the intelligence provided by the De players, he prudently seizes the opportunity during the pre-battle preparations to dispatch a reconnaissance team close to the enemy position, conducting another assessment of their firepower. As expected, numerous new markings indicating heavy firepower soon appear on the map. He discarded the charcoal pencil and glanced at the time on the combat device, noting that only half an hour remained before the scheduled assault. Suen Ke, how is the mortar position faring? He inquired through the communicator. At that moment, not far from the enemy's position, the slope behind the reverse embankment was bustling with activity as Lao Tan Suen Ke led the engineering battalion. Under the scorching sun, many players, bare-chested, were setting up camouflage nets for shade, while novices scurried back and forth, lugging mortars between various firing positions. The seasoned veterans huddled together, intently studying the map marked with firing parameters, meticulously confirming the attack plan to prevent overlap of firepower or misdirected strikes. Lao Tan Suen Ke turned his gaze towards a special firing position not far away, his tone brimming with confidence. We can provide fire support at any moment. On that unique position stood 4 75mm infantry guns, a new task assigned to him by Xiao Fan following the completion of the power station. He had drawn inspiration from real-world technology, replicating Han's IG-18 infantry gun to create a lightweight field artillery piece. Utilizing locally produced steel, the base ultimately forged these 4 cannons. The design of this artillery piece was remarkably ingenious. The barrel measured merely 500 millimeters in length, and the breech employed a loading mechanism reminiscent of a lever-action rifle. By lifting the lever to expose the loading port, inserting the shell, and then pressing down on the lever, one could achieve both locking and firing. Upon raising the lever again, the spent casing would automatically eject, significantly reducing the material requirements for the barrel, allowing even the low-quality steel produced by the base to suffice. To minimize weight and facilitate transportation, Xiao Fan also issued bulletproof shields, resulting in a total weight of just 300 kilograms. Once equipped with 2 wheels, it could be easily maneuvered by 2 individuals, showcasing remarkable mobility. Of course, the drawbacks were equally apparent. The excessively short barrel rendered it more akin to a howitzer, with a range of less than 3 kilometers, restricting it to close support for the front lines. However, this was sufficient, as their artillery positions were situated less than 1 kilometer from the enemy's lines, with a range of 25 li adequately covering the entirety of the adversary's forward positions, effectively bringing the cannon's mouth right before the enemy. Upon receiving Xiao Fan's response, Camino by immediately ordered the entire army to prepare for battle. All artillery positions ready. Load high explosive shells. Fire 5 rounds at maximum speed. Prepare, fire. At the instant the command was issued, the loader released the mortar shell. The shell rolled down the barrel, producing a series of crisp clinks, before soaring forth with a sharp whistling sound towards the enemy's position. With a piercing cry, the blue camp players' expressions shifted dramatically. Baka! It's shelling! Take cover! Boom! The shout of a Japanese player was abruptly silenced as a shell landed precisely beside him. The violent shockwave instantly propelling him into the air, a gruesome mix of blood and entrails splattering across the ground. Many novice players, having never witnessed such bloodshed, were rendered paralyzed with fear, screaming as they frantically searched for places to hide, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Xiao Fan scooped up a handful of sand and tossed it into the air, gauging the wind speed before promptly commanding, adjust firing range. Lower by 5. Shift 100 meters to the right. Load smoke shells. Fire. The gunners swiftly adjusted their positions, and a new barrage of shells whistled into the air. The smoke grenade deployed this time was provided by Xiao Fan. Unlike ordinary smoke bombs, it can instantly envelop an area with a diameter of 30 meters. The heavy particulate matter mingled within the smoke not only mitigates wind interference, but also extends the duration of concealment. As the smoke billowed upwards, the clarion call for the charge was officially sounded. 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, advance. At the front lines, 500 players, armed with DX-1 precision rifles, charged forward under the chaotic fire of the enemy. Bullets whizzed past their ears, yet they focused solely on their relentless sprint. In the throes of adrenaline, even when struck, their bodies seemed to forget the pain. The players concealed within the smoke adhered strictly to the commander's orders, remaining silent throughout to avoid revealing their positions to concentrated fire. With their right hands gripping the triggers and left hands steadying the weapons, they moved silently like phantoms, showcasing the professionalism of seasoned veterans and providing an exemplary model for the novices awaiting behind. Machine gunners, set up for fire support immediately. At this command, the machine gun team players swiftly dropped to the ground and quickly unfolded their tripod. The squad leader affixed the LS-1T general-purpose machine gun to the stand, lying low and patiently waiting for the smoke to dissipate, preparing to unleash fierce firepower to suppress the enemy and cover their comrades' advance. Minutes later, the hot winds of the wasteland gradually dispersed the smoke. The players from the Celestial Empire, concealed within, were suddenly exposed to the enemy's crossfire. The LS-1T machine gun erupted with a thunderous roar, its ammunition belt wildly writhing as it engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the enemy's machine gun positions. Positioned in the open plains without any cover, the machine gun team quickly suffered casualties as they attracted the brunt of the enemy's fire. When one machine gunner saw his partner fall, he immediately dragged the body of his comrade, using it as a shield in front of the main gunner, setting up the tripod atop the corpse to continue firing. Bullets struck the fallen comrade's body, splattering bright red blood onto the main gunner's face. Yet he remained expressionless, continuing to fire. First company, suppressive fire. With the company commander's order, the players of the first company halted in unison, crouching down and raising their DX-1 precision rifles for synchronized fire. The dense gunfire effectively suppressed the enemy, covering the advance of the rear company. As a round was exhausted, the players of the second company quickly paused, crouching to take over the fire suppression. This tiered tactical exchange of covering fire at the company level proved highly effective, albeit at the cost of nearly half their forces. Yet, they successfully breached the enemy's first defensive line. The novices of 4th Battalion, crouched in the rear trench, felt their blood boil, fists clenched tightly. They understood that while "look at my brilliance" could have sent them to fill the front lines, they still allowed the seasoned veterans of the 1st and 2nd Battalions to lead the charge. This was an opportunity to reserve for their future promotions. Chapter 37. The Achievement of First Ascendancy Bagayara. Sinai. The cries of anguish and curses from the blue camp players echoed in the trench. Brothers, the first ascender medal is within reach. Let us take down these little devils. Sons of dogs, die for me. Take this shovel. The player from Tianchao surged to the edge of the trench, leaping high into the air, gripping the engineer shovel tightly, and striking down with ferocity. A small Japanese player, caught off guard, had their head brutally smashed open before they could react. The small Japanese player was bewildered. Despite the artillery barrage, their heavy firepower had sustained minimal losses. How could this group of Tianchao players still charge forward amidst such concentrated gunfire? What was even more perplexing was that, even though the pain threshold in the game had been reduced to 10, being struck by a bullet still felt akin to being pricked by a needle. Yet, the Tianchao players before them bore gaping wounds on their chests and arms, yet did not utter a single cry of pain, charging forward like madmen. It was merely a game. Why exert themselves so desperately? The answer from the Tianchao players was, it was essential and indeed necessary to fight fiercely, especially against the small Japanese players. They would not only endure a few bullets. As long as they had breath left in their bodies, they would drag their opponents down with them. A Japanese officer brandishing a katana stealthily approached a Tianchao player from behind, poised to strike. Suddenly, another player rushed in from behind, delivering a flying kick that sent the officer sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he mounted the officer, swinging the butt of his rifle mercilessly against the officer's face. Blood immediately splattered across the officer's visage, eliciting desperate cries of pain as, in a frantic attempt, he produced a bomb and yanked the fuse. The player atop him, eyes widening in horror, struck the officer's head once more before swiftly pulling the officer's body in front of him, desperately pinning down the bomb. The explosion shockwave lifted both players off the ground for a brief moment before they crashed back down, the player feeling a dull ache in his chest. "Brother, are you all right?" The player he had saved rushed over. "I'm fine. This injury is nothing to worry about," he muttered as he rose, cursing at the bomb's excessive power, which had caused discomfort. "Forget about me. Hurry and clear out the remaining enemies in the trench before their reinforcements arrive." Once his comrade had departed, he clutched his chest tightly, pulling out a fragment of the enemy's rib lodged in his torso. Blood gushed forth, and he grimaced as he extracted a bullet from his arm. Grabbing a handful of dry earth to staunch the bleeding, he tore off a piece of his clothing to fashion a makeshift bandage, then steadied himself with his rifle, charging back into the fray. Unbeknownst to the small Japanese players, the pain threshold for ordinary players was set at 10, but those following Xiao Fan from Tianchao had their threshold forcibly elevated to 20. This sensation of pain, while perhaps negligible with minor injuries, became excruciating when severely wounded, enough to cause the body to convulse, yet not to the extent of overwhelming the mind and causing bodily functions to collapse. This acute pain ignited the ferocity within the Tianchao players. Aware that he could not last much longer, he resolved that rather than waiting for death, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate as many enemies as possible to earn merit points while he still had the ability to move. The player spotted several bombs on the waist of a fallen Japanese soldier and glanced for a nearby machine gun bunker that was still unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Formulating a plan in his mind, the design of the Japanese bunkers was ingeniously crafted. The firepower of one bunker invariably covered 2 or 3 others, ensuring mutual protection with no blind spots. The Tianchao players had charged multiple times, only to be mowed down like wheat, unable to approach. He dragged his bloodied body through the chaos of the battlefield, slowly maneuvering until he curled beneath the muzzle of the machine gun at the earthen bunker. He pulled the pin from a bean-shaped grenade and stuffed it into the gun barrel. The enemy soldiers inside the bunker were terrified, their spirits shattered, and in their panic, they even threw out a smoking grenade. The smile on the player's face instantly froze. As he saw the grenade about to explode, he gritted his teeth, retrieved the grenade, and shoved it back into the gun barrel before springing to his feet, bracing his back firmly against the muzzle. The bullets spewed forth from the machine gun, piercing through his chest, splattering blood across the walls. He clutched the sandbags on either side, enduring the bullets that ripped through him, resolutely refusing to budge. "Ha! I'm a hero!" His eyes, aflame with fervor, laughed uncontrollably. The enemy soldiers in the bunker were thrown into utter disarray. They attempted to rush out, but it was too late. With a dull roar, black smoke billowed from several firing ports of the bunker. As the suppressive fires ceased, the players from Tianchao immediately rose, bypassing the bunker to continue their advance. When they passed the corpse of their fallen comrade, everyone halted in their tracks and solemnly paid their respects. They had witnessed firsthand that even with his chest mangled, he steadfastly held the machine gun's muzzle until the explosion. This was the epitome of heroism. The machine gunners swiftly took control of the bunker, and all units organized their defenses. The 5th Battalion quickly reinforced the 1st Battalion, and the losses in the 2nd Battalion led to a demotion of the unit commander, who would now follow the orders of the 1st and 2nd Battalion leaders. They captured the first line of defense. Look at my prowess, barely concealing their excitement. In just half an hour, they achieved victory, and their brothers' combat effectiveness exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Blue faction, Xiao Zhilang, upon hearing the news that the first line of defense had fallen in half an hour, angrily kicked over table. That was a position manned by over 10,000 troops. Even if it were 1,000 pigs, the enemy could not possibly clear it in half an hour, let alone with so many machine gun bunkers present. Despite his fury, he immediately ordered the remnants of the first position to retreat to the second line of defense, assisting the players from Baquet Kingdom and Jiaozai in their defense. Their resources were limited, having only constructed 2 lines of defense. If the second line were breached, the Tianchao players could charge directly towards the headquarters, leaving them with no hope of recovery. Li Ziyan, arms crossed, observed the furious Xiao Zhilang and couldn't help but sneer. "Is this what you boast about? The samurai warriors? Hardly impressive." Xiao Zhilang whipped around to glare at him, his voice hoarse. "You better pray the second line holds. If the headquarters falls, none of us will survive in the wasteland." Just wait and see." Li Ziyan, brimming with confidence, believed that the warriors of Baquet Kingdom would surely send the Tianchao players reeling. His assurance stemmed from a minefield between the 2 lines of defense. The Tianchao players could either attack through the few routes he had reserved or force their way through the minefield. This strategy had been learned from the last battle against the enemy. Moreover, the minefield concealed machine gun bunkers, and without long-range firepower to destroy them, infantry could never approach. In addition, the previous defeat at the hands of players from Tianchao left many gamers from Baquet country feeling disgruntled, leading them to delete their accounts and return to the wasteland to offer their support. Among them was a regular army unit from Baquet country that he had managed to recruit through special connections, a fact he kept to himself. After all, deploying a regular army against players who barely qualified as militia would be dishonorable in victory and humiliating in defeat. Nevertheless, he believed that losing was simply out of the question. Chapter 38. The assault renewed. Within half an hour, the first line of defense of the Little Devils was captured. The fierce battle in the wasteland had long captured the attention of players from other regions, with the official forum flooded with spectators. When news broke from Tianchao players that the first position had been taken in just 30 minutes, the comment section was instantly inundated with praises of 666. There was hardly anyone from the Little Devil's side to refute this, clearly affirming the accuracy of the reports. In a conference room in the real world, several prominent figures wore expressions of astonishment, according to the intelligence they had gathered. Even with the command of a regular army like Taihu, such results were the maximum they could achieve. "Look, that little fellow is imitating a battle hero, using his body to block the gun port," someone pointed out from the reports. Laughter filled the conference room, brimming with pride and admiration. The pain threshold of 20 is no trivial matter. The excruciating agony from gunshot wounds can lead one to despair. This little one must have been driven by fervor, bravely enduring through sheer will. If this were in reality, such an act would certainly merit a first-class honor. If they could eliminate the little devil's base this time, they would gather players from other regions to the wasteland. The commander spoke solemnly, "Since there are those who wish to play dirty with us, we shall not indulge them in their games." Everyone nodded in agreement. The prospect of a reverse invasion of reality through the game was truly alarming. Without proper control, it could lead to significant chaos in the future. The commander added, "By the way, send someone to investigate that little fellow who blocked the gunport. We must ensure he does not carry his emotions from the game into reality, lest any unforeseen incident arise." Battlefield syndrome is a common affliction among veterans, a lingering torment that can affect both body and mind for a long time. Without timely psychological support, it could accompany the individual for a lifetime. In the game, Xiao Fan's face was charred black from the bombardment. Clutching his pistol and standing on the scorched ground, he caught sight of the player's corpse who had bravely blocked the gunport, unable to suppress his admiration. It seemed that the bravery of Xiao players in facing the little devils was indeed ingrained in their very essence. Enduring such pain to take down a machine gun nest was undoubtedly the mark of a formidable character. He secretly plotted, regardless of whose subordinate this was. He would recruit him to his own 2nd Battalion, as his team was in dire need of such fearless individuals. "Swan Kai, have your mortar team move into position at the first line." The command from Kinwanayubi came through the communicator. "Received." Lao Tan's Swan Kai immediately organized personnel to transport the mortars and ammunition to the newly captured position. The 4 75mm infantry guns capable of covering the entire enemy position were left behind as a contingency. Immediately thereafter, Kim Bai called out in the communication channel, "Hugo, Lanzi, Xiao Shui, come to the command center at the regiment for a discussion on the next wave of deployment." Xiao Lanzi acknowledged and swiftly returned to the rear command post. Upon entering, he observed Kim Bai, rubbing his face with both hands, his expression grave. The initial assault had cost nearly an entire veteran battalion, and the forthcoming battles would only prove more arduous. Even Taihu, a seasoned soldier, could not guarantee the current forces could breach the 2nd defensive line. Lanzi offered him a cigarette and inquired, "Nyo Bai, shall we proceed as we did before?" Kim Bai accepted the cigarette, lit it, exhaled a cloud of white smoke, and shook his head while gazing at the enemy's 2nd defensive line. The first line was manageable without minefields, but between the two lines, the enemy has only left 2 avenues for attack. Even if we deploy smoke grenades to obscure visibility, they can still fire blindly along those routes. We cannot advance. The group fell silent, each sitting atop an ammunition box, smoking, with the command post enveloped in a haze of smoke. "Hugo, how's the reconnaissance going?" Kim Bai broke the silence. Taihu extinguished his cigarette and replied, "I sent some men on motorcycles for reconnaissance. They have yet to call in reinforcements. My intention is to find an opportunity to break through, relying on sustained pressure on the front lines. If the enemy diverts troops to support the front, I am confident we can charge in, even through the minefields." Kim Bai ran his fingers through his hair in frustration and threw away the cigarette stub. Sustained pressure implied significant casualties, and what he lacked most at this moment was manpower. If the pressure from the 2 main battalions proved insufficient, this raid would likely fail. This was a large-scale operation. Failure would lead to incalculable losses. More importantly, his reputation would plummet. In the future, for such significant tasks, aside from his close comrades, few would be willing to follow him. He understood the principle of one surge leads to a decline and then to exhaustion. Despite the loss of a veteran battalion, the fervor of his brothers had been ignited. He must seize this momentum to breach the 2nd defensive line before morale waned. With a resounding clap on the table, Kim Bai resolved, "This time, we will not use smoke cover. Instruct all mortar teams to provide a creeping barrage. Furthermore, withdraw 3 companies from the engineering battalion to reinforce the 1st and 2nd battalions and charge directly to obliterate them." The others looked at him in astonishment. Taihu furrowed his brow even more tightly. "Isn't that too risky? A creeping barrage is an advanced infantry artillery coordination tactic. Without professional training, we cannot coordinate effectively. If our men advance too quickly or artillery fires too close, the shells could land on our own troops. We have combat instruments. Qin Yo Bai interjected, insisting that the artillery remain vigilant to internal network messages, adjusting firing angles based on the real-time positions of frontline brothers. He paused, his gaze resolute. Moreover, even if we reach the enemy's positions, the bombardment must not cease. If conventional breakthroughs fail, we will force them to engage with us amidst the artillery fire. This is the only plan I can conceive, with a relentless barrage of artillery fire compelling the enemy to keep their heads down. The brothers seized the opportunity to charge forward. The adversary faced a grim choice: either expose themselves to counterattack and face obliteration, or helplessly watch as their defenses were breached. Either option led to inevitable doom. If a single gap could be torn open to penetrate the enemy's stronghold and incinerate their supplies, victory would be assured. Suen-Ke, you have 30 minutes. Use the infantry cannons to eliminate all the bunkers flanking the enemy's attack route. Lao Tan Suen-Ke wasted no time and promptly returned to the artillery position. The gunners swiftly adjusted their angles, and 4 infantry cannons erupted in a series of explosive reports, launching shells with precision toward the designated machine gun bunkers. Regrettably, their stock of 75mm shells was limited, preventing them from clearing all the bunkers. Nevertheless, after dismantling over a dozen bunkers flanking the attack route, the obstacles to the charge were significantly reduced. One player, standing at the edge of the trench, raised a military horn and blew a resounding call. The stirring sound echoed across the desolate expanse, igniting the fervor of the players from Tianchao, their eyes blazing with rage as they roared and charged toward the enemy's second defensive line. Chapter 39. Trench Meat Grinder. The opportunity arises. Your deployed machine gun bunkers have been dismantled. How can you defend against the enemy's charge now? The blaring of the charge horn was both deafening and chilling, leaving Xiao Zhilang in a frenzy as he turned to Li Ziyan and shouted. Li Ziyan cast a disdainful glance his way, his tone dripping with arrogance. Why panic? I have my methods. No sooner had he spoken than the tide of battle shifted. The players from Tianchao were congregating within a narrow 100-meter wide assault corridor when hidden trapdoors within a minefield were suddenly pushed open from below. Players from Jiaozai emerged like moles from their tunnels, half of their bodies exposed as they set up machine guns and unleashed a barrage of crossfire upon the advancing players from Tianchao. Damn it, these vermin from the sewers. The players from Tianchao erupted in furious curses. This method of tunnel warfare was clearly a favored tactic of the Jiaozai players. Moreover, given the intensity of the firepower, it was evident that the previously dismantled machine gun bunkers had not inflicted any substantial losses on the enemy. Look at my brilliance, felt a jolt of apprehension. The intelligence gathered by Lin Dong Nu Xiong had failed to mention this tunnel and the concealed firing points. Clearly, the enemy had maintained absolute secrecy regarding their internal defenses in anticipation of such an assault. With no turning back, he immediately ordered, "Mortars, provide full cover for the charge." The mortar stationed at position 1 instantly opened fire, initially unleashing a carpet bombardment on the minefield. They then continuously adjusted their angles, ensuring that shells accurately landed 50 meters ahead of the charging players, creating a moving barrier of artillery fire. The 475mm infantry cannons, too, did not relent, bombarding the enemy's remaining firing points with ferocity. Under such intense artillery suppression, the enemies hiding in the trenches of the second defensive line dared not show themselves. Damn, this was an all-out desperate assault. Li Ziyan shouted into the telephone, ordering everyone to emerge from their defensive positions to thwart the enemy. They absolutely could not allow them to breach the line and invade the trenches. After hanging up the phone, he was filled with dread. At this moment, the players from Tianchao are employing a tactical combination of Su Jin's barrage alongside coordinated assaults with artillery, a level of precision typically achievable only by formal military units. How can this group of players exhibit such professionalism? The opposing players have all taken to their predetermined firing positions, even dragging their fallen comrades' bodies to use as cover, while unleashing a torrent of gunfire from their machine guns. However, the artillery and machine gun fire from the Tianchao players is overwhelmingly fierce, swiftly tearing a gaping hole in the second line of defense. Brothers, charge forth. Hold them back. Quickly eliminate them. We cannot allow them to advance. The trench erupts with a cacophony of frantic shouts as both sides engage in a violent struggle, blood splattering across the trench walls. To thwart the enemy reinforcements on both flanks, the Tianchao players' mortars maintain an unrelenting barrage. The enemy had intended to break out of the trench and traverse the wasteland to support the compromised positions, but the moment they exposed themselves, they were either obliterated by artillery shells or mowed down by machine gun fire. With no other option, they're compelled to maneuver along the trench for support. Yet these trenches are constructed like a labyrinth. Ordinarily, no one would traverse the battlefield, and now many find themselves disoriented, significantly slowing their reinforcement efforts. In stark contrast, the Tianchao players wield their DX-1 semi-automatic precision rifles, showcasing their superiority in trench warfare. Whenever an unmarked target appears around a corner, they raise their weapons and fire, their reaction times and fire density far surpassing that of their adversaries. Suddenly, an inferno erupts from a bunker at an intersection, capable of incinerating any carbon-based life form. The bunker is a full 20 meters away from the surrounding trenches, and just as one Tianchao player dashes forward, flames engulf him, eliciting an anguished roar. Damn it! In the midst of the flames, the player's skin rapidly chars and cracks, his clothing and hair igniting in a fierce blaze. The excruciating agony ignites their ferocity, with some charging forward through the intense heat, while their teammates use the bodies of fallen comrades as cover to advance closely behind. As the front line falls, the rear positions rush to fill the gaps. Within a mere 20 meters, over 50 players succumb to the flames. Ultimately, one fiery player expends his last ounce of strength to leap in front of the bunker's firing aperture, using his body to block the flamethrower. Brothers, let's annihilate these wretched foes. He resembles a demon arisen from the depths of hell, enduring tremendous pain as he surges into the interconnected trenches, lunging at the clustered enemies. At this moment, the enemy is caught off guard, eyes wide in horror as they witness the blazing Tianchao player charging toward them, each one paralyzed by fear. Madmen. These Tianchao players are all madmen. It hurts. I can't take it anymore. It's over, utterly finished. Panic spreads like an epidemic through the enemy lines. Many of the typically arrogant Bangsa players can no longer maintain their composure, disregarding their commander's orders and forcibly logging off. In reality, they leap from their beds in a state of terror, gasping for breath, trembling as they gulp down water. Damn it, Li Ziyan. Damn the propaganda. Wasn't it said that the Tianchao army is merely a paper tiger? Why are even the ordinary players so frenzied? In the game, Li Ziyan howls into the phone in a fit of rage, but the receiver remains silent. A cold sweat suddenly trickles down his forehead. There is still a chance. He forced himself to calm down. This was a concerted offensive, and they certainly lacked the manpower to assault other positions. Immediately, reinforcements from the second and third positions should be diverted. No, Xiao Yotutsi Lang vehemently opposite, asserting that if they had hidden reserves that could break through the defensive gaps, our headquarters would be doomed. Nonsense, Li Ziyan shouted hoarsely. What constitutes a total offensive? If not this, do you intend to watch them breach our defenses and strike at our headquarters? Xiao Zhilang argued logically. Let the frontline troops hold their ground a little longer. At most, draw only a portion of personnel from other positions for support. But we cannot withdraw everyone from the left and right positions. I am the commander now. You must heed my orders. Li Ziyan maintainata registanza. Xiao Zhilang was rendered speechless with anger, helplessly watching as Li Ziyan issued orders for troop movements. On the reverse slope, Taihu lay on the ground, propped up on his arms, smoking a cigarette. Through the shared vision of the combat device, he witnessed his comrades charging valiantly into battle. Even he, who had endured countless missions, was momentarily rendered silent. The fresh recruits from the 4th Battalion, filled with fervor, urged him to rally and join the total offensive. Yet all were met with rejection from Taihu. He understood, well, that even if the frontal assault managed to pierce the defenses, they would easily be encircled by the enemy once they advanced alone. If the front line extended too far, artillery support would lag behind, leaving them to watch helplessly as their headquarters lay within reach. They were the ace in the hole, and they must wait for the enemy to expose a vulnerability before striking like a dagger into the heart. Head. The enemy is reallocating troops from the 2nd and 3rd positions to support the front. A subordinate reported suddenly. Taihu sprang up from the ground in a flash. He climbed to the earthen slope, binoculars in hand, and indeed saw shadows moving in the second and third positions, heading toward the first position. "Bring me the map." His subordinate quickly spread the map on the ground. Taihu scanned it swiftly and resolved to break through the poorly defended second position. However, before proceeding, he must request artillery support. Without artillery suppression, they would likely be stalled by the machine gun fire from the bunkers, unable to breach. Chapter 40. A feigned retreat to conceal intentions understood. Kenwen Bai ended the communication and immediately issued new orders. The 1st and 2nd battalions should establish defenses on the spot, neither advancing nor retreating. Like a nail driven just 1 centimeter from the enemy's heart, holding their ground, forcing them to withdraw troops from the 2nd and 3rd positions for support. He then contacted Lao Tan Swan Kai. Swan Kai, leave 10 mortars to secure the frontal battlefield, while the remaining artillery discreetly relocate under Tai Ji's command. Our opportunity has arrived. Understood, I will move the troops. Lao Tan Swan Kai Ziplit Vomti Li. Soon, the mortar fire from the Tian Chao players became sparse. Li Ziyan, seeing this, was overjoyed, mistakenly believing that the enemy was running low on ammunition and would soon falter. He immediately urged the troops from the 2nd and 3rd positions to provide rapid support, even with the artillery fire diminished. Those Tian Chao players occupying parts of the trenches continued to keep him on edge. It is imperative to understand that there exists no obstruction between the 2nd stronghold and the headquarters. Should the Tian Chao players divide their forces and dispatch small contingents to infiltrate the base, they would be compelled to allocate additional personnel for encirclement. Any single oversight could result in grave consequences. At this moment, he could not help but curse the ASAM players for their ineptitude. Had they not suffered a dismal defeat previously, the base would not find itself in such a precarious position. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The roles of offense and defense exchanged. The enemy players, seemingly driven mad, charged fiercely towards the positions recently secured by the Tian Chao players. The operational directives were altered. All personnel were to hold their ground, with no initiative to launch an attack. Ga Ni Lanzi and Woody Sheshe repeatedly shouted over the communication channel, fearing that their comrades, in a frenzy, might recklessly charge out of the defenses and meet their demise. According to the initial arrangement, Woody Sheshe was meant to serve as the deputy of the 1st Battalion. However, a subordinate Akinwanayobi voluntarily stepped aside. For him, as long as he held command, he could accrue experience for promotion. Whether or not he held the formal title of battalion commander was inconsequential. He preferred to extend a favor to this novice commander. In the future, should he require reinforcements during battle, the latter would naturally offer assistance. In the trench, a squad leader seized a new recruit who had exhausted his ammunition and was about to charge out with a bayonet, dragging him back with a forceful grip. "Have you lost your mind? Charging out there only leads to certain death," the squad leader exclaimed, handing the recruit 2 magazines. "Conserve your ammunition. If we hold this position, at the very least, you will earn the Zainzan Sushi Medal. If you go out now, you will gain nothing but a pointless death. Do you understand?" He glared at the recruit. "Take this opportunity to practice your marksmanship. If you do not earn the Sure Renjan Medal after the battle, your hopes of promotion as a veteran are utterly dashed." "Thank you, old squad leader," the recruit replied with a grin, swiftly reloading his weapon and taking aim at the advancing enemies from the trench. Typically, ammunition was scarce, and they could hardly afford to waste it on practice. Now, with the enemy presenting themselves as targets, it was an ideal chance to hone their shooting skills while accumulating merit points for medals. The seasoned soldiers had already activated their medal bonuses, transforming into precise marksmen, often requiring no more than 2 shots to eliminate an adversary. The machine gunners tempered their previous frenzy, opting instead for rhythmic fire, targeting clusters of enemies with precision. Even when the enemy breached the trench's edge on several occasions, they consistently failed to penetrate the defensive line under the composed fire of the Tian Chao players. "Cursed be it! How can I hold us off for so long with so few men?" Li Xin glared at his watch, his expression grim. The battle had endured for 8 hours, and the mound of corpses before the first stronghold had become an impediment for the attackers. He had intended to slow the charge to buy time, but the Tian Chao players immediately perceived his intentions. As soon as the enemy's firepower waned, the players with depleted ammunition would surge from the trenches, feigning a mad dash towards the base. This tactic had proven effective time and again, compelling Li Ziyin to repeatedly order an increase in the intensity of the assault. The Tianqiao players had long since grown numb to the combat. They could no longer recall how many waves of attacks they had repelled, only that they would pull the trigger upon sighting the enemy. Report to the commander. We are running low on ammunition at the front. The final batch of ammunition has been delivered. We must hold our ground. Commander, the 1st Battalion has suffered severe casualties, and there are breaches in our defenses. Order the mortar team from the 3rd Battalion, which has finished expending its shells, to immediately set aside their equipment and provide support at the front. In the command center of the regiment, Kim Wen-yo Bai leaned over the map, continuously marking the positions with a charcoal pencil. By reallocating personnel in real time, he tirelessly filled the gaps in the defense, ensuring that the enemy would find no opportunity to exploit. He shouted into the communicator, "Hugo, hurry up over there. I can hold out for no more than 2 hours. After that, my brothers will have to fight with their entrenching tools in the trenches." Upon receiving the message, Taixu fixed his gaze on the desolate number 2 position. He was acutely aware that the Jiazai players were likely hiding in the tunnels. As soon as they initiated their attack, these mole people would emerge to launch a surprise assault. Half an hour later, the Special Reconnaissance Unit returned with complete intelligence. Taixu immediately contacted Lao Tan Suinkei. "We can move into action now." Received. At that moment, within a bunker at number 2 position, several southern players were casually chatting while enjoying their cigarettes, dreaming of reveling in Declare City after receiving accolades. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound of artillery shells pierced the air, causing them to drop their cigarettes onto their trousers, burning them. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted. A 75mm infantry gun accurately struck the bunker, shattering the sandbags and iron sheet fortifications, leaving the occupants unable to even scream. The sudden assault threw the defenders at number 2 position into chaos. Most of the main force had already been dispatched to support number 1 position. Now, they could only rely on the fixed machine gun bunkers and a 500-meter wide minefield. "Prepare the rocket artillery to cover the minefield," Lao Tan Suinkei commanded, raising his binoculars. The 2 rocket launchers fired simultaneously, releasing a barrage of rockets that detonated the hidden landmines, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. These 2 rocket launchers have been deliberately reserved as a trump card. Good steel should be used where it counts. If employed during a frontal assault, while it could reduce casualties, it would not create a decisive advantage. Moreover, the subsequent rounds were filled with black powder, offering limited power, primarily serving a suppressive role rather than delivering lethal damage. Once the landmines were triggered, the last batch of smoke grenades was launched. A thick cloud of smoke swiftly enveloped the entire number 2 position. Visibility was so poor that not only could one not discern human figures, but even the direction was indistinguishable. Those enemies emerging from the tunnels could only fire randomly into the smoke. Meanwhile, the players led by Taixu, taking advantage of the smoke cover, dashed forward recklessly, remaining silent even when struck. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from within the smoke, followed by a brief flash of light that quickly extinguished. One Jiazai player, witnessing the bloodied hole in his companion's face, attempted to seize the machine gun from the opponent's hands, only to be struck violently on the back of the head with a rifle, but instantly losing consciousness. After eliminating the enemy, the player retrieved a bean grenade, pulled the fuse, and tossed it into the tunnel entrance, then sealed it with a metal cover using the barrel of his gun, firmly pressing down with one foot. Disturbed shouts echoed from the tunnel, and with a muffled explosion, the ground slightly sank, sealing the tunnel completely. A player, adorned with camouflage and wielding a TX-1 sniper rifle, spat disdainfully as he followed closely behind the main force, his expression unwavering. Under the protective cover of the Special Reconnaissance Squad, any enemy daring to expose themselves on the ground would be met with a barrage of at least 3 bullets, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Chapter 41. The Final Struggle. Damn it. Xiao Juji Lang abruptly terminated the call and rushed towards Li Ziyin. Standing a modest height, he stood on tiptoe to grasp the collar of his counterpart, his eyes wide with fury. "You cursed Korean. I warned you not to recklessly shift the defensive forces at position 2. Now, look what's happened. The reserve troops of Tianqiao have breached the defensive perimeter and are at the gates of the central base." Impossible. Li Ziyin's handsome face turned ashen, his binoculars clattering to the ground. He could scarcely believe that the previous wave of ferocious attacks had merely been a feint. This was a classic case of Ming Xiu Zhandao and Du Chun Song. Xiao Zhu Zhilang gritted his teeth, his disdain for the incompetence of his comrades boiling over. You spend your days attempting to pilfer the military strategies of Tian Chao, yet you fail to see through such a simple ruse? And you dare call yourself a commander? What do we do now? Li Ziyin was utterly flustered, reduced to pleading with Xiao Zhu Zhilang. Internally, Xiao Zhu Zhilang was filled with contempt, cursing himself for teaming up with a bunch of fools. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and devised a plan. Immediately reassigned personnel from positions 4 and 5, abandoned the outer defenses, and returned to the base to establish a makeshift defense. That elite force cannot be numerous. The troops from the 2 positions should be sufficient to hold them off. He paused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Next, dispatch all remaining personnel from other positions to encircle them from behind. We shall strike them from both the front and the rear, extinguishing them in one fell swoop. One must admit, Xiao Zhu Zhilang demonstrated a modicum of military acumen. Once the elite force appeared, both sides were laid bare, rendering the retention of troops at those vacant positions utterly pointless. Should the enemy possess a second elite force, he would have no choice but to concede defeat. Li Ziyin, lost in thought, nodded and hastily issued orders. In an instant, all players from the Little Devils and the Koreans mobilized. One contingent swiftly returned to the base, while another quietly maneuvered towards the rear of the Tian Chao players, rendering the battlefield precariously unstable. The reconnaissance outpost of Tian Chao quickly detected the enemy's movements and relayed the information back to headquarters. The expression of Qin Wenyo Bai shifted dramatically as he fixated on the markers on the combat monitor. At their current rate of advance, they will cut off our escape within half an hour. Even if we manage to take down their base by a stroke of luck, our side would suffer devastating losses, and a significant cache of superior equipment would fall into enemy hands. Engineers, heed my command. He bellowed into the communicator. Arm yourselves with every weapon and ammunition you can carry and proceed to the coordinates I have marked, no matter the cost. Even if it takes every last one of you, hold back the encircling enemy for 30 minutes. The expressions of the gathered troops turned grave, and upon viewing the shared map, they instantly comprehended the severity of the situation. The revelation of Tai Hu's elite force had cornered the Little Devils into a desperate gambit, compelling them to abandon all outer positions in a bid to encircle them completely. Taking a deep breath, I dialed Taixu's communication line, my tone heavy with gravity. Brother Hu, I can no longer muster any forces to support you. The enemy is encircling us from behind, and within an hour, I must lead our troops in retreat. I have a responsibility to my brothers. You must fend for yourselves. Dejected, I sank onto an ammunition crate, my heart laden with bitterness. I truly did not wish to utter such disloyal words, but in this game, players could respawn, while the loss of expensive weaponry was irrevocable. This time, I had brought 3 veteran squads. If we failed to complete the mission and lost our equipment, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. It was only at this moment that I fully grasped the terrifying chain reaction that a defeat in war could unleash. On the other end of the line, Taixu remained remarkably calm. Brother, do not speak such words. You have already done well enough. Now, let me show you what I can do. His tone suddenly turned fierce. If I cannot dismantle this base today, I will apply for retirement. Upon hearing this, several battalion commanders' eyes lit up. It turned out Taixu was indeed a regular soldier. The previously dim hope rekindled in everyone's hearts. After ending the communication, Taixu glanced at the map. At that moment, they were merely 2 kilometers from the enemy's base. Victory was within reach. All units, listen up. Taixu swiftly deployed the troops. The new recruits from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th battalions were to cover the flanks. The veteran 1st Battalion would act as the assault team, shedding all burdens, channeling their vigor from daily 20-mile drills, and charging straight towards the enemy base without any pause. Understood. 5 resounding affirmations echoed, and the formation instantly dispersed. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions secured the left flank, while the 4th and 5th Battalions guarded the right. The mortar teams from the 4th Battalion, carrying their artillery and ammunition boxes, followed closely behind the cover troops. After merely a few frantic minutes, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, responsible for the flanks, collided directly with the enemy's reinforcements. The 2 battalion commanders immediately issued orders for their squads to spread out rapidly. establishing a sparse defensive line across the wilderness. Connecting with the positions of the other two battalions, they formed a semicircular formation, staunchly protecting the charging route of the veteran 1st Battalion. Almost every 40 meters, a 10-man squad was stationed. The machine gunners swiftly set up the LS-1T general-purpose machine gun, a replica of the MG-42, which lived up to its reputation as a fabric shredder. Unleashing a piercing roar upon firing, the enemy's reinforcements, numbering over 30,000, surged over the earth embankment like a dark tide, charging towards a defensive line of barely 1,000 men. The stark disparity in troop strength sent chills down one's spine. Yet, the novice players from the Tianqiao showed no signs of panic under the command of their squad leader. They steadily executed their counteroffensive using the machine gun fire points, spaced every 100 meters. The 762mm bullets whistled as they pierced through the bodies of the enemies, many clutching their wounds and dragging their broken limbs to the ground in agony, some succumbing to unbearable pain and disconnecting from the game on the spot. However, the enemy players, fueled by the battlefield atmosphere, experienced a surge of adrenaline. They were up against the formidable Tianqiao players, and if they could annihilate this squad, they would undoubtedly gain significant prestige in the official forum. Moreover, their numbers vastly outnumbered the enemy, making it seemingly implausible for them to fail in breaching this defensive line. Coordinates 200 meters away, requesting artillery support. A special reconnaissance soldier lay prone on the slope, his TX-1 sniper rifle resting on his left arm, simultaneously eliminating enemy officers through the scope while calling for assistance. The artillery team swiftly adjusted their angles, and 4 mortars fired in unison. High explosive shells rained down upon the advancing enemy ranks, causing chaos and destruction. Yet, this meager firepower appeared remarkably feeble in the face of the 30,000-strong assault. The enemy, trampling over the bodies of their comrades, continued their frenzied advance. Little did they realize that the path they charged down from the earthen embankment was exposed to the relentless fire of the Tianqiao players' machine guns. The open valley offered no cover. They could only crawl forward, yet they became sitting ducks, mowed down by the hail of bullets. Charge! Eliminate them! The heavens are dark. Activate the board. Damn it! Let's fight back. Little Wolf of Jizawa had already informed all players through communications that should the base fall, they would completely lose their foothold in the wasteland. The game had been lived for a month. If forced to change regions, they would have to start anew, ultimately becoming pawns manipulated by expert players and capitalists. No one was willing to relinquish their position in the first echelon, for the potential and monetary value of Juin were evident to all. Thus, this band of foreign players descended into madness, charging forward recklessly. Correct the firing range. 0150. Reduce the firing distance by 50 meters. A sniper, chewing on a blade of grass, furrowed his brow and quickly relayed the parameters. Fire. The adjusted mortar shells accurately struck the junction of the embankment and valley, reaching the peak of their destructive shrapnel effect before the enemy could reach the valley bottom. And even as some had just stepped onto it, this round of bombardment instantly claimed dozens of lives, momentarily stifling the momentum of their charge. However, it merely delayed the enemy's advance slightly. The battlefield situation remained dire. Chapter 42. Defensive Position. Boss, our men just took a detour to observe. It seems the Tianqiao players' assault is not going well. Winter's Angry Bear, who was escorting corpses to the 4th disaster base, immediately ordered the driver to halt. The heavy truck screeched to a stop, followed by a convoy of heavy trucks gradually slowing down. He gazed southward, faintly hearing the sounds of fierce artillery fire. Logically, they had already sustained considerable losses and had done all they could. There was no need to involve themselves in the conflict between the Tianqiao players and the Little Devils. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he ordered the unloading of all corpses, instructing the base personnel to come over for support while he redirected the escort team northward to assist the Tianqiao players. I'm out of bullets. I need a magazine. The machine gunner shouted for a long time without receiving a response. Turning to look, he found his comrade beside him had already breathed his last, eyes wide open, staring blankly at the twitching corners of his mouth. Damn it, it's not like I killed him, so why glare at me? Cursing under his breath, he grabbed a magazine and replaced it, dragging his comrade's corpse to shield himself, and continued firing at the advancing enemies. Shells whistled past, and bullets sliced through the air with a chilling shriek. Every player from Xiao gritted their teeth and persevered, with countless souls succumbing each second. The anguished cries reverberated across the desolate wasteland, akin to a lament of life itself. Countless mutated vultures, drawn by the pungent scent of blood, circled ominously in the sky, emitting deathly caws. The harrowing scene was unimaginable to those who had not experienced it firsthand. I had run out of bullets. I was finished. A barrage of urgent messages flooded in, and the hearts of several company commanders sank to despair. Brothers, in our base, there are only heroes who die in battle, not cowards who kneel. Charge with bayonets. Let us fight them to the bitter end. To annihilate these little devils. Attack. Those armed with bayonets, engage. Those without. Seize your entrenching tools. Players surge forward like moths drawn to a flame, launching a desperate assault against the enemy. Xiao people, today I shall demonstrate you talk too much. Little devils, prepare to meet your demise. Before the enemy could finish their taunt, they were swiftly overthrown by an advancing player, the bayonet plunging brutally into their chest. As the player regained their footing, a glint of cold steel caught their eye, prompting them to hastily look up and evade. A sudden warmth on their cheek was followed by sharp pain, as crimson blood began to flow down their darkened face. They tightened their grip on the long rifle, toppling the assailant, but before they could deliver a finishing blow, a sharp sound pierced the air as a weapon penetrated their chest. Struggling to turn their head, they glared at the derisive, laughing enemy before collapsing to the ground. Despite the players' valiant efforts, on this expansive wasteland, facing an enemy that outnumbered them several-fold, their endurance waned. They were encircled by foreign players, each one falling into pools of blood. After a bloody battle lasting 5 minutes, a company commander wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, standing back-to-back with dozens of similarly wounded players, coldly gazing at the mocking enemies before them. Ha ha ha! Did you Xiao players not claim you would fight until the last moment? I am eager to see just how brave you truly are. You have killed so many of our brothers. They shall not die too easily. I shall enact lynching upon you. I will slice your flesh piece by piece and see just how tough you really are. The remaining players of the 3rd Battalion remained silent, gripping their weapons tightly, awaiting the commander's command. 3rd Battalion, 1st Company, charge with me. With eyes ablaze, dozens of them rushed toward an enemy that vastly outnumbered them. Slicing. Damn it. You little devils. As the cold light flickered, the commander's skin was split open, flesh rolling back, blood gushing forth. Part the ranks. At that moment, he was battered and bruised, clutching the wound at his waist, staggering backward while leaning against his rifle. One by one, his brothers fell, until he was the sole survivor on the battlefield. Suddenly, a fierce kick struck from behind, sending him staggering forward. Awaiting him was a player armed with a long rifle tipped with a bayonet, who mercilessly pierced his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth, yet his eyes burned with a ravenous glint. UD. The company commander mustered every ounce of strength, crashing his head against the foe. The player recoiled in pain, and seizing the opportunity, he withdrew the bayonet from his rifle and plunged it into the enemy's chest, collapsing together with them. He turned over and lay on his back, gazing up at the circling vultures and the dozens of daggers aimed at him, a slight smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. I am a hero. Just as foreign players ruthlessly slaughtered the players from Xiao, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted behind him. Dozens of heavy trucks roared to life, charging forth like enraged polar bears, emitting a terrifying roar as they barreled straight into the enemies scattered across the hills. How infuriating! Counterattack! Quickly, counterattack! The driver kept his head down, allowing bullets to pierce through the windows, brushing past his head as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, recklessly rushing into the enemy ranks. These heavy trucks were evidently modified, with doors and hoods reinforced with 10mm thick steel plates, rendering ordinary homemade firearms utterly ineffective. Run! The heavy trucks spread out across the wasteland, their trailers snaking along, crushing countless enemies under their wheels. As the trailers tipped over due to inertia, the players inside swiftly severed their connections, standing in the first armored compartment, indiscriminately firing their rifles at the fleeing foes. Hey, there's still a brother from Xiao online here. Lindong Nuxing commanded his subordinates to continue pursuing the enemy, while he himself approached the Xiao player's position to collect the equipment on the ground. Their deep-seated enmity with the little devils and the sticks meant that they could not allow this equipment to fall into enemy hands. While gathering the gear, one of the younger players discovered an injured but still online player from Tianchao, immediately shouting in the channel. Lindong Nuxing hurried over to check. A company commander lay in the arms of an enemy player, blood continuously oozing from his mouth as he weakly uttered, "Hold the position. Don't let the little devils flank us." Before he could finish, life slipped away from him, and he was offline. Lindong Nuxing stared in shock at the commander's slackened hand, which still grasped an unpooled bean grenade. A wave of complex emotions washed over the players from D. They could not fathom why the Tianchao players fought so desperately. After all, it was merely a game. "Brothers," Lindong Nuxing rose to his feet and shouted fiercely, "You have all witnessed the bravery of our Tianchao brother. Today, let the little devils and sticks witness the might of the warrior nation." Yura. The valiant sacrifice of the Tianchao player ignited a fierce spirit within the players from D. They recalled the Great Patriotic War and without hesitation took control of the position, launching a fierce counteroffensive against the attacking enemies. Chapter 43. The Reality in Uproar. Captain, all the brothers from the engineering battalion responsible for defending the rear line have perished. However, the players from B have suddenly rushed to our aid and voluntarily taken on the defense task. The urgent report that suddenly came through the command channel astonished Kinwanayubi. He had anticipated the rear defense line would suffer tremendously and likely would not hold for long. However, hearing that Dai had suddenly intervened gave him a sense of unexpected confidence. The player added rapidly, "They said the main force wouldn't arrive for at least 4 hours. And they definitely won't make it to the main battlefield. The people they brought have just come from last night's fierce battle, leaving fewer than 1,000. And at most can help us hold for half an hour. We must complete our tasks and evacuate as soon as possible. Enough." The voice of Tai Hu suddenly erupted in the channel, radiating a resolute determination akin to a do-or-die mission. At this moment, he had led his assault team to breach the outer perimeter of the enemy base, engaging in close-quarters combat with the hastily assembled defenders. The opposition lacked heavy equipment, and their defenses were already weak. Under the relentless cover of mortar fire, Tai Hu and his comrades, armed with bundles of TNT, surged toward the core of the base with unparalleled speed, disregarding all else. Players in the front acted as human explosives, charging toward the gaps in the defenses, blasting open a path with their self-detonation. Behind them, comrades advanced through the smoke, stepping over the bodies of fallen allies, launching their assault in swift succession. In a mere 5 minutes, they kicked open the door of the enemy's central warehouse. Inside, the enemy was frantically loading supplies and equipment onto trucks, attempting to escape through the back exit, covered in blood, with splatters of flesh from both sides adorning his face. Tai Hu curled his lips into a sinister smile and unhesitatingly detonated the fuse in his hand. The sound of violent explosions resonated, flames soaring into the sky. Engulfed by thick smoke, the black powder stored in the warehouse ignited, triggering a chain reaction of detonations. Following this, the food storage, makeshift machinery workshop, ammunition depot, and smokehouse, every logistical facility, was consumed by the inferno, reduced to scorched earth amidst the cacophony. When Kanwenyo Bai received the mission completion iris projection, he slumped heavily onto an ammunition crate, his back drenched in cold sweat. After a long moment, a relieved smile spread across his face. The mission had finally succeeded, even if the cost was too heavy for him to contemplate. He commanded the frontline main forces to immediately assist the brothers of the 4th Battalion in their retreat. The news of the base's destruction struck Xiao Zhilang and Li Ziyan like a thunderclap. Both of them trembled, their heads buzzing, as darkness swirled before their eyes. They had invested tens of millions of soft sister coins into this base, now rendered worthless in an instant. All their hard work washed away. After the shock, they completely lost control, bellowing orders. Everyone must spare no effort to eliminate them, even if it meant total annihilation. They would ensure this group of Tianchao players paid the price. Yet, this multinational alliance, stitched together by self-interest, was already rife with discontent. As news of the base's destruction spread, the alliance crumbled instantly. Many players seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to snatch up fine gear and stealthily escape the battlefield. With one fleeing, many soon followed, and the tide of retreat quickly gained momentum. Those who initially sought revenge hesitated as they witnessed their companions bolting. Rather than remain and face death, they opted to seize some equipment and seek alternative escape routes. Ultimately, everyone chose to flee, leaving only the hundreds of loyal players of Xiaoju Zhilang and Li Ziyan to resist desperately. However, under the counterattack from the Tianqiao players, they were swiftly eradicated by Jiani Lanzi, who personally led the charge. Wu Di Xiao Shui stormed into the enemy command post in a fit of rage. There, he witnessed Xiaoju Zhilang commit seppuku and Li Ziyan shoot himself, their bodies still emanating warmth, igniting an inferno of anger within him. Damn it, what a way to go out in style. He spat at the two corpses, his frustration boiling over without an outlet. The initial intention was to strip them of their garments and parade them through the streets, subjecting them to utter humiliation, thereby obliterating the dignity of the players from both nations. However, after a moment of contemplation, this plan was ultimately abandoned. The temperature fluctuations in the wasteland are extreme, and transporting corpses back to the base would render them unrecognizable. Thus, such an act was deemed unnecessary. As the battle concluded, the surviving players did not erupt in cheers, nor did they display any exuberant emotions. They silently tended to the battlefield, meticulously gathering the equipment of their fallen comrades while casually picking up the weapons left behind by the enemy. It was said that the Dage players had aided in repelling the flanking adversaries. With little of value to offer in return, they left these discarded items for their counterparts, a token of gratitude for their timely assistance. The journey to the battleground was filled with lively spirits, brimming with hope. Yet, upon their victorious return, the vehicle was laden solely with the corpses of their foes. These bodies would be transported back to the base, destined to enrich the soil. The surviving players huddled in the first carriage, leaning against the railing while gazing at the blood-red sunset, silently smoking. The harrowing experience of warfare had tempered their restlessness, leaving behind only a weighty silence. Care for smoke? An old soldier offered a cigarette. I don't smoke, replied the rookie, shaking his head. Give it a try. Smoking in the game is non-carcinogenic. Then I suppose I will have one. The rookie clumsily lit the cigarette and coughed violently after taking a puff. The old soldier patted his shoulder and chuckled. You'll get used to it. How does it feel? The veteran inquired. The rookie stared into the distance at the wasteland bathed in the hues of sunset, his voice hoarse. At first, it was exhilarating, but seeing my brothers brutally stabbed to death by the enemy brought to mind the martyrs of yesteryears. While we can resurrect, they have truly sacrificed. The more I ponder, the more it weighs heavily on my heart. The veteran paused for a moment, then replied slowly, prolonged peace has dulled our recollection of pain. Only through appropriate remembrance can we grasp what we ought to protect. The rookie nodded, choosing silence, simply accompanying the veteran as they shared a smoke beneath the setting sun. In the reality of the world, within the Jin official website's Wasteland section, a curious hush had fallen after the earlier raucous conversations. Hey, it was lively just now. Why is everyone silent? Someone questioned. By the way, who won? It must be Arcane Nation. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Just as the debate raged on. Look at my brilliance. Posted 2 words in the forum. We won. Instantly, the players from Tianqiao erupted in fervor. The comment section was flooded with 666 and various celebratory emojis. Subsequently, the players from Tianqiao directed a barrage of mockery and derision towards the defeated Blue faction players. In a defensive battle of over 100,000, we, with merely over 6,000, broke through. Can't you play? If you can't fight, then don't come out and disgrace yourselves. Should I teach you how to battle? Truth be told, your combat capabilities are exceptionally lacking. It is exceedingly rare in the annals of warfare for a defending force of over 100,000 to be shattered by an attacking force of merely 6,000. The combat prowess of the players from Tianqiao had utterly transformed foreign players' perceptions. Yet, stubbornly, they insisted that the Tianqiao had undoubtedly deployed regular troops in this battle, even citing advanced tactics, such as combined arms operations, as a point of contention. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again astounded. Could ordinary players from Tianqiao truly execute such sophisticated strategies? The notion that every citizen can become a soldier does not imply that one can master such advanced tactics without training. Numerous players from other regions of Tianqiao, as well as foreign players with amicable relations with them, have been tagging Kinwen Nayubi in forums, eager to learn the specifics of the battle. However, Kinwen Nayubi, and others have remained silent, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity. It was not until a player known as the who participated in the defense, stepped forward to explain the complete battle situation that an eerie silence enveloped the forum. The brutality of the encounter was staggering. The squad leader was truly a man of valor, remaining online until the final moment, resolutely holding the line. It is hard to fathom the horrors of that battlefield. Why doesn't the system have a recording function? In a conference room in the real world, the prominent figures wore expressions of satisfaction laced with a hint of regret. Most of them were still in their early 20s, far too young to have to endure such experiences. One of the leaders spoke softly. The commander, silently puffing on a cigarette, inquired about the fates of the sacrificed players. The secretary hesitated before responding. After awakening, they gazed at others with a fierce intensity. However, our psychologists arrived promptly, and after several hours of counseling, they gradually began to recover, though complete tranquility might take a few more days. How did their families react? Someone could not refrain from asking. If they were unaware of the situation, they might have resorted to corporal punishment over a mere game. The secretary paused. Initially, upon witnessing the impact of the game on their children, many parents prohibited them from logging in again, with some even destroying their children's connectors. However, once we informed them of the circumstances, revealing that their children had fought valiantly against the enemies in the game, these parents ceased their opposition. Those who had destroyed the connectors even bought the finest replacements overnight to return to their children. The commander nodded, instructing, arrange to provide each of these heroic players with the best connectors available. Heroes within the game are still heroes, and a nation never neglects its champions. Chapter 45. A tiger father begets no dog son. Ha ha, look at this, truly deserving of being my son, Zhou Yi. In a grand conference room within a towering 100-meter building, Zhou Yi languidly listened to subordinates report on the previous month's achievements while browsing the official forum of Juan on his computer. The summary report from Xiao Fan's players regarding the third large-scale battle at the base was far more captivating than what the individuals below were discussing. He found it increasingly intriguing. Upon discovering that his son had been appointed by Xiao Fan as the major and expedition commander, leading over 6,000 to defeat more than 100,000 enemies in a grueling assault, he was enveloped in a long-lost sense of pride. His hair standing on end and spirit invigorated. At that moment, he completely forgot his decorum, activating the projector to share comments for all to see. The audience was momentarily stunned, and after glancing at the content, disbelief washed over them. Was this truly the same young man they had known, who only indulged in pleasure and frequently sought financial assistance from Zhou Dong? Following their astonishment, they rose to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Zhou Dong. As the saying goes, a tiger father begets no dog son. Your son is indeed a man of military talent. Ha ha, well said, well said. Zhou Yi laughed heartily and rose to announce the adjournment of the meeting. As he approached the door, he suddenly spoke. By the way, inform the finance department that this month, we shall add 2 months' salary to the performance bonuses for the entire group. Additionally, let us establish a new department to gather various materials on Juan. As a seasoned capital magnate, he had already astutely discerned the value inherent in Jin. This game, which operates completely free from governmental oversight, undoubtedly harbors immense developmental potential. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering whether this was a fortuitous surprise. Hey, Lao Zhang, right? Yes. You are familiar with Jiuan? Let's collaborate on its development, shall we? I must tell you, my son. It's me, Lao Zhou. I've heard your boy has been quite mischievous lately. Since he enjoys playing, why not let him have a go with Jiuan? You have no idea. This game is anything but ordinary. My son has also noticed its uniqueness, which is why I called you, you old rascal. We should prosper together. It is only fitting. You mentioned Kimonyo Bai. Is Xiao Xian? Just a bit of nonsense. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yi reclined on the sofa, feeling utterly at ease. At their level, they had nearly everything they desired. As long as they did not act foolishly and adhere to national policies, a life of wealth and prosperity was a natural outcome. Hence, this group of individuals placed great importance on reputation. In the past, when his son was aimlessly playing games without any ambition, it had deeply frustrated him. Now, however, his son had been appointed as a major in Jin, leading 6,000 troops to remarkable victories, garnering acclaim throughout the internet as a combat elite, a valiant hero. The various accolades brought him immense joy. As he calmed down, He thought of inviting his beloved son home for dinner, but quickly dismissed the idea. He had heard that many players had developed mild post-battle symptoms following the recent skirmish. Although they would recover with rest and care, it was still concerning. He did not wish to meet his son at this time and inadvertently add pressure or cause him to worry. He contacted the group as private hospital to send the best psychologist to check on Xiao Fan, while also conveying commendations for his efforts, assuring him that he had not brought shame upon his father. The kindly steward smiled and promptly set about the task. Having watched the young master grow up, he noted that despite his occasional frivolity, the boy had a good heart. It was indeed a fortunate opportunity to mend the father-son relationship through this matter. However, while some rejoiced, others were dismayed. After Zhou Yi boasted about his son, various elders summoned their own children that very night, launching into a scathing tirade. That rascal Xiao Fan is leading troops in Juan to vanquish the enemy, and I hear praise is flowing in from above. And you? You merely waste your time playing with that pathetic vehicle of yours. Get into Jiuan and seek out Lord Xiao Fan. If you cannot achieve remarkable results, do not expect to take a single penny from me henceforth. As members of the elite class, they were often privy to information before the general populace. The authorities had already let slip a hint among their ranks, and to ignore it would be folly. Should any issues arise, they could only blame their own ignorance. Countless peers of Zhou Yi found themselves bewildered. They were certainly aware of Juan, yet some remained indifferent. The allure of gaming is not particularly high for them. Regardless of the title, they quickly grow weary. Yet listening to their elder, one cannot shake the feeling that this game is extraordinary. Furthermore, Xiao Fan, that fool, has risen to the rank of major, commanding over 6,000 individuals, annihilating over 100,000 adversaries. It is rather far-fetched, is it not? Meanwhile, the affluent second-generation players engrossed in Jiyuan are contemplating whether to switch regions. The players in the Wasteland region seem to be engaged in an entirely different game compared to those in other zones. Each day, they log in only to grind monsters or complete quests, all while pandering to the NPCs, rendering themselves akin to laborers. Observing Xiao Fan's success in the Wasteland has sparked doubt among them. Should they venture into the Wasteland? They have invested so much time in their current region. Would it all be in vain if they transitioned? Yet, the Wasteland appears to be truly exhilarating. In the fourth-day disaster base, Xiao Fan was astonished that players could indeed defeat an opposing base of over 100,000 with a mere 6,000. He had prepared to take action to bolster his reputation among players, but now seemed unnecessary. Consequently, he announced the preparation of a grand feast, utilizing the double-headed beef, six-legged antelopes, and tubers resembling potatoes from the ice cellar to make a hearty stew to reward his troops. Only those who participated in the battle would be allowed to partake in the meat, while the non-combatants could settle for broth. Resources at the base were limited, leaving no room for extravagance. He aimed to motivate the newcomers. To savor the meat, one must engage in battle. This stew represented not only a culinary delight, but also the glory earned through skill and valor. Upon meeting the commander, I introduced myself as Lindong Nu Xiong. The players from the Great Goose faction, returning with me, had their first encounter with Xiao Fan, a figure frequently featured in online headlines. As the players from Tian Chao had noted, he indeed resembled an Asian, with black hair, dark eyes, and yellowish skin. Xiao Fan nodded while holding a thermos, remaining silent as he turned back towards the underground base. This left Lindong Nu Xiong in an awkward position, perplexed by the other's intentions. It was not that Xiao Fan was unwilling to accept the Great Goose players. Rather, in the final choices of the previous life, the Great Goose had, like other nations, chosen to betray Tian Chao and the blue planet that had nurtured them. This left him somewhat resistant. Even though the opposing side made their difficult choice for the sake of their race's survival, it was, in fact, justifiable. Yet, can one truly call it living if one exists without dignity? The notion that merely being alive offers opportunities is a fallacy. He had never heard of any subordinate civilization that managed to rise through various means. Aside from extinction or enslavement, there were simply no examples of successful resurgence. Do you believe that a civilization's inferiority can be remedied solely by the passage of time? Such a thought is laughable. Without resources, how can a civilization ascend? Being confined to a single planet is akin to an ox in a pen, utilized for labor when needed and locked away to graze when not. Freedom is but a distant dream. Chapter 46. Interconnected Development. Brother, do not take offense. Our commander is quite amiable, perhaps even resembling us, which is why he feels a closer affinity towards us than to you. Dwale, I can understand. A group of individuals gathered around a makeshift stove, where a large pot simmered with steaming broth, its contents bubbling as sizable chunks of meat rolled about. The players deftly lifted a piece with their chopsticks, blowing gently before savoring each bite with great delight. A sip of their self-brewed Xiao Shu wine followed, instantly dispelling the evening chill, a sensation of pure exhilaration. Among them, a group of players from Da-E engaged jovially with the Tian Chao players, sharing hearty drinks and laughter that revealed their camaraderie. Look at my brilliance, patted Winter Fury Bear on the shoulder, signaling him to observe the battle apparatus. With a puzzled expression, Winter Fury Bear glanced down, astonished to find an unexpected influx of merit points in his account, amounting to several 100,000, a sum that left him incredulous. Dwali sure remarked, look at my brilliance, with a grin. This time, we received reward for assaulting the base of the Little Devils. Although you joined later, you are still part of the combat sequence. I spoke with the brothers below, and they are willing to share their merit points with you. Pausing thoughtfully, he continued, moreover, the weapons confiscated from the Little Devils can be taken back with you. The commander has also granted you Da-E players exclusive access to territorial activities. As long as you carry the battle apparatus, you may roam freely within our domain. Winter Fury Bear was filled with immense joy. Indeed, their efforts had not been in vain. The Tian Chao players had proven to be remarkably generous. Furthermore, they had acquired the privilege to traverse the Tian Chao territory, allowing them direct access to the ruined city for resource collection. This would significantly reduce travel time by several hours, conserving precious fuel resources. The crucial advantage of moving through Tian Chao territory without the fear of being ambushed by players from other nations was nothing short of extraordinary. Davalishi, I assure you, as long as the DE players on this side heed my guidance, we shall remain the best of friends forever. Look at my brilliance, smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate further. Between nations, only interests truly exist. The notion of brotherhood is often fleeting. History has imparted numerous lessons, and he preferred not to speak too definitively. However, for the time being, their relationship with the Da-E players seemed promising, and utilizing their territory as a buffer zone would enhance the security of their base significantly, as advised by the commander. By providing appropriate support, they could establish a buffer between their base and other factions, ensuring that future conflicts would remain outside their territory, allowing them to focus on industrial development and bolster the combat capabilities of all players within the base. The following day, after bidding farewell to the Da-E players, the bases of the Little Devils and the Sticks had been utterly dismantled, rendering them incapable of opposing the Xiao Fan base in the near term. The base once again plunged into a flurry of infrastructural activity. With an increasing number of Tian Chao players joining the base, the demands of the team grew correspondingly. The small steel furnaces at the base were wholly inadequate to meet current needs, making more efficient steel production equipment an urgent requirement. After contemplating through the night, Xiao Fan resolved to bypass traditional blast furnace methods and directly transition to the more efficient electric arc furnace. The core component of the electric furnace is the melting chamber. This is not a challenging task. First, one must employ the blast furnace sand casting technique to fabricate a cast iron smelting furnace, and then line its interior with a layer of high-temperature refractory bricks. The refractory bricks are quite straightforward to procure. A short distance from the base flows the great east-west river known as Admadun River. Currently, during the arid season of the wilderness, the scarcity of rainfall has led to the exposure of vast riverbeds rich in clay. By mixing this clay with coal gang, one can produce refractory bricks capable of withstanding temperatures between 1300 and 1500 degrees Celsius, which is entirely sufficient for steelmaking. As for the graphite electrode rods required for the electric arc furnace, they can be substituted with coke from the base, mixed with waste engine oil, heated to 100 to 120 degrees, or resin waste, such as melted plastic. By incorporating coke particles at a ratio of 58, although the density may be slightly lower after roasting, they can still be used in emergencies. Regarding the factory's power supply, with no large motors available, I pondered and decided to utilize a steam engine. While its efficiency may be somewhat slower, it will suffice for the time being, and upgrades can be made once the base facilities are fully developed. A 1 megawatt generator can simultaneously power up to 23 small electric arc furnaces, each with a capacity of 300 to 400 kilowatts, producing between 10 and 15 tons of crude steel per day. Although the output is modest, it represents a monumental leap from nothing to something. Once the decision was finalized, Xiao Fan immediately delegated the task to the experienced Lao Tan Suanke. At this moment, he was not only recognized as the commander of the engineering battalion, but also the head of logistics and production for the entire base. Many players who relished the idea of constructing factories and witnessing the production of various machinery from their handiwork eagerly volunteered to participate in the endeavor. Some astute players, upon hearing that the construction of factories required a substantial amount of refractory bricks, quickly gathered their brothers and drove trucks to the riverbed to collect clay, subsequently pooling resources to establish brick kilns. These kilns could not only produce refractory bricks, but also ordinary bricks. Building houses with bricks is far more aesthetically pleasing than using scrap metal, in addition to being more insulating and sturdy. Even more ambitious players contemplated entering the real estate business and approached Xiao Fan to purchase land. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was rendered speechless. How could these players be so cunning? However, he would not allow his territory to fall into the hands of capitalist oligarchs. The provision of food, shelter, and transportation is the most fundamental guarantee of a base. If left entirely to the players, the future is uncertain. Houses must indeed be constructed, but they cannot be left to the players to manage privately. Thus, he issued a direct order to tender bids to players in the name of the base, organizing construction by designated areas. My goodness, the base is tendering contracts to military groups, and the merits seem quite substantial. Are there any interested brothers? Shall we form a team to invest together? Well, although the rewards appear plentiful, have you considered that the initial construction funds need to be fronted by us? Do you possess such abundant merit points? What of it? We can extend credit. Issuing IOUs is a normal procedure, is it not? If any of you are willing to undertake the project, my brothers and I are prepared to provide bricks and lime for the kiln free of charge, and you can repay us once you receive payment for the project. Last time, when we constructed the power station, my brothers and I established a cement factory, which would supply a significant amount of gravel and concrete. Many players were taken aback, as they had not anticipated that the base had already acquired preliminary infrastructure capabilities. Consequently, they eagerly immersed themselves in construction projects. Such endeavors demanded a substantial workforce, and players were naturally disinclined to engage in monotonous tasks, leading to the indigenous inhabitants of the wasteland becoming highly sought after. In a bid to secure these laborers, players offered exorbitant salaries, much to the delight of individuals like Zhaku and Inman, who reveled in the luxury of complimentary meals and wages. Once the indigenous workers were employed by the players, the food supply burden that had previously weighed upon the base was swiftly transferred to the players. The once stable food supply prices within the base skyrocketed at an alarming rate, even surpassing the base's recycling price at one point. This situation ignited a fervor among a group of agricultural players who operated tractors crafted by the engineering elites of Laotan sauerkraut, tilling the barren sandy lands in the zones planned by Xiao Fan. To enrich the soil, they sought the assistance of Lindong Nuxiong, requesting a copious supply of corpses from the small devils and sticks. These remains were unceremoniously fed into a shredder, bones and entrails alike, and then scattered across the land slated for cultivation. The Lindong Nuxiong was overjoyed upon hearing this. Not only could they earn merit points for slaying small devils and sticks, but now their corpses were being purchased at a premium by the Fourth Calamity base. These were not enemies. They were walking treasures. What a turn of events. Initially hunted by the indigenous forces at the opening of the server, they were now pursued by the geese players. The small devils and sticks roaming around the city of the Kulai air found themselves with no escape. Once discovered, they were swiftly surrounded and knocked unconscious, with not a drop of blood wasted, as they were tossed into the vehicle to seek the next target. Chapter 47. Understanding protests, we want to protest. How dare the geese and Huaxia players treat us as mere fertilizer, rounding us up across the wasteland. What did you say? You're being used as fertilizer? Is the wasteland now such a source of amusement? I heard that the land over there is extremely barren. A single drop of waste is more valuable than a life. Though it's amusing, isn't that your sole purpose in the wasteland? Oh my, Why are the geese and Huaxia players so perverse? This is outright inhumane. It's an affront to humanity. ISNT, the Celestial Empire, supposed to be a self-proclaimed ancient civilization? Why such barbarity? Are you out of your mind? It's just a game, not reality. If it's fertilizer, then so be it. Some games even involve cannibalism. Why don't you mention that? Furthermore, civilization is meant for humans. Are the small devils human? Would you engage in a moral discussion with a pack of beasts? Ha ha. The person above makes a valid point. I have heard that players from certain so-called civilized and free nations have resorted to thievery in some cities, and they often harass attractive female NPCs. News regarding players using the corpses of small devils and sticks as fertilizer spread rapidly online. Countless players from other nations began to condemn Huaxia and geese players for their inhumanity. Ironically, instead of receiving sympathy, they were met with mockery from Huaxia and geese players. It's merely a game. How can you preach humanity to me? Is it truly anti-human to act in this manner? Yet, you engage in reckless behavior within the gaming realm, inflicting the injustices and oppression experienced at the hands of the local lords upon the ordinary NPC populace. And you deem this moral? Such blatant double standards are astonishing. If they perform admirably, these little rascals deserve nothing but to be pampered. In the conference room, numerous dignitaries applauded, finding great satisfaction in the proceedings. This morning, the Korean and Japanese officials protested in the news, claiming their nations were subjected to unfair treatment in the game. Their response was met with nothing but an eye roll from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A direct statement was made. Certain nations should not remain ensconced in their virtual fantasies. If every minor skirmish in the game is escalated to diplomatic levels, then the breadth of their tolerance is truly remarkable. We must reassess the so-called developed nations, which seem to be flourishing on the surface while their ideologies remain entrenched in feudal times. If this is indeed the case, our future diplomatic strategies may require significant adjustments. This was met with great relief and approval. All right, let us pause, the elders said, taking a sip of tea. It is rumored that the geese have begun to stir, gathering their domestic players from other regions towards the wasteland. Have they lost their senses? This wasteland is devoid of resources and impoverished. Why would they redirect their people here? The elder glanced at them, shaking his head in resignation. The disparity between the lords that foreign players ally with and Xiao Fan is indeed vast. They either neglect their subjects or harbor some ambition. Yet their relationships resemble those of ancient feudal subservience, leveraging their innate talents to exploit players from various nations. Many players have grown intolerant of those NPCs. Had it not been for the advanced technological equipment they possess, which offers substantial reference value, they would have long since liberated themselves from their subjugation to pursue independent development. The geese players, by voluntarily joining our defensive efforts, have garnered some favor from Xiao Fan, hoping to ally with him to thrive in this lawless wasteland and ultimately conquer the indigenous NPCs through force to obtain what they desire. This revelation startled everyone. Are the technological items truly of reference value? Indeed. The elder set down his teacup, nodding solemnly. He stated, though many technological products may seem somewhat primitive to us, certain technologies excavated from the remnants of super-ancient civilizations possess considerable foresight. The higher-ups have instructed us to intensify our development of genuine, acquiring more relic technologies for reverse engineering, which is crucial for us. A collective gasp arose among the attendees. No wonder the little rascals and the Koreans were in such a rush, condemning them at the press conference. They must have recognized the significance of the game, genuine. Therefore, I will directly command our personnel to approach Xiao Fan. With the caliber of our regular troops, the assistance we can provide to his base would undoubtedly be substantial, and I am certain he would welcome it. No, the elder promptly rejected, taking a deep breath. In chaotic times, heroes are born. Xiao Fan is, after all, a formidable ruler in his own right. If we were to send our regular troops directly to him, how would you perceive it? The crowd understood instantly, although Xiao Fan urgently required personnel with combat proficiency. The arrival of these regular troops inevitably provoked suspicion among the opposition. Moreover, the Lord NPCs within the game were somewhat aware of certain realities from the physical world. The sudden inclusion of the National Regular Army carried an implicit connotation of leveraging authority over the vassals, a notion that would be unwelcome to anyone. So, what shall we do? The elder, exuding confidence, responded with a mysterious smile. Rest assured, I have made preparations that will not only enhance Xiao Fan's strength, but also avert such situations. Within the base, Xiao Fan lit a cigarette and propped his feet on the desk, gazing at the upright figure of Tai Hu before him. He casually tapped the keyboard on the table. If I cannot dismantle the enemy's base, I shall apply for discharge upon my return. His voice resonated clearly within the office. He gazed meaningfully at the somewhat awkward Tai Hu, who was scratching his head. Commander, he began, but Xiao Fan raised his hand, cigarette in between his fingers, signaling him not to feel compelled to explain. I shall only repeat myself once. I do not care what your status is in your world. Here, there is but one voice, and that is mine. Should I discover that you have engaged in actions that displease me, then I am afraid that without you, there are others who can replace you. Tai Hu's expression shifted, and he stood tall, affirming, understood, Commander. Please enlighten me regarding your current technological advancements. Tai Hu hesitated for a moment, but eventually shared information regarding the situation from Old Mia's side. A hint of amusement flickered in Xiao Fan's heart. Did they truly regard him as a native? Nevertheless, the opportunity was bestowed upon them. If they failed to seize it, they would have to return an account to their superiors. He shook his head, opened a drawer, and retrieved a thick stack of blueprints. After moistening his thumb, he began to leaf through them in front of Tai Hu. Ultimately, he extracted a set of documents and handed them over. This is the technology for a small nuclear fusion reactor, which can accelerate your aerospace exploration and development. Collaborating with me will not lead to any detriment. Having said that, he patted Tai Hu on the shoulder and exited the office, leaving behind a bewildered Tai Hu staring at the blueprints in his hands. He then glanced up at the stack of documents. The topmost sheet emblazoned with the characters Wei Zhu Bian Dong Li Dan Wei, Shi Ji Tu Ji in Chinese. Instantly, he was filled with regret, slapping his own face a few times. Why had he been so reserved? While Old Mi lacked the small nuclear fusion reactor technology, they had long possessed mature techniques. Such a splendid opportunity to flaunt his prowess was now squandered. Hastily, he turned to pursue Xiao Fan. Commander, in fact, our nation has already made some headway in this technology, and it won't be long before we can develop it. Would you consider? Chapter 48. I see you aspire for promotion. As Xiao Fan surveyed the territory, he rubbed his nose. For the unpleasant odor from the fertilization by the little devils made the entire base unbearable. Furthermore, this practice posed a risk of triggering an epidemic. Xiao Fan mandated the farming players to exercise utmost caution against the threat of infection. The players assured him that they had long been vigilant and had already disinfected the tilled land. In due time, they guaranteed there would be no lingering odor. Xiao Fan nodded slightly and, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached the industrial zone designated for players. At this moment, the environment here was even more dire. He observed a group of players stuffing discarded plastic products into an oil tank, then sealing the chamber tightly before igniting a flame below. As thick smoke billowed upward, the plastic was thermally cracked into fuel gas. Following this, the precious crude fuel flowed into a nearby iron barrel after being cooled by pipes situated in a cooling pool. On the other side, a chamber that had completed high-temperature cracking was opened, and a substantial amount of black powder was scooped out and packed into adjacent boxes. This was not refused. When sold to Laotan Sauerkraut for the production of graphite rods, it could yield a considerable amount of merit points. Scanning his surroundings, Xiao Fan noted that there were many such small workshops. There were those producing lime, those firing bricks, and those refining coke. The air above the entire base was thick with smoke, and various wastewaters flowed freely. Environmental management? That concept was non-existent for the players. The wasteland already had a harsh environment. Could pollution be worse than excessive nuclear radiation? Xiao Fan initially thought to encourage the players to care for the environment, but reconsidered. Pollution and industrial development were inseparable. The initial phase of industrialization was inevitably accompanied by severe environmental degradation, whether in the era of the British Industrial Revolution, later in the United States, or in Tianqiao. No one could escape this law of development. No one was willing to hand over the fruits of their hard-earned industrial system intact, allowing others to bypass the initial investments and directly establish a sound industrial model. Only when industrial development reaches a certain level, enabling technological advancements to compensate for the environmental damage caused by earlier development, can the ecosystem gradually recover. Therefore, discussing such matters now was premature. Hey bro, do you know look at me being awesome? At that moment, Xiao Fan, who was still inspecting the base, was abruptly approached by a group of carefree young players. He was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Were players now this bold? Hey, we're asking you a question. Why aren't you speaking? Of course I know him. I have fought alongside him twice, so how could I not recognize him? Xiao Fan thought. But they were here for a different reason. One of the players picked his nose and said, "We came from another zone looking for him, planning to give him a beating." Xiao Fan quickly pieced it together. He had heard players talk about the situation in reality and had some understanding. Without a doubt, this group of young players was friends of look at me being awesome in real life. Their families had seen others' children becoming a major and fighting against enemies. So they sent them all the way over here to seek refuge. Ah, so you're friends in Yobai Gu? What a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to take you to him. A shrewd player in the group scrutinized Xiao Fan from head to toe as if sensing something. He weakly suggested, maybe it's not necessary for you to bother. The base isn't large, and we can find him by running around a bit. Xiao Fan smiled gently. Not at all. I'm a most idle one here. Yet, to the young players, this smile felt like scrutiny, causing them to tighten in apprehension and further affirm their suspicions. Ha ha ha, bro. You're all right. Unlike others who are too busy to pay us any mind, I'm quite close with Nyo Bai. So feel free to reach out to me if you need anything in the future. The leading youth clasped Xiao Fan's shoulder, laughing heartily. Xiao Fan cast a glance at the large hand resting on his shoulder, unperturbed, and returned to smile while holding his thermos and leading the way. Before long, he guided the middle-aged man to a distant playground. At that moment, Kenwanayubi was busy organizing his subordinates for training. Upon noticing Xiao Fan's arrival, he hurried over with great enthusiasm. Without giving Xiao Fan a chance to speak, he pointed at a group of players resembling ruffians behind him and said, "Commander, a bunch of newbies said they were looking for you. Let me show them away." With that, he turned and left. Suddenly, he turned back and added, "Oh, by the way, when training is over, come to my office." At that moment, Kenwanayubi felt a wave of frustration. Once Xiao Fan walked away, Kenwanayubi angrily approached the group of wealthy second-generation youths and unleashed a flurry of kicks. "Zhou Xin, this is too much. We traveled a long distance to seek your support, and this is how you treat us?" The group, bruised and battered, instantly fumed. They were initially called over to familiarize themselves with the base under Zhou Xin's guidance to establish their own faction, only to be met with violence upon arrival. Who would be pleased with such treatment? You just can't stand to see me do well, can you? That is our commander. Kenwanayubi seized one person's collar, exclaiming, "You came to ally with me, and I see you are eager to climb the ranks, aren't you?" The others trembled in disbelief, gazing at the departing Xiao Fan. He is the commander of the base? Why does he seem so approachable? This is not at all how they envisioned a lord to be. It is fundamentally different, indeed. What the hell? Did I just have a commander lead me? The young player who had sought Xiao Fan scratched his head in disbelief. Yet he mentioned having fought alongside you twice. I thought he was one of your team. Kenwanayubi felt dizzy, bewildered by the sheer ignorance of his peers. Furiously, he retorted, "Of course, the commander fought alongside me. Ahem, it was during battles where he commanded us. Do you understand? Can you stop being so foolish?" In the entire base, who else roams around aimlessly clutching a thermos? The crowd felt somewhat embarrassed, rubbing their hands together as they approached, saying, "Old Joe, we heard you're doing well. Could you arrange some positions for us and distribute a few hundred guns?" Yes, and some mortars as well." Kenwanayubi rolled his eyes at them, exclaiming, "Get lost. The base has strict regulations. Do you think this is reality where everything can be done through backdoors?" He shook the medals on his chest, stating, "If you want equipment and wish to build your own legion, you must earn military merits on the battlefield." He then shot them a fierce glare and ordered, "You wait here. I will settle the score with you when I return." With that, he hurried to catch up with Xiao Fan. What is this nonsense? Clasping Xiao Fan's shoulder and having him lead the way? I don't even know him. How could I know he is the commander of the base? You imbecile. How could I have restrained myself from pushing you against the wall earlier? It infuriates me. They say first impressions are crucial. You, this reckless fool, have already left a bad impression on him. I must ensure you pay for this today. You, who is usually quite sharp. How did you manage to miss the mark today? I have been developing in the original place, where the lords are all adorned in gold and silver, exuding an imposing presence. At that time, I sensed something amiss. Yet those individuals insisted on having the commander lead the way. The high-ranking officials in the conference room soon learned about this group of affluent second-generation individuals. And their first encounter with Xiao Fan was indeed a mix of laughter and tears. Despite his meticulous planning, he never anticipated such a coincidence occurring. Fortunately, Xiao Fan remained unperturbed. This group of youngsters certainly needs a stern lesson. Otherwise, they might grow unruly, and upon encountering obstacles, they could drag their entire families down with them. Someone remarked in disbelief. By the way, Commander, Xiao Fan has requested Taihu to convey that he desires a manual on military training and discipline for reference. The secretary chimed in with a smile. The mere mention of Taihu elicited a sigh from the commander, lamenting a missed opportunity. No, since the card's on the table, let us directly assign a first-class sergeant from the troops to him, while also ensuring that this unruly bunch receives proper training. The crowd gasped in astonishment. While it is easy to spare a few commanders, a first-class sergeant is a rarity, even more so than a giant panda. This demonstrates the high regard the commander holds for Xiao Fan. Chapter 49. The arrival of the sergeant major. Days later, a tall, resolute, middle-aged man appeared at the base. Unlike other players who had come to form teams out of curiosity, he was covered in blood, with weapons slung over his back, striding directly into the base. Scanning the bustling surroundings, a wry smile crept across his lips. He had anticipated a swift retirement and rest, but instead received orders to return to the game as an instructor. Now he found himself working tirelessly for 20 hours a day without respite. Class. Squad leader. Taihu was leading the team in a morning run when he turned to see a familiar figure on the road, initially thinking he was mistaken. Rubbing his eyes to confirm, his heart skipped a beat. Oh my, why is the old sergeant here as well? He is a first-class sergeant. The country actually sent him to play a game? Oh, I thought it was someone else, but it's Hajime. The group of younger comrades behind, Taihu struggled to contain their laughter. Can one imagine the humor in a special forces captain with a major rank being affectionately referred to as Hajime by a sergeant? The irony was that Taihu felt utterly intimidated in his presence. With a darkened expression, Taihu quickly replaced it with a smile, eagerly extending a cigarette and lighting it for him. Old sergeant, what brings you here? I had no prior knowledge of your arrival. Pan Long-Woo shot him a glance. You ignorant fool. Do you realize that you've caused the country to miss an important opportunity? Just because you haven't been reprimanded doesn't mean you should revel in it, asking questions here and there. Taihu felt somewhat embarrassed. All right, you go about your business. I still need to report to the commander. With that, he left Taihu behind and made his way toward the entrance of the underground base. A few minutes later, he reported to the commander. Sergeant Major, Pan Long-Woo, here by the order of the military department to assist you in training the new recruits and restoring military discipline. Xiao Fan was taken aback. He merely requested the nation to provide a training program and methodology. How could they send a person of such monumental stature directly? Please extend my gratitude to your leaders in that other realm. As he spoke, his right hand grasped an iron sphere along with a multitude of components, activating the black box capability on his wrist, from which a distinctive military insignia and combat device materialized out of thin air. Such advanced technology left Pan Long-Woo feeling quite astonished. In a typical game, this might not seem outrageous, but the uniqueness of this game set it apart. If this device could indeed be replicated, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Pan Long-Woo was directly promoted to the position of Sergeant Major, bypassing the usual advancement process for both new and veteran soldiers. Xiao Fan handed him the insignia and combat device, saying, "You may proceed with your tasks." Yes. Pan Long-Woo saluted with precision, affixing the military insignia to his chest and confidently departing the underground base. Upon his emergence, he immediately caught the attention of numerous novices and veterans alike, as someone brushed past him and caught sight of his insignia. They assumed they had misread it and quickly called out to him, their eyes fixated on the badge. "Brother, how did you rise to Sergeant Major so swiftly?" Pan Long-Woo smiled slightly. "Oh, I took a shortcut." The players looked on with skepticism. Just the previous day, a few individuals who attempted to take shortcuts found themselves left behind on the training ground, enduring rigorous drills under Kinwen-Yo-Bai. Pan Long-Woo offered no further explanation, tucking his fists in his abdomen and jogging towards the training field in a military manner. At that moment, the training ground was teeming with people. Most players were ordinary individuals who lacked an understanding of systematic training. Yet they had managed to devise the simplest and most direct methods. Aside from conventional endurance runs, they paired off to engage in combat. The entire training ground was filled with bare-chested novices, drenched in sweat as they exchanged blows, while seasoned veterans occasionally demonstrated stabbing techniques to the newcomers. It was not that they were unwilling to share skills through implanted chips. Rather, even with such implants, time was required to master them completely. Furthermore, relying too heavily on chips posed the risk of becoming powerless if the combat device were ever removed. Thus, practice remained essential. Attention! Emergency assembly. A piercing whistle resonated throughout the training ground. Everyone turned in confusion towards the source of the sound, and upon seeing the warning projected by the iris display, they hastily gathered and formed ranks. Tigarla kanva niobi, ga ni lanzi, vu di shaosfua. And Taihu stood at the forefront of their respective groups. Except for Lao Tan Swan Kai, who was still engaged in infrastructure tasks. Nearly all players in training had assembled on the training ground, creating a scene of sheer density. Pan Long Wahoo glanced at the combat device on his wrist. Over 20 minutes had elapsed. The pace of assembly was indeed rather sluggish. However, given that so many were novices lacking systematic training, it was understandable. Standing at the front of the ranks, he spoke in a firm tone. I am Pan Long, holding the rank of Sergeant Major. By the command of the commander, I am here to conduct formal training for you little kittens. Those who are unsatisfied may leave the training ground immediately. The crowd remained silent, observing him intently or glancing towards their leaders. As the leaders remained silent, the others dared not utter a word. Pan Long, who paced back and forth with hands clasped behind his back, stating, I am aware that among you are valiant heroes who have clashed with the little devils, and I take pride in you. However, in my perspective, your encounters with that same untrained rabble resemble mere scuffles among village ruffians, lacking any grandeur. Prior to my arrival, I scrutinized your combat techniques. Strategically, they hold little fault, yet your individual combat capabilities and skills leave much to be desired. The crowd immediately bristled with indignation. Who do you think you are? Even if my combat skills are lacking, I have faced the little devils in real combat. What gives you the right to belittle my worth? Upon hearing the murmurs, Pan Long Wahoo smiled slightly. Spirited individuals possess the drive to fight. Once trained, they become formidable. He pointed at a chattering novice player. The novice glanced at the leader, and seeing no objection, stepped forward, gazing up at Pan Long Wahoo. Pan Long Wahoo raised his chin, signaling. What are you staring at? The novice retorted, What are you going to do about it? A smirk played on Pan Long Wahoo's lips as he clenched his right fist and lunged towards the novice's face. The novice's pupils dilated, and he quickly crossed his arms to protect his head. Unexpectedly, Pan Long Wahoo chuckled softly, his hands slithering like a serpent, wrapping around the novice's neck, swiftly transforming the punch into a knee strike. The novice was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, groaning as he clutched his chest. Cursing under his breath, he scrambled to his feet, launching a flurry of wild punches. The outcome was predictable. He was thoroughly outmatched by Pan Long Wahoo, ultimately collapsing in defeat. The onlookers fell into a collective silence. Wow, this guy has some skills. Pathetic. He isn't even worthy of warming me up. Pan Long Wahoo scanned the others, asking if anyone else was dissatisfied. One person promptly spoke up. What era are we in? Still venerating close combat? If you're bold, let us compare marksmanship. Taihu turned to the player, incredulous. The individual had transitioned to the Special Reconnaissance Unit, boasting commendable shooting skills among players. Yet they paled in comparison to the seasoned veteran. Oh, you wish to challenge me in marksmanship? Pan Long Wahoo replied, retrieving 2 Tingzai 1 sniper rifle from the nearby armory. With a mere glance, he recognized them as replicas of the Soviet SVD. You, step forward. Akimi. Position 2 targets 400 meters away. No, 300 meters away. Taihu cast a mournful look at the leader. Have some mercy, Commander. Yet he obediently hoisted the 2 targets and sprinted towards the distance. Pan Long Wahoo tossed one of the Tingzai 1 rifles to the player who had spoken. You have 3 attempts. If you can hit the target before I disassemble and reassemble this rifle, I'll concede your victory and bow to you. This is your claim. The novice immediately knelt, resting the Tingzai 1 on his left arm, gazing intently at the distant target. He felt the wind's speed, continuously adjusting the scope. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Panlong Wahoo rapidly disassembling the rifle, sending a jolt of realization through him. In such a brief span of time, the opponent had already disassembled the firearm, swiftly reassembling it with remarkable efficiency. A sense of urgency welled up within, causing my breath to become erratic. Panlong Wahoo smirked, raising an eyebrow in challenge without even glancing at the parts laid out on the table, deftly assembling the weapon. This scene left all the players gasping in astonishment. They immediately comprehended that this individual, who had been exceptionally promoted to sergeant by the commander, was likely a regular soldier in real life. Furthermore, his address to Taihu suggested that Taihu had evidently received training from him. If my conjecture was accurate, could he possibly be a first-class sergeant? Bang! The first shot missed the target. Taking a deep breath, the novice player steadied himself. Bang! The second shot also went astray. This time, anxiety overwhelmed him. Before he could extract the third bullet, he heard 3 successive shots. Bang! 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 He turned in shock to discover that Panlong Wahoo had not even mounted a scope, opting instead for direct aim. When Taihu reported back from a distance, all 3 shots had found their mark, scoring a remarkable 4-ring hit. Everyone was instantly stunned. Incredible! At such a distance, to achieve a 4-ring score without a scope was nothing short of miraculous. It is worth noting that the center of a military target is a 1-ring, with the rings extending outward numbered from 2 to 5. The smaller the number, the more impressive the marksmanship. Are you impressed yet? Panlong Wahoo inquired. The novice player stood up, clutching his weapon, speechless. Stand over there and hold your weapon properly, Panlong Wahoo commanded sternly, ridiculing the novice for attempting to be a sniper while struggling to hold the gun steady. Chapter 50, Delivery of the Nuclear Warhead 1-to-1, 1-to-1. Under the tutelage of Panlong Wahoo, the seasoned players from 4 battalions engaged in rigorous daily training. A 50-kilometer routine march was merely a fundamental exercise. Those who collapsed were taken to the fertile fields, resurrected, and returned to continue their run. After all, death did not result in a loss of attributes, allowing for unbridled experimentation. Meanwhile, at the Special Reconnaissance Unit's training ground, players endured the blazing sun, hoisting the Tingzai 1 sniper rifle, with bricks suspended from the barrel to build arm strength. When the time came, at the sound of Panlong Wahoo's whistle, everyone immediately aimed at the targets ahead. Numbers 1, 3, and 7 missed the mark. The players who were called out felt immense frustration. They realized that the training missions assigned by this sergeant would be recorded as official tasks, and upon completion, they could bypass the novice phase, advancing directly to veteran status or even elite soldier status. This revelation provided a new pathway for many newcomers who had yet to see battle and remained in the novice stage. More importantly, the tasks were compensated in merit points calculated by the hour. Currently, within the internal network, some were offering exorbitant rates of 1 merit point for 100 soft sister coins. With such intense training, one could earn nearly 1,000 soft sister coins in a single day. Moreover, the base covered all expenses related to ammunition and other consumables during training, allowing players to enhance their skills while also earning money, thus providing immense motivation. The base never enforced mandatory training. Participation was entirely voluntary. Those who could not endure hardship were free to refrain, but those who came were required to comply absolutely. Many newcomers voluntarily integrated into the 4 battalions, eagerly joining the training sessions. With no battles to engage in, improving combat skills was far better than idling. Of course, Xiao Fan did not replicate the entire set of training methods from reality, omitting ideological indoctrination and tasks such as bedmaking. Players are ultimately players. They cannot be trained as formal soldiers, as too many regulations would only breed resentment. However, he is not concerned. Once players reap tangible benefits in Jiuan, and the Legion gradually becomes more organized, they will naturally evolve toward a more professional direction. In the absence of conflict, the base primarily engages in monotonous construction and training. Just as everyone is on the verge of seeking amusement, an event occurs that finally provides players with an opportunity to demonstrate their abilities. Upon receiving news from the coal mine outpost, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Xiao Fan had long been aware of a small oil field hidden beneath the wasteland, but due to its considerable distance from the base, he had refrained from initiating extraction. The significance of oil as the lifeblood of industry is self-evident. If he were to develop it now, Baron de Erkluid would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to snatch it away. However, he remained inactive, while capable individuals among the Great Goose players discovered the oil field and successfully extracted several hundred barrels of crude oil. This development left Qiluad unable to sit idly by. Fearing that Xiao Fan might take the lead, Qiluad instigated war. Yet instead of engaging directly, he opted for a proxy war. At some point, the veteran Mi player also entered the wasteland. Under their call, desperate players from the Western camp, including small Japanese, Koreans, Indians, and Vietnamese, responded en masse. With Qiluad's equipment sponsorship, they launched a fierce assault on the Red Camp, led by the Great Goose. Armed with superior equipment, the Great Goose players suffered significant losses. The key was that this group of players had remarkably strong resolve. Despite being severely beaten, they remained silent. Had it not been for the coal mine outpost discovering that they had not come to restock for an extended period and proactively reaching out, Xiao Fan would still be in the dark. It seems that establishing a communication station must be prioritized, or else crucial intelligence cannot be obtained in a timely manner. He could not possibly relinquish the only oil field in the entire wasteland. He must provide support to the Great Goose players. Armorette personnel carrier, 105 mm 8 serres. In Vulture fighter jets, what a grand display. Xiao Fan scoffed. Report. The office doors swung open, and a young player stood at attention, saluting. What is it? Reporting to the commander. Pules has arrived. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking that the timing of the visitor was indeed fortuitous. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in the underground base. After a month apart, Pules had become even more rotund and slick, exuding an air of a cunning merchant. Oh, my friend, what significant changes have occurred here? None as substantial as your own transformation. After just a few days, you seem quite prosperous. Pules laughed heartily. Thanks to you. After relaying information last time, Duke Luapu granted me a baron title. Though I have no lands, I am considered part of the nobility now. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fan smiled and shook his head, uninterested in his boastful display, and directly inquired whether he had brought the items. Pules wiped away his merchant's grin and nodded seriously when I departed. Things weren't so chaotic here. Upon my return, I found the situation quite turbulent. Had it not been for my special status, I might have had my cargo intercepted while passing through the battlefield. With that, he led Xiao Fan outside and instructed his subordinates to unveil the tarpaulin covering the truck bed. A colossal object, measuring 2 meters in diameter and 20 meters in length, suddenly made its appearance. Players gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, a ballistic missile!" They could hardly believe that the commander had managed to acquire such a formidable weapon. Fortunately, they were unfamiliar with the nuclear symbol of this world. Otherwise, the realization that it was a nuclear missile might have left them utterly speechless. "Shall we inspect the goods?" Press asked softly. Xiao Fan smiled and replied, "I trust that Duke Ropu has no need to deceive me over a nuclear missile. Would he? What on earth? This ballistic missile is equipped with a peacekeeper nuclear warhead? Is that for real? Our base is about to take off. With a nuclear weapon at our disposal, who would dare to provoke us in the future?" The players were invigorated. "Commander, I've long had my eye on Dakeless City. Why don't we seize the opportunity and take it over?" "Absolutely. Even if we don't occupy it, we can threaten them with a nuclear missile to hand over resources." Upon hearing about the nuclear missile, the players were thoroughly exhilarated. Press, puzzled by their enthusiasm, quickly sought refuge behind his guards. Over the past month, he had witnessed the terrifying capabilities of these arrivals. There was nothing they would shy away from doing. He had heard rumors of an assassination plot against King Bis 18, which had caused a sensation across the internet. Although he could not comprehend the players' shouts, he sensed that they intended to use the nuclear missile to create chaos. "Scorpion, you must remain calm. This device is intended to protect your life, not for bombing," Press urgently advised in a hushed tone. He feared that Xiao Fan might be incited by the players to launch the missile against the city, and while Xiao Fan might escape unscathed due to his knowledge of the secret, Press, as the intermediary, would undoubtedly be blamed. "I understand," Xiao Fan reassured him, then shifted the conversation. "By the way, are you interested in the oil trade?" "Oil?" Press exclaimed, his voice rising sharply, his eyes sparkling with disbelief, instantly casting aside his suspicions about Xiao Fan potentially obliterating a city with the missile. Oil, often referred to as liquid gold, has countless derivative chemical products. Currently, the oil reserves across the entire Malacca continent have nearly been depleted due to centuries of exploitation by various civilizations. To sustain industrial growth, Different factions have been compelled to cultivate a plant known as extracting oil from its seeds to produce bio-crude oil, which is then processed into chemical products. However, this method is exceedingly costly, and without the advanced energy technology of the BIS Federation, such consumption would be untenable. Therefore, even a small oil field is worth its weight in gold. A barrel of standard crude oil can fetch 1 BIS gold coin, while in technologically advanced cities, it can sell for 2 or more. My dear friend, have you discovered an oil field? How is the quality? Is the reserve substantial? Xiao Fan explained, the quality is average, and the reserves are not particularly large, but sufficient for us to make a tidy profit. Press fell silent, suddenly understanding why he had seen heavy war machinery belonging to Dakeless City as he passed the battlefield. Surely it was for this oil field. After all, Claire belonged to the Dor family. If he were to seize the oil field, it would be of no concern to him. If Xiao Fan were to seize control of the oil fields, even a mere trickle of oil would be sufficient to satiate his hunger. Upon the other party's proactive mention, the astute Xiao Fan immediately comprehended that this was an invitation for investment. Press began to pace restlessly, his hands incessantly rubbing together, and after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "My dear friend, speak plainly about your desires. As long as it falls within my purview, I shall procure it for you. However, I demand half of the profits from the oil field afterward." Xiao Fan chuckled at his boldness. Truly, he was a cunning merchant, daring to ask for half right from the start without fear of overreaching. 1/10 is my bottom line. Press furrowed his brow. Too little. That is all there is. Xiao Fan asserted firmly. Having something is better than having nothing, is it not? Besides, do you truly believe that with my current relationship with Duke Luopu, that oil field could be seized by Clyde? Press raised an eyebrow. He had initially feared that Xiao Fan would be unable to contend with Clyde and suffer losses, nearly forgetting the latter's current ties with Duke Luopu. It's a deal. Chapter 51. Count Duao Ilian Na what? That wild dog from the wasteland actually obtained a nuclear bomb. The little devil bent at a 90-degree angle, his face contorted with extreme displeasure. Originally hoping to redeem himself through Claude, he never anticipated that Xiao Fan would acquire a nuclear bomb. This news instantly shocked everyone. If they provoked him, he might detonate it on the spot, rendering this wasteland uninhabitable for decades or even centuries, forcing them to flee. Damn the Luopu family. This band of unscrupulous merchants would sell even such dangerous items for profit. What on earth did that wild dog provide them in return? Claude was infuriated. The fact that Xiao Fan had been granted the title of Baron by Pai Sai XVIII was already enough to disgust him. And now acquiring a nuclear bomb from the Luopu family felt like a personal affront. Why should the power struggles in the imperial city involve him? A mere scion of the overlooked Dao family? Thousands of kilometers away, a city far more prosperous than Da Claire was situated at the edge of the Lida wasteland. The entire city was built along the banks of the Yuten River, which flowed continuously even in dry seasons, nourishing vast fields of wheat that danced in the wind like golden waves extending to the horizon. Enormous windmills turned slowly, while countless indigenous women with baskets wove through the landscape. This was the city of Rosloren, ruled by Count Duao Ilian Na. Ilian Na was a sibling of Pai Sai XVIII. After her husband became a casualty in the struggle for the throne, she was exiled to this harsh wasteland. Another facet of her identity was that she was the biological daughter of the previous duke of the Duao family. Nobility has always excelled at hedging their bets. Initially, the Duao family covertly supported Ilian Na's husband, but upon witnessing the tide turn, they promptly abandoned her and aligned themselves with Pai Sai XVIII. Due to her prior counsel to her husband, she narrowly escaped retribution. Although Pai Sai XVIII did not publicly bestow the entirety of the wasteland upon her, everyone understood that should she request it, the royal family would undoubtedly grant her this forsaken land as compensation for the Duao family's sacrifices in the conflict. After all, her title could not be inherited, and upon her death, the ownership of the land would naturally revert to the royal family, alleviating Pai Sai XVIII's concerns about future threats, while simultaneously demonstrating his magnanimity and preserving the Duao family's dignity. Do not be deceived by the fact that Yelena seldom concerns herself with the offspring of the rogue noble families within her territory. Yet, none would dare provoke her lightly. Otherwise, these fallen scions of nobility might find themselves unable to retain even the meager expanse of the Lida wasteland. Thus, Each year, the barons of the wasteland, both great and small, offer a plethora of rare treasures and riches in a bid to curry favor with this esteemed countess. Xiao Fan is acutely aware that mere threats of nuclear deterrence would never suffice to dissuade Claude from relinquishing the oil fields. Reluctant to seek assistance from Duke Ropu for such trivial matters, lest he incur a debt more burdensome than the oil fields themselves, he resolves to approach Countess Yelena. As a neutral countess, her city of Louis-Lurin stands as the most welcoming haven for players in the Lido wasteland from his previous life. Provided one refrains from reckless behavior, players may traverse the entirety of the city at will, through relentless exploration by players. Yelena's background and preferences have been meticulously compiled into detailed guides published on official platforms. Hence, Xiao Fan possesses unwavering confidence that she can effectively restrain Claude. Even if she does not grant him personal favor, he could still procure a substantial amount of resources and equipment from her. "My lady, a merchant claiming to be Pules has come to pay his respects," announced a maid. In the vibrant garden, roses entwined around a white wooden trellis, forming a delicate cloud of pink and white. Marigolds spread along the stone path, saturating the courtyard with brilliant yellow, while the air was infused with a honeyed floral fragrance. A woman knelt before a cluster of roses, her fingers delicately wielding silver shears to trim the overgrown branches. Clad in a form-fitting deep purple gown that accentuated her silhouette, the fabric hugged her curves and gracefully cascaded down to the dew-kissed grass. Despite the garden's riotous blooms, her gaze, framed by cascading tendrils of hair, and the soft curve of her neck drew the eye more than the vivid flowers surrounding her. Once renowned throughout the Bice Federation for her talent and beauty, Yelena remains strikingly exquisite even after 2 decades. Upon hearing the maid's voice, the silver shears in Yelena's hand paused momentarily. Slowly rising, her graceful figure was fully revealed. She placed the shears on the tray held by the maid and proceeded to the pavilion, where she settled down and gently swirled the wine in her glass with her fair, slender fingers. Sunlight refracted through the red wine, casting a soft pink hue that enveloped her, further enhancing her regal presence. "Pules? I have never heard that name before," she remarked, her voice devoid of discernible emotion. Yet it sent a shiver of apprehension through the reporting maid. The maid nervously clenched her hands resting on her abdomen and quickly bowed to explain, "My lady, he claims to be here on behalf of Baron Xiao Fan to present a gift." As Yelena's luscious red lips brushed the rim of her glass, she hesitated, a slight smile curving her mouth. "Xiao Fan, the Sand Scorpion? How intriguing. Let him in." Before long, a portly Pules, wiping the sweat from his brow, entered the castle garden. Truly, the daughter of a duke, even in her diminished circumstances, resided within a castle far grander than he had envisioned. After a 20-minute walk from the estate's entrance, he finally laid eyes upon the lady of the house seated in the pavilion. Gazing at the enchanting woman, Pules momentarily lost his composure, quickly snapping back to reality to bow deeply. "Esteemed Countess Yelena, I pay my respects to you." "Your offerings," Yelena stated coolly. Pules hastily rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a hefty tome that still bore the scent of ink, cradling it in both hands as he approached. Just as he was about to step into the pavilion, a handmaiden barred his path. With a delicate gesture, Yelena summoned the book from his grasp, which flew effortlessly into her hands. At this moment, Pules lowered his head even further. Before him stood Yelena, not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also extraordinarily gifted in arcane magic. It was said that when she married the second prince, she was already a level 5 archmage, a being comparable to a human nuclear bomb, capable of effortlessly annihilating a medium-sized city with a mere flick of her wrist. Elemental deity? Yelena raised an eyebrow, her slender fingers gliding over the cover as the pages turned on their own. After a brief pause, she could not suppress a soft, melodic laugh. The book that Xiao Fan had gifted her was an outdated work from the real world. It was infused with an Eastern narrative style that captivated her. As a reclusive individual, she rarely engaged in conversation. Had it not been for her profound cultivation and formidable mental control, anyone else would have long succumbed to madness. A book capable of dispelling boredom was far more desirable than any rare treasure. For having once been the heiress of the Duo family, she had encountered countless precious artifacts. "I quite like this," Yelena declared, closing the book. "Now, speak. What does Xiao Fan desire?" Pules marveled quietly. His brother, Xiao, was truly remarkable. How could he have anticipated that Count Yelena would have an affinity for such a mundane fantasy tale? Suppressing his wandering thoughts, he began. At the edge of Baron Xiao Fan's territory, a modest oil field has been discovered. Yelena halted her page turning to Pules with a look of surprise. After millennia, the subterranean resources of the Lido wilderness had long been depleted by the rise and fall of countless civilizations. To uncover a forgotten oil field was indeed unexpected. Pules continued, perhaps the esteemed Count is unaware, but Baron Claude of the Door family has also set his sights on this oil field. Yelena's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The emergence of two top 10 lords in the Lido wilderness is hardly a favorable development. I have no desire to engage in any power struggles. The implication was clear. For her to intervene, personally, was out of the question. Pules hurriedly clarified, you misunderstand. My lady, Baron Xiao Fan is aware of your predicament and does not intend to involve you directly. He simply wishes for you to caution the noble offspring of neighboring families, preventing their participation in this conflict. As for the outcome, it will depend entirely on their own capabilities. Propping her chin on one hand, Yelena regarded Pules with keen interest. Is Xiao Fan truly so confident? As far as I know, the young man from the Door family, with his Duchy of Daclair, is not to be underestimated. Noticing Pules' silence, Yelena shrugged off further inquiries, lightly stating, very well, I shall take note of this matter. Chapter 52, Resistance to Rice. Aid to the goose in the face of overwhelming power. We stand firm in our principles and reject tyranny. The survival of nations rests upon our support for the weak and our opposition to despotism. Today, the Western invaders, cloaked in the guise of authority, conduct unjust warfare, severing the lifeline of the Goose Kingdom. Witnessing this tragic scene, we cannot bear to see a righteous nation hunted by tyrants, nor its loyal and valiant people suffer in the flames of calamity. In the past, when Napoleon marched eastward, the people of Goose built a great wall with their blood and flesh, ultimately defeating the arrogant invaders when Western marauders wielded their weapons against our lands. The steadfast spirit of the Goose people resisted with unwavering resolve, thus securing peace for Europe. In this current epoch, the West once again treads the path of past transgressions, seeking to exert pressure and impose humiliation upon its neighbors. This is to act in defiance of the heavens, straying from the righteous path and losing the support of the virtuous. We raise our arms in fervent call, desiring to lend our strength to the Da, to resist the tyranny of the West. We may provide sustenance to alleviate its plight, offer machinery to bolster its defenses, disseminate voices of support to dispel falsehoods, or unite our resolve to amplify its might. All those with vigor must comprehend the principle that when the lips are lost, the teeth grow cold. If the West can oppress the Da today, tomorrow it may also subjugate you. If we abandon the Da in its time of peril, none shall come to our aid in our own tribulations. I, Xiao Fan, hereby pledge, I would rather be shattered like jade than remain intact like mere pottery. I would prefer to resist tyranny than to disgrace righteousness. I wish to stand with the Da in the face of adversity, to break the encirclement of the Western barbarians. I desire to join hands with all righteous individuals across the world to uphold the foundation of equality for all who arrive. Should the Western nations remain obstinate and continue their acts of aggression and tyranny, we shall engage with them until the clouds disperse and justice is made manifest. The proclamation has been issued, and the world shall bear witness. All my comrades, respond swiftly. Signed by Lao Tan Swan Kai, the appointed commander. The proclamation was uploaded by players to the comments section of Lida Huang Yuan, immediately inciting a stir among all players. What began merely as a struggle for resources among players was redefined by Xiao Fan as the Western Alliance's intimidation of the Da players. To avoid the calamity of lost lips and cold teeth, the fourth calamity, base, in condemnation of such tyrannical conduct, resolutely decided to send troops to support the red camp of the Da. Truly, the demeanor of a great Eastern nation is commendable, always preferring to act with justification. Previously, when confronting the Little Devils and the Bangzi players, Xiao Fan felt little pressure with the support of the Tianqiao. However, this time the entire Western European camp was engaged, and they intended to regard this lawless territory as a future area for development. If actions were taken recklessly, it might provoke animosity from all Western nations. Should they offer substantial benefits to the red camp, they might bypass the A and directly target him, whom they view as a thorn in their side. This is absolutely unacceptable. Although the Tian Chao players are valiant, they cannot withstand the support from the Kulai Air City and the countless players from the Western nations. No matter how formidable they are, they cannot bear the weight of such scale. To enhance the influence of this battle, Xiao Fan encouraged players to compose this proclamation and publish it on the official forum. The intent is to garner support from real-world nations such as the A and other red camp countries, applying pressure on Western nations. If they cannot contend with the American and European coalition, how can they manage those smaller nations? One may lose in the game, but one must first consider the consequences of losing in reality. Since technology in the game can be replicated in real life, no nation regards G-Yuan as merely a game world any longer. Therefore, the outcome of this battle is of paramount importance. Xiao Fan is indeed impressive. He has truly grasped our essence. In the conference room, the magnates chuckled at the proclamation. Another magnate shook his head and analyzed. The intertwining of game and reality information suggests that Xiao Fan is aware of the American and European nations preparing to position themselves in Li Huangyuan. If the buffer zone of the A between the Kulai Air City and his base were to be breached by Western players, his base would fall into a severely passive state. The following day, the spokesperson for the AGUS Foreign Affairs sharply criticized the Western and European Union nations in a scathing statement regarding Xiao Fan's manifesto, condemning their tolerance of domestic players who collude with game NPCs to insult AGUA players. The news specifically named Jiao, Penji, and Han Simao, rebuking their attempts to resuscitate their influence. This announcement incited immediate outrage from the implicated nations, which began to maneuver behind the scenes to exert pressure. Although Tian Chao did not express its stance directly, allied nations took on the role of spokespersons, subtly warning Jiao Penji, Han Simao, as well as Lao Mi in Europe against their ambitions of restoring hegemonic authority. For the first time, countries openly engaged in a verbal skirmish over a game, causing a stir across the globe. Regardless of whether individuals had played G-Yuan, an overwhelming curiosity sparked interest in the matter. The diplomatic protests were merely superficial. Behind the scenes, the alliance of the A and its allies had initiated various sanctions against Europe, particularly targeting the crucial energy sector. Since the conclusion of the last conflict, the European Union had only just begun to regain its vitality, and now faced the prospect of energy sanctions, which left them momentarily hesitant. Many member states, pondering the situation, concluded that even if they seized oil fields, they would not benefit directly, and their standing in the wasteland depended on the whims of Koluo, leading them to withdraw from the conflict entirely. The limitations of the game paled in comparison to reality. Even with a unified national stance, numerous Western players, emboldened by their sense of freedom, continued to clash fiercely with the A players. Nevertheless, the overall strength of the Western coalition had been diminished by a third due to the manifesto, coupled with the trade incentives privately promised by Tian Chao and A. Some nations swiftly shifted allegiance to the Red faction, discounting the disparity in equipment. The number of players in the Red faction on the A side had already surpassed that of the Western Blue faction by over 20%. Furthermore, with Xiao Fan's national treasure in hand, the battle's outcome shifted from a certain victory for the West to an uncertain conclusion, leaving all unsure of the final result. However, one certainty remained. Whichever side lost would be barred from influencing the Lido wasteland for a considerable time to come. The golden rays of dawn generously illuminated this forsaken wasteland, where hundreds of serpentine lines of troops swayed across the Gobi, poised for action. The spirited players from Tian Chao eagerly envisioned scenes of triumph within their carriages, while seasoned players merely chuckled, leaning against barricades, guns slung over their shoulders, smoking as they gazed at the rising sun. Having endured 3 battles, the veterans understood well that either one avoids conflict or once it begins, it could lead to overwhelming defeat. The battlefield, often dubbed a meat grinder, had earned its name. Following extensive promotional efforts after several major battles, the DC Tianzai base had expanded to a battalion, totaling 31 to 50 personnel. Given that this was the largest mobilization in history, Xiao Fan ultimately felt uneasy relying solely on player leadership. He divided this battalion into 5 regiments, promoting Qinwen by Ga and I Lanzi, Tai, Lao Tan Swan Kai, and Wu Di Xiao Shui to the rank of major, each commanding 6 250 troops. Within each regiment, veterans constituted only 1/5 of the members, with the remainder being new recruits who had all been promoted to veteran status due to meeting training duration requirements and had been outfitted with standard equipment. For the support campaign, Xiao Fan even allocated several of his most powerful weapons from the reserves. The 45mm anti-tank gun, the 20mm dual-barrel anti-aircraft gun, and the 75mm infantry gun designed by Lao Tan Suan-Kei have completely depleted all resources of Xiao Fan to ensure logistical support for the war. The indigenous residents in the base were dispatched to the machinery factory to participate in production. Puels also tapped into his modest treasury and procured a significant amount of supplies from various sources, among which the most crucial was smokeless powder for ammunition manufacturing. This substance could not be produced at the base for the time being and had to be acquired externally. Chapter 53. Prolonged warfare. The gently flowing Ida Mutun River traverses from east to west, dividing the Lida wilderness into two, creating a natural barrier between Xiao Fan's base and Daclair City. The turbulent waters, with depths exceeding 10 meters and a width of 100 meters, serve as a formidable shield. The players from the Dai faction and the American faction face each other across the river, with the oil fields situated on the southern bank of the Ida Mutun River. The Dai players, unhurried, constructed defensive fortifications, awaiting the enemy's advance. The American players, eager to push forward, attempted several times to build floating bridges to launch attacks, but were thwarted by the Dai players' explosives. However, the American players had armored vehicles supported by Daclair City, exploiting the Dai players' lack of anti-armor weaponry. They utilized the armored vehicles as cover and fire support, relentlessly suppressing a relatively shallow section of the riverbed. Subsequently, they transported a substantial amount of steel beams and floating wood, successfully erecting a sturdy steel and wooden bridge. The Dai players, left with no choice, could only lay anti-tank mines on the opposite bank, construct anti-tank stakes, and deploy various heavy firepower to defend fiercely, resulting in an unending meat grinder battle around this bridge. In terms of casualties, the Dai faction suffered the majority. The American faction, relying on the heavy artillery support from Daclair City, left thousands of Dai players' corpses at the bridgehead daily. Yet the American faction also faced hardships. The bridgehead was densely packed with minefields, making it perilous for armored vehicles to cross without mine clearance. They could only send troops to charge forward daily, using players' bodies to clear mines, while slowly advancing with armored vehicles providing cover for the infantry. However, the Dai players were not to be underestimated. Upon discovering armored vehicles crossing the bridge, they would launch fearless charges, detonating explosives alongside the armored vehicles in a mutual destruction. This stalemate continued until Xiao Fan intervened. Claude deployed the few propeller aircraft from Daclair City to the front lines, launching a fierce bombardment on the Dai players' positions, allowing the Western Coalition players to successfully cross the river. Without anti-armor weaponry, the Dai players' blockade was continuously breached, nearing a point where they could no longer contain the Western faction's assault. Commander, this is the situation. In the operational command room at the rear, Xiao Fan listened attentively to the report from Lin Dong Nu Xiong and nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the operational map, a frown etched on his brow. If the enemy was just preparing to cross the river, he was confident he could prevent them from stepping onto the eastern bank. However, this group of Dai players seemed to be in disarray, failing to inform him in advance, leaving him in a highly passive position. He could only wonder what thoughts occupied their minds. How many of you are there? Approximately 20,000. Upon hearing this, everyone in the command room stared in shock at Lin Dong Nu Xiong. Alas, we have exerted ourselves to rally so many allied forces for your cause, and now you claim there are merely 20,000 remaining? Are we being trifled with? The robust figure of Lin Dong Nuing turned a deep shade of crimson, awkwardly replying, "Our logistical resources are insufficient to sustain additional troops in battle." Xiao Fan and Kumanayu were utterly speechless. During the War of National Defense, you stuffed with chips into bread, conscripting even minors to the battlefield, yet never faltered in your mobilization capabilities. When resources are scarce, why not fill the gap with lives? If soldiers perish in a day, the need for supplies vanishes, does it not? Even in reality, offering some incentives, perhaps monetary benefits, could persuade your faction's players to fight. Yet, the response was again a terse no money. which left Kinwanayu Bi and the others at a loss for words. The vast lands of the Great Goose are indeed rich, yet poverty is a stark reality, with light industry remaining a significant flaw. If they could transport real weaponry, perhaps the Great Goose would be generous, but when it comes to currency, they're notoriously stingy. In reality, expressing support and exerting pressure is the extent of the Great Goose's commitment. After all, they have yet to extract any technology from the game, making it arduous to secure funding from higher authorities. Moreover, the Great Goose has undoubtedly invested elsewhere beyond the Leda wilderness. Losing this venture would not alter the overarching strategy. With these realizations, Xiao Fan ceased to delve deeper and promptly reorganized the 20,000 soldiers into 2 recruitment regiments, tasked with providing immediate support to the front lines. The tough battles must still be entrusted to his own players from the Celestial Empire, as the opponent's revival cooldown spans 24 hours, whereas his subordinates enjoy instantaneous revival. We Lunica, Tayo, and Jie and I Lanzi, you are responsible for the defense of the Western Front. We Lunica is a female player from the Great Goose side. Her daily chat records in the combat interface reveal her to be the daughter of a certain military officer from the Great Goose in reality. She has been dispatched here for training due to the game's realism. Lindong Nguyen, Kimanayu Bi, and Woody Xiaozhuai, you are in charge of the Eastern Front's defense. Xiao Fan turned to Lao Tan's sauerkraut. I will provide you with a defensive positioning plan shortly. Lead the engineering corps to construct anti-tank gun positions, anti-aircraft machine gun positions, and artillery positions at the marked locations on the blueprint. Understood, Commander. Lao Tan's sauerkraut saluted sharply. With the task assignments complete, the frontline units commenced a systematic change of guard. Including the 2 relatively weaker recruitment regiments of the Great Goose, 6 regiments formed a V-shaped line, enveloping the Western faction's troops crossing the bridge. They rebuilt a new defensive line along the earthen slopes of the plains and re-engaged in fierce frontline combat. Meanwhile, Lao Tan's sauerkraut's engineering corps, under the cover of the 6 regiments, intensified the construction of various fortifications in front of the 2nd defensive line. Anti-tank stakes, artillery positions, and anti-aircraft positions were all fully equipped. Hurry, where are the camouflage nets? Quickly cover the anti-aircraft and artillery positions. The anti-tank teams were instructed to remain concealed. No firing without orders. The same applied to the anti-aircraft and artillery positions. Once all fortifications were completed, camouflage nets woven from brown fabric completely cloaked the structures. Even if the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft flew overhead, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect these hidden positions. In the command center of the underground bunker, Xiao Fan meticulously scrutinized the data regarding the oil field extraction conducted by the A players, seemingly indifferent to the fierce battles raging at the front lines. This behavior puzzled the A and Tian Chao players serving as his guards. Commander, the fighting at the front is intense. And reports from our brothers on the Western and Eastern fronts indicate significant casualties. Xiao Fan set down his pen, unscrewed his thermos, and took a sip, all the while inquiring about the status of the rear fortifications without raising his gaze. The engineering regiment had recently reported that all defensive structures had been completed and were ready for deployment at any moment. Xiao Fan nodded and commanded, "Withdraw the 6th and 7th regiments from the frontline positions and have them stand by in the 2nd line. Instruct the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th regiments to fully implement the strategic principles of retreating when the enemy advances, disrupting the enemy while they are stationed, and striking when the enemy is fatigued. Launching continuous low-intensity assaults on the enemy to deplete their logistical ammunition as much as possible. If the casualties of an entire regiment remain within 20, immediately replenish the 6th and 7th regiments. If losses reach 50, abandon the frontline positions and retreat to the 2nd line for defense, awaiting complete replenishment of logistics personnel before regaining the front line." The players exchanged glances, contemplating whether the commander was preparing for a protracted conflict. Chapter 54, Stalled. Flames consumed the positions on the Eastern Front. The cold night wind prompted both sides to lower their flags and take a moment to regroup. The fierce daytime battles had subsided, granting them a precious opportunity to tend to their wounds, report on the situation, and redeploy. Those Tian Chao players are utterly despicable. Xiao Zhu Zhilang fumed, shattering a teacup in his fury. Having previously engaged in combat against Tian Chao players, Xiao Zhu Zhilang had performed admirably in the last positional warfare. Consequently, this perennial adversary was reassigned to the front line by the American commander, leading players from various East Asian nations in the assault on the Eastern Front. Initially, the offensive surged forward with remarkable momentum. However, the entrance of the Tian Chao players brought progress to a standstill, despite their weaponry being vastly inferior to that of their opponents. The two guerrilla warfare powerhouses effectively thwarted any advancement. Not only did the front line fail to progress, but they also suffered considerable losses in infantry armored vehicles. This setback was attributed to the presence of assault engineers among the Tian Chao troops, who wielded various rudimentary anti-tank rocket launchers and dug pits to conceal themselves underground. The guerrillas lured the enemy into ambushes, launching surprise attacks. Although these makeshift anti-tank rocket launchers were crude, their power was substantial. The hollow charge warheads, upon striking the infantry armored vehicles, produced metal jets capable of easily penetrating 40 millimeters of homogeneous armor. This inflicted heavy casualties on their primary offensive support, compelling them to halt their advance and retreat 10 kilometers to construct defensive fortifications while requesting tank support from their headquarters. At this moment, the Western Front's Xi Meng players were also encountering difficulties in their offensive. Under the protection of the two regiments commanded by Wei Luo Ni Ka and Jie Ni Lanzi, the special reconnaissance teams under Tai, who transformed into phantoms upon the battlefield, concealed in the secondary safe positions of both teams. Various sniping tactics inflicted devastating casualties upon the players of the Xi Meng front. There were instances where a single encounter resulted in an entire infantry company, as defined by the organizational structure of Xiao Fan's side, being eliminated on the spot, nearly annihilating the entire unit. This terrifying synergy left the enemy momentarily paralyzed with fear, compelling them to deploy heavy firepower for cover. However, the players were not naive. After neutralizing their adversaries, they promptly withdrew from their original positions, donning ghillie suits to become the elusive Lao Lu, hiding in wait for the next sniping point. Within the special reconnaissance team, players acting as observers marked enemy positions continuously with binoculars within their field of vision. Players from Tianchao and Russia were engaged in battle. These observers, after visually marking the targets, caused the identified enemies to be displayed synchronously on the iris projection. On the glaring battlefield, the vividly red, drooping arrows were exceptionally conspicuous. Once they appeared, they would be subjected to concentrated fire from both Tianchao and Russian players. The enemy's heavy fire units were struck with precision, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of the shadows of the snipers concealed in the darkness, infuriating the commander of the Xi Meng front. Ultimately, they, like the players of the East Asia front, retreated to their positions 10 kilometers behind to convene and devise the next offensive strategy. In the command center, Xiao Fan's eyes glimmered with intensity. Not far away, on a mound, the radar antenna slowly rotated, orienting towards the Blue Army's direction. What? The Tianchao players have engaged so swiftly? Indeed, Your Excellency. The East Asia front has suffered severe losses from the guerrilla tactics employed by the Russian and Tianchao players. I request the deployment of heavy armored vehicles to the battlefield. Douglas could not help but clench his fists, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He did not immediately acquiesce to Xiao Zhilang, but instead inquired about Di Hui's situation. Di Hui, what is the situation on your end? Not good. I have encountered a group of sniper units among the enemy forces on the Western Front, renowned for their sharpshooting and remarkable coordination. In fact, an attacking company of ours was eliminated as soon as they crossed the offensive slope. Douglas fell into silence. How could this be possible? How could players possess such skills? Had the Eastern superpower dispatched regular troops in a battle? Though incredulous, the mere thought of the Eastern superpower potentially sending regulars ignited his competitive spirit. Xiao Zhilang, I will dispatch 10 light support tanks to your aid. This is my limit. The makeshift bridge cannot accommodate heavier main battle tanks. You would do well to avoid reckless charges with the tanks and ensure proper infantry tank coordination. Xiao Zhilang acknowledged, albeit with some uncertainty. The primary concern was that his team comprised individuals with questionable combat effectiveness, untrained and incapable of achieving organized infantry tank synergy. Well, if worst comes to worst, I'll use them as cannon fodder to clear potential ambushes for the support tanks. Di Hui, I will instruct the airport at the main base on the riverbank to deploy fighter jets armed with incendiary bombs for an attack at 2 a.m. tomorrow. Understood. Xiao Fan could not help but shake his head, holding a meeting and deploying operations right under one's own eyelids, neglecting even the most fundamental measures of confidentiality. How could victory possibly be achieved? Notify the Dongxian Yituan and Situan that the enemy has deployed light fire support tanks, and preparations must be made promptly. Inform the Zixian Ertuan and Wu Tuan that the entire army is to withdraw from the current positions and take cover in the second line, waiting to return to the front line to engage after the enemy's airstrikes conclude. Let the message be conveyed immediately. The four commanders from both the eastern and western fronts receive the news, their brows furrowing in confusion. Despite their bewilderment, they promptly proceeded with the deployment, as per Xiao Fan's orders. How audacious of the enemy commander to prepare to treat us like mere pawns, launching an assault on our positions? Fortunately, we were forewarned of their offensive strategy. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. At the second line of defense, the biting cold wind howled. Taihu and Kinwenyo Bai held unlit cigarettes, standing atop an earthen embankment, gazing at the burning front line half a kilometer away, their hearts still racing. Just before the orders were issued, they had contemplated a night raid to exhaust the enemy both online and offline. Had they proceeded with that plan, they would have faced annihilation by now. The rear positions had transformed into a sea of flames, making retreat impossible while well-equipped foes lay ahead. Should a counteroffensive be launched, they would undoubtedly find themselves stranded. How extravagant it is when we also have the opportunity for air combat. Kinwenyo Bai licked his lips, enviously listening to the roaring engines overhead. Taihu chuckled softly. At the pace our base is developing, it won't be long before we do. At the anti-aircraft position, Commander, let me open fire. I can surely bring it down with a burst. Lao Tan Swan Kai sat in a camouflage-covered searchlight vehicle, calmly cleaning dirt from under his nails, responding, "What's the rush? We've only just begun. You'll have plenty to do later." Imagine if the commander orders you to shoot down enemy aircraft, and all you do is let them fly away. Think of how the brothers will laugh at you. The various teams responsible for the anti-aircraft guns fell into silence. It must be said, watching their comrades at the front earn merit points by engaging the U.S. forces made them envious. Yet, until the commander issues a command, they were all bound to remain still. Sudan Li, Lao Dan Suan Gai Pao Set. The command from Xiao Fan flashed in his iris, and he immediately jumped from the vehicle. 1st Battalion, take the mortars and the mattress, infantry support rocket launchers. Each team prepare 3 base loads of shells and proceed to the combat positions immediately. A flickering orange navigation route appeared in the dim vision of the 1st Battalion players. Overjoyed, they swiftly hoisted the mortars, steam buns in their mouths, and dashed along their respective routes. As the fighter jets gradually faded into the distance, Taihu and Kinwenyo Bai each lit their cigarettes. Let us go. It's our turn to counterattack now. Chapter 55. The Western Front's Crushing Defeat. Hurry! Players riding motorcycles dragging multiple rocket launchers immediately dismounted, unfastened safety latches, and rushed the multiple rocket launchers to the target point. The class leader removed his leather jacket to cover his head, crouching on the ground to illuminate a small lamp and unfold the map, simultaneously activating the combat device to calculate artillery data. As the coordinates were obtained, a team member forcefully pressed a small support tool into the earth, swiftly adjusting the direction and elevation of the rocket launcher. Preparations complete. Maintain concealment and await the command to attack. At the reverse slope of the front line position, the various artillery units of Engineering Battalion 1 stood ready. Seizing the opportunity before the enemy could occupy the front line, players from the 1st and 4th Regiments silently surged back into the sweltering battlefield. As the Western Alliance forces coincidentally arrived at the front line, Dwight emerged halfway from the vehicle, peering through the observation port of the light tank, holding an infrared binocular to survey the position. The entire area appeared bright green through the night vision goggles, with flickering flames resembling white spirits, strikingly radiant. What is it, Commander? The commanders of the Western Alliance players below could not contain their excitement, inquiring through the intercom why he had halted. I have an ominous premonition, though I cannot articulate it. Logically, this wave of incendiary bombardment should have left numerous corpses on the enemy side. Yet, as far as the eye could see, there was not a soul in sight, only an eerie silence. Could it be that the enemy received news and withdrew in advance? Dwight cautiously stowed away the precious night vision goggles, his mind racing with doubts. Yet, He then self-deprecatingly shook his head. Even if there were spies within the ranks, all who participated in the plan to incinerate the position were core members of the Blue Army. Ordinary players could not possibly know, so how could they expose anything? Headquarters. This is Dwight. Has the reconnaissance aircraft confirmed no abnormalities? White, are you questioning the intelligence of the reconnaissance aircraft? The displeased voice of Douglas resonated from the communication device. To find someone capable of piloting, he had specifically brought in a retired professional pilot from the real world through connections. Dwight's questioning undoubtedly cast doubt on his friend's expertise, which hurt him slightly. No, I was merely asking casually. Dwight re-entered the tank and ordered the troops to advance. Little did they know, as long as Xiao Fan was present, even reconnaissance aircraft equipped with night vision goggles would be as blind as bats. The tanks roared, and the enemy slowly advanced across the mountains and fields. Closer, closer. The class leader of the artillery team from Engineering Battalion 1 lay on the dirt slope, whispering with excitement. When the enemy fully stepped into the bombardment range, fire! With a command from Battalion 1's leader, a terrifying shriek instantly resonated above the enemy's heads. Single-shot anti-infantry rockets swiftly covered a radius of 200 meters, launching an indiscriminate assault on the enemy. The 40mm caliber mortars raised clouds of scorched earth. Shrapnel rained down upon the enemy players, immediately inciting a cacophony of wails. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! We have been deceived. They were not affected by the incendiary airstrike at all. Conceal yourselves, everyone. Immediately take cover behind the armored vehicles to retaliate. The familiar charge signal echoed across the battlefield under the night sky. Charge! Eliminate this group of Western savages. Damn it, those cursed Eastern monkeys. Eliminate them. Eliminate them. Baichi. The two regiments of players entrenched at the position surged forth from their trenches, launching an aggressive assault and creating utter chaos among the enemy. The players from Tianqiao pounced upon the Ximen players, wielding their engineer shovels with fervor. However, they were soon overturned by other adversaries, who kicked them into a corner, brandishing bayonets for the fatal strike. Ugh, you bastard, I shall remember you. Spit. Just as the enemy withdrew their bayonet, they were tightly embraced by another Tianqiao player. The player detonated a grenade. A hissing cloud of deadly smoke began to spread. Damn! Two burly men pressed their heads together, their eyes ablaze with ferocity. Boom! The thick smoke billowed as two bodies were instantly obliterated. Once entangled, the Tianqiao players effectively neutralized the enemy's formidable fire support. The chaotic battlefield left Dwight with a throbbing headache. Damn it, retreat quickly, we are ambushed. A tank commander noticed enemies surrounding his tank, a chill running down his spine. If a soldier with a rocket were to emerge now, his tank would surely be lost. While loudly commanding the driver, he operated the coaxial machine gun, firing at the Tianqiao players charging down the slope. As anticipated, hurry, reload, reload. A player carrying a rocket sought refuge amidst the turmoil, inching closer to the light tank. He urged his comrades behind him to hasten the reloading. All set. A young player patted the squad leader's shoulder. The squad leader grinned menacingly, abruptly pulling the trigger. Whoosh! A hollow charge projectile raced forth, trailing a long flame. RPG. The commander, peering through the observation scope, was instantly alarmed by the flash of fire on the tank side. Oh hell! The driver's pupils dilated in fear as he pressed the accelerator to reverse quickly, but was already too late. Boom! A searing jet of metallic shrapnel pierced the tank's side armor, splattering the loader's waist. Ah, damn it! The gunner was drenched in the blood spraying from the loader's waist, staring in horror at his injured comrade, clutching their midsection and wailing. Smoke, release smoke, quickly! The commander calmly reminded the driver amidst the chaos. The driver promptly activated the fuel smoke generator. Dense smoke enveloped the surrounding area in an instant. Wait! In their haste to retreat, the tank failed to see their comrades behind and rolled over one unfortunate player. The unfortunate soul's eyes bulged as blood poured from his mouth. He convulsed, glancing down at his crushed torso, his gaze fading to gray. No need to think, he surely would not sleep tonight. As dawn broke, the sun, as ever, selflessly bathed the earth in its light. A grimy Dwight peered out, resting his head on the observation port, silently smoking. Were it not for the timely intervention of Douglas, who dispatched aircraft to rain down incendiary ordnance for cover, their night assault would have been utterly dismantled by the Tianqiao players. After this battle, a tenth of the players withdrew from the fight, unable to bear the brutal sights they had witnessed. Dwight, having abandoned half of the corpses, faced the scathing rebuke from Douglas and merely retorted that the intelligence was erroneous, leaving the latter speechless. Douglas was acutely aware that had it not been for the misinformation, the incendiary bombardment would not have failed to meet expectations, thus thwarting Dwight's offensive. Yet, he could not fathom how the enemy had foreseen their plan for a firebombing and had retreated from their positions in advance. He would not believe it to be mere coincidence, no matter the odds. Douglas silently gazed at the walkie-talkie in his hand, as if he had come to a realization. In the modern age, the theft of radio intelligence was not an uncommon occurrence. If the adversary had set up a large antenna to intercept their communication channels, then all his queries would be satisfactorily resolved. Damn, how could I have overlooked this? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Unable to restrain himself, he slapped his own face. He swiftly turned and used the walkie-talkie to inform the Eastern Front's Xiao Fan to halt the attack and redeploy the operational tasks through offline communication. Damn, that wretched aircraft is driving me insane. He wiped his soot-stained face with his sleeve, watching the retreating enemy, his chest heaving violently. The lack of air superiority rendered them exceedingly passive. The initiative lay wholly in the hands of the enemy. They could advance at will or withdraw whenever they pleased, while even their own attempts to pursue would yield no success. Chapter 56. I anticipated your anticipation. Signal locked. Recording interception in progress. Report to the captain. Another signal source is infiltrating the enemy network. Do we know who they are? Their meat chicken proxy servers are scattered across various countries. Yet none exist within the borders of Igua. I suspect they are from that region. It seems they share our intentions. Continue monitoring. In an office within the real world, countless projection interfaces displayed an array of data panels constantly fluctuating. Staff members busily tapped away at their keyboards, their eyes fixed intently upon the projection screens. Report. Speak. The secretary handed a document of intelligence to the superior. The superior frowned slightly upon reviewing it. Deliver this intelligence to Xiao Fan. Understood. In the game, Taihu requested communication access on the command channel. Simultaneously, Veronica submitted a request for communication as well. Xiao Fan approved both requests. Commander, the two noticed the presence of others in the command channel and immediately fell silent, refraining from speaking first. Taihu, you may proceed. Taihu promptly reported the intelligence intercepted from the real-world nation to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was somewhat taken aback, having just suffered a significant defeat. The enemy had anticipated that he and his team would be momentarily lax, preparing to assemble all personnel and armor for another assault on the Western Front. Had they truly consumed too much fake liquor, impairing their judgment? Veronica, what is the situation on your end? Veronica hesitated, stating that her intelligence aligned with Taihu's. Xiao Fan set down his pen and took a sip from his thermos. Notify the 2nd Regiment on the Western Front to immediately mobilize to the Eastern Front's defensive positions. Furthermore, the Eastern Front Command is to maintain vigilance, prepared to respond to any sudden assaults. Jie Ni Lan Zi and Wu Di Xiao Shui exhibited expressions of perplexity. Commander, are you suggesting that the enemy may employ diversionary tactics? Xiao Fan smiled, but remained silent. The two pondered briefly before enlightenment dawned upon them. The American forces are not foolish. If their network has been breached, they would certainly be aware of it. To proceed with their plans despite knowing about the intelligence leak would indeed be sheer folly. Thus, the enemy is likely preparing to play a cunning game of misdirection, with their true strategic intent being to breach the eastern defenses. The enemy's Eastern Asia front has sustained negligible losses. Should they concentrate their forces to assault the east? And if we were to divert troops to support the west, it would play right into their hands. Once the eastern line is breached, their armored units, known for their superior breakthrough capabilities, could swiftly penetrate deeper in the vast wilderness. Intercepting them would prove exceedingly difficult. Does this imply that our second intelligence preparation has gone unused? Inside a certain mysterious conference room between China and Russia, the leaders were somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated Xiao Fan's nimble thinking, instantly discerning the American diversionary strategy, which thwarted their desire to assert their presence. However, this also led them to further acknowledge Xiao Fan as a competent leader, affirming that their bet on him was indeed astute. Xiao Fan exited the command shelter and stepped into the open air, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the star-studded sky. Ganilanziai. Wu Di Xiao Shui, you are to immediately withdraw all troops from the Eastern Front positions, ensuring they covertly arrive at the Western Front by dawn tomorrow without delay. Both Fei and I Lanzi and Wu Di Xiao Shui, still actively preparing defenses, were momentarily bewildered. Did not the commander just indicate that the enemy would concentrate their forces on the Eastern Front? Why the sudden order to retreat and secretly support the West? What game is being played here? Yet, given that it is the commander's order, they had no choice but to comply unconditionally. What? You say Xiao Fan has mobilized all forces to secretly rendezvous with the 1st and 4th Regiments at the Western Front? In the Tianqiao conference room, everyone raised their eyebrows in astonishment. What a brilliant move. The commander could not help but laugh heartily in appreciation. Truly, one cannot underestimate the young. The others looked at the commander in confusion. He chuckled and explained. Xiao Fan has anticipated the enemy's predictions. He believes they will still target the Western Front. Commander, if the commander's prediction is incorrect, the cost could be immense. Someone could not help but interject. The high-ranking officer beside him, clad in military attire, took a deep breath and mused quietly. This is the brilliance of Xiao Fan. The group looked on in bewilderment. He slowly elaborated. If the enemy indeed assaults the Eastern Front, the fortifications of the 3rd Battalion, coupled with the Russian conscription regiment, would undoubtedly inflict significant resistance. Meanwhile, he gathers the finest troops in one location. Upon receiving reports of an eastern breach, he could swiftly maneuver the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th regiments to encircle and cut off the enemy's support routes, delivering a crushing blow to them. Even if we were to concede a hypothetical scenario where they breach the eastern defenses, what then? Stripped of logistical support, they would be like fish on a chopping board. Our troops can resurrect without cooldown on our own territory, and we can even allow them to take flight? A gasp escaped the lips of a group of leaders, all lacking military experience. If they guessed correctly, the enemy's breakthrough plan would collapse. If they were mistaken, with proper execution, they could sever the enemy's supply line, shattering their offensive and perhaps even pushing back. In essence, either outcome could lead to victory. However, the clandestine redeployment of the 2nd and 5th Regiments by Xiao Fan is rather intriguing. Is he concerned about potential enemy spies within our ranks? Particularly wary of the Aigua? Otherwise, why specifically inform only the 1st and 5th Regiments? Under the moonlight, taking advantage of the recent movement of the 2nd Regiment, the 1st and 5th Regiments stealthily repositioned to the Western Front. Even the players from these regiments were unaware of the sudden relocation's rationale, with only Qin Wenyo Bai and Wu Di Xiao Shui privy to the details. What brings you here? In the regiment command center, Taihu looked at the 2 frost-browed individuals in surprise, unable to fathom why they were not stationed on the Eastern Front. The 2 trembled as they retrieved a cigarette and lit it. A few hours earlier, the commander had suddenly dispatched a secret redeployment order, instructing the 1st and 5th Regiments to reinforce their defensive line. Qin Wenyo Bai furrowed his brow in contemplation. I've been pondering the commander's strategy throughout our journey. I suspect he has anticipated the enemy's expectations, believing they will not alter their original plan and will still assault your Western Front. Wu Di Xiao Shui gasped. Is that Sonyo Bai? What if the commander is mistaken? That would spell disaster. The 3 simultaneously shot him a scornful glance. Thus, it is imperative that you practice more. The brilliance of the commander's tactic lies in its dual nature of offense and defense. Taihu remarked, with our 3 elite regiments gathered, we number over 20,000. Should the enemy strike the Eastern Front, we can exploit that opportunity to cut off their retreat. Deprived of supplies, they would become lambs to the slaughter. Wu Di Xiao Shui rubbed the back of his head, suddenly enlightened. After a moment's pause, Taihu spoke solemnly. The crux of this plan lies in absolute secrecy. Otherwise, if the enemy receives word and resumes their normal assault, the Western Front will be entangled with them while the Eastern Front advances, and that would be perilous. He activated the combat device and ordered, no flames are to be shown by any battalion tonight. Upon concluding, he abruptly finished his cigarette, discarding it to the ground to extinguish it. Understood. Understood. The other 4 quickly relayed the message to their comrades, urging them to refrain from smoking. For both the enemy and any spies hidden within our ranks could deduce our troops' strength from the cigarette butts and flames on the battlefield. If our plan were to be exposed, the commander's favor towards them could plummet to zero, allowing for no margin of error. Chapter 57. The assault on the Western Front time flowed steadily onward. In the enemy headquarters, Douglas suddenly opened his eyes, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The enemy had indeed fallen into the trap. Intelligence reports revealed that they had redeployed a regiment from their Western Front to reinforce their eastern defenses. Huh, Western Front. Xiao Fan exclaimed excitedly, "Commander, this time we shall surely breach their defenses. Once we penetrate the wilderness, we will become the wolves of the grasslands, and they will no longer be able to corner us." Only Duhwait Buckeye wore a furrowed brow. "Sir, I believe we must retain our defensive troops to hold the line and prevent the eastern enemy from seizing the opportunity to cut off our retreat." Deo Jealous nodded in agreement. Indeed, allowing them to sever our supply lines would spell disaster. He lifted his gaze towards Duhwait Buckeye. "Let our Zhuangjia Sigun Tuan remain to defend the position. With their equipment and numbers, they should be able to withstand the assault of 3 regiments. Meanwhile, our main force will break through the enemy's western blockade, maneuvering to encircle the enemy on the eastern front, delivering a decisive blow to dismantle all defensive lines." "Yes, sir." Duhwait Buckeye instinctively saluted. The group checked their watches. "You are to immediately deploy the troops. The attack will commence promptly at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Xiao Fan, your eastern regiment will serve as the vanguard. It is imperative that you create a secure route for the armored division of the western regiment." "Aye." Xiao Fan performed a deep bow. The opportunity for redemption had finally arrived. He was determined to demonstrate to players from all nations that the spirit of the samurai from his homeland was unbreakable. Half an hour before the battle, the Russian 6th Regiment saw a group of stealthy players pushing a cart quietly approach the front line. However, before they could step into the position, they were caught off guard by the secret scouts. "Who goes there? What is your purpose?" "Brothers, we are allies here to deliver supplies." From a distance, a player concealed in camouflage sternly inquired, "Identification, ID, and affiliated unit." "Do not make me repeat myself." The group of players instantly became tense. In previous instances, they had managed to slip through unnoticed, but today, the scrutiny was unexpectedly stringent. Before they could finish their sentence, several players who had stealthily approached from behind swiftly subdued them. The situation escalated quickly, reaching the ears of the 6th Regiment commander, Wielunica. She hurriedly arrived from the rear command post. Gazing at her summoned regiment's players, her delicate face was filled with suspicion, which soon turned to dismay. She nodded an apology to the scouting players, instructing the accompanying Russian players to escort the group away from the scene. "Suka Bule, speak, are you spies?" Inside the command post, the group was hoisted by the Russian players, who began to whip them with their belts. Wielunica remained unfazed, silently reviewing their profiles. To her astonishment, she discovered that these individuals were foreign nationals who had immigrated to Europe. They had impersonated players from the Allied camp to infiltrate the summoned regiment. A revelation that spoke volumes. "Stop. They've already logged off." "Suka Bule." The Russian players spat at the group. At that moment, they realized the gravity of having enemy spies embedded within their 2 regiments. It was no wonder the commander had prohibited their 2 regiments from entering any defensive positions without orders. This was a precaution against such infiltration, a truly embarrassing revelation. Wielunica commanded, "Notify immediately to verify the identities of foreign players within the 6th Regiment and conduct a thorough investigation for any suspicious personnel. Upon discovery, execute them on the spot." "Understood." The subordinates promptly exited the command center, even before the enemy's assault arrived. The positions of the Russian 6th and 7th Regiments echoed with the sound of gunfire. Adopting a mentality of better to kill the wrong than to let the guilty go free, they executed any players wandering aimlessly and disregarding orders. How absurd. Is this merely a game that warrants such seriousness? It is infuriating. I have traveled from XX country to support you, and yet I am to be executed simply for stepping out to relieve myself? Brothers, the players from Iguo do not regard us as allies. We might as well defect. However, the gravity of the situation far exceeded the expectations of Wielunica and Lindong Nuxing. Nearly half of the foreign players inexplicably betrayed their allegiance, igniting a rebellion within the ranks. Fortunately, Iguo players comprised 70% of the strength in 2 regiments, allowing for a swift suppression of the mutiny. Yet, This filled both with profound shame. Players from Tianchao had journeyed great distances to offer assistance, only to discover so many traitors among their ranks. Had this occurred during a critical period, the ramifications would have been unimaginable. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason for the lack of complete trust from the opposition. We Ilonica, what shall we do next? Taking a deep breath, we Ilonica reached a decision. All personnel not officially enlisted would be disarmed immediately, with due payments processed, and they would be ordered to withdraw from the combat sequence. Lindong Nuxing remained silent. In this moment, we Ilonica finally recognized the importance of the team's integrity. These opportunistic small nations were utterly unreliable. They may contribute little, but at critical junctures, they could create significant havoc. It was about time. Just like that last fellow who delivered food, I could tell he was Indian at a glance. The food reeked of curry. With such a disorganized mix of individuals in the ranks, what positive outcome could be expected? News of the rebellion at the rear positions swiftly reached the front lines. The players from Tianchao, lounging in the trenches, disdainfully discussed the situation. Had it not been out of consideration for the dignity of the great Iguo, they would have alerted the commander to remain vigilant against the opposition. However, it appeared they had underestimated the commander's wisdom. The Special Department of Iguo, responsible for interfacing between the game and reality, was inundated with expletives upon learning of this scandal. This incident not only tarnished their standing in Xiao Fan's eyes, but also cast them in a negative light towards Tianchao. Yet, regardless of their indignation, the embarrassing reality could not be altered. They were now in urgent need of a strategy to recover their image in Xiao Fan's perspective. At 1:35 a.m., the observation post from the Western Front relayed intelligence. They had spotted the enemy's attacking forces, and judging by the number of lights, there were many. The scale was equivalent to 3 brigades, and with numerous armored units, it seemed the adversary was intent on breaking through the blockade with determination. All personnel remained vigilant. This time the enemy comes with great ferocity, and the pressure on the front lines is immense. We are bound to showcase our capabilities. Lao Tan Suen Ke proclaimed over the communication channel. Players from the 3rd Regiment's 1st and 2nd Battalions rubbed their hands together in excitement. Xiao Fan issued orders. The 6th Regiment was to immediately move to the front lines to coordinate defenses with the 5th Regiment. The 1st and 4th Regiments were to withdraw to the 2nd line, positioning themselves on the left and right flanks, awaiting further instructions. Taihu, understood, received. Commander, rest assured, we shall fight until the very last moment. With these words, she could not help but sigh within. Indeed, the 1st and 5th Regiments had suddenly appeared on the Western Front, undoubtedly secretly dispatched by the commander. This also indicated that the enemy had long anticipated internal issues within our ranks. Such distrust is indeed disheartening. Yet, no matter how painful it may be, it must be endured, as the facts are laid bare, leaving no room for rebuttal. Chapter 58. The 5th and 6th Regiments suffered total casualties. Xiao Fan caressed the thermos in his hand. Like a seasoned veteran, he sat calmly in the command center, occasionally lifting the lid to sip on hot, bitter tea to soothe his nerves. Currently, the situation on the Great Goose side was affected by prior events, and all players were striving to salvage their honor, resulting in a surge in morale. Coupled with the assistance of the 5th Regiment, this should enable us to thoroughly eliminate the enemy's expendable forces. Let us strike decisively. Countless flares ascended into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire frontline position. Russian players and 5th Regiment players defended the front line in unison. Under the command of Xiao Zhujilang, the East Asian Legion surged towards the position, but was quickly halted by the barbed wire deployed by the players, diminishing the intensity of their assault. Succabor, today, I shall fulfill my grandfather's unaccomplished wish. The machine gun positions opened fire first. A barrage of bullets tore through the night, weaving an insurmountable chasm of death. The advancing enemy fell like harvested wheat, collapsing in droves. Boom, boom, boom. Upon witnessing their own forces falter, the Royal Artillery of England immediately joined the fray. The 75mm mountain guns roared, raining down shells upon the front line. Yet, this was not sufficient. According to the predetermined plan, enemy aircraft arrived at the battlefield, dropping heavy bombs on the frontline positions. Each bomb unleashed a terrifying shockwave, sending soil flying and flames soaring. Ah, damn it. Ouch. This hurts like hell. What are you wailing about? Were you not shouting to annihilate the little devils? Can't you withstand the first round of bombardment? An old soldier bandaged his arm, severed by shrapnel, the agony causing his chest to heave violently. He spat on the ground, casting a contemptuous glance at the howling rookie. Seeing the disdainful expression of the enemy and the bloodied, severed arm, Ko Shui Chiezi felt his face flush with anger, silently picking up his weapon to continue firing. Damn Zhou Xin, you didn't invite me for a double date when you logged off. I'll make sure to strangle you for dragging me here to fill the line. Under the relentless artillery fire, casualties among the 5th and 6th Regiments soared. Nevertheless, each individual gritted their teeth and resolutely launched counterattacks against the enemy. The Special Reconnaissance Team at the edge of the battlefield remained vigilant, continuously documenting the enemy's firepower deployment. The enemy artillery positions were clearly observed, with all information consolidated for Xiao Fan. Damn it. So many 75mm mountain guns and 80mm mortars. This sight makes my mouth water. A young player set down the telescope and turned to his companion, saying, "All right, hurry and scout the markers. Once we take down the opponents, all this equipment will be ours." In the command center of the secondary defense line, Kim Wen-yo Bai and Tai-hu paced anxiously, hands clasped behind their backs. Judging by the reports from below and the distant sounds of gunfire, the enemy's assault this time was truly formidable. The 6th Regiment of the E and their new 5th Regiment were likely to be completely annihilated here. Since the game's launch, it was the first time that an entire unit had been decimated by the enemy. Whoosh! Boom! Damn it! The former company commander, who had performed admirably in the previous battle and was now appointed as the battalion commander, felt a shard of shrapnel slice across his face. Blood immediately soaked into his cheek, mingling with the mud that clung thickly to his skin. Shaking his dazed head, he grasped his weapon and continued to engage the enemy. Battalion commander, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. Our brothers are suffering heavy losses, and we can barely hold the line. Tell the brothers that my orders are to hold the position at all costs, to fight until the last man stands. When we respawn back at base, whoever performs outstandingly will enjoy a drink of sweet potato brew on me. Ha ha, battalion commander, you said it yourself. No backing out now. I wouldn't deceive you for anything. This time I've activated the bonuses, so I've already recouped my costs. Brothers, did you hear that? Let's take down these sons of bitches. Sukabuli. Comrades, we must redeem ourselves this time and never let players from Tianchao look down on us again. Yura. The intensity of the battlefield exceeded Xiao Fan's expectations. The East Asia Corps had lost face in the last battle on the international stage, and this time they fought with the mindset of redeeming their honor. Compared to the early days of the game's launch, when even minor injuries would cause players to log off, they were evidently braver now. Many severely wounded soldiers, despite their injuries, continued to charge at the frontline positions. Before long, leveraging their numerical and artillery superiority, the enemy breached the defenses, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the players from the 5th and 6th Regiments. Little devils, I curse your ancestors. The battle-hardened battalion commander, now with a severed arm, saw his combat effectiveness plummet and was swiftly killed by a Japanese player who charged onto the position. Koshui Kiezi, gazing at the lifeless body of the battalion commander, felt a wave of shame for instinctively retreating, not realizing this was merely a game. Regaining his composure, he lunged at the Japanese player, tackling him to the ground and raising his rifle, but to strike fiercely at the opponent's head. Bakiyaru, even if you scream for a tourniquet today, I will make sure to take you down. Fueled by adrenaline, Ko Shui Chiezi relentlessly pounded the enemy's head. Nearby in the trenches, other players from Tianchao were also locked in fierce combat with players from Japan, India, and other nations rolling around in the mud. 1 hour later, the sounds of gunfire at the front line gradually ceased, despite suffering a loss of 50% of their combat effectiveness. The East Asia Corps finally secured the frontline position. Dewaite bukegai, furoved hizbrau. Although the outcome was anticipated, such losses were still disheartening. With such formidable fire support and numerical advantage, losing nearly half of the East Asia Corps combat personnel was truly unacceptable. Fortunately, the enemy's front line has been breached. Even if the forces from the Eastern Front receive word and rush to provide support, it will be too late. Without any hesitation, we must seize the momentum and break through their defenses. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Ju Jilang led the Danja Corps across the battlefield strewn with the fallen from the 5th and 6th Regiments, advancing towards the second line of defense. The soldiers bravely traversed the minefield, creating a wide and secure pathway for the armored units and the Western Alliance players positioned behind them. Commander, the front line has fallen, and all personnel from the 5th and 6th Regiments have perished. The enemy has crossed the front line and is advancing on the second line. Veronica rushed to the command center to personally report to Xiao Fan. He glanced at her briefly. The 6th Regiment performed admirably. Before Veronica could express her delight, he continued issuing orders. 1st and 4th Regiments execute a pincer maneuver to encircle the enemy and completely sever their retreat route. The Engineering Corps 1st and 2nd Battalions prepare for defense. Understood, came the responses from the officers across various positions through the communication channels. Hurry, move the 45mm anti-tank gun over here. This time, we must ensure the enemy gets a taste of defeat. Prepare the anti-aircraft machine guns. I'll lower the artillery and let them charge. We'll smash their heads. Prepare the infantry gun positions and mortar positions. Make the final adjustments to the designated firing coordinates. I do not wish for anyone to falter when I give the order to fire. Rest assured, Battalion Commander, I will demonstrate a perfect shot this time. Have you only been playing for a few days and are already boasting? If you can suppress the enemy's infantry charge, I'll be truly impressed. In the night, the gun barrels gleamed with a chilling light as they slowly emerged from their cover. The player operating the 45mm anti-tank gun tenderly kissed the gleaming shell before loading it into the barrel. Through the scope, he aimed at the indistinct mound illuminated by the moonlight. This was the position of the front line, and to assault the second line, the enemy must cross this mound. The 45mm, being a small-caliber anti-tank gun, may struggle against the frontal armor of heavily armored units like light tanks. However, it would be more than sufficient to deal with those fragile transport armored vehicles or trucks. Chapter 59. Those who lose face military tribunal 5 kilometers away. On the left and right flanks of the enemy's attacking position, Kenwen Bai and Tai Hu were desperately maneuvering their respective troops to encircle from behind, unaware that he had already stepped halfway into the encirclement. Dy Tebu K Gai continued to lead his forces toward the second line of defense established by the Tianxiao players. He believed that capturing the front line equated to controlling all defensive forces on the Western Front, even though the second line served as a buffer. He assumed the enemy's numbers would be manageable, making it easy for them to break through with their strength. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Stay vigilant on the left and right flanks. Do not let your guard down. The infantry and armored vehicles maintained their distance, meticulously scanning each area for potential enemy-placed anti-tank mines. The tanks loaded illumination rounds to light up the enemy's second line of defense. Bearing a tank, commande sakap. Dy Tebu K Gai held the radio closed, directing the entire corps. Xiao Ju Zhilang grasped the pistol firmly, his left hand resting upon the command knife, his gaze piercing through the surroundings. The eerie silence of the enemy's secondary defense line did not stir excitement within him. Rather, it evoked the scent of death. With a whoosh, a flare ascended into the sky, illuminating the entire secondary position with clarity. Open fire. The enemy's illumination round not only brightened their own position, but also rendered them wholly exposed to the vision of our combat personnel. Lao Tan Suen K showed no hesitation and promptly ordered the attack. Boom! The anti-tank ambush artillery roared to life in an instant. The sharp armor-piercing rounds, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, shredded everything in their path, obliterating enemy infantry and heading straight for armored vehicles and tanks. Clang! Whoosh! Damn it, it's the anti-tank gun. All armored units immediately released smoke and retreated, while the artillery units suppressed fire. Hurry! De Huait Bu K Gai exclaimed as he seized the mounted machine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the position where the flash of fire had just appeared, simultaneously using tracer rounds to guide the advancing infantry and artillery to launch their assault. Damn it, we were so close. The gunner player, witnessing his shot ricochet off the enemy command tank due to an angle miscalculation, slammed his thigh in frustration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once the anti-tank ambush position was revealed, it was immediately met with fierce counterfire from the enemy. Target 5, coordinates 330, 286, fire correction, round immediately. A player from the Special Reconnaissance Team, clad in camouflage attire, crouched on a distant dirt slope with binoculars in hand. Received. The artillery battalion commander, rising and turning, shouted, Target 5, 330, 268, Position 1, load a high explosive round. Clang. Loading complete. Fire. Crack. The crisp sound of the cannon echoed as the shell soared across the chaotic battlefield towards its target. Boom! The high explosive shell detonated upon impact, startling the players of the British Royal Artillery who were in the midst of firing. Believing it to be an accidental discharge, they scanned their surroundings in vain before resuming their systematic assault on the position. The special reconnaissance player whispered, The target remains unchanged. Elevate by 5. Shift left by 3 positions. The target remains unchanged. Elevate by 5. Shift left by 3 positions. The artillery battalion commander immediately relayed the orders. The target remains unchanged. Elevate by 5. Shift left by 3 positions. Loading complete. Fire. Crack. Another high explosive shell was launched. This time, the enemy was devoid of fortune, as a shell landed directly on an enemy mortar position. Bang! The British player who was loading a shell, witnessing the incoming projectile, felt his pupils constrict before losing consciousness. The violent explosion jolted everyone awake, and as they realized the situation, they roared, Damn it, it's counter-battery fire. Immediately relocate the artillery positions. Do they really think we are a bunch of amateurs? The special reconnaissance agent scoffed. It was already too late for the enemy to prepare for retreat. Relocating the artillery position was no simple task. Mortars could be carried away, but the enemy's 75mm long-barrel mountain guns weighed several hundred kilograms, if not more than a ton. It would not be so easy to drag them away. Special reconnaissance team players declared, Use the coordinates from the second attack as the standard and initiate a saturation strike immediately. The artillery battalion commander bellowed. Use the coordinates of Position 1 as the reference point. Fire at will. 10 75mm infantry support guns, meticulously calibrated, transitioned into high-velocity firing mode. The advantage of these short-barrel mortars lies in their rapid loading speed, allowing a skilled operator to achieve an astonishing rate of fire of 560 rounds per minute. The combined firepower of 20 artillery pieces was formidable, and the enemy's artillery positions were promptly obliterated by the battalion of players from the Heavenly Dynasty. A cacophony of violent explosions, accompanied by towering flames, erupted from the rear of the troops. D.Y. Tebu K. Guy turned to behold the ghastly state of the artillery positions, realizing that the Royal Artillery Corps of Britain had been thoroughly vanquished. Gritting his teeth, he commanded Xiao Fan to lead the troops in a charge against the enemy positions to annihilate the defenders. Come on, the more, the merrier. At the anti-aircraft gun position, the squad leader player spat into his hands, eagerly watching the approaching Japanese infantry. Take it easy, watch out for the military court. One young soldier jested. The squad leader scoffed, only the defeated face a military court. Do you think we will lose? Enough chatter. The enemy is upon us. With a sharp click, the squad leader chambered a round in the dual-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun. The young soldiers on either side, each clutching a belt of 20mm rounds, stood ready to feed the exposed magazine of the anti-aircraft gun. So many merit points, so many merit points. Japanese, let father take good care of you. The anti-aircraft position erupted into action. The ground trembled violently, and the terrifying din caused the camouflage netting to flutter incessantly. The 20mm barrage instantaneously shredded everything within sight. The charging Japanese infantry could barely withstand the onslaught of the machine gun fire. When faced with the 20mm anti-aircraft guns, their courage was utterly crushed. Wails, cries, and screams became the most melodious notes to the players from the Heavenly Dynasty. The more the enemy lamented, the more exhilarated the players became. Whoosh! Bang! The 20mm high-caliber ammunition was more akin to small shells than mere bullets. The projectiles, shrieking through the air, ruthlessly tore through the bodies of the attackers. Anyone struck by one was either dead or grievously wounded. The battlefield became a gruesome tableau of entrails and dismembered limbs, invoking memories of the last bloody battle for Japanese, Indian, and Korean players, a visceral reminder of the dread instilled by the players from the Heavenly Dynasty. Ignoring Xiao Fan's orders, they hastily retreated. Being felled by a 20mm cannon was merciful. The true horror lay in being left to rot on the battlefield, mangled and unnoticed. The 10 dual-mounted 20mm anti-aircraft guns formed an insurmountable chasm. No matter how fiercely the enemy infantry charged, it proved futile. Without armored tanks to shield their advance, all efforts were in vain. D.Y. Tebu K. Guy, surveying the brutal battlefield, made a decision that, while seemingly correct at the time, was fundamentally misguided. Continue the assault. All tanks advance. Infantry follow in their wake to breach the enemy positions. With that, he closed the observation hatch and descended into the tank, not wishing to lose his head to the anti-aircraft fire during the charge. Roar! 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 A line of tanks advanced steadily, their exhaust stacks belching thick plumes of black smoke. Those very tanks that had retreated moments earlier now surged forward toward the frontline trenches. Clang! 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 45mm anti-tank shells slammed repeatedly against the frontal armor of the lead tanks. Many ricocheted violently, deflected by unfavorable impact angles. As the armored behemoths drew perilously close to the trench line, combat engineers crouched low in the earthworks, shouldering rocket launchers, grim, resolute, and utterly unflinching. They formed the final bulwark. Should the enemy breach the secondary defensive line, every meticulously laid stratagem would collapse into ruin. Inside the steel coffins, the enemy crews fared no better. The thunderous concussions of shells striking armor reverberated endlessly, deafening, disorienting, relentless. The tank commander could only signal the driver by stamping sharply on his shoulder, directing turns or straight-line advances through crude, tactile urgency. Boom! The turret swiveled with mechanical precision. Guided by the searing tracers of the coaxial machine gun, the main gun roared, unleashing devastation upon the anti-tank emplacements. Fireballs bloomed skyward amid deafening detonations, each explosion methodically erasing another defensive position from the map. Take this, you bastards! As the enemy tanks closed in, a concealed player, hidden deep within the trench, leapt upright, steadied his rocket launcher, and fired. F. Shoot! Shoot now! The driver, peering through his vision slit, spotted the ambush at the last second. Panic contorted his face as he twisted toward the assistant driver, shouting in raw terror. The assistant driver fumbled frantically with the machine gun S controls. Thud! Zzzzzt! A blinding jet of molten metal pierced the driver's chest. Agony tore from his throat in a guttural, shuddering scream, so harrowing that the rest of the crew recoiled in visceral horror. The wounded loader, overcome by unbearable torment, drew his sidearm and, without hesitation, pressed the barrel to his temple and fired. Oh, bitch! Blood sprayed across the assistant driver's face. Staring at the lifeless, open-eyed corpse of his comrade, he froze, pale, stunned, utterly paralyzed. Damn fool, shoot! Do you want another round to hit us? The tank commander glanced down, fury igniting in his eyes. He delivered a furious kick to the assistant driver's ribs. No, no, I'm out. With that, the assistant driver disconnected entirely. His avatar slumped lifelessly inside the turret, leaving his crewmates seething, hearts pounding with frustration and fury. To be shackled with such a comrade was nothing short of karmic catastrophe. Chapter 60. Besiege the point to lure reinforcements. Then I shall besiege Wei to rescue Zhao Charge. Let no enemy escape. Brothers, lay down fire like thunder. Look at my brilliance. Leading the 1st and 4th regiments, had at last executed a flawless flanking maneuver, emerging like specters behind enemy lines, coordinating seamlessly with Allied forces entrenched along the secondary line. They had encircled the enemy completely, delivering a merciless, overwhelming assault. Damn it, how did 2 full regiments materialize out of nowhere and cut off our retreat? Da Huate Bouquet Guy could no longer contain his outrage, erupting into furious curses. The Eastern Front lay hundreds of li away from the Western Front. Reinforcements, even at full speed, could never arrive so swiftly. The only plausible explanation was chillingly clear. The enemy had secretly redeployed elite forces to the Western Front long before the offensive began, lying in wait, patient and poised, ready to spring the trap the moment the enemy committed their main thrust. What? The 1st and 4th regiments have suddenly appeared on the Western Front? Dao Kalasi gripped his radio handset so tightly his knuckles whitened, then shot upright from his chair, disbelief etched across his features. The implications struck him like ice water. If the main force were annihilated, The armored Fusilier Regiment, stationed across the river, would stand little chance against the enemy's inevitable counteroffensive, and the entire campaign might well pivot irrevocably against them. He paced the command bunker, back and forth, his brow beaded with cold sweat, his mind racing against time. Immediately command the Zhuangjia Sugun Bingtuan to support the front lines. The infantry and artillery regiments are of no consequence, but at any cost, we must rescue the armored battalion. After a lengthy consideration, he arrived at this difficult decision. The loss of the infantry regiment is inconsequential, as players can respawn. However, the armored forces are their trump card. Should they be entirely lost in this battle, future offensives will be fraught with uncertainty. Furthermore, the British Huangjia Gongbingchuan must promptly construct defensive fortifications to guard against an enemy ambush, while our Zhuangjia Sagun Bingtuan attempts to rescue the frontline troops. Damn it, the Americans and their allies, engaged in battles across the globe, truly possess formidable strength. The enemy players, aware of their encirclement and the arrival of reinforcements, are comprised of individuals with tenacity, having survived the initial skirmishes. Once out of range of the secondary defensive firepower, the enemy shifted their focus to the forces of Tianshao behind them, complicating the battles for the 1st and 4th regiments due to the presence of heavily armored units. Casualties mounted on both sides with each passing moment. Kanwanayubi and Taihu, in their endeavor to trap the enemy forces, were compelled to retreat to the frontline positions, leveraging the advantages of the trenches to withstand the frontal assaults and enemy aerial support, desperately blocking the enemy's breakout. Xiao Fan remained composed in the command center, unfazed by the cannon fire and intense gunfire outside. He commanded the 1st and 4th regiments to encircle without attacking and informed the Russian 7th Regiment to take position at the East Line No. 1 defense. While Ga and I Lond, his 2nd Regiment, swiftly maneuvered to the designated location, preparing to ambush the enemy reinforcements. He was in no rush. The main armored forces of the enemy were encircled, and it was they who were anxious. The tactic of surrounding and striking at reinforcements, though often employed by ancestors, must be acknowledged for its efficacy. Commander, the enemy's 1st and 4th regiments have ceased their assault, and the secondary defensive positions are no longer advancing. Xiao Yusilang, Eproust, de White de Bukegai, Wisa Grim Expression, de White de Bukegai, City de Tapatang, surveyed the Allied players constructing defensive fortifications, silently smoking. He understood that the enemy was employing a tactic of surrounding to strike at reinforcements, using them as bait to lure the command center into dispatching support troops, thereby setting an ambush to annihilate them midway. Deprived of resources and logistical support, they could only endure for a week at most. Meanwhile, the enemy, resting and awaiting action, would eventually consume them without losing a single soldier. Douglas, that foolish pig. The Blue Army is now in peril. Damn it. The Tianshao forces are indeed treacherous. Though reluctant to admit it, the tactical acumen of the Tianshao players is commendable. They have transformed a disadvantage into an advantage, encircling the main force of the Blue Army to strike at reinforcements. Douglas must be in a state of panic. It is hard to believe how they anticipated Douglas as foresight. Friends upstairs, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming factor is that Lord Xiao Fan can formulate the optimal solution based on the current battlefield situation, even if predictions fail. A full-scale assault by the 4 regiments could completely sever the Blue Army supply lines. An armored unit without supplies is nothing but a coffin of iron. The news of the Blue Army's main force being encircled immediately caused an uproar in reality, despite holding such a significant advantage. Due to Douglas' reckless plunge into the trap laid by the enemy, they have now become lambs to the slaughter, turning into the biggest joke on the internet this year. In an estate in America, Ken emerged from the gaming pod, pinched the bridge of his nose, and let out a deep sigh. Upon raising his head, he was met by his grandfather, clad in a suit and gazing at him with a serious expression. Instinctively, he tensed and immediately stood up to salute. I have heard about your endeavors. Now tell me your next course of action without delay. It is acceptable for the Blue faction to suffer humiliation, but not for the Douglas family. As a distinguished military family since World War II, he could not allow such a stain, even in a game. Kane Douglas, not daring to hesitate, promptly conveyed his forthcoming plan to his grandfather. His intention to log off was originally to seek assistance from the opposing side. However, upon hearing this, The elder struck the ground with his elegant cane and chided, "Foolishness. Knowing that the enemy is depleting your forces through encirclement, why would you willingly charge in?" "But grandfather, they possess armored units. Without the onslaught of those armored forces, how could we breach their encirclement?" The elder slowly settled into the chair brought by the black maid and took a sip of the coffee offered. "There's an ancient saying in the Celestial Empire. To preserve the land while losing men is to lose both land and men. This adage applies aptly to your situation. The loss of armored units is indeed a grave blow to you, yet you must understand that it does not constitute your entire strength. Equipment can be requested again from the Lord of Declare City. If you stubbornly attempt to provide support, not only will the armored units suffer losses, but your reserves will also sustain heavy damage. Should the Celestial Empire take advantage of the cool-down period for your players to regroup and launch a general assault, crossing the Aidmudun River into your territory's wasteland and engaging in guerrilla warfare, you will stand no chance of victory." Ken was taken aback by his grandfather's words. "Grandfather, what should I do next?" The elder pondered for a few seconds. "You are now at a point of no return, while morale has not yet plummeted to its nadir. This is the best opportunity to break through. Leave a Royal Engineer Corps to guard the bridge, and let the Armored Fusilier Corps abandon support for the main force, concentrating all efforts to attack the enemy's eastern positions. According to the intelligence I have gathered, combined with the enemy legions observed on the battlefield, there are only 2 regiments at their eastern positions. If you can tear open a defensive breach and leverage air superiority to engage in guerrilla tactics behind enemy lines, they will undoubtedly be troubled. In that case, to seal off your breakthrough, they will either have to divert forces from encircling your main regiment or helplessly watch you penetrate their defenses." The old man's wisdom immediately enlightened Kane. Why had he been so fixated on the main armored units? After all, they were not his equipment. If lost, they could simply be requisitioned anew. Chapter 61. The Breakout of the Blue Army's Main Force. Time passed, second by second. Upon receiving the orders, G.A.N.I. Lanzi and the 2nd Regiment had long been ambushed along the route to the enemy's support front. However, after waiting for over 4 hours, not a single figure had appeared. Xiao Fan felt a sense of puzzlement. Given the current scarcity of equipment, it was inconceivable that these players would lack the audacity to abandon their resources. His brow furrowed as he twisted open his teacup, preparing to take a sip. Suddenly, just as the cup brushed his lips, an idea struck him. The 2nd Regiment must immediately return to defend the eastern line. The enemy appeared poised to exploit the distraction of our main forces, likely attempting to breach the eastern front. With a start, G.A.N.I. Lons, gazing at the starry sky, sprang to his feet. Grabbing his binoculars, he scanned the horizon. The absence of enemy reinforcements confirmed his commander's suspicions. The distant roar of engines echoed ominously, and G.A.N.I. Lanzi realized with alarm that it was the sound of enemy aircraft. Everyone returned to the eastern line. At that moment, the eastern defensive position was already engaged by the 7th Regiment led by Lin Dong, Nu Xiong, and 2 battalions from the 3rd Regiment. The roar of fighter jets filled the air as incendiary bombs rained down upon the 2nd line of defense. The piercing wail of air raid sirens blared, and dozens of searchlights, powered by individual generators, burst to life, casting blinding beams of light on the multitude of aircraft above. All anti-aircraft defenses were on high alert. "We must bring those planes down." The 3rd Regiment's engineering battalion commander flicked away his cigarette, but climbed atop an anti-aircraft gun, with both hands on the controls. Assisted by several players who had arrived, the anti-aircraft gun unleashed a dazzling barrage into the sky. Boom! The engine of one aircraft was struck by shrapnel, erupting into flames as it plummeted amidst a mournful screech. "Damn it! Let the yellow-skinned monkeys descend into hell together." The pilot of the burning aircraft, enduring excruciating pain in his chest, struggled to steer the plane towards the position of the 3rd Regiment's anti-aircraft artillery. Rat-a-tat-tat. A deadly hail of bullets enveloped the entire anti-aircraft position. "Come on, let us duel," roared the regiment commander, as the sound of bullets whizzed perilously close to his ears, engaging the incoming aircraft in an aerial standoff. Boom! A brilliant flash of light erupted as the anti-aircraft position met its demise along with the enemy plane. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly across the entire 2nd line of defense. The enemy's relentless bombardment and desperate assaults left the eastern 2nd line teetering on the brink of collapse. Numerous anti-aircraft and artillery positions were obliterated, and the flames ignited by incendiary bombs turned the second line into a nightmarish hellscape. Deprived of artillery support from rear, the 7th Regiment, the Great Goose, could only resist with great difficulty against the American players, Zhuang Jia Sui Chong Bing Tuan. Tempers flared as both sides fought fiercely, eyes ablaze with desperation as they fired without regard for their lives. However, the Zhuang Jia Sui Chong Bing Tuan earned their name for a reason, as they possessed armored vehicles that provided fire support and cover, coupled with the high-precision bolt-action rifles of the infantry. The advance bolstered by the firepower of the armored vehicles rendered the rudimentary equipment of the Great Goose nearly futile against such an onslaught. Boom! The frustration. The 120mm large-caliber mortar mounted on vehicles can effortlessly demolish the fortifications of the front line. The players from Eguo, under such ferocious firepower, were incensed and cursed vehemently. They longed to bring the 240mm caliber Xiao self-propelled mortar into the game to engage the enemy in a fierce exchange. Comrades, hold on a little longer. The 2nd Regiment is hastening back to provide support. Ultimate victory shall surely be ours. With a grievous wound, the Eguo player shouted fiercely, clutching an anti-tank grenade, and charged out of the position, intent on taking the enemy down with him. However, he was swiftly halted by merciless gunfire from machine guns, mere meters away. Xiao Fan gazed at the dimming green dots on the projection before him, realizing that the 7th Regiment of Eguo could not endure much longer, and he shook his head in resignation. 1st Regiment and 4th Regiment, withdraw from the encirclement. 4th Regiment, fortify the secondary defenses on the Eastern Front. 1st Regiment, maneuver swiftly to join with the 2nd Regiment on the Eastern Front and jointly defend the eastern positions. I do not ask how many enemies you will annihilate, but you must hold the eastern defensive line. We cannot allow the enemy to breach our encirclement and threaten our rear. Look at my brilliance. Commander, I do not comprehend. Would it not be better for the 2nd Regiment to take over the defensive position while I lead the 1st Regiment to outflank and annihilate the enemy's armored flamer brigade? Xiao Fan replied coolly, if you can bear the consequences of being caught between the enemy's main force and the armored flamer brigade, then you may certainly try. Look at my brilliance, clenched his fists and struck the sandy ground in frustration. It was just a hair's breadth away. He cast one last glance at the surrounded enemy forces in the distance, resignedly complying with orders, departing from the Western Front to join the 2nd Regiment in defending the Eastern Front. Commander, the enemy surrounding our rear has retreated. DH-8 Buck Guy let out a heavy sigh of relief, easing his weary expression and promptly assembling the troops for a breakout. Commander, the Chief Commander must be launching a full-scale attack on the Eastern Front, employing a strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, thereby liberating us. Now, if we can merge with the attacking forces on the Eastern Front, we can seize the moment while the enemy's defenses are weak. It must be said, Xiao Zhilang indeed possesses some foresight. As soon as the players retreated, he immediately surmised the situation on the Eastern Front. However, DH-8 Buck Guy dared not take risks, stating calmly, Sir, if we coordinate with the attacking forces on the Eastern Front to break through the enemy's blockade, the forces at the Western Front might take advantage of the opportunity to sever our escape route. Who do you expect to come to our rescue then? Xiao Zhilang was left speechless, ordered the troops to retreat swiftly to the riverbank, preventing the enemy from exploiting our diminished forces to cut off our last escape route. Smoke filled the air, and flames crackled ominously. The dawn sun cast its light, bringing an eerie silence to the battlefield. Both sides remained taciturn, huddled in their respective positions, tending to their wounds. The battlefield lay in ruins, strewn with discarded equipment and corpses. What? The main force of the Blue Army successfully broke through? This sudden turn of events astonished netizens from various nations and left the dignitaries in the conference room in disbelief. Could the meat that was so nearly in hand truly escape? How absurd! How could this Taihu lead his troops in such a manner, allowing the main force of the Blue Army to escape? It seems he is regressing further. It is unjust to place the blame on Qinwen Bai and Xiao Fan. The esteemed leaders can only vent their frustrations on their own. In times past, they would have wished to execute Taihu without hesitation. However, esteemed officials, the fault does not lie with Taihu, as the secretary sighed and shook his head. recounting the entirety of last night's battle to the assembly. Upon hearing the account, the expressions of the gathered individuals darkened with disbelief. They found it hard to fathom that this was the audacity displayed by Cain Douglas, a novice who had never engaged in a formal battle. It is crucial to recognize that equipment is now more precious than manpower. Did he not fear the dire consequences of faltering offensive on the Eastern Front, especially with the main armored division having been annihilated? Contemplating this, the assembly exchanged glances, silently pondering whether some shameless elder had devised strategies from the sidelines, taking advantage of the younger generation without a shred of dignity. Regardless, the successful escape of the Blue Army's main force allowed Western players to redeem some semblance of honor. The incessant mockery from the Tian Chao players, questioning their competence in warfare for allowing an easy victory to slip away, was infuriating. This marked their first defeat since forming a structure battalion, leading to a growing sense of frustration. Yet, one cannot deny that after several major conflicts, the Western players' forces have begun to adopt a more standardized approach, their coordination becoming increasingly seamless. Under such circumstances, to execute a daring strategy reminiscent of breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats to extricate themselves from the predicament was indeed remarkable. Chapter 62, A Timely Rain. Your composure in the face of adversity commands my admiration. Within the main base of the Blue Army, the Huai Teibukai Gai and Xiao Zhilang, having successfully broken through, let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Zhilang bowed deeply to Douglas, his face adorned with flattery. Other commanders from the Western faction echoed his sentiments, their words brimming with admiration. The plan itself was devoid of flaws. It merely fortuitously fell into the adversary's preset trap. Yet, it was under such dire circumstances that Douglas managed to extricate them from the encirclement, a display of courage and strategic acumen not possessed by everyone. In the current world, this is indeed a remarkable achievement. Douglas, seated with an air of pride, wore a countenance of triumph that might lead an uninformed observer to believe they had just vanquished the Tian Chao players. Only, the white de bukegai, remained composed, quietly seated in a corner, smoking and reflecting, replaying the battle in his mind. Douglas instructed the others to return and regroup while he placed a cup of coffee before the Huai Teibukai Gai, sitting opposite him and inquiring, "What occupies your thoughts?" As friends from the same graduating class at West Point and childhood companions from distinguished families, his demeanor towards the Huai Teibukai Gai was evidently unique. "It's nothing. I was merely pondering the true nature of that Lord Xiao Fan. Had it not been for your grandfather's intervention, we might have found ourselves in grave peril." Upon being called out by his friend, Douglas harbored no resentment. Rather, he joined a Huai Teibukai Gai in contemplating the origins of Xiao Fan. This lord was unlike any they had encountered before. Regardless of their brotherly camaraderie towards the players or their exceptional command abilities on the battlefield, an inexplicable sense of dread lingered among them. Had it not been for grandfather's guidance, the consequences would have been dire. On the side of Tianzhao players, 7 leaders encircled Xiao Fan, each bearing distinct expressions, yet collectively infused with indignation and helplessness. Such a splendid opportunity had been squandered. Among them, Lindong Nuxing felt the most discomfort, his head shamefully bowed. Had they been able to withstand the enemy's eastern offensive, the commander would not have divided the forces for support, and the opposing main troops would undoubtedly not have escaped. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Moreover, we have not lost, for strategically we still stand as victors, do we not? Xiao Fan sipped his hot tea and spoke in a calm tone. The Tianzhao players looked at him in surprise, increasingly feeling that he resembled one of their own, effortlessly quoting proverbs and idioms without any sense of incongruity. Xiao Fan instructed the 7 to continue fortifying their defenses and hold their ground. In the ensuing half-month, as a result of the previous breakthrough failure, the Blue Army became increasingly cautious. Diageo Si heeded the advice of his friend Dihuate Bukwagai. Since they held overwhelming firepower, they decided to abandon aggressive raids in favor of a more methodical strategy. Under the relentless bombardment and air superiority, the defensive encirclement around Xiao Fan gradually shrank and expanded. Although the expansion of the encirclement rendered the defenses of Tianzhao and the Russian players sparse, it also made the enemy's supply lines more vulnerable to attacks, resulting in a slower advance. Yet, it was evident to all that as long as Diageo Si proceeded steadily, Xiao Fan's side would inevitably falter. Even netizens from various nations believed that Xiao Fan would have no choice but to relinquish the oil fields. Players like Kimwanayubi grew anxious, yet Xiao Fan remained composed. On this day, a sudden cool breeze swept across the wasteland. Xiao Fan stood with hands behind his back against the howling wind, savoring the moisture within it. A subtle smile gracing his lips. A resounding thunderclap echoed across the entire wasteland, prompting everyone to gaze upward in astonishment. Moments later, torrential raindrops began to fall, cascading down like the heavens had opened, unleashing a deluge the players of the wasteland had never witnessed before. The once calm Admuton River surged violently, with the constructed bridges being instantly engulfed. Rainwater, mixed with sand, formed a flood that rushed along the parched riverbed of the wasteland, ultimately merging into the Admuton River with great force. It was raining. It was raining. Ah, how delightful. The heavens have shown mercy. Damn it. Let's see how those Western players will attack now. Splendid. Almighty, let pour even more. Ula. The Tinzao players and the Iguo players in the trenches stripped off their clothes, leaping into the rain, howling with glee, releasing the pent-up frustrations and gloom of the past half-month. In stark contrast, the players of the Blue Army wore expressions as dark as the bottoms of pots. They had calculated everything, save for the sudden arrival of the rainy season in the wasteland. Within just one day, the entire southern region of Lido Wasteland had transformed into a marshland. The muddy sand resembles an invisible hand, dragging the feet of those attempting to pass. Hidden quicksand and swamps are ever ready to swallow the lives of those who underestimate them. A torrential rain has transformed the victorious hopes previously amassed by the Blue Army through their offensive into mere illusions, forcing them to retreat to the bridgehead. In such marshy terrain, should armored vehicles or tanks become ensnared, the enemy would seize the opportunity to launch a devastating assault. Damn it! Inside the command center, the weary Douglas shattered the walkie-talkie in his grip. Confronted with such an irresistible force, anyone would falter. After expending vast resources to weaken the enemy's defenses to the brink of collapse, they could have persisted just a little longer. Yet this downpour has obliterated all advantages. Those wretched, incompetent descendants. The one most furious among them is none other than Baron Claude. Just a hair's breadth away, just a fraction away. A significant advantage has been dragged down into the rainy season by that sand scorpion, that wild dog of the wasteland. Since the outbreak of this war, he has poured immense resources into the endeavor, only to be told that as long as the rainy season persists, the offensive cannot continue. This revelation ignites the flames of fury within him to unprecedented heights. Gazing at the oil fields that rightfully belong to him, now plundered at will by the sand scorpion, he feels as though he is a helpless husband watching his wife being ravaged before his very eyes. No one can comprehend the frustration and rage he experiences at this moment. I admit, I underestimated this Lord Xiao Fan. In a conference room, the leaders from the Goose Country and the Celestial Empire took a deep breath, their faces reflecting a mix of emotions. Even they had believed that Xiao Fan had exhausted his talent. Yet no one anticipated that the prolonged war he had been waging would drag the game into the wasteland's rainy season. Once the rain fell, the Blue Army could no longer mount any effective offensives and could only await the end of the rainy season. According to the gathered intelligence, the rainy season in the wasteland typically lasts for 6 months. This implies that during this half-year period, the fourth calamity will enter a phase of stable development. Online, those who initially mocked the players from the Celestial Empire and the Goose Country for their overconfidence fell silent, all rendered dumbfounded by this sudden downpour. Some, with a tinge of envy, attributed Xiao Fan's success in the protracted struggle to mere fortune. Yet everyone knew that had they not anticipated the impending rainy season, the opposition would not have fought so tenaciously. Ultimately, it was the Blue Army players, being newcomers, who failed to recognize the impact of the weather, suffering significant losses. It was reminiscent of the German forces of Europe, whose offensive was rendered null by a single winter, resulting in devastating losses. Chapter 63. Training new recruits report to the commander, Winter Fury Bear. Veronica reports to you. The two commanders from the Goose Country gazed intently at the young man before them, their previous doubts now entirely dispelled. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Since the onset of battle, the 6th and 7th regiments have participated in numerous skirmishes, and in terms of combat experience and captured equipment, They are well equipped to be formed into an elite unit. He paused briefly before continuing. Now that the rainy season has arrived, the enemy, if they wish to avoid annihilation, will not dare to launch an offensive lightly. Liuchuan and Qichuan are tasked with steadfastly holding their positions, remaining vigilant against any potential ambushes from the enemy. I intend to dispatch Yichuan, Erchuan, Sanchuan, Sichuan, and Wuchuan back to the base for development. Xiao Fan turned to the two individuals. Please, do not hesitate to express your needs. The two exchanged glances, and Lindong Nuxing took the initiative to speak. We require substantial food supplies. Commander, we have established the 8th Regiment, composed entirely of our own personnel. However, the strain on logistics has been immense during this prolonged conflict, and without adequate supplies. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. I will ensure you receive food provisions, and weapons and ammunition will be prioritized as well, but you must safeguard the oil fields. They are vital strategic resources for our future development. He smiled and, with a flick of his wrist, revealed 2 military insignias. The insignias, featuring a hammer and sickle as the base, displayed 4 vertical stripes, with the title Sergeant Major, inscribed in both Chinese and Russian on either side. The military insignias of the base are worn on the right chest, crafted from metal, which does not detract from their aesthetic appeal. I have recognized your bravery. Are you willing to become my subordinates? Xiao Fan inquired. You must consider this carefully, as once you become my subordinates, you will be required to heed my commands. The two fixated on the insignias, nodding vigorously. They understood that under Xiao Fan's exceptional leadership, he would inevitably dominate the wasteland, and aligning themselves with him was the wisest choice. The military insignias for Liuchuan, Qichuan, and the newly formed Bachuchuan will be delivered subsequently. Yes, Commander. The two saluted respectfully, affixing the insignias to their chests, walking out of the command center with heads held high. Whoa, Sergeant Major, what's going on? Did the commander allow players from Iguo to join the base? Damn it, suddenly there are brothers vying for the commander's attention. What should I do about this jealousy? Do you want to be hung up and beaten by the commander? What do you expect? As they passed by Kanwo Nayubi and others, they exchanged salutes and embraces, respectfully addressing each other as Dualis. From this moment on, they became brother regiments. Xiao Fan had initially been reluctant to recruit players from Iguo, but realizing the necessity of not placing all eggs in one basket and that competition breeds motivation, he ultimately decided to integrate them and their troops. Subsequently, Kanwo Nabi and others also entered the command center and emerged adorned with the sergeant major insignias, marking the conclusion of this simple conferral ceremony. Xiao Fan departed the forward positions with 5 regiments, heading towards the base for development and infrastructure. After such a lengthy time, many newcomers had joined the base, and the smelting plant should have been completed by now. Finally back. Damn it, the fighting has made me feel nauseous. Stop with the sarcasm. Can't you see the jealousy written all over the newcomers' faces? Hee hee hee. After experiencing the baptism of war, the former newcomers had completely transformed into seasoned veterans. In the presence of the envious gazes from the newcomers who had just arrived at the base, they could not help but puff out their chests, proudly displaying the combat insignias on their left chests. Some insignias bore different numbers etched below, representing the number of times the badge had been earned, with some individuals having remarkably achieved it 9 times or more, leaving the newcomers in awe. Upon disembarking, the veterans were quickly surrounded by the new arrivals, who eagerly requested to team up or see the badges on their chests. The seasoned players welcomed them all, confidently puffing out their chests for them to admire. Those players who have ascended to the rank of Sergeant Major have no time to engage in idle chatter with newcomers. They are all hastening towards the training grounds. To be promoted to Second Lieutenant, a Sergeant Major must not only complete a 3-month service period and participate in a battalion-level command battle, but also train 1,000 recruits into veterans during their tenure. Should they fail to accomplish this, they can only attain a single warrior medal, which allows them to bypass the requirement of training new soldiers for advancement. Although there are numerous newcomers, the distribution among the already promoted sergeant majors is insufficient, prompting their urgent rush to the training grounds to undertake the Pamlongwo training tasks. Old class, you rest. Leave this group of newcomers to us. Old class, have a smoke. Are you tired? Let me give you a massage. Damn it, players from the Western faction are rolling in riches. I captured a fine bottle of wine on the battlefield and couldn't bear to drink it. I'm just waiting to bring it back to honor you. A throng gathered around Panlong Wohu, vying for his favor. He chuckled in response, occasionally patting their shoulders. Tis tis, quite interesting. Panlong Wohu stood up, waving off the crowd. All right, I admit I'm a bit fatigued. You can help me train the soldiers. But let me be clear, leading troops is one thing. But if you do not do well, do not say I did not give you a chance. Rest assured, old class. The crowd replied, rubbing their hands in eager anticipation. Panlong Wohu, cigarette in mouth, opened a roster and began assigning recruits. The distribution criteria were based solely on merit and experience, devoid of favoritism, and no one objected. Those who did not receive recruits had to await the arrival of subsequent newcomers. The sergeant majors assigned recruits immediately commenced their training to expedite the growth of these soldiers. A 50-kilometer march was merely a warm-up. After all, the base had limited mechanized vehicles, and often, maneuvers such as support, movement, and ambush relied on their own legs. As Xiao Fan had once articulated, on the wasteland, one's legs are the most reliable. Vehicles may falter, but as long as one's legs can run, there will never be a breakdown. Following this, there were various combat training exercises, climbing through muddy training grounds, and target practice simulating explosions nearby. You are the worst soldiers I have ever trained. With your lack of skill, you would be mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, yet you still aspire to earn medals? The training grounds echoed with aggravating remarks. The newcomers silently cursed. What do you know? You've barely had a few meals of military rations. However, despite their grievances, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure the training in order to acquire standard weaponry. Those sergeant majors who lacked sufficient recruits to practice with and accumulate promotion experience promptly turned their gaze towards the 3 regiments from Iguo. They had started late, and there were few players with the rank of sergeant major. Thus, they brought various gifts to seek favor with Lindong Nuxing and Wei Lunica, hoping to train new soldiers. Upon learning that recruits who had undergone training could be promoted to veterans and receive standard equipment, they readily agreed without hesitation. Chapter 64. Post-war revival. If the war were to cease, who would be the most pleased? None other than the shrewd merchant, Pules. To support Xiao Fan and Claude in their battles, he invested a significant portion of his fortune. Otherwise, Xiao Fan's logistics would have been utterly inadequate. Now has come a time to reap the fruits of victory, and Pules eagerly sought out Xiao Fan to acquire oil. Xiao Fan did not hesitate, relinquishing all the oil produced during this period to him. The proceeds from the oil sales, apart from repaying the war loans owed to Pules, would be entirely directed towards purchasing necessary supplies from him. Oh, my dear Shaxia, I swear you have garnered the most sincere friendship of Pules. Xiao Fan entrusted the oil trade entirely to him, accepting nothing in return but goods, and procured at market prices. Coupled with the oil profit sharing, Pules would be able to consume at least 30% of the oil profits. After all, it was merely a matter of selling goods. To whom they were sold made little difference. Moreover, with Xiao Fan's base flourishing and becoming a substantial buyer, he no longer needed to seek connections to peddle his wares. Watching the transport convoy depart, Xiao Fan slowly shook his head. The oil reserves at that site were not particularly vast, yet with Pules utilizing oil tankers for transport, even over a decade, the quantity extracted would remain minimal. In terms of the underground oil reserves, such amounts were merely a drop in the ocean. Without the presence of trains capable of transporting oil en masse, there was no concern of depleting the oil supply. He unscrewed his thermos and took a sip, strolling towards the steel mill. As he approached the steel mill, the terrifying sounds of crackling electricity reached his ears. The noise of an electric arc furnace experiencing a short circuit. By inserting graphite electrodes into the furnace and forming a short circuit with scrap steel, electrical energy was transformed into heat, melting the steel. The steel produced through this method was of superior quality, containing minimal impurities. Once heated and softened, it could be drilled with steel rods to create seamless steel pipes, suitable for manufacturing both firearms and artillery, enabling the base to break free from constraints and achieve mass production of weaponry. Monitor the current and do not blow the furnace. All right, commence the converter. Under the guidance of players below, a small rail-mounted crane brought the converter to receive molten steel, which was poured into molds to cool naturally before being sent for secondary processing at the machine shop. Indigenous residents were assigned to the machine shop, working diligently in arduous tasks alongside men and women. Yet, no one complained. Instead, they wore smiles of contentment. Here, they adhered to a regular work schedule, the factory providing 3 meals a day in rations. Essentially, a family of 3 needed only 1 laborer to avoid hunger. If 2 laborers were employed, they could even save enough to exchange for the coveted savory meats they usually could not afford, leading to a rather prosperous life. Thus, everyone worked with great enthusiasm. Within the machine shop, Lao Tan Suin K, with a piece of charcoal tucked behind his ear, was gathered with a group of tech-savvy players, constructing a new production line for refining oil. Machinery processing served as the skeleton of technology, while chemistry constituted its flesh and blood. Although the base could manufacture firearms, it lacked specialized chemical facilities, making the large-scale synthesis of critical war resources, such as smokeless gunpowder, impossible. Relying solely on manual production could not meet the demands of war. Thus, establishing a chemical factory became paramount. Exiting the factory, Xiao Fan ventured several kilometers into the wilderness. As I gaze around, a multitude of players bustle about, creating a lively atmosphere. Many enthusiasts of agriculture, equipped with resources, operate tractors, while those with fewer means employ small cultivators modified for motorcycle engines, bouncing as they sow seeds in the fields. Under the nourishing rain and the organic fertilizer applied over the past month, the wild grasses have flourished extravagantly. This compels the players to till the land anew. With the onset of the rainy season, a significant migration of mutated herbivores has begun, crossing the Ida Mutun River to reach the southern wastelands. Hunters form teams and venture into the marshes to hunt. The entire base is vibrant, with every player engrossed in their pursuits, reveling in their activities with unbridled enthusiasm. Time passes swiftly, thanks to the abundance of core components brought by Pules. The base has finally erected a small oil refinery. However, due to limitations in scale and energy, its daily processing capacity is merely over 20 tons of oil. Yet, this is sufficient, as the base currently has few vehicles, and the produced fuel fully meets their needs. My friend, I have expended considerable effort to secure this batch of cotton for you. Pules, weary from his travels, accepted the water cup handed to him and drank it in one gulp, then lamented with a pained expression. Unfortunately, sulfur is classified as a strategic resource, and the lords of the surrounding cities, having received warnings from Count Ilyana, have prohibited the sale of sulfur from their territories. With a heavy thud, he slammed the cup onto the table, visibly aggrieved. These greedy individuals, what do they care about Count Ilyana's warnings? They are undoubtedly coveting our oil, seeking to exchange this relatively inexpensive resource, sulfur, for our precious oil. Although the profit share is minimal, Pules has long regarded the oil field in Xiao Fan's possession as his own prized possession. Now, with others eyeing it, how could he not feel anger? He fears that Xiao Fan might engage in oil trade with these people to acquire sulfur, thereby distributing their already limited oil to others. Without waiting for Xiao Fan to speak, he quickly reassured him. Sand Scorpion, my friend, do not fret. If necessary, I shall venture farther afield and ensure that I procure a substantial amount of sulfur for you. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Sulfur serves as a raw material for producing sulfuric acid, which, when combined with the vast desert saline pools located over 400 kilometers to the west of the territory, can yield nitric acid. By employing the Haber process to construct a high-pressure tower, ammonia can be synthesized at a temperature of 500 degrees and a pressure of 20-30 MPa, using an iron-based catalyst, leading to the creation of ammonium nitrate. With ammonium nitrate, sulfuric acid, and cotton, it becomes possible to manufacture nitrocellulose, a type of single-base gunpowder, smokeless powder. Consequently, the base's ammunition and weapons can be self-produced, alleviating concerns over ammunition depletion, given the rudimentary facilities and scarce resources at the base. Establishing a complete factory for smokeless powder production will undoubtedly require Pule's assistance. Thus, Xiao Fan did not display any signs of impatience. Pules observed this and felt a significant portion of his worries dissipate. However, he was also acutely aware that once the rainy season concluded, Claude and Xiao Fan would inevitably confront each other once more. Having learned from the previous encounter, this assault would undoubtedly be more ferocious. To help Xiao Fan solidify his position, he would not resort to mere pretense. Otherwise, should he lose the oil trade, his own losses would be considerable. Chapter 65. L1 Little Donkey Engine. As Press was about to depart, he suddenly exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Fan, his face brimming with unabashed admiration. Not only had the latter secured Press's genuine friendship through a series of pivotal data, but he had also cultivated a relationship with Countess Yelena through a mere narrative. Recently, during Xiao Fan's confrontation with Claude, he had gifted Yelena a book that she had already perused multiple times. This time, as he passed through Los Lorenz City, Yelena summoned him unilaterally, her primary intention being to procure additional narratives from Xia. Anticipating this, Xiao Fan handed her a new Western fantasy work, maintaining the same formulaic style. When she eventually grew weary of this genre, he would transition to Eastern fantasy. As long as his base had not firmly established its foothold, these modern tales would surely satisfy her completely. Xia, my dear friend, press jest. I have heard that although Countess Yelena is a widow, she remains untouched, despite the second prince's affliction. Deep down, he sincerely hoped Xiao Fan would win her affections. If you exert yourself to earn her admiration, the entire wasteland would undoubtedly fall under your command. Unfortunately, Xiao Fan had no such intentions and graciously declined his well-meaning suggestion. With the wisdom gleaned from his previous existence, he was acutely aware that Yelena was akin to a thorny rose. Anyone daring to harbor improper thoughts would surely be left bloodied. Moreover, the aristocratic circles were notoriously chaotic. Could her claim of being untouched truly be trusted? After bidding farewell to Press, Xiao Fan returned to his office, opened his computer, and began typing. Moments later, he paused, lighting a cigarette and leaning back in his chair to take a deep breath, his thoughts racing. Heavy artillery was not an immediate concern. The barrels required high-strength alloy materials, which the base's small mechanical workshop could not produce. The design and production of new automated firearms were also not urgent, given the current intensity of warfare. The existing individual equipment was entirely adequate. What he urgently needed to address were the two significant challenges of air defense and air superiority. The 20mm anti-aircraft cannon performed exceptionally against infantry, yet was somewhat inadequate for aerial defense. He picked up a pen and inscribed the words 40mm Bofors in his notebook. This anti-aircraft gun, which had been in use since World War II, had been tested in countless battlefields, its performance and efficiency in air defense beyond question. Next, the production of VT fuses must be expedited. With them, the antiquated propeller planes of Dakar City would become nothing more than airborne targets, greatly enhancing the operational effectiveness of the Bofors anti-aircraft artillery. Finally, he contemplated the establishment of his own air force. The thought brought a tinge of regret to his mind. Had he possessed even the most basic air force back then, he would have never allowed the enemy's main forces to escape unscathed. Report. Xiao Fan looked up at the newcomer, Lao Tan Sauerkraut, and directly inquired, "Can the base factory manufacture compound piston engines?" Lao Tan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before providing a positive response. "If we do not require excessive power, our mechanical workshop can engage in small-scale production." Upon hearing this directive, Xiao Fan stroked his chin and promptly issued a new task. The base's resources would be freely supplied, and personnel could be deployed at will, with the imperative to establish a production line for engines within a month. As he spoke, he handed over a stack of meticulously detailed engine blueprints. Lao Tan Sun-Kei received the blueprints and scrutinized them carefully, whereupon he noted the specifications clearly delineated. L1 Xiao Lu engine, cylinder configuration, 6-cylinder inline, naturally aspirated displacement, 18 liters maximum power, 65 horsepower, 48 kilowatts, rotational speed 4200 RPM, maximum torque, 130 Newton meters, rotational speed 2800 RPM, weight 75 kilograms, including cylinder block, crankshaft. Simple heat sink, excluding propeller, fuel type, 95 octane aviation gasoline, can be mixed with 20 diesel in emergencies. Cooling method, forced air cooling with a simple heat sink compatible propeller, 15-meter diameter wooden propeller lifespan and failure rate, susceptible to cylinder block leakage after approximately 200 hours of cumulative operation. Low failure rate without a boost system. Gazing at this exceedingly detailed design, Lao Tan Sun-Kei abruptly looked up at Xiao Fan. The initial parameters were manageable, yet the note about the compatible propeller unmistakably indicated that the commander intended to produce fighter jets. The base would soon possess its own air force. However, was this power output not a tad insufficient? Upon further reflection, he considered that equipping the aircraft with 2 engines might indeed be feasible. If power was lacking, quantity could compensate. The prospect of the base soon having an air force invigorated Lao Tan Sun-Kei. prompting him to salute and resolutely assure that he would accomplish the task. Before hastily departing the underground base, upon arriving at the mechanical factory above ground, he called out, "Hey, you there? Didn't you proclaim that with just a wrench you could craft a fighter jet? Get over here." Pushing open the office door, he wrapped the wrench in a rag and casually tossed it into a corner, subsequently spreading the design blueprint for the L1 Xiao Lu engine across the table. Before long, a group of grease-stained engineers gathered around. As they beheld the contents of the engine blueprints, each individual trembled with excitement, fixated on the plans without averting their gaze. "Commander has tasked us with engine production. Are we to create our own fighter jets?" One inquired. "No doubt about it. The blueprint explicitly states compatibility with a propeller. It cannot be mistaken," another replied. "If only we had an air force from the outset, the enemy's main forces would have surely been unable to escape." Lao Tan Suinkei interjected. "Enough lamenting. Our priority now is to fabricate the engine outlined in these blueprints. Can any of you skilled craftsmen discern the technical difficulties involved?" One player stroked his chin. Analyzing the blueprints, the cumulative operating time requirements for the engine are not overly stringent. It seems the commander has considered our base's limited resources and has not imposed excessively harsh specifications. The main engine can be constructed using sand casting techniques, followed by subsequent precision machining. Another player added, "Considering this power output, constructing a single-engine aircraft would indeed be challenging. Even if we succeeded, carrying a passenger would be precarious. If the aircraft were to adopt an entirely wooden framework, equipped with dual engines for propulsion, I estimate it could achieve a payload of 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms is ample." The players clapped their thighs in exhilaration. Even 50 kilograms would confer a significant tactical advantage. A single aerial bomb would possess destructive power rivaling that of a 155 mm heavy howitzer, guaranteed to leave the enemy in a state of disarray. "Well, since everyone believes this is feasible, let us commence forthwith." The crowd immediately dispersed, some seeking tools, others sifting through sand, while technicians adjusted equipment. A certain corner of the mechanical factory buzzed with activity, filled with industrious figures and the sounds of machinery in motion. The indigenous workers on other production lines observed the newcomers with a sense of bewilderment, yet dared not inquire further, instead focusing diligently on their tasks. Chapter 66. The base's first aircraft metal shavings cascaded from the milling machine as Lao Tan Swan Kai, dawn goggles secured with iron wire, firmly pressing down on the cast iron cylinder with his left hand while slowly turning the lathe's crank with his right. This was the straight six-cylinder engine block they had cast using sand molding techniques, now being milled to accommodate the piston grooves. Amidst the shrill screeching of metal friction, sweat trickled down his jawline, staining his greasy work pants, yet he remained undistracted. "How's the crankshaft coming along?" he shouted without turning, his voice rising above the din of the workshop. At the workbench in the corner, a younger worker meticulously ground a rusted crankshaft with a grinding wheel, sparks flying onto the old canvas-covered table, illuminating the vernier caliper in his hand. "It's still 0.2 millimeters off. It needs to fit perfectly, or we'll have oil leaks when we assemble it." On the iron rack in the center of the workshop hung the newly cast aluminum alloy cylinder head, its surface still bearing the bluish-gray hue of incomplete cooling. Another young worker wiped the casting sand holes with a cloth soaked in diesel, while his other hand held a piece of copper wire, inserting it into the small holes and hammering it in place. "The 3-cylinder heads we tested yesterday. This one is usable, so you two need to be careful not to waste this treasure." Finally, Lao Tan Swan Kai halted the lathe, placing the cylinder on the inspection platform, aligning it with a square ruler and testing the gaps with feeler gauges. "Just right." His eyes sparkled as he turned to retrieve 6 pistons from the shelf, the piston rings sourced from a chemical factory. He first applied a layer of machine oil to the cylinder wall, then aligned the piston with the cylinder opening. With both hands pressed gently on the top, the piston slid smoothly into the cylinder with a soft hissing sound. "Give me a hand." The younger worker approached, carrying the crankshaft. Together, they lifted one end of the crankshaft and aligned it with the cylinder bearing hole, slowly advancing it. As the crankshaft turned, the connecting rod moved up and down, and he pulled a wrench from his pocket, tightening the nut. As the setting sun cast long streaks of light through the factory's green-tinted windows onto the ground, the engine's framework finally took shape. Lao Tan Swan Kai connected the battery cables and pressed the homemade ignition switch. The engine first emitted two muffled thuds, followed by a thunderous roar, with the exhaust venting black smoke mingled with the scent of unburnt gasoline. He hastily adjusted the throttle, pressed his ear against the engine block to listen, and reached out to gauge the temperature of the cooling fins. The RPM stabilized, and the temperature remained within normal limits. His younger brother tucked the caliper into his pocket, wiping his oil-stained hands with excitement, declaring, "If this L1 Xiao Lu works, who the hell would dare say I'm just boasting?" Lao Tan Swan Kai gazed at the engine he had crafted, an indescribable sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Moreover, the successful production of the L1 Xiao Lu engine could be utilized not only in fighter jets, but also in vehicles. While thoughts of tanks were premature, it was entirely sufficient for the production of support vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns. When Lao Tan Swan Kai placed the finished product on the desk in Xiao Fan's office, a spark ignited in Xiao Fan's eyes, as if he had scanned the entire engine from the inside out. Instantly, all data regarding the L1 Xiao Lu engine materialized in his mind. He appreciatively patted Lao Tan Swan Kai on the shoulder and handed him a stack of blueprints. "Attempt to manufacture a prototype. If you succeed, and it meets my anticipated performance, the designation for this type of fighter jet will be yours to bestow. Henceforth, anyone who pilots this type of fighter jet will remember the names of its creators." "Yes, Commander. I assure you we will complete the task." Lao Tan Swan Kai saluted with fervor. What reward could surpass such a privilege of nomenclature? It would etch his name into the annals of the base's history. Even if he were to retire later on, should anyone inquire about the producer of the base's first fighter jet, players would invariably recall Lao Tan Swan Kai. Sparks flew, and hot shavings tumbled down as Lao Tan Swan Kai and his team tirelessly tackled the challenges of fighter jet production day and night. The blueprints provided by Xiao Fan were meticulously annotated with all necessary data, requiring only adherence to the designs for fabrication. About a week later, the rolling shutter door of the factory's independent research room slowly ascended. Lao Tan Swan Kai and a group of comrades gently pushed out a twin-engine propeller aircraft with a wingspan of 12 meters and a fuselage length of 9 meters. Upon witnessing this magnificent creation, players passing by the factory froze like robots pressed by a pause button, their disbelief prompting them to rub their eyes. "No way. Is this real? They've actually produced a fighter jet? These engineering whizzes are incredible. Does this mean we will have an air force in the future?" Lao Tan Swan Kai et Galim, amazing. News of Lao Tan Swan Kai and his team's aircraft creation swept through the base like a tempest. Players abandoned their training and other tasks, flocking to witness the spectacle, creating a bustling crowd, each person straining to catch a glimpse. "Make way, don't block the path." Lao Tan Swan Kai called out, waving his hands to clear a passage. The crowd quickly parted, trailing behind the aircraft, buzzing with excitement, each face alight with enthusiasm. I underestimated these young talents. Pan Longwu stood with arms crossed on the second floor of a small flat-roofed building, addressing To beside him. "This is no longer the arduous era of the past. These engineering brothers, each one of them, is a rare talent, even if not a national treasure from the founding period." He chuckled, pondering, "I wonder if they can fly an airplane?" Tai chuckled softly in response. Pan Longwu turned to glance at him, asking, "What, are your hands itching to give it a try? Do you possess the necessary skills?" Taiho was momentarily at a loss for words. Pan Longwu laughed heartily, uncrossed his arms, and descended from the second floor, making his way toward Lao Tan Swan Kai and the others. As a seasoned sergeant major who had led countless soldiers, he was well-versed in logistics, mechanical transport, and the maintenance of fighter jets. Although he had never piloted an active-duty fighter, he had flown training aircraft in his earlier days. And operating this vintage fighter would pose no challenge, provided the controls were not excessively awkward. Meanwhile, Lao Tan Swan Kai surveyed the crowd, inquiring if anyone had flown an airplane. But everyone shook their heads. Even if someone could, no one dared to attempt it. This was the first aircraft produced by the base, bearing significant historical importance. Should one's mediocre skills result in a crash, it would surely lead to eternal disgrace, especially with the commander observing nearby. This left Lao Tan Swan Kai and the others in a quandary. They had successfully built the aircraft, yet no one was capable of flying it, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. "Let me give it a try." Pan Longwu pushed through the crowd to stand beside him, reaching out to caress the cold fuselage his eyes sparkling with rare excitement. In critical moments, one must rely on the old class leader. Lao Tan Suin-Ke felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly began to explain the aircraft's details to Pan Long-Wo. Upon hearing, Pan Long-Wo stepped onto the wing and climbed into the cockpit after raising the canopy. Chapter 67 L1 Shuanglu on the flat, straight gravel road. Lao Tan Suin-Ke instructed his subordinate to manually start the two engines using crank. With a roar, the exhaust pipes on either side of the engines belched thick black smoke, and as the engines officially ignited, the cacophony grew increasingly rhythmic. Standing before the aircraft, Lao Tan Suin-Ke gestured with his hands in a circular motion, prompting Pan Long-Wo in the cockpit to give him a thumbs up. After Lao Tan Suin-Ke saluted and cleared the runway, Pan Long-Wo gradually pushed the throttle. The aircraft trembled violently as the roar reached an apex. Releasing the handbrake, the plane began to accelerate slowly, gaining speed until its tail lifted off the ground, and after a 300-meter run, it soared into the sky. This brief takeoff was made possible by the wooden fuselage and a takeoff weight of less than 2 tons. The aircraft quickly ascended to an altitude of 1 kilometer, circling in the cloudless sky while performing various maneuvers. "Old class, how's it going?" Lao Tan Suin-Ke connected with Pan Long-Wo through the combat monitor. "Huff, huff, feeling great." Pan Long-Wo's breathing was clearly audible, and the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The test flight was a resounding success. After nearly an hour of flight, Pan Long-Wo detected low fuel and expertly maneuvered the aircraft to land steadily on the runway. He leapt from the aircraft, disregarding the players who gathered to touch and admire it. He tossed a pair of insulated leather gloves to Tai Hu and gestured for Lao Tan Suin-Ke to step aside for a private conversation. "Lao Ban, speak candidly if there are issues. We shall strive for improvement." Lao Tan Suin-Ke responded with a straightforward tone. Pan Long-Wo also refrained from pretense, promptly enumerating a series of concerns. Firstly, the aircraft was lightweight, rendering it susceptible to wind, which could easily alter its course. Secondly, its wooden structure posed a risk, as the wings might fracture under the strain of maximum cruising speed. Additionally, the engines exhibited insufficient machining precision, resulting in slight discrepancies in rotational speed that necessitated frequent course corrections during flight. This feedback left Lao Tan Suin-Ke and the others somewhat disheartened. Pan Long-Wo patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Do not be discouraged. The leap from nothing to something is a monumental achievement. Once the industrial capabilities of the base are refined, you will surely be able to construct superior models." Subsequently, the team rolled the prototype back to the factory for enhancements. After conducting dozens of test flights and reaching a point of optimization, they gathered the data to present it to Xiao Fan. Having already learned of the data through the combat instruments, Xiao Fan set the materials aside, interlacing his fingers on the table as he inquired, "What do you intend to name this aircraft model?" Lao Tan Suin-Ke, scratching his head and feeling a bit bashful, replied, "Let us call it Shuanglu. With the code L1. It feels more grounded than a grandiose name. 2 engines driving the Xiaolu justifies Shuanglu, and it's quite memorable." Xiao Fan smiled slightly, inscribing Shuanglu on the design blueprints and pressing the stamp inscribed with DC Tianzai firmly onto the page. Thus, DC Tianzai embarked on a new era, acquiring its own air force. He did not strip the others of their accolades. The chief designer's name included Lao Tan Suin-Ke and the player IDs of those who participated in the construction, while he merely added the term guidance at the end. The base was not affluent, and they could only compensate for their contributions with honor. After the Shuanglu was finalized, the machine shop operated at full capacity, tasked not only with producing ordinary firearms and ammunition, but also with manufacturing aircraft engines and various components, leaving them exceedingly busy. To prepare for the impending dry season of conflict, the factory operated around the clock without pause. Observing the complete design of the Shuanglu, the commanders and prominent figures could not help but chuckle at the whimsical name. At last, they had an air force, albeit lacking in offensive capability. It was more than adequate for defense and ground support. Had Xiao Fan possessed an air force from the outset, the Blue Army's main force would have never escaped. Following several battles, players from the Western faction recognized the disparity with the Tian Chao players and spent this time honing their skills, aiming to elevate the professionalism of their faction. Yet, Western players frequently spoke of freedom, lamenting that while they entered the game for enjoyment, they were subjected to monotonous training akin to real soldiers, fostering feelings of resentment. Were it not for their salaries, many would have abandoned their duties long ago. After all, in their eyes, being a soldier was merely a job. Conversely, for the Tian Chao players, military service represented honor. This ideological chasm could not be bridged in a short span. Douglas, who had been closely monitoring Xiao Fan's base, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing that the latter had begun test flights and mass production of fighter jets. The emergence of their air force posed a significant obstacle to the forthcoming dry season offensive, marking the gravest of news. Players from other regions gazed in astonishment at the announcement made by Lao Tan Xuan Kai. Their own lord was still entrenched in the agricultural era, while others had already begun producing aircraft. Moreover, it was rumored that Xiao Fan had started from scratch, lacking the substantial foundation that their own lord possessed. Yet, despite this disparity, his rate of development far exceeded theirs, leaving them in a state of frustration, even contemplating the idea of abandoning their current lord. Following a stagnant leader was undeniably arduous. If only their lord possessed even a fraction of Xiao Fan's ambition, they would not feel so constrained. It is worth noting that regardless of the performance of the Xuang Lu, it remained a legitimate combat aircraft. Players who had piloted simulated fighter jets in virtual reality immediately sought to enlist with Xiao Fan as pilots. The state, displaying generosity, dispatched a contingent of retired fighter pilots, who had stepped down for various reasons, to assist him. However, Xiao Fan refrained from allowing these retired pilots to take direct control of the aircraft. Instead, he bestowed upon them the rank of sergeant major, assigning them the role of instructors, akin to Panlong, responsible for training aspiring pilots. Moreover, not everyone was permitted to become a pilot. One had to hold the rank of sergeant major or higher. This was due to two primary reasons. First, these players had participated in numerous battles and had served as commanders on the front lines, possessing a wealth of combat experience that surpassed that of ordinary players, allowing them to better understand the nuances of piloting. Secondly, given the limited number of aircraft and the abundance of eager applicants, Xiao Fan adopted this method of selection to ensure fairness. Those granted the privilege of becoming pilots were filled with joy as they climbed into the aircraft amidst the envious gazes of those who were filtered out due to insufficient rank. Under the guidance of the retired sergeant majors, they practiced formation, flying, and dive bombing tirelessly above the base. The Xuanglu lacked advanced bombing mechanisms, necessitating that all pilots practice dive bombing to ensure precision. They were required to aim at the ground through the cockpit sights, diving at an angle of nearly 60 degrees to release their ordnance. Initially, while training with dummy bombs filled with cement, many players, unfamiliar with the aircraft, miscalculated airspeed and distance in their attempts to hit the target, causing them to fail to pull up in time and crash into the ground, resulting in explosions. Others pulled up too abruptly, causing the aircraft to exceed its limits, leading to wing failures and turning the planes into mere sticks. Xiao Fan refrained from chastising anyone. Instead, he stood silently at the makeshift airport each day, hands clasped behind his back, observing and subtly reminding the players to cherish the aircraft, each of which bore a significant cost. The indigenous people had invested countless hours, while Lao Tan Xuan Kai and his group of engineering players toiled in grease-laden factories, and he himself had contributed no less than 10,000 merit points. Were these inexperienced players to recklessly showcase their skills and crash the planes? Even he would struggle to bear the burden. While Xiao Fan remained silent, the aspiring pilots and Lao Tan Xuan Kai could no longer contain their frustrations. One aspiring pilot grumbled, "Damn it, at this rate, when will it be my turn?" Meanwhile, Lao Tan Xuan Kai and others fumed. "We spend our days in noisy factories dealing with oil just to manufacture one aircraft. If it's not something they built themselves, how can they fail to appreciate it?" Subsequently, those players who had crashed their aircraft were discreetly taken to a secluded corner and given a stern lesson, after which they finally settled down to train diligently under the instructors. Chapter 68. A dramatic turn of events. The speed was steady. The engine was functioning normally. The visibility was excellent. Everyone prepare, release the bombs. In the sky, for aircraft equipped with training bombs, known as Xuanglu, suddenly altered their formation, transitioning into attack mode. The fleet swiftly approached the target area, executing a steep climb to reduce airspeed before abruptly nosediving in a V-shaped 45-degree angle. the thunderous roar resonating throughout the base. The aircraft trembled violently at the high speed of the dive, producing a chilling, creaking sound. An altitude of 350 meters, the lead pilot shouted, "Release the bombs." 4 200-kilogram training bombs were promptly dropped. The pilots on either side unhesitatingly pulled the control sticks, soaring sideways close to the ground before ascending once more, circling the base before regrouping for the return landing. Xiao Fan sipped his tea, nodding subtly. Finally, there was some semblance of order. Report to the commander. The Army Aviation Team 10 has successfully completed the bombing mission. Please advise. 10 flight leaders, clad in cold-weather military uniforms, leapt from their aircraft and jogged to stand at attention before Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan spoke solemnly. Lin Dong Nu Xiong has established a makeshift airfield, with aviation fuel and bombs prepared. You are to take off immediately and stand by for his commands to support the front lines. Yes. The 10 men saluted once more. And after refueling, 100 fighter jets took to the skies, heading towards the location of Dui. With these 10 air squadrons, the enemy would find provoking us a far more arduous task. Boom! At that moment, a sudden and violent explosion echoed from a distance. A terrifying shockwave swept through, startling everyone at the base. Nearby, players witnessed a group of engineers dragging their injured bodies, shouting for help with the fire, and everyone immediately joined the firefighting efforts. Xiao Fan's brow furrowed as he approached the scene. Upon arriving at the explosion site, the fire had been extinguished, but the chaotic ground was filled with cries of anguish. And the original hazardous materials warehouse had vanished without a trace. What happened? He turned to the hurriedly approaching Lao Tan Swan Kai. The latter reported, his face pale, "Commander, we were overwhelmed and entrusted the natives with guarding the hazardous materials warehouse. Unfortunately, they failed to follow the required protocols, leading to insufficient humidity in the nitrocellulose and a temperature buildup that caused the explosion. 10 tons of smokeless powder production nitrocellulose have been completely lost." Xiao Fan's brow tightened further as he pushed past him towards the explosion's epicenter. At that moment, Zack and Ammon were vociferously berating their kin, fully aware of the significance of the lost nitrocellulose, feeling both sorrowful and fearful that Xiao Fan would expel them due to their relatives' mistakes. Sensing Xiao Fan's approach, they quickly abandoned their kin and rushed over, nervously explaining, "My lord, we truly did not neglect our duties. We monitored the supplies as instructed, but somehow—" "Enough! Do not blame them." Xiao Fan coldly surveyed the crowd and commanded, "Clean up the site and ensure the deceased are given a proper burial. If I find you isolating their relatives over this, every one of you will be dismissed." "Yes, yes." The two nodded vigorously, beckoning the still weeping kin to leave. Were it not for the well-being of their entire clan, they would not have been so harsh on those grieving their loss at such a time. Xiao Fan extended his hand towards Lao Tan Sunke, who promptly handed over the record book. As he flipped through its pages, he discerned a clue within the entries from a week prior. Someone had inscribed in a haphazard manner, mistakenly noting the inspection of the warehouse humidity gauge as occurring every 7 days instead of daily, leading to a catastrophic outcome. The indigenous people possessed little education. Even when players had attempted to teach them literacy, their comprehension was minimal. The most alarming aspect was not their illiteracy, but rather their superficial understanding. They recognized the phrase, "check the humidity gauge every XX days," and upon seeing the number 7, they accepted it without question, with no one daring to challenge it. At that moment, Xiao Fan realized that in order for the base to expand, it was imperative to educate the natives. The most expedient solution would be to equip them with combat devices and insert learning chips, allowing them to gradually assimilate knowledge. He resolved to remember this man-made disaster. He instructed Lao Tan Sunke that henceforth, every warehouse must have trained personnel on duty around the clock, and he would organize a safety inspection team to conduct daily safety checks at each factory. Lao Tan Sunke nodded in agreement. This incident had occurred while he had temporarily reassigned all his subordinates to the machining factory to expedite aircraft production, leading to such an oversight. Following this event, the safety protocols for logistics and production were significantly strengthened. After confirming that there were no further issues, Xiao Fan turned and returned to the core area of the base. As he settled into his chair, he noticed an unopened letter on the table. Reviewing the footage from the surveillance cameras, he discovered it was a message left by Pules. who had been unable to wait during Xiao Fan's inspection of the base. Upon opening the envelope and reading through its contents, Xiao Fan's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of shock. Even considering the butterfly effect, could his unflown butterfly truly stir such a tempest? The letter disclosed that a significant event was imminent in the imperial city of Yalalian, one that would impact the entire Bice Federation. Prince Tang was preparing to leverage the strength of players to orchestrate a coup, overthrowing his father, Bice 18, and establishing a system of monarchical dictatorship, implementing an unprecedented centralization of power. Naturally, the aristocrats of the imperial city opposed the usurpation of their authority. Yet they were rebuked by the prince's staunch loyalists as conservative vermin, accused of stagnation, leading to the decline of the Federation and the rise of warlords. In the absence of players, Bice 18 had managed to mediate the conflicts between the factions and maintain equilibrium. However, the arrival of players had irrevocably shattered this balance, plunging the factions into a state of open hostility. Duke Lepu, representing the neutral faction, found himself beleaguered, while his adversary, the Dayer family, were diehard supporters of Prince Ferdinand. Fearing that the reformists would target his family first amid the impending chaos in the imperial city, Duke Lepu sent Pules with a letter, hoping that Xiao Fan would relinquish the final code. To demonstrate his sincerity, the letter mentioned that his daughter, Luopu Lashanda, had already embarked on a private aircraft to visit the base and would arrive within 3 days at most. The subtext was unmistakable. His daughter was being used as leverage against Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was rendered utterly speechless. According to his recollection, such events were not supposed to unfold until a year after the game's launch. Now, merely months had passed, and the seeds of turmoil were already sprouting, leaving no opportunity for steady development. The crux of the matter was that he had to assist the Luopu family in navigating this crisis. Otherwise, who knows if his good neighbor Urk Luid might whisper into the ears of the influential Duke Dao family, directly sending troops to annihilate him. With a thud, Xiao Fan tossed aside the letter and reclined in his chair, closing his eyes in feigned slumber, overwhelmed with turmoil. After a while, he picked up the satellite phone left by Pulice and conveyed the final password to Duke Lepu, without demanding any form of compensation throughout the exchange. Chapter 69, The Wilds and the Deer. The dart chess pieces set Duke Lepu hung up the satellite phone, his expression rife with suspicion. Where was Lashande now? His subordinate respectfully responded, "My lord, the young lady has already arrived in Louis Lulun City." Upon hearing this news, Duke Lepu breathed a sigh of relief. Elena was the sister of his deceased wife, and Lashande would refer to her as aunt. With this familial bond, combined with Louis Lulun's remote location in the forsaken lands of the gods, his daughter's safety should not pose significant concerns. He was surprised that Xia had so readily handed over the last password. His daughter had not yet reached her captors as a hostage, and he was unafraid of potential regrets. However, truth be told, he found himself somewhat admiring the young man. Once this turmoil subsided, he would certainly lend a helping hand. The Luopu family could owe many things, but they could never owe a debt of gratitude. Such a thing could not be measured by gold, which made him deeply uncomfortable. The news of Ferdinand's impending coup could not remain concealed. Players from various nations in the real world were taken aback. Those who thrived on chaos, after a moment of shock, erupted in joy. Everyone realized that an era of warlords was about to dawn. Whoever could gain a foothold in this chaotic world would possess absolute authority in the future of the Bice Federation. Throughout history, tumultuous times have birthed great heroes. For Xiao Fan, this was both a threat and an opportunity, contingent upon his ability to seize it. In the office, discussions ensued as people shook their heads. Though they held high hopes for Xiao Fan, they were reluctant to place all their chips on him. Compared to Xiao Fan, who had risen from humble beginnings, other illustrious lords possessed greater potential and stronger risk resistance. Supporting a puppet could also prove to be a wise choice. As for Xiao Fan, they intended to reserve him as a last resort. If those lords turned out to be incapable, still treating the Tianqiao players as mere servants, and even manipulating the reality through their assistance, they would have no choice but to abandon those individuals and fully support Xiao Fan. The heavy rains in the southern wilds had persisted for over a month, and today, the skies finally cleared, with the sun shining brightly once more. Xiao Fan's base appeared unaffected by the upheaval in the imperial city, continuing its vigorous industrial development. Once a sensation in reality, he now sat on a small stool, listening to the intelligence brought by players, consuming gossip. Although Ferdinand had not formally initiated the coup, the noble dukes below were already fighting fiercely for their own interests. The offspring of prominent families in the Bice Federation, with the full backing of their clans, were dissatisfied with their current territories and began to expand aggressively. The lands rich in resources had long been claimed, and under Ferdinand's banner, those lords advocating for a cleansing of the court would inevitably harm the interests of the traditionalist nobility. A fierce conflict erupted between the two sides, with countless players, driven by self-interest, joining the fray, resulting in chaos. Heavy artillery, main battle tanks, and fighter jets poured forth as if money were no object. Even the esteemed Chinook mages and super warriors were compelled to engage on the battlefield, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. Newly arrived players in the game were relegated to mere cannon fodder amidst the tumult. The grand conflict in the prosperous inland eventually affected the Lida Huanyuan. In the south, the rainy season prompted lords of various ranks to exercise restraint. However, in the north, the dry season saw many joining the fray. Alina's warnings seemed particularly powerless at this moment, as the Dao family behind her struggled to maintain their own safety. Besieged by numerous hostile families, the future landscape remained shrouded in uncertainty, with everyone eager to expand their territories before the situation clarified, hoping to align themselves favorably thereafter. Whether it was Ferdinand ascending the throne or Pius XVIII firmly seated, both would formally recognize the existing territories to soothe the populace. In the office, Xiao Fan incessantly snapped his fingers, contemplating the future. His neighbor, Claude, was obstructed by the Ida and Mutant River, rendering effective offensives impossible. When a dry season arrived, the opposing side would undoubtedly unite with other minor noble lords from the southern plains to launch an assault on his base. The small oil field in his possession was an irresistible temptation for those lords. Thus, he planned to strike preemptively. However, prior to that, he needed to find a suitable reason to declare war. Otherwise, openly instigating conflict would lead to judgment, regardless of whether Ferdinand ascended or Pius XVIII remained on the throne. This pressure was beyond what he could currently bear. Oh, his ambitions are rather grand. Does he expect me to help him assert sovereignty over the entire Lida Huanyuan? In a pavilion adorned with flowers, Alina leaned against a stone bench, languidly perusing a book. Upon hearing Press's words, she paused, lifting her gaze to reveal a smile that was hard to decipher. Was it mockery or amusement? Indeed, the honorable Count, Baron Xiao Fan, has expressed such intentions. Press responded with a bow, unable to suppress a bead of sweat. He was taken aback when Xiao Fan's message reached him. While he thought demanding a few hundred miles was feasible, he never imagined Xiao Fan would request the entirety of Lida Huanyuan. Even though resources in Lida Huanyuan were scarce, the total area spanned over 1 million square kilometers. The audacity of a mere baron to aspire to such a vast territory was almost laughable. Seated beside Alina, a girl leaned over the stone table, engrossed in another book. Her gaze wandered through the pages, curiously directed at Press. She felt a chill at the thought of this unfamiliar man's ambitions. Her father had treated her as a hostage, pledging her to the unacquainted Baron Xiao Fan, which displeased her greatly. Yet, as a noble offspring, she understood her father's actions were born of necessity. At the last banquet, she had humiliated the young Duke of the Dwarf family, and now, amidst the chaos, he might very well seek to leverage her against her father. Rather than remain in the perilous imperial city, it was wiser to take refuge in this remote place. However, she could not comprehend why her father would pledge his own flesh and blood to him, nor what benefits Xiao Fan had offered her father that could justify such an arrangement. Elena withdrew her gaze and resumed perusing the book in her hands. With a serene, expressionless countenance, she murmured, "Did you not inform him that I refuse to involve myself in any conflict?" Press, head bowed low, felt a subtle chill ripple through the air. His throat tightened as he swallowed hard. "My lady Countess," he stammered, "Baron Xiao Fan declared that chaos is imminent. No one, not even the most reclusive, may remain untouched by the tide of power. As the eldest daughter of the Dao family, though exiled to this forsaken wasteland, you remain entangled in the vortex of political contention. So long as His Majesty remains upon the throne and faces the mounting threat from Prince Ferdinando, he will inevitably grant this desolate expanse to you as your domain. First, to placate Duke Du Ao. Second, to forge an irrevocable bond of mutual interest, thereby declaring the Du Ao family's allegiance before the prince himself. Dual allegiance among nobles has long been the unspoken norm. Duke Du Ao would undoubtedly accept such an arrangement with quiet satisfaction, should his majesty prevail in the struggle, as the linchpin of that alliance would secure the family's enduring prestige within the imperial capital. Should he fall, the Du Ao house could sever all ties with you, cleanly, definitively. Whether you consent or resist, this wasteland shall, in time, become yours. Snap! The book snapped shut with a sharp, decisive report. Elena's exquisite eyes narrowed ever so slightly, and a quiet, lethal aura emanated from her, cold, precise, and unyielding. Having endured betrayal within her own bloodline, she held power struggles in profound contempt. Yet even here at the edge of the world, she could not escape their shadow, igniting a slow, searing fury within her. Press immediately prostrate himself, forehead pressed to the floor. My lady countess, these words belong solely to Baron Xiao Fan. I am but a humble messenger. I beg your clemency, for the sake of Lady Luo Pu and Duke Luo Pu. His voice trembled, not only with fear, but with inward, venomous resentment towards Xiao Fan. Foolish ambition. He cursed himself silently. For a mere 10% increase in oil allocation, he had dared approach Elena, walking straight into the jaws of death. Elena cast a fleeting, indifferent glance toward her niece, then softened the lethal glint in her eyes, sighing faintly. If Emperor Bais XVIII truly bestowed the entire Lido wasteland upon her as a fief, she, as sovereign mistress of the land and highest-ranking noble therein, would indeed possess the legal authority to subinfeudate portions of it among lesser nobles. Thus, Xiao Fan's ambition to claim the whole of Lida was not, in theory, unfounded. On what grounds? She mused, voice low and edged with irony. Does he presume I would surrender the entirety of Lida to him? Gratis? Press quavered in reply. He said you abhor political strife above all else, and that the surest path to remain unentangled is to cede the imperial grant to others. His proposal is elegantly balanced. Grant the lands north of the Admudun River to Claude, and those to the south to himself. Thus, regardless of whether His Majesty retains the throne or Prince Ferdinando ascends, it would be impossible to hold you accountable. A find. WY Smile Kid Elena Salips. How remarkably astute he is. The D family, staunchly aligned with the imperial princes, would interpret the northern grant as a subtle overture of goodwill toward Claude. Meanwhile, bestowing the southern tract upon Xiao Fan, who bore the imprimatur of the Luo Pu family, would preserve her own contingency. More crucially, under imperial law, once the southern expanse formally passed into Xiao Fan's hands, the oil fields therein would belong to him, wholly, irrevocably. With Emperor Bais XVIII still reigning and the Luo Pu family's allegiance yet unannounced, Prince Ferdinando would be exceedingly reluctant to provoke the Luo Pu house over so delicate a matter. After all, the daughter of Duke Lapu remains with Xiao Fan. If Claude exhibits any intentions of aggression, it could very well compel the Luopu family to forsake the allegiance to Bais Sheba. The Luopu family possesses wealth that rivals nations. Should they defect, the ramifications for Ferdinand would be substantial, and he would undoubtedly discern the gravity of the situation. Elena calmly remarked, Inform him to send over some original and intriguing scripts, and do not attempt to deceive me with the same old narratives. If I find them satisfactory, I would not hesitate to bestow the territory of Nanyuan upon him. Press discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat, inwardly exhilarated, clenching his fists. He envisioned countless Bais gold coins beckoning to him, affirming that this venture was indeed worthwhile. In his excitement, he promptly expressed, Thank you for your generosity, esteemed Count. I shall certainly convey your exact words to Baron Xiao Fan. Chapter 70. The Fief Acquired. The donkey faction's equipment cluster emerges. As anticipated by Xiao Fan, 1 week later, Bais Sheba formally granted the entirety of the Lida wilderness as a fief to Elena. Without hesitation, Elena divided the territory in two, using the Admudun River as a boundary, bestowing portions to Claude and Xiao Fan respectively, and exercised her authority to elevate both of their titles to Viscount. This decision took everyone by surprise. Within the palace, all eyes were directed toward the serene Duke Duo, who appeared to be meditating. It was assumed that Bathsheba's grant would compel him to take a side, yet unexpectedly, Elena promptly allocated the fief to her subordinates. This maneuver allowed the previously passive Duke duo to navigate the crisis of choice with renewed stability. He acknowledged the favor from Bathsheba while also maintaining the prince's esteem, effectively pleasing both parties. In truth, Duke duo felt a tinge of bewilderment. His daughter, typically slow to grasp the intricacies of political strife, had suddenly exhibited such acumen, which was quite unexpected. Only Duke Luapu among the crowd cast a discreet glance at him, inwardly criticizing, "This brother-in-law of mine is indeed shameless for the sake of his family." Coupled with the news from press, he was acutely aware that had Elena not heeded the advice of the Scorpion to divide the fief, the prince's faction, upon victory, would likely sever ties. This also reinforced his recognition of Xiao Fan's astute comprehension of the prevailing circumstances. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow. The current situation is ambiguous. Rather than adopting a low profile, the Scorpion incites Elena to distribute land. What is his true intention? In the realm of reality, the magnates paid little heed to the fervent discussions among online players, each one taken aback in astonishment. Over 100 million square kilometers of territory is nearly equivalent to 80% of the area of the northwest plateau of Tianqiao. Regardless of the richness of resources, this expanse is undeniably vast. The chief sipped his tea, tightened the lid of his cup, and slowly set it down. What do you think Xiao Fan is truly contemplating? The crowd shook their heads in uncertainty. Once the territory was secured, Xiao Fan launched into action, utilizing foreign exchange acquired through the base's oil to procure chemical raw materials and food on a grand scale. The rationale for acquiring chemical materials was easily understood, as they were intended for weapon production. However, the extensive purchase of food left many pondering. Given the strength of Xiao Fan's base, engaging in combat within a radius of 300 kilometers would not necessitate excessive food consumption. Players respawn upon defeat, thus logistical pressures would be minimal. However, he is now frantically stockpiling provisions and has issued lucrative farming tasks, compelling many players to abandon their foraging for supplies in favor of tilling the land. This scenario suggests but one possibility. Xiao Fan is intent on launching an expedition, and it appears to be a prolonged one. Yet, given the current uncertainties, is he not acting rather rashly? Even the prominent figures cannot fathom Xiao Fan's intentions. Regardless of other speculations, Xiao Fan is fully committed to development. As the days pass, the sweet potatoes and wheat in the fields begin to sprout, morning dew glistening on the lush tips of the leaves, and the entire DC Tianzai base seems enveloped in a verdant sea. Lured by the allure of oil profits, numerous merchant caravans have gradually arrived at the base, bringing much-needed industrial components and machine tools, thereby facilitating the upgrade of the base's power station and other factories. The Shuanglu fighter jets have also undergone enhancements alongside the factory upgrades, although the engine power remains unchanged. Advancements in processing techniques have extended their operational lifespan to 400 hours. In response to wartime demands and adhering to Xiao Fan's research directives, the Lao Tan Swan Kai team has successfully introduced two new aircraft models. One is the single-engine, short-range, highly maneuverable L-1J Xiao Lu fighter jet, boasting a maximum cruising distance of 100 kilometers, an effective payload of 50 kilograms, and a maximum cruising speed of 300 mph. Armed with two 20mm cannons and an ammunition capacity of 400 rounds. The other is the four-engine L-1HC Lu medium bomber, with a maximum cruising distance of 500 kilometers, an effective payload of 400 kilograms, and a maximum cruising speed of 180 mph. Capable of carrying 4 100-kilogram aerial bombs or incendiary bombs. Subsequently, the team, drawing from their manufacturing experience with the L-1 Xiao Lu engine, independently designed the L-1V6D Lu vehicle-mounted diesel engine. This engine features a simple structure, operates at lower speeds, yet delivers substantial torque, with a lifespan far surpassing that of aircraft engines, thus enabling the base to produce dedicated vehicles. Due to horsepower limitations, the production of medium and heavy vehicles remains unfeasible for the time being, but mass production of light transport and weapon-carrying vehicles is now achievable. In accordance with Xiao Fan's requirements, the Lao Tan Swan Kai team has gradually designed 6 types of donkey-themed vehicles. Ben Liu, a fast-moving Jeep equipped with an MG-42 light machine gun. Jiao Lu, a lightweight multiple rocket launcher vehicle. Lan Lu, a self-propelled half-track equipped with a 120mm mortar. Chun Lu, a fully tracked transport vehicle. Nu Lu, a half-track vehicle with a dual 20mm anti-aircraft gun. Lu Quan, a track command vehicle capable of deployment. Upon hearing these vehicle names, Xiao Fan was rendered speechless. Having merely designed Xiao Lu engine, how did they come to associate everything with donkeys? Upon learning the names, players could not help but scoff at the absurdity. Yet they had to concede that these names were indeed memorable, lingering in their minds long after hearing them. Unfazed by the ridicule, the Laotan Swan Kai team remains unconcerned. Although the names may be somewhat whimsical, they have left a lasting impression, impossible to forget after just one encounter. Moreover, as seasoned veterans of the battlefield, they possess an acute understanding of the equipment essential for their base, capable of swiftly adapting and enhancing designs according to the battlefield environment. The equipment they develop closely aligns with the needs of frontline players, surpassing that of behind-the-scenes experts. The days devoid of combat grow somewhat monotonous, with a surge of players pushing the base's population to exceed 100,000. These new recruits either form their own brigades or join the ranks of veterans, engaging in vigorous training each day. The veteran players in the offline group have long foretold that the base is on the brink of a large-scale military operation. To remain idle now would only result in being outpaced by others when war arrives. Thus, every individual fervently hones their combat skills. Indeed, their predictions manifest as reality. In the second month of the rainy season, Pei Shiba and Prince Ferdinand severed ties completely. Following a heated argument within the palace, Ferdinand was imprisoned, only to be rescued from his cell shortly thereafter. He declared himself king, openly confronting Pei Shiba and the old nobility, leading to a response from the new generation of nobles and the disempowered offspring of the aristocracy. The chaos of an era has officially commenced. Enraged, Pei Shiba proclaimed a campaign against all rebellious nobles who supported Ferdinand. Xiao Fan shook his head in lament. While others may remain oblivious, as a reincarnator, he perceives the truth with clarity. The discord between father and son is not merely a matter of political disagreement. Rather, it serves as a pretext to eliminate the entrenched old-world nobility through the hands of the players. These conservative nobles, possessing vast lands and resources, have effectively rendered the royal authority impotent over millennia. If change does not occur now, rebellion will inevitably re-emerge within a few centuries. Rather than waiting for these minor lords to become a menace in the future, it is far more prudent to instigate turmoil, disrupt the existing order, and reshuffle the power dynamics. The conservative nobility will either be eradicated or significantly weakened in this conflict. Regrettably, they overlook the avaricious nature of the players. In times of great upheaval, it is the players who rise to prominence. Who among them wishes to exhaust their efforts to assist a lord in seizing power, only to remain a mere foot soldier? Brothers toil and strive not merely to serve, but to attain titles and positions of power. The royal family's national treasures may intimidate the nobility, yet they cannot instill fear in the players. Furthermore, these artifacts cannot cater to all lords, nor can the lords suppress the players under their command. This constitutes the most significant flaw in the royal strategy. By the time the royal family regrets their actions and seeks to rectify the chaos, it will be far too late. Ultimately, they will only be able to safeguard their own small domains, rendered incapable of controlling the larger picture. Chapter 71. After 3 years, you finally appear. As Xiao Fan perused the production data compiled by Xiao Ling, he stroked his chin and closed his eyes in contemplation. The Lida Wilderness serves as a gathering place for a cadre of disempowered minor lords. Following the schism between Pei Shiba and Ferdinand, these minor lords ceased their internal conflicts. Except for those who remained stagnant and complacent, the majority, like Claude, have heeded Ferdinand's call. This predicament has ensnared his base in a perilous situation. As he has yet to declare his allegiance, he has unwittingly made himself a target, especially considering the valuable oil fields under his control. What? You want me to meet that person? Having long since become the mouthpiece for Xiao Fan, Pulice abruptly rose from his still-warm chair, his voice suddenly elevating by several decibels, gazing in astonishment at Xiao Fan. His action immediately drew the attention of surrounding players. But upon the iris projection issuing a warning, they quickly shrank back and turned to flee. The base had warned them that they had entered a restricted area, and lingering there would diminish the commander's favorability by 1 point every second. Goodness, dropping by 10 points in mere breaths. If it continued to decline, he would find it impossible to remain in the base, which would render the game utterly pointless. What fuss! She wasn't a hideous monster. What was there to be ashamed of? Xiao Fan tapped his ear, which had been startled by Pulice's booming voice. Clutching a small note, Pulice felt a wave of despair wash over him. Another note. The last time he had merely glanced at its contents, he had nearly faced dire consequences from his master. Were it not for his usefulness as a conduit between his master and Xiao Fan, it was uncertain whether he would even be sitting here, sharing wine with Xiao Fan now. Yet here he was, tasked with delivering another note, and to that esteemed individual. Did he wish for his demise to come even swifter? Brother Shaxi, could he not send someone else? Pulice's face displayed his reluctance. Who would willingly provoke that person? He had no inkling of the relationship between Xiao Fan and that individual. If it were strained, he would likely face dire consequences. A good relationship might be even more frightening. A minor lord in a forsaken land of gods. Yet capable of associating with such a figure, Xiao Fan's identity was shrouded in mystery. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and looked at him with a gentle smile. You have already seen this note. If I were to send someone else, do you believe she would allow you, as the fourth contact, to live? Pulice was rendered speechless. I shall grant you an additional 10% of the oil profits. Very well. Xiao Fan bade farewell to Pulice as he departed, then lifted the restriction on the area and lit a cigarette, puffing away. Were it not for the rapid developments spiraling beyond his control, he would not have chosen to take such a risky step at this early juncture. That woman was truly terrifying. Although she had never personally taken a life, there were myriad ways to orchestrate death. Yet time waits for no one, and he had to take the plunge. Even if that woman turned hostile, he was confident in his ability to quell her fury. However, the path ahead would likely be exceptionally arduous. 2 weeks later, Pulice, under the guise of a merchant, journeyed to the holy city, Xinguang Rongdu. This place served as the headquarters of the Radiant Church, as well as the control hub for churches scattered across the continent. Upon entering the boundaries of the holy city, the unease and trepidation within Pulice were soothed by the omnipresent hymns. He cast his gaze once more toward the majestic cathedral at the heart of the holy city. A flicker of unusual determination crossing his eyes. Within the cathedral, Saint Nina en Luo stood solemnly upon the altar, surrounded by rows of devout followers bowing in reverence. The gentle rustle of her garments mingled with the faint whispers of prayers, converging into a tranquil torrent beneath the dome. Clad in a plain white robe embroidered with silver-threaded crosses, the hem cascaded to the edge of the steps, gently swaying with each breath. Her ebony hair was loosely gathered with a silver pin embedded with moonstone, with a few delicate strands falling beside her neck. Illuminated by the morning light filtering through the stained glass, casting a soft golden hue, she lowered her gaze, cradling the weighty Bible in her hands. Her fingertips, smooth as jade, gently caressed the yellowed pages, each turn executed with such tenderness as if to avoid disturbing the sacred words. Her features, devoid of worldly adornments, exuded an ethereal beauty with a delicate nose and naturally rosy lips. Her unadorned visage radiated a lustrous sheen in the soft light, reminiscent of fresh snow illuminated by the moon. Her eyes, clear as a sacred spring, brimmed with compassion and gentleness. Occasionally, when she raised her gaze to the congregation, a soft luminescence akin to spring rain would cascade from her depths, instilling a sense of peace and warmth in every heart. Surrounded by an aura of sanctity that mingled with the incense of the church, she stood still, resembling a revered icon that was untouchable and divine. Yet, the warmth in her eyes fostered an infinite closeness and admiration among the faithful, causing them to unconsciously soften their breaths. Their gazes fixed upon her as if she embodied the very essence of light. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her starry eyes lifted slightly, piercing through countless barriers to focus intently on Pules. The holy knight standing beside her heard her voice in his mind, and with an expressionless nod, he slowly withdrew from the church, wielding the sword of holy light. Before long, Pules found himself escorted to a tranquil courtyard. There, Nina en Luo sat gracefully in a pavilion, sipping her morning tea. Upon entering the courtyard, Pules was engulfed by trepidation. Despite the soothing hymns that lingered in his ears, they could not quell the deep-seated fear he harbored for the saintly figure before him. This sensation was akin to a wrongdoer boldly seeking a chat with Uncle Hat. One could only wonder how frightening that might be. Moreover, one should not underestimate her youth, for such a notion would be gravely misguided. Since the establishment of the Pi Psi Federation, her presence had been chronicled in the annals of fallen civilizations. Sometimes as a high priestess, sometimes as a holy sovereign, her unparalleled beauty and the enigmatic legend of her immortality were always mentioned. Inaina and Luo set her teacup down, her delicate fingers deftly flicking towards his pocket, with a meticulously preserved note fell into her grasp. She calmly unfolded it and glanced at its contents, her brow furrowing slightly. With an assessing gaze unseen by others, she scrutinized Pules intently. After a moment, she shook her head with a hint of resignation. Go back and tell him that I agree to the terms in the note. Yes. Pules felt his heart race under her penetrating gaze, swallowing hard as he hastily exited the courtyard. Once beyond the boundaries of the holy city, he exhaled heavily, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He wiped his forehead, his heart still pounding, the fleeting expression in the saint's eyes lingering vividly in his mind. What could the designation 019 represent to elicit such an expression from the eternally unchanged saint? A man capable of garnering the saint's concession must possess a far more formidable background than he could fathom. Was it truly impossible? After all, what connection could a mere Xia Xie have with the divine saintess? If not, why would she? He shook his head, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, redirecting his bodyguard to hasten towards the Lida wilderness. He needed to relay this urgent news to Xiao Fan. This precarious task had finally reached its conclusion. Your Highness, just as the attendant beside me was about to speak, Nina Onlo raised her hand to silence him. You have hidden for 3 long years. And it turns out you have taken refuge in the desolate lands of Lida, becoming a minor lord. A smile involuntarily graced her lips as she cast her gaze upon the note on the table. The number 019, both unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar. She paused for a moment. I recall that the Duke of Ropu sought me out last time, wishing for his daughter to join the Church of the Light for sanctuary. The attendant nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Your Holiness. At that time, the Duke himself requested an audience, but I intercepted him. As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with disdain. Such unscrupulous merchants who prey on the impoverished are the object of his utmost contempt. How could he allow one so steeped in the stench of copper to taint the sanctity of this holy city? One must not generalize. Though her father's hands are stained with blood, as far as I know, his daughter has never abused the lower classes, nor has she taken a life. After a brief pause, Nina Onluo called out, Shenglong. Your Holiness, how may I serve you? Shenglong inquired. Nina Onluo smiled gently. Since he has permitted my establishment in the base, but is unwilling to let the holy city encroach upon his territory, convey my message to appoint Le Chandelier as the Archbishop of the Lida region. Shenglong looked at her in astonishment. The position of Archbishop ranks just below the Pope and the Cardinal, representing the highest ecclesiastical authority aside from the Holy Maiden. Typically, the Pope and Cardinals reside within the Holy City, granting the Archbishop almost absolute authority externally. Is it not rather hasty to grant Le Chandelier such a lofty title? Noticing the Holy Maiden gazing silently at the garden, savoring her coffee, Shenglong dared not inquire further and quietly exited the courtyard. When the messenger from the Holy City arrived at the Ropu family estate, Le Chandelier was leisurely engrossed in her reading. For a girl who yearns for unwavering love, the trope of a formidable hero rescuing the heroine from peril never fails to captivate her. Upon learning that the emissary was from the Holy City, she sprang up to greet him, her heart brimming with curiosity. Why would the Holy City suddenly send a messenger? When the decree appointing Le Chandelier as the Archbishop of the Lida region was announced, she nearly dropped the book from her hands in disbelief. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she repeatedly verified the contents of the proclamation, her fingertips trembling slightly. The position of Archbishop is the aspiration of countless clergy throughout their lifetimes. She had never dared to dream of such a role, let alone wielding authority over a region. Why would the Holy Maiden choose me? Her voice quivered with an imperceptible tremor. The messenger shook his head. The Holy Maiden's will is not for us to interpret. We are merely here to convey her message. After bidding farewell to the messenger, Lishander stood alone in her study, her thoughts tumultuous and unsettled. As a scion of nobility, she is no naive child. She understood that this was no mere coincidence. There must be deeper motives at play. Until the messenger turned to leave. He inexplicably remarked that Viscount Xiao Fan posed no issues, leaving her utterly perplexed.